After a tragic accident, Dr. Qin Shiyue, an expert in modern Chinese and Western medicine, found herself transported into a novel, assuming the role of the true daughter of the Yanbei Marquis household Emir pawn, destined to be a stepping stone for the false daughter, ultimately meeting a dreadful demise. Her maternal family faced a similar fate, obliterated entirely. Qin Shiyue gazed at her unscrupulous father and her mother. Mother, your beloved husband is maintaining a mistress outside. Once you perish, he will ascend to the main chamber. Awakening from her love-struck days, her mother resolved. No longer would she favor the false daughter, nor would she cling to her cherished husband. To hell with the Yanbei Marquis. Behold this gentleman, strikingly handsome with a perfect physique. Alas, he is poisoned, ensnared by treachery, with a life that wanes. Qin Shiyue mused, lost in her thoughts, only to be cornered by the man. Miss Qin, would you care to grow old with me, blessed with children? Qin Shiyue stood in shock. Was it not said that the cold and calculating war god prince shunned the company of women? My good sir, I believe you are mistaken, the aloof and cunning prince retorted proudly. Though you feign indifference, your heart is undoubtedly brimming with joy. You are a woman who desires it all. Volume 1, Chapter 1. Shall I grant you the dignity of a concubine? Will you accept? As the carriage passed through the city gates, Qin Shiyue lifted the curtain, revealing the bustling scenery of the capital. Smack! The curtain she had just raised was abruptly pulled down by another. A gruff voice reached her ears. Does old Madame Wang still recognize me as a lady of the Marquis household? As she spoke, Qin Shiyue lifted the curtain once more. Is it the custom of the Yanbei Marquis household for the master to heed the commands of the servants? Her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes clear and spirited, radiating an undeniable sharpness. Madame Wang fell silent, her voice lost, yearning to refute, yet finding no ground to do so, her heart entangled in confusion. How could a village girl, raised in the rustic wilderness, dare to contradict her? Just yesterday, she had been submissive and compliant. Qin Shiyue observed Madame Wang's expression with keen insight. The original Qin Shiyue would certainly not have dared to challenge her. However, she had traversed from the 22nd century. A dual doctorate holder in both Western and traditional medicine, she was a rising star in the medical field. As the carriage gradually came to a halt, Qin Shiyue gazed outside. A stately residence stood proudly, the words Yan North Marquis Mansion emblazoned upon the plaque, exuding an imposing grandeur. Yet, the gates of the Marquis's estate were firmly shut, the guards at the entrance standing immobile, resembling statues. Are you Qin Shiyue? A man's figure materialized before the group, and the servants promptly bowed in deference. Your Highness, the third prince. Why do you not bow upon seeing this prince? Do you look down upon me? The third prince, Juni, raised an eyebrow. Qin Shiyue mused silently. So, this is the third Prince Jun-yi, the favored son of the reigning emperor, born of the empress and the younger brother of the crown prince. He was notorious throughout the capital for his debauchery. Jun-yi's gaze brimmed with derision. What of the true daughter of the Yan North Marquis? Could she possibly compare to his beloved, even in the slightest? Miss, before His Highness the third prince, you must not display your temper. Hurry and pay your respects. Madame Wang urged. As a newcomer, I have yet to encounter His Highness, and I beg for your forgiveness should I have offended in any way, Qin Shiyue replied, neither servile nor arrogant, as she grace. Fully bowed to Juni, the manner of this bow exudes a certain rustic charm, Juni scoffed. Qin Shiyue lowered her gaze, silently observing the unfolding situation. I do not conceal the purpose of my visit today. My heart can only belong to Qin Shiyue. If you can obediently seek to please me, I might consider accepting you as a favored concubine. The revelation that Qin Shiyue is not the true daughter of the Yanbei Marquis had already stirred a considerable uproar in the capital last month. Gossip has always found favor throughout the ages, and the impending union between Qin Shiyue and Jun-yi became the focal point of many curious onlookers. Jun-yi's affections for Qin Shiyue were evident to all. Treasures and renowned paintings bestowed by the palace swiftly found their way into her possession. Noticing Qin Shiyue's demeanor, Jun-yi felt a surge of irritation. If you continue with this attitude, I shall personally approach my father and mother to annul our engagement. Qin Shiyue, I am aware that you do not wish to dissolve our betrothal, so it would be wise for you to kneel and plead for my mercy. Jun-yi adopted an air of condescension. Qin Shiyue's eyes narrowed. The crowd of onlookers continued to swell, while the steward of the Marquis' residence remained absent, allowing Jun-yi to humiliate her at the entrance. Had the original owner been present, she would have likely fainted from distress. The murmurs of the crowd persisted. The eldest daughter of the Marquis' house, raised in the countryside, has surely never encountered such a spectacle. She will likely be reduced to tears, begging for mercy. Indeed, even a favored concubine of the royal household possesses a degree of dignity. If she is directly cast aside, she will find it impossible to hold her head high again. Listening to the escalating murmurs around him, Jun-yi wore a smug smile, anticipating that Qin Shiyue would soon kneel before him in supplication. "Miss, you should heed the third prince's words and kneel quickly. Even as a favored concubine, it is still preferable do not lose face," Madame Wang whispered, urging her gently. "Would you like this face I should give you?" Qin Shiyue shot back coldly. "You are so eager, why not offer yourself as a concubine to the third prince instead?" Madame Wang was rendered speechless, her expression darkening. Equally displeased was Jun-yi. "Qin Shiyue, do you think this prince is jesting with you?" Qin Shiyue performed a perfunctory curtsy. This humble girl merely believes that if the prince desires true love, he should directly petition the emperor for annulment of the engagement, rather than deliberately creating a scene at the gates of the Marquis residence to embarrass me. Jun-yi's face fluctuated between green and white with fury. "If the third prince finds it difficult to voice his intentions, then I shall draft the annulment letter and have someone deliver it to the third prince's residence." Jun-yi was momentarily taken aback, as were the onlookers, who were rendered silent for a moment. "Qin Shiyue, you retreat to advance, feigning affection towards this prince. Do you truly think I am oblivious?" At this remark, Qin Shiyue nearly burst into laughter. Thus, she chose to remain silent and discreetly distanced herself from Jun-yi. Being too close to a fool can render one foolish as well. "What?" Jun-yi found himself at a loss for words, and as he felt the piercing gazes of the crowd upon him, he angrily turned to leave. Qin Shiyue smiled knowingly, then turned and stepped over the threshold of the Marquis residence. The guard stationed at the gate halted her, saying, "The residence has already dispatched someone to convey the message. I kindly ask the young lady to wait a moment." The onlookers remained gathered, their curiosity unabated. "I have never heard of a legitimate daughter requiring a servant to announce her arrival. Is it customary for noble families to treat their own flesh and blood in such a manner? Somehow, I feel that compared to Qin Shiyue appears more like a false daughter." The murmurs grew louder. "The young lady, having just arrived, has already stirred up so much trouble. Why does old Madame Wang not offer any counsel?" A matron emerged from the gate of the Marquis mansion. Upon spotting Qin Shiyue, she wore a stern expression, exuding an air of authority with no trace of deference. Upon seeing her, old Madame Wang seemed to wilt, like a frostbitten eggplant. Qin Shiyue politely inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The matron responded with considerable arrogance, "I am Matron Zhao, responsible for the inner courtyard of the Marquis mansion. All affairs within the inner courtyard fall under my purview, and everyone respectfully refers to me as Matron Zhao." "Ah, so you are Matron Zhao," Qin Shiyue replied calmly. "But did my father send you to welcome me?" Matron Zhao scrutinized Qin Shiyue from head to toe, stating, "Before entering the residence, I must ask the young lady to clarify matters outside. The master is currently at a critical juncture and cannot afford any missteps." Qin Shiyue, with a smile that was almost mocking, posed a question, "Might I inquire, Matron Zhao, whether your earlier statement reflects my father's wishes? Then it implies that neither my father nor mother hold such intentions, and you are acting on your own accord to instruct me?" Matron Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, tacitly acknowledging the implication. Qin Shiyue coldly chuckled, "Excellent. Volume 1, Chapter 2, Eavesdropped Heartstrings." With a resounding smack, a hand struck the face of Steward Zhao. Caught off guard, Steward Zhao staggered back 2 steps, instinctively covering his stinging cheek. The guards of the Ho residence, who had previously barred entry, were momentarily stunned. Qin Shiyue cast a cold glance, halting the advance of Wang Momo. Then, as if nothing had occurred, she casually flexed her wrist, stating, "Steward Zhao has enjoyed a life of ease for too long, perhaps forgetting the distinctions of rank." This slap was intended as a reminder, yet it seems you have taken it as an invitation to overstep. Her gaze burned fiercely as it fixated on Steward Zhao. A group of deceitful and malevolent souls. In the narrative, The original character, having nearly perished from an assassination attempt, was driven by a longing for her biological parents to seek refuge in the Yanbei hour. Yes, I denke. To her dismay, upon entering the city, she was met with the humiliation from the third prince, Jun Yi. Due to her timid disposition, she fell from her carriage before the entire capital, becoming the subject of ridicule. Upon returning to the Ho residence, she faced further torment from the servants led by Zhao Momo, each striving to curry favor with the true daughter while devising ways to torment. The original character, her monthly allowance was slashed, her garments were tattered and neglected, and even her meals were unfit for livestock. The only compassionate figure in the Ho residence, her mother, was too frail to manage household affairs and ultimately succumbed to illness, leaving her to endure a harrowing marriage to the third prince, which led to her untimely demise within 6 months. Suddenly, Qin Shiyue felt someone embrace her waist. It was Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue scrutinized her. Her beauty was enchanting, and her voice was soft and delicate. "Father and mother are waiting for you at the Marquis residence. Please come inside with me, sister." Qin Shiyue exclaimed joyfully, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. "Mother has missed you dearly. Come and see her." Qin Shiyue gently linked her arm with Qin Shiyue's, playfully shaking it. Qin Shiyue lightly brushed her off and turned aside. "You are truly considerate, dear sister. What a display of authority you have." This was the first remark Qin Muyang directed at Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue looked up at Qin Muyang. His expression was grave, sitting upright with a stern demeanor in his eyes. There was no trace of paternal affection, resembling the detached demeanor of a superior addressing as subordinate, causing such a commotion outside. "And yet you do not kneel?" Qin Muyang admonished. Before Qin Shiyue could kneel, Qin Shiyue had already dropped to her knees beside her. "What are you doing? Stand up this instant. What if your knees get cold?" Qin Muyang hurriedly rose from his seat and rushed to Qin Shiyue, pulling her up. "Your father will not punish her." What an overwhelming scent of tea. Qin Shiyue coldly observed the scene of fatherly affection between the two. Whereas mother, disregarding the theatrics of the pair, Qin Shiyue inquired directly about her original mother. "Who taught you such manners?"
Qin Muyang retorted angrily.
It was precisely Qin Shiyue's incessant manipulation that led the original owner to lose her self-confidence, believing everything she did was wrong, which in turn made her increasingly timid. The more timid one becomes, the more mistakes one makes, creating a vicious cycle. The original owner's reputation for being a fool was well known throughout the capital. Qin Shiyue smiled enigmatically and said, "If we are to discuss rules, there is a matter I wish to consult my esteemed father about." Qin Muyang replied impatiently, "What is it?" "In the rules of the Yanbei Marquis, how should one address a servant who speaks impertinently and defies their superior?" With irritation, Qin Muyang responded, 30 strokes of the rod, and sent to the farms to toil. Qin Shiyue cast a significant glance at Steward Zhao, who was trailing behind. Steward Zhao clutched his cheek, momentarily taken aback. She had intended to report a grievance but found herself outmaneuvered. "Father, just now at the Marquis's entrance, Steward Zhao publicly humiliated me and claimed he could command me as if he were your and mother's superior." Steward Zhao fell to his knees, his mouth agape, repeatedly insisting, "No. Father, Steward Zhao has served the Marquis for many years. If he has truly offended my sister, he should bow and apologize." Before Qin Muyang could respond, Qin Shiyue interjected to plead for leniency. "Steward Zhao, why do you not quickly apologize to my sister?" Qin Shiyue regarded the defiant Steward Zhao, who refused to admit his fault, and remarked, "I see now it appears that Steward Zhao can leverage his seniority within the Marquis to impose his will upon his superiors and can merely apologize to absolve himself." With a smile that held a hint of irony, Qin Shiyue concluded, "Father, your words are too severe. I certainly do not mind." As Zhao Guanshi exhaled a sigh of relief, Qin Shiyue continued, "However, just now, at the entrance of the Marquis's residence, so many commoners witnessed the scene. If word spreads, it may be said that our Marquis's estate is lacking in discipline." She then turned her gaze towards Qin Muyang and said slowly, "This could tarnish our father's authority and the reputation of the Marquis's household." The phrase, authority and reputation, struck a chord deep within Qin Muyang, leaving him with no choice but to take action. "What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you following the young lady's orders?" With the Marquis's command, the servants dared not delay. dragging the wailing Zhao Guanshi out to carry out the orders. Qin Yu clenched her fists, and Qin Muyang's expression was equally grim. The atmosphere in the main hall became stifling as the servants strained to hear the sounds of Zhao Mama being punished outside. After a moment, the bloodied figure of Zhao Mama was dragged away by the attendants. At that moment, a cough emerged from within. The original mistress, Qin Shiyue, appeared, dragging her ailing body over. Qin Shiyue instinctively cast a glance. She was frail and pale. "Mother, may you be well," Qin Shiyue respectfully bowed. Qin Shiyue chuckled lightly, about to speak. Yet, a voice echoed in her ears. "Stop pretending you clearly wish for your mother to pass away sooner, so you can make concessions to your pampered concubine. Aren't you just putting on an act of deep affection? How nauseating." Qin Shiyue's heart jolted. In astonishment, she looked around, but no one spoke. What was the source of this voice? "The illness of your mother is a consequence of the spices you added to her medicinal herbs. My being lost is also a deliberate act on your part, selling your own daughter to the countryside, a deed that even a beast would not commit." Qin Shiyue. This time, she carefully discerned, her gaze wandering among the three before finally settling on Qin Shiyue, who had her head bowed, idly toying with her fingertips. Is that the voice of a daughter? A barrage of information collided within her heart, catching her off guard. Yet, how could this be possible? Qin Lang has been so devoted ever since marrying her. He has not taken a concubine, and who in the city does not envy the bond she shares with Qin Lang? How could there be an extramarital affair? Her mind was flooded with confusion, yearning to inquire but finding herself at a loss. Medicinal herbs. Yes, she would send someone to investigate the medicine she had consumed to ascertain the truth of her daughter's claims. Volume 1, Chapter 3. The enlightenment of a love-obsessed mother. Qin Shiyue steadied her mind. Though my husband is concerned, today marks the first day of our daughter's return to her roots. As her mother, how can I possibly be absent? For the past decade, we have wronged Ashur. The lady speaks truthfully. I have been overly anxious for my husband. Qin Muyang remarked, "Given your mother's plea on your behalf, I shall not hold today's events against you. Should you dare to show such disrespect again, severe consequences will ensue." Qin Shiyue cast a languid glance at him, disregarding his words. This attitude further incensed Qin Muyang. With his wife present, he restrained his fury. Very well. Before Qin Shiyue adopted a gentle demeanor. Qin Yu wished to accompany them, and as Qin was about to consent, Qin Shiyue's thoughts followed closely. She fears that my mother may be too kind to me. Qin glanced at Qin Shiyue. It is said that the concubine is the true love of my unworthy father, who even raises the daughter born of another woman under the mistress's name. A daughter of a concubine with another man?
Are you?
Qin Shiyue's expression turned inscrutable, her lips pressed tightly together. The revelations were too shocking. My mother will likely never realize her Qin Lang's infidelity, a truly pitiable soul. If she were not so infatuated with love, how could she be so easily manipulated by the Marquis of Yanbei? Qin Shiyue distinctly sensed the disdainful gaze her daughter cast upon her. Filled with the frustration of unmet expectations, she and Qin Muyang had grown up together, wed by the late emperor's decree, and had shared a loving marriage for many years. Yet, they had never perceived any abnormalities in one another. Qin's health was frail, and she resided in the secondary courtyard, fearing the illness might be transmitted to Qin Muyang. Despite Qin Muyang's repeated assurances that he did not mind, she remained resolute. Qin Muyang chose to accompany her to the secondary courtyard. This circumstance sparked envy throughout the city regarding Qin Muyang's affection for Qin. "Mother?" Qin Yu gently called out to Qin. "You need not accompany us. I wish to share some intimate words with Ashur, and your presence may not be suitable." Influenced by Qin Shiyue's sentiments, Qin Shiyue adopted a cool demeanor. Could she have genuinely rejected the false daughter? Has she awakened to reality? In the narrative, Qin Shiyue is kind to Qin Shiyue, yet she also harbored fondness for Qin Yu, having nurtured her since childhood. Thus, Qin Shiyue would instinctively favor Qin Yu. Qin Shiyue followed Qin out of the main hall and into the secondary courtyard. My scoundrel father truly has it tough, entertaining his mistress in the afternoon and his legitimate wife at night, all without detection for so many years. What a master of time management. A faint scent of incense wafted into her nostrils. Musk. No wonder Shin has not borne any offspring all these years aside from me. With a flick of her finger, Qin Shiyue sent a pill into the incense burner, neutralizing the musk. Shun Ruyu's eyes widened in shock, and she staggered, fortunately supported by a maid beside her. Madam, what troubles you? Your hands are so cold, the maid expressed concern. Qin Shiyue also glanced at Shin. No, nothing is wrong. Perhaps it is not true. Someone had indeed tampered with her medicine, adding excessive hualu. While a small amount could be warming, an overdose could be fatal. Qiu Shuang lamented. Had it not been for the madam's command to thoroughly inspect the medicine, I would have remained oblivious to its anomaly. As the autumn frost enveloped her in a clammy sweat, she pondered the lethal accumulation of the herbal concoction known as hualu. Who, if not he, could wish her harm? He had sworn never to take a concubine. Burdened by her frail constitution, she had long harbored guilt towards Qin Muyang. Should he truly desire to take a concubine, she would not stand in his way. Why then must he torment her so?
Now,
He had taken a mistress, and even brought her child to be cherished as a precious jewel. My mother appears commendable, yet alas, she has but 6 months to live. A weight settled heavily in Shan Ruyu's heart. After your demise, your brothers perished valiantly on the battlefield, and the elder Shin, consumed by rage, succumbed to a fit, his blood staining the ground. While casualties in war are a common occurrence, the losses among the Shin family were anything but ordinary. Designed by others, their deaths were tragic, and the root of it all lay within your infatuation. The weight of despair gradually enveloped Shin. The ultimate fate of the Shin family was inexplicably tied to Qin Muyang. How foolish she had been to cherish thoughts of him, only to be met with betrayal. Overwhelmed by the sorrow of her family's demise, she felt a profound grief. Yet, as she distanced herself from her emotions, a resolute expression overtook her visage. Fortunately, she had heard Ashur's heartfelt voice. She still had time to effect change. This time, she would ensure that the Shun residence would not repeat its tragic history. The most pressing concern now was her own health. 6 months. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her wrist as Qin Shiyue's fingers brushed against her skin. Though the toxins are intricate, it is not an incurable ailment. Can her illness be treated? Ancient medicinal texts have alluded to remedies for such toxins. Sure. You shall accompany your mother to the other courtyard tonight. Shin spoke gently, caressing Qin Shiyue. My dear, there are countless inquiries I long to make of you. Very well, Qin Shiyue acquiesced. The tender tones of Shun's voice curled around her ears, while Qin Shiyue occasionally responded perfunctorily, her consciousness enveloped in a different realm. This realm was her modern medical laboratory, which had inexplicably transported her to this place. A silver needle materialized silently in Qin Shiyue's hand, seizing the moment when Shun was distracted. She pricked the tip of Shun's finger to extract a droplet of blood, which vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Hiss. Shin, weakened in constitution, was particularly sensitive to pain. What happened? Qin Shiyue maintained an expression of indifference. Something just pricked me. Shun Ruyue furrowed her brow, lowering her gaze to examine her finger. All 5 digits appeared smooth and unblemished. Perhaps her mother had misperceived it. Given her intellect, she is unlikely to harbor any suspicions. Perhaps so, Shun Ruyue replied, a hint of disappointment coloring her tone. Rubbing the small puncture on her index finger, she sighed, Are you hungry? Qin Shiyue nodded. After partaking of lunch, Shun Ruyue continued to guide Qin Shiyue through the garden for quite some time, and Qin Shiyue did not resist. Today, her daughter had encountered the 3rd prince outside the estate, where he had humiliated her by suggesting she become a concubine, threatening to annul their engagement otherwise. Outside the estate? Shun Ruyue was taken aback. Why was there no announcement from the servants? With a wretched father and a counterfeit daughter around, how could my foolish mother be privy to any news? Shun was momentarily stunned. It appeared that if she did not take action soon, her daughter might indeed label her as a fool. Shun Ruyue, filled with indignation, exclaimed, This marriage was arranged by the emperor and empress. How can we allow the 3rd prince to treat Ashur with such disdain? As the words fell, her gaze settled upon Qiu Shuang. Lowering her head, Qiu Shuang reassured, Rest assured, my lady, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly myself. Since learning of her master's prolonged exposure to drugging, Xiao Shuang felt a deep discomfort within her heart. Now, even the affairs of the eldest young lady are being concealed? I have abstained from family matters for too long, and those people seem to have lost all sense of who the true master is. Volume 1, Chapter 4. Are we to consume such an abundance of medicine as if it were sustenance? Once the arrangements were made by Madame Qin Shiyue added, I appreciate your concern, mother. Given the humiliation I have suffered at the hands of the third prince, it is only natural that the engagement must be annulled. However, it is our Qin family that ought not to lose face. If what Ah Shi has said holds true, and our Qin family meets such a dismal fate in the past, how could Ah Shi's outcome possibly be favorable? I have wronged Ah Shi, immersing myself in the warmth of Qin Lang and neglecting my daughter. Reflecting on this, she gently caressed Qin Shiye's soft hair, murmuring, our Ah Shi's safety and well-being is far more valuable than anything else. The warmth from her hair sent Qin Shiyue into a moment of pause. Raising her eyes, she inadvertently met Madame Qin's gaze, which was fraught with complex emotions of guilt. The gentle caress repeated several times, and even knowing that Madame Qin's sentiments were directed towards the original owner rather than herself, Qin Shiyue was momentarily entranced. In her previous life, she had suffered from the misfortunes of her biological family, receiving not a shred of familial affection. Her parents, who favored sons over daughters, only cared for her when she achieved success and garnered rewards, persistently demanding financial support. Even the name Qin Shiyue had been chosen haphazardly. In the hope of swiftly acquiring the necessary herbs for the antidote, my mother's health might soon improve. Although these herbs are rare, historical texts suggest that they may be found in the capital. Should there be any shortfall, a simple notification would suffice for my mother to arrange for it. Tears welled in Shun Ryu's eyes. Qin Shiyue shook her head, expressing that she merely wished to stroll through the streets and familiarize herself with the city. Mother shall accompany you, she said. Dongji, take good care of the young lady. Shun Ryu summoned her maid, introducing her. This is Dongji,
who is faithfully served by my side.
She is quick-witted and adept. From now on, she shall be your personal maid. Servant Dongji, I wish you well, young lady. Dongji said, bowing respectfully. Qin Shiyue nodded in acknowledgement. Shun Ryu gazed at her daughter's retreating figure, sighing deeply after a moment. Is she upset with me? She shook her head, lamenting, it is my fault as a mother that my daughter has suffered. Seated, Shun Ryu held her teacup, yet she found herself unable to take a sip. It is no wonder the child feels distant. Had it not been for her foolishness, the Qin family would not have faced such a downfall, and the child would not have spent years in the countryside. A thought echoed in her mind. Did Madame notice my blush? Shun Ryu was momentarily taken aback. Madam, it is time for your medicine, announced the head cook, old He, as he brought in the freshly brewed herbal concoction. The atmosphere thickened instantly, steam rising in a hazy swirl as the unpleasant scent of the medicine permeated the air. Shun Ryu felt a wave of nausea, dismissing old He and casually pouring the medicine into a jar. As the hour of the rat approached, Qin Shiyue changed into casual attire, preparing to venture out with Dongji. Sister, are you going out? The irritating voice of her younger sister echoed in her ears. I fear I might not care for you adequately. Should you happen to stumble or fall, who would bear the responsibility? After stating this, Qin Shiyue strode out the door with Dongji, leaving Qin Yue standing awkwardly in the courtyard, feeling wronged. Frost's descent, you must not speak to sister in such a manner. I, your servant, feel aggrieved on your behalf. Once outside, Qin Shiyue made her way directly to the He Xian Apothecary, the largest pharmacy in the capital, where a myriad of medicinal herbs could be found. The pharmacy was spacious and bright, filled with the pungent scent of herbs. Do you not have it? Master Ma nodded regretfully, miss. You are too late. A young gentleman purchased all of it merely a quarter of an hour ago. What about Frosty's Snow Immortal Herb? Qin Shiyue inquired. Utilizing Frosty Snow Immortal Herb in medicinal cuisine could alleviate the toxins within my mother. Master Ma continued to shake his head, offering a forced smile. We do not carry that herb here. Qin Shiyue fell into contemplation. You might try Mingjin Apothecary in the southern part of the city. They have a greater variety of detoxifying herbs. Grateful, Qin Shiyue thanked him and departed. The eldest miss is devoted to the madam. The madam will surely be pleased. Dongji, moved by this sentiment, pointed the way, Walk 2 miles north from the southern city, and you will find Mingjin Apothecary. Before long, the pair arrived at Mingjin Apothecary in the southern part of the city. Fortunately, this establishment had not yet suffered from the aforementioned gentleman's plunder. My apologies, miss, but the medicinal herbs you requested are no longer available. No longer available? Qin Shiyue gestured towards the bustling attendant nearby. What is he packing then? At a glance, Qin Shiyue recognized that the attendant was preparing the frost snow immortal herb, which had already been reserved. Clenching her fists, she inquired, "Is it that gentleman again? Was a deposit made?" The shopkeeper shook his head, indicating that no such transaction had occurred. "In that case, it should rightfully be sold to me, for first come, first served." The shopkeeper seemed unable to refute her logic, yet sensed something amiss. "Miss this. I have a critically ill patient at home who urgently requires this medicine. I implore you to consider my plight." Upon finishing her plea, Qin Shiyue offered the stipulated amount of silver. Well, very well. Just as the shopkeeper reached out to accept, a silver ingot was forcefully placed before him. What manner of conduct is this? To promise it to me, yet sell it to another prematurely. Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to a spring brook, imparting a refreshing coolness to the sultry afternoon. She stood tall and graceful, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, her features strikingly handsome, and her gaze as clear and profound as a tranquil pool. Adorned in a deep blue satin robe embroidered with auspicious cloud patterns, her figure was perfectly accentuated, radiating an innate sense of nobility. This young gentleman had monopolized all the apothecaries in town. He surely did not lack for this particular herb. Yet I have a patient at home in desperate need of treatment and detoxification. I beseech you, kind sir, to show leniency. A flicker of indignation crossed the gentleman's eyes as he replied, "Reservations take precedence. I hope you will act with discretion, Mississippi." The moon of Qin and its theory, a deposit is regarded as a reservation. Since the young master has not made a payment, it shall not be counted. Though young, with a temper not to be trifled with, it is a pity to waste such a handsome face. What sound is that? The man's gaze sharpened, scanning the surroundings, yet no one uttered a word. Is all this medicine meant to be consumed as a meal? The voice incessantly echoed in his ears, ultimately leading his gaze to settle upon Qin Shiyue. With a look of confusion, he scrutinized her from head to toe. Can I truly hear this woman's thoughts? At that moment, a pile of unarranged herbs shifted, toppling over unexpectedly. Caught off guard, Qin Shiyue slipped on the scattered herbs and, in a moment of uncontrol, collided into the man, causing them both to stagger backward. Volume 1, Chapter 5. Do you wish to throw yourself into my embrace? The man, quick of hand and eye, deftly grasped Qin Shiyue's waist and gently pushed her forward before they could fall. They steadied themselves against the counter, and in that inadvertent moment, Qin Shiyue felt the man's pulse, her brow furrowing instantly. The pulse was rapid and erratic, heavy yet shallow, its rhythm sluggish, accompanied by a faintly chilling breath and a subtle bitter taste. Within him, at least 2 types of toxins were intertwined, having seeped in for quite some time. No wonder he required such a plethora of antidotes. However, the remedies he had procured would have a negligible effect on the toxins within him. A different approach would be necessary. Qin Shiyue's gaze lingered on the man. He is Panstian Yunqi. The young lady, aware of her impropriety, intends to use the method of throwing herself into my embrace to obtain medicine for me? Jun Qia's icy voice pierced the air. Preposterous. Jun Qia growled, prompting his attendant, Xia Ying, to hold her breath in anticipation. According to the usual pattern, a life would soon be extinguished, as it was said that his temper was notoriously foul. Yunqi. Qin Shiyue, unwavering and composed, remarked, "Young master, your pulse is irregular. It is entangled with multiple toxins. Currently, I have discerned 2 types, the 100-flower poison, which primarily targets the heart and lungs, and the purple leaf poison, which is frigid in nature, attacking the meridians." Jun Qia's brow furrowed in concern. "And what does that imply?" "It implies," she continued, "that this frost snow immortal herb is nearly ineffective against you." In an instant, she had detected the toxins within him and accurately assessed their nature. A rare feat indeed. Jun Qia's gaze deepened. Ultimately, this is still about the frost snow immortal herb. Qin Shiyue met his eyes directly. I seek only your well-being. Though the poison within you is perilous, it is not beyond remedy. Should you relinquish the frost snow immortal herb, I am willing to concoct an antidote for you. As her words hung in the air, Qin Shiyue found herself cornered against the wall by Qin Shiyue. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? His threatening glare pierced through her. What sort of person are you? Unable to comprehend reason, intent on courting death? Qin Shiyue scrutinized her for a protracted moment. On what grounds should I trust you? You will inevitably be tormented by the poison. Perhaps it is wiser to gamble on a dying horse, as if it were alive. At this proclamation, Xie Ying was left agape, silently calculating where she might lay the lady to rest. What eloquent words! By the heavens! Is this man impervious to reason? Qin Shiyue's frown deepened further. If you are willing, we may agree to meet at the Mingxian apothecary to test my medical skills. Qin Shiyue sneered. You would do well to remember your promise. With that, he left behind the frost snow immortal herb and turned to depart. As Qin Shiyue mounted his horse, Xie Ying followed closely behind. Your Highness, do you truly trust her? Initially intending to rest his eyes, Qin Shiyue suddenly opened them upon hearing Xie Ying's question. Something was amiss. How could he have fallen for her ruse? She was clearly a woman of duplicity. With this thought, he opened the carriage window and saw her already departing in her carriage. Infuriating. Your Highness? Xie Ying tentatively called out. In 2 days, I must uncover the truth about this woman. Xie Ying acquiesced, silently vowing, Do not worry, young lady. I shall burn joss paper for you every Qingming festival. As dusk fell, the crimson rays of the setting sun enveloped the Marquis' residence. Miss, we have arrived. Dong Zhi's voice echoed in her ears, rousing Qin Shiyue from her brief slumber. In her dreams, she had been haunted by Qin Shiyue's threatening gaze. Upon disembarking the carriage, she instinctively glanced back. Dong Zhi chuckled softly. Do not worry, miss. No one is pursuing us. Having her thoughts laid bare, Qin Shiyue quickly retorted, Am I worried? Do not indulge in foolish speculation. Indeed, you are absolutely right, miss. Dong Zhi nodded earnestly, then lowered her gaze, miss. That person's demeanor moments ago was indeed quite intimidating. Qin Shiyue gently patted her hand. This matter must remain secret from mother for now.
Why?
Dong Zhi inquired, puzzled. Prohibition is prohibition. Should there be any disclosure, I shall inform my mother that you have wronged me, and I will deduct 2 months' wages from you. Miss, please spare me. I assure you, I shall not utter a word. Upon returning to her chamber, Qin Shiyue immersed herself in her spatial laboratory, diligently researching the restorative elixirs necessary for regulating Shen Riyu's health. Both the antidote targeting the toxins within Shen Riyu and the frost snow celestial herb were indispensable. Brewing it into a soup for her consumption not only promised to expel the toxins from her body, but also replenish her vitality. After dinner, Shen Ryu paused slightly as she regarded the restorative soup her daughter presented. Mother, I possess a modest understanding of pharmacology, and I have specially prepared this tonic soup to aid in your recovery. Shen Ryu was momentarily taken aback. Qin Shiyue continued, Since that particular remedy is no longer viable, we shall employ an alternative. In due time, you shall be restored to health. Shen Ryu smiled gently, lifting the bowl and drinking it in one go. Upon finishing the potion, she felt her entire being become unencumbered. With my support, I guarantee your recovery and longevity. Shen Ryu smiled softly, caressing her daughter's hair. You have gone through much trouble for me. With me around, I shall ensure you endure not a shred of injustice. Qin Shiyue lowered her gaze. How wonderful it is to feel the love of a mother. Her words only deepened Shen Ryu's affection. Shen Ryu nodded with a smile. Qiu Shuang, please select some capable individuals to attend to the young lady's daily needs. Qin Shiyue nodded in agreement. Mother, you should also retire early. Old Madame Su, a devoted servant accompanying Shen Ryu, reported, Madam, I have attended to your instructions. Shen Ryu tightened her grip on the teacup. What is the situation? The master departed around the end of the Shen hour, heading towards the separate courtyard. There are servants in the separate courtyard as well. Yet whenever Qin Muyang visits her, no news ever emerges. Shen Ryu's expression shifted slightly. Tomorrow morning, when it is time for the medicine, let us execute our plan as discussed.
Su mama nodded in affirmation.
Rest assured, madam. Volume 1, Chapter 6. Someone has poisoned mother. Behind them were three individuals, each carrying a box, creating quite a commotion, causing numerous maids and attendants to peek into the courtyard. Qin Yue also arrived, inquiring, Sister Qiushuang, what are these? Before Qin Shiyue could respond, Qin Yue exclaimed, Isn't this hairpin a gift from the Empress Mother to our mother? And this pair of jade bracelets? Weren't they heirlooms bestowed upon mother by grandmother? A mix of panic and jealousy flickered across Qin Yue's face. She had previously asked her mother for these items, only to be brushed off. Qiushuang nodded. Madam has said that these items are of no use to her now. She would rather bestow them upon the eldest young lady. She then introduced the individuals behind her to Qin Shiyue. Esteemed young lady, this is Xiaoman. Upon being addressed, Xiaoman stepped forward and bowed to Qin Shiyue. I am Xiaoman. Pleased to meet you, esteemed young lady. These two, Shen Li and Xin Qi, are the sons of the Shen family, sent to serve madam by the old matriarch of the Shen residence 2 years ago. They're soldiers who sustained injuries and have remained in the manor. Your subordinate, Shen Li Xin Qi, greets the young lady. The two knelt partially, hands presented in a gesture of respect. Rise. There is no need for excessive formalities. Qin Shiyue waved her hand, signaling them to rise. These individuals, as depicted in literature, were indeed loyal and devoted. The four of them entered the room and began to tidy up. Qiushuang smiled and bowed slightly to Qin Shiyue, suggesting, Miss, you should rest early. Very well. Qin Shiyue replied. Qiushuang departed with the others, treating Qin Yue as though she were invisible throughout, apart from the initial acknowledgement. Are you not leaving? The sky darkened, and the flickering candlelight within the room created an ethereal glow, casting Qin Yue in an awkward light. Sister, are you not intending to stay here? Qin Shiyue regarded the faux daughter still standing in place, her gaze indifferent. Dear sister. Qin Yue stammered, I merely wish to express that in the past, this household was solitary, devoid of siblings to share casual conversations, and it was rather lonely. Now that you have arrived, it brings a sense of liveliness. And I am delighted, hoping only to converse with you. Qin Shiyue retorted curtly, Yet, I am weary at present. Is there anything you lack here? I shall arrange it forthwith, ensuring you are not inconvenienced, Qin Yue offered, attempting to appease. Qin Shiyue's gaze darkened. What do you mean? Are you asserting your position in this household? What I lack will be determined by my mother, so there is no need for you to concern yourself. One of Qin Yue's fists clenched tightly behind her back. She resolved, Then I shall not disturb your rest any longer. After a moment of awkward standing, she offered a few perfunctory words before departing with her maid, Shuangjiang. Even from her silhouette, her current mood was evident, gloomy and envious. My dear lady, despite your efforts to please, it seems the young mistress remains indifferent. Why persist in seeking her disdain? Let us not speak frivolously. After all, my sister has endured hardships for many years, and it is my duty to care for her. My own grievances are inconsequential, as long as she enjoys a better life ahead. Having tidied up, Qin Shiyue languidly reclined on her bed. Upon closing her eyes, the visage of Jun Qie materialized before her. Had it not been for their serendipitous encounter that afternoon, her perception of Jun Qie would have been confined to 2 words from the texts, War God. At merely 24 years of age, he had triumphed in over 30 battles, earning the adulation of the capital as a youthful general. Alas, 3 years prior, during the conflict with the Wu Kingdom, he had been afflicted by a peculiar poison, leaving his temperament altered. Otherwise, he would have been a father to several children by now. Meanwhile, within the prince's residence, Jun Qie, immersed in the warm waters of the hot spring, suddenly opened his eyes. Had he just heard someone speaking of him? Was it a mere figment of his imagination? He swiftly rose, water splashing everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Xiang, have you uncovered what I instructed you to investigate? Clad hastily, Jun Qie exited, catching Xiang off guard. Who is it? Only upon meeting the prince's irate gaze did he realize. Are you referring to the lady encountered at Mingjin Apothecary this afternoon? I am still investigating. I expect to have results by tomorrow. Jun Qie scoffed. Such trivial matters, and yet you dawdle. With that remark, he turned and departed, leaving Xiang to grapple with his own confusion. Finally, Xiang was free to express his thoughts. This afternoon, the prince was playfully toyed with by a lady, The curious guards gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding tale. As dawn broke, the sky revealed a pale hue reminiscent of fish's belly. Qin Shiyue rose early, donning a flowing dress of water green, her hair styled in a single spiral bun, adorned with a delicate emerald hairpin gifted by her mother the day before. After completing her preparations, she proceeded to the main hall to pay her respects to her parents, followed by breakfast. However, the family of four was notably missing Qin Shiyue. At this moment, her younger sister was absent, yet as the elder sister, she felt no inclination to check on her. Just as Qin Shiyue settled down, she heard the displeased voice of Qin Muyang. "You wretched girl." Upon hearing Shen Riyu's words, Qin Muyang was momentarily taken aback. Ryu had always been obedient, so why was she now contradicting him? "Father, mother, sister, good morning." Qin Yue entered accompanied by Shuangjiang. Yet, her voice was somewhat soft, and her eyes were red, as if she had been weeping.
Qin Muyang,
Feeling a pang of concern, beckoned her to sit beside him. "What troubles you, my dear Yue? Are you unwell?" At that moment, Qin Shiyue, mid-sip of her porridge, nearly choked. "Since the emperor has bestowed a marriage between you and the third prince, I, as your father, have no objections. However, this matter must not come at the expense of your sister." Qin Shiyue quietly observed as Qin Muyang delivered his speech. "You should proactively express that, having grown up in the countryside and lacking proper decorum, you are unworthy of being the principal wife of a prince. Thus, you willingly lower your status to become the third prince's concubine, allowing the position of principal wife to be bestowed upon your sister. Would that not be unfair to my sister?" Qin Yue feigned difficulty. "To have sisters married to the same household allows us to care for one another. How could that be unjust? Have you finished?" Before Shen Ryu could respond, Qin Shiyue abruptly interrupted, laying down her chopsticks. "Sister, there is no need for you to force yourself." Qin Shiyue cast a faint smile at the pretentious Qin Yue. "I am not forcing myself. I am indifferent to the third prince. Rest assured, I shall request an annulment of the engagement. No one is contesting with you." Qin Yue was left speechless, and Qin Muyang turned pale. In a single utterance, Qin Yue's grievance had become a farce. A waft of medicinal aroma floated in. As per usual, old he from the kitchen brought the medicinal soup that Shen Ryu was to take. Shen Ryu exchanged a knowing glance with Qiushuang. Qiushuang understood and deliberately brushed past old he's side, lightly nudging him. Old he stumbled, causing the bowl of medicine to crash to the ground, shattering into pieces, with the liquid spilling profusely. Almost immediately, white smoke began to rise. "The medicine is poisoned," Qiushuang exclaimed. Shen Ryu feigned panic, rising and staggering a few steps. Qin Shiyue swiftly stood up to assist her. "Father, someone has poisoned the medicine mother was about to drink." Volume 1. Chapter 7. Unmasking the poisoner, Qin Muyang sprang to his feet, his countenance darkening. A cold laugh echoed within Qin Shiyue. His expression is so grim. Is he irked that his scheme was unveiled so swiftly? Old he fell to his knees with a thud, his gaze instinctively darting to Qin Muyang before quickly averting it. Qin Yue rose and hid behind Qin Muyang. Qin Shiyue cleared her throat. Could it be that old he was instigated by someone to harm the mistress? Old he trembled all over, bewildered. He could not comprehend how. After daily following the master's instructions to use only a small amount of medicine, today his actions were so exposed. To address the current situation, we must first search old He's room and investigate those who have been working with him. Qin Muyang cast a disbelieving glance at Qin Shiyue. "My health has been poor, and I have long neglected the inner residence. I never anticipated such a predicament would arise." Shen Ryu looked at Qin Muyang, her eyes brimming with tears. "My lord, someone is eager for my demise." Qin Shiyue shifted her consciousness into the space, retrieving the mist silver needle and directing it towards old he. The mist silver needle compels the truth to emerge, but only when the suspect is exposed and under duress. Moments later, old he fell into its trap and confessed, "It was I who poisoned the lady, but it was also for the sake of avenging my daughter, He Hua. My poor daughter, unrequited in love, met a sorrowful end." "You have some audacity. All these years, we have harbored a viper within the Ho residence." Qin Muyang clearly did not wish for old he to continue. "Seize him, silence his mouth, and take him away." Old He attempted to utter more, but was swiftly silenced, only able to produce muffled sounds. At that moment, a servant searching Old He's room reported that they had discovered an unused poison within. Shun Ryu staggered back a couple of steps. Qin Shiyue promptly supported her. "Mother, be cautious." With that, she signaled for Qin Yu to assist. Qin Shiyue interposed. "Sister, there is no need for concern. I shall accompany our mother." Qin Yu suppressed a breath of frustration within her. As Qin Shiyue walked 2 steps, supporting Shin Ryu, she paused and bowed slightly to Qin Muyang. If father wishes for mother to find peace, he should resolve this matter promptly. If handled with carelessness, it may be difficult to explain to grandfather. Upon hearing this, Qin Muyang was filled with indignation, gazing at the retreating figure of his eldest daughter, utterly perplexed. Had she truly grown up in the countryside? After returning to the inner courtyard, Qin Shiyue ignited the stove in the small kitchen, preparing a meal for Shin Ryu. She ladled a bowl of chicken porridge and presented it, saying, "Mother, do taste my culinary skills." Shin Ryu ate with delight, her eyes brimming with emotion. Qin Shiyue observed silently, reflecting. Is a mere bowl of porridge enough to evoke such feelings? No wonder she was deceived by that scoundrel father. However, she thought at last, she seems awakened and ready to retaliate. Shin Ryu scrutinized her daughter, recalling how she had deliberately added an excessive amount of spiritual elixir to today's medicinal soup to expose Old He. Had her daughter already discerned the ruse? At that moment, Mama Sue entered to report, "Madam, Mississippi Old He, the mastermind behind it all, has been sentenced to death by the master. The other implicated individuals have also been punished and sent to toil on the farm." "And what of the motive?" Qin Shiyue inquired calmly. Years ago, Old He's daughter, He Hua, was infatuated with the master, yearning to marry into the Marquis' household, but to no avail. Her heart eventually turned to ash, and she perished in despair. Moreover, it is said that He Hua bore the scoundrel's child, resulting in a tragic demise for both. How pitiful! That scoundrel father, ever the philanderer, while maintaining a facade of deep affection, is truly repugnant. Had it not been for the unscrupulous father using the allure of entering the Qin family ancestral hall as bait, it is unlikely that Old He would have dared to poison in the Marquis' residence. Granny Sue nodded in agreement. Qin Muyang arrived, his face adorned with a feigned smile, putting on an act. "I apologize for alarming the lady today. Those vile servants have been dealt with." Shun Ryu composed herself and sighed softly. "It is well that they have been dealt with. It is getting late. And I must take our leave to pay our respects to the General of the State." The General of the State refers to her maternal grandfather, General Shun. Qin Muyang wished to accompany them but was rebuffed by Shun Ryu. "My husband is occupied with official duties. It would not be appropriate for me to cause a delay." Qin Muyang was momentarily taken aback. "Then allow a Yao to accompany you." At that moment, Qin Yu had just reached the doorway and overheard his words. Since childhood, her mother had always taken her along wherever she went. Now, for her sister, the attitude had shifted. Why should it be so? Shin Ryu remained silent for a long while. "My husband, I have one more matter to discuss, and I hope you will grant my request." "Please, my lady, speak." The incident had occurred abruptly, and the courtyard was now deserted. Finding a midwife to hire help at this juncture would be hasty. It would be better to mobilize personnel from my father's side. This way, I can be at ease while the task is underway. Qin Muyang grit his teeth in agreement, his fists clenched tightly behind his back. Half an hour later, Qin Shiyue assisted Shin Ryu into the carriage, with close attendants flanking them on either side. The carriage slowly set off, gradually disappearing from view. Qin Yu could only stand at the entrance, watching helplessly. "Do not speak carelessly, no matter what. Father will ensure your safety." Qin Yue suppressed her emotions, wrapping her arms around Qin Muyang's. "Father, I wish to remain by your side forever." In the carriage, Qin Shiyue observed the tender scene at the gates of the Marquis' residence, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. An own daughter treated like wild grass, yet an illegitimate child cherished like a treasure. How foolish! Shin Ryu, watching her daughter, could only smile helplessly. Outside, another carriage approached steadily from a distance, which she paid little heed to. "I have heard that my grandfather has a rather formidable temper. I hope he won't make things difficult for me when we meet." The carriage passed by, stirring a cool breeze. Volume 1, Chapter 8. Have I forgotten something? Qin Shiyue sat in the carriage, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a thought pierced his mind, catching him off guard. He swiftly opened his eyes and glanced out of the window. A carriage was moving away from him, heading in the opposite direction. Is it her? Qin Shiyue discreetly closed the window, lost in contemplation. As early summer neared its end, the sun shone brightly, casting a golden glow over the palace walls. A group of old men. Upon reaching the imperial study, Qin Shiyue overheard an irate voice erupting from within. A loud crash followed, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The palace attendants at the entrance held their breath, trembling in fear. Qin Shiyue maintained a calm demeanor, nonchalantly twirling the ring on his thumb. Your Highness, you have finally arrived, the Grand Counselor Hisheng said, hurrying to greet him. His respectful gaze revealing a hint of relief akin to that of a man encountering a savior. This. Hisheng appeared somewhat distressed. Qin Shiyue cast a fleeting glance at him before stepping into the imperial study. An oppressive and tense atmosphere enveloped the room. Anger harms the body. My royal brother. Take care of your health. Qin Shiyue picked up the document from the ground and gestured for the attending palace servants to withdraw. The servants, as if granted a reprieve, departed with lightened steps. The Emperor of Beizhou, Qin Shiyue, elder brother of Qin Shiyue, was in his 40s. Clad in ceremonial robes adorned with dragon embroidery, he stood tall, his gaze inscrutable. However, his expression was rather grim. Yet, upon catching sight of Qin Shiyue, his countenance instantly shifted from gloom to brightness, though this change was fleeting. As he quickly resumed a stern demeanor. I did not summon you here alone. You must have forgotten the way to the imperial study, he remarked.
Yunqi,
with an enigmatic expression, replied, I am merely concerned about delaying your important matters, your majesty. The Emperor of Beizhou, amused by his brother's pretense, laughed. Are you still trying to play this charade with me? He then summoned Hisheng, instructing him to prepare all the freshly presented Qingqing tea buds from Jiangnan and deliver them to the prince's residence. Following this, he sat opposite Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue smirked. Have you calmed down, royal brother? That rebellious son Jun Yi is determined to exasperate me. He refuses to be content until he drives me to my wit's end. Having arranged a marriage for him that he utterly despises. With a slight smile, Qin Shiyue inquired, Are you referring to the engagement with the true-born daughter of the Yanbei Marquis, Qin Shiyue? After Hisheng finished packaging the tea, he brought forth refreshments. The third prince had feelings for the second daughter of the Yanbei Marquis, and they had already discussed marriage. Thus, a sudden change in arrangements would naturally be difficult for him to accept. Why should the royal brother force the matter? This ungrateful wretch is one matter, but the old curmudgeons of the censorate are another. The Emperor of Northern Zhou raised his head and gazed at him for a long moment. He speaks eloquently of others' matrimonial affairs, yet falls silent when it comes to his own. Qin Shiyue's eyes froze. Among us brothers, some have already welcomed grandchildren, contentedly indulging in their company, even the youngest. My 11th brother was married last year. And then there is you at 24, with not even a hint of a prospect. You consistently refuse arranged marriages, citing celestial omens as your excuse. As the emperor spoke, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Qin Shiyue. Do you intend to live out your days in solitude? With the lives of my brothers being so fleeting, what hope is there for a long life? Hisheng stood nearby, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. Were these words meant for him to hear? You. The Emperor of Northern Zhou was rendered speechless by this remark. Indeed, the poison within Qin Shiyue was his most pressing concern, one that even the Imperial Medical Office could not resolve. Eventually, Qin Shiyue ceased troubling the Imperial Medical Office and instead sought antidotes among the common folk. He did not wish to dwell on the day when the poison would claim his life. If it were not for the late emperor. The late emperor had his own considerations. Qin Shiyue interrupted before he could finish. Perhaps it is simply that the younger generation is destined for brevity of life. What nonsense. Refusing to abandon the notion of a short life? A dead horse is treated as a living one. Qin Shiyue was momentarily taken aback. How could he have forgotten this matter? With this thought, he suddenly stood up. The Emperor of Northern Zhou looked puzzled. What has happened to my 9th brother? It would be best if you could find it in your heart. Your Highness, I suddenly recalled an urgent matter that requires my attention, thus I take my leave. Qin Shiyue bowed deeply to the Emperor of Northern Zhou, expressing gratitude for the tea. The Emperor watched his retreating figure, letting out a resigned sigh. Qin stifled a chuckle. It was not until he exited the palace and boarded the carriage that Qin Shiyue finally expelled a mouthful of repressed blood. Casually, he retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the corners of his mouth. My lord, shall we head to the Ministry of War or the training grounds? Xie Ying inquired. To Mingxin Apothecary. Upon seeing him, the apothecary's owner was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling him as the young gentleman who had quarreled with a lady over medicine the previous day. Qin Shiyue surveyed his surroundings. Where is she? The owner, puzzled, replied. Who? Sensing the dangerous glint in Qin Shiyue's eyes, the owner suddenly realized. Oh, you mean the lady who contended for the medicine? Shaking his head, he continued. She has not come. Not come? Qin Shiyue's gaze darkened, pondering the absence of her figure. The owner confirmed once more, no. Observing the sky outside, Qin Shiyue mused. It is still early, perhaps she is yet en route? Noticing his silence, the owner cautiously asked, Esteemed sir, do you require anything else? As his words faded, a silver coin was placed on the counter. I would like to borrow the back room for my companions and I. Meanwhile, in the general's residence, Qin Shiyue inexplicably felt a twitch in her eyelids. Did she not sleep well? She felt something was amiss, as if she had forgotten an important matter. What are you dazed about, my dear? Are the dishes unpalatable? The matriarch of the Qin family, Lady Wang, exuded grace and dignity, her silver hair elegantly gathered, her eyes radiating kindness and warmth. One glance at her revealed the ease of interaction she offered as a senior family member. Qin Shiyue's lips curled into a subtle smile. Everything prepared by grandmother is to my liking. Lady Wang beamed, unable to contain her joy, and turned to the accompanying Qin Ryu. Look at this sweet-talking child. At the end of the day, she is indeed one of our Qin family. Qin Ryu responded with a gentle smile. Mama Feng, please fetch another bowl of 8 treasure tea for the young lady to sample. Grandmother, my stomach is about to burst. Qin Shiyue exclaimed, playfully patting her belly and letting out a delicate burp. Indeed, grandmother is a benevolent elder, approachable and thus easier to converse with. A voice broke through her thoughts, and Lady Wang's expression turned slightly puzzled. She had been gazing at Qin Shiyue and had overlooked her speaking. What are you looking at, grandmother? I feel rather embarrassed. Seeing her mother's bewilderment, Qin Ryu quickly realized that her mother could hear her thoughts. She gently stroked her mother's hand, signaling with her eyes that there was no need for concern. Regrettably, this would ultimately lead to the tragic fate of her uncles, leaving a lingering sorrow. Lady Wang's smile faltered. Qin Ryu reassured her, Do not worry, mother. There is still time for everything. The sunlight streamed in at an angle, enveloping the family in the warm atmosphere of the main hall, creating a scene of undeniable warmth. It was simply outrageous. A robust yet commanding voice resonated from outside, deafening in its intensity. In the first volume, Chapter 9, entitled A Need for Vitality, Qin Shiyue raised her gaze. A stout elderly man strode in with great confidence. His gray hair was entirely gathered atop his head, his complexion rosy, and his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, sparkled with intensity, exuding an aura of righteousness. Qin Ryu immediately approached to introduce him to Qin Shiyue. Rising respectfully, Qin Shiyue performed a courteous bow. Greeting, grandfather. I hope you are well. General Qin took his seat at the head of the table without hesitation, exclaiming, Well, what of that? Wang Shi quietly cautioned, Your granddaughter is present. Do mind your words. Qin Ryu added, It has been a while since we last met. Father, your candor remains unchanged. Qin Shiyue observed silently, thinking to herself, Indeed, General Qin's temper is fierce, and his words carry an air of intimidation. Instantly, General Qin's gaze turned sharply upon her. What did you say? Unfazed, Qin Ryu waved at Qin Shiyue. Sure, come here and let your grandfather have a good look at you. Qin Shiyue complied, scrutinizing the irascible elder. Though his temper is fierce, he is a man of integrity, merely caught in the treacherous political strife of the court, unable to find a peaceful resolution. General Qin furrowed his brow slightly. The Qin family has a long lineage of loyalty and valor. Her eldest uncle perished in battle, his body displayed by the enemy at the city gate. Her second uncle was dismembered by 5 horses. The third and fourth uncles valiantly defended the city, facing brutal conditions, never receiving the promised aid in their final moments. The youngest uncle was sent to the battlefield by grandfather Qin at the tender age of 19 to resist the invading forces. In the latter stages of the conflict, beset by a shortage of provisions and betrayal, the troops endured for over a month, ultimately succumbing to starvation. The enemy, in a cruel display, sliced open their bellies, discovering nothing but roots within. However, the root of all this turmoil lay with my wretched father and his underlings, who conspired against us. A sudden sound of palms striking the table reverberated through the room. I had said nothing, so why the outburst of anger? Shun Ryu gently interjected. Father? This old man, if only he would relax his brow and speak with a touch more tenderness, would be all the more endearing. Shun the elder raised an eyebrow. Endearing? He then cautiously caressed Qin Shiyue's nape, inquiring, Did I frighten you just now? His rough hands, at that moment, exhibited a hint of gentleness, and Qin Shiyue savored the moment. Suddenly, a feathered arrow floated in, landing at Qin Shiyue's feet. Mistaking it for an assassin's attack, she instantly became alert. The country girl, indeed, possessed a knack for bringing joy to others. Shun the elder swiftly turned his attention to reprimanding his youngest son. Shun Yuxing, the elder's late-born son, was 19 this year and particularly favored. The young girl was quite lovely. I wonder how her smile would appear? Alas! Before Shun Yuxing could finish his thought, he felt a tightness in his wrist, rendering him unable to steady the arrow. Caution, my dear nephew, lest you disrupt the ambience of her home. Shun Yuxing presumed that Qin Shiyue wore a scowl, but to his surprise, she was smiling amiably, exuding warmth. You little brat. Calling me a girl despite your own tender years, speaking with such frivolity. Were it not for the constraints of our kinship, I would surely toss you out. Shun Yuxing gazed in astonishment at Qin Shiyue. She can ventriloquize? What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Shun Yuxing winced, his lips twitching in pain. Could you please let go of me? Qin Shiyue released her grip. My apologies, uncle. Shun Yuxing rubbed his wrist. You may be petite, but your grip is quite formidable. Though she appeared nonchalant, there were admirable qualities about her. She was impervious to all poisons. What a pity that in the end, the ignorant have resorted to using heart's blood in their concoctions. Shun Yuxing's eyes widened, and he clutched his chest, coughing repeatedly. The affection of the Wang family was palpable. As dusk descended, the morning glory hall was illuminated. Qin Shiyue broached the subject of her annulment with Jun Yi. Upon hearing this, the old General Shun was incensed. The third prince is a wastrel. It's for the best that you sever ties with him. Shun Ryu grasped her daughter's hand, reflecting, Ah sure, you are indeed the lucky star of our Shin family. Regardless of the truth, he must protect the Shun family resolutely. In my view, you should simply divorce Qin Muyang. After all, the union was bestowed by the previous emperor, and it was widely acknowledged that he treated her exceptionally well. Proposing a divorce now might tarnish the Shin family's reputation. Shun Ryu gritted her teeth. Was one poisoning incident not enough? Her gaze firm, she resolved, there's no rush. Let Qin Muyang first bring disgrace upon himself. The family sat together in conversation, while Shun Yuxing quietly indulged in his meal, brown sugar date cake, red bean porridge, duck blood soup. His table manners left much to be desired. General Shun reprimanded with a stern expression. Wang, however, found it peculiar. Xinger, were you not indifferent to such delicacies in the past? Shun Yuxing, with his head bowed in embarrassment, replied, I have been feeling dizzy and fatigued lately. I need to replenish my blood. The others were left speechless. As twilight deepened and the lights began to glow, the prince was informed, Your Highness, we have discovered something. Jun Qie continued walking, his voice low and frigid, reminiscent of tempered ice. Speak. Xiang steadied herself and reported. The young lady you clashed with yesterday is the eldest daughter of the Yanbei Marquis, Qin Shiyue. Upon hearing this, Jun Qie abruptly halted, causing Xiang to stumble almost into him.
Who did you say?
He asked, his expression darkening as he muttered to himself. Qin Shiyue, you dare to break the pact with me. You are the first. As night descended and a cool breeze arose, Qin Shiyue suddenly sat up in bed. The night watchman, Dongji, was startled. Miss, what troubles you? Qin Shiyue clutched the thin blanket. Dongji, I feel as though I have forgotten something, as if there is an unfinished matter. Is everything truly well? She mused, sinking into the soft couch and slowly closing her eyes. Cannot I stay home for a few more days? In General Shun's eyes, Shen Ryu appeared as ever to be a source of disappointment, still lamenting her Qin Lang. Shen Ryu's lips curled slightly. My daughter merely has urgent matters to attend to. Qin Shiyue smiled inwardly. This little old man is rather endearing, tough on the outside, yet soft-hearted within. It was not until General Shen's gaze fell upon her that she composed herself. Qin Shiyue gracefully acknowledged, Your guidance is well noted, grandfather. Once the carriage had distanced itself, General Shen summoned his steward, commanding him to immediately dispatch a letter to the esteemed lord stationed in Qingzhou, instructing him to investigate a certain matter. Is this truly the carriage of the National General's residence? It appears quite imposing. The Shen family certainly bestows great honor upon the genuine heiress, aiding her establishment within the Yanbei Marquis. Alas, if that is the case, it suggests that Lord Qin harbors intentions to complicate matters. This is perplexing. How could the Marquis and his lady, who share true affection, subject their own daughter to such trials? Surely, there must be deeper circumstances at play. Listening to the murmurs from outside, Qin Shiyue smiled knowingly. As the carriage halted before the Marquis's residence, the voice of Qin Yuyao reached her ears. You all should follow Qiushuang directly to the back courtyard to find Granny Su. She is more familiar with you and will arrange your accommodations appropriately based on your circumstances. Upon disembarking, Shen Ryu seemingly disregarded Qin Yuyao's warm greeting, directly assigning tasks. Steward who, accustomed to wielding authority beside the Marquis, was eager to inquire further. Qin Shiyue stepped forward, her smile enigmatic. Steward who, please conduct yourself with decorum and avoid repeating the missteps of Steward Zhao in the back courtyard. Steward who froze in place as Qin Yuyao intervened, signaling for him to heed their mother's directives. Despite Qin Shiyue's jesting banter with her mother as they proceeded inward, no one paid her any mind. Qin Yuyao, feeling discontent, hurriedly grasped Shen Ryu's hand, exclaiming, Mother. As Qin Yuyao released her grip, she observed the profound bond between mother and daughter, her eyes inevitably glistening with unshed tears. Frostfall emerged to call out, Second Mississippi. Second Miss, Second Mississippi. You must go at once and convey a message to the third prince, stating that I am unwell. Frostfall nodded in acknowledgement. The financial records of the Qin family had exceeded the budget by 50%, with a significant portion funneled into the side residence. It even included jewelry that had been part of the dowry from the Shen family. Shen Ryu had never paid attention to such matters before. Little did she anticipate that it would embolden Qin Muyang to brazenly utilize it for his mistress. Seeing the distress on her mistress's face, Granny Su cautiously inquired, Madam, should I send someone to the side residence to issue a warning? Qin Shiyue, sipping tea nearby, remarked, If we were to go there and reprimand them, wouldn't it appear overly aggressive? However, the mistress was already being oppressed by that mistress. Granny Su wished she could slap herself in frustration. Having followed the mistress to the Qin family, she had believed in the harmony and affection between the lady and the Marquis, only to realize it was merely a facade. Had it not been for the mistress and the eldest young lady noticing the irregularities, what would have happened? Do not fret, Granny. Since that individual is so fond of the Marquis's gold and silver ornaments, let us select a few pieces from the late emperor and the dowager empress's bestowed jewelry, and through Steward who, send them to the side residence, allowing her to flaunt them. The two women exchanged glances, and Granny Su could hardly believe her ears. This, Qin Shiyue replied, a cleverly orchestrated move to make the mistress overly confident, ultimately leading to her exposure. At that point, it will become evident that the negligent father has condoned the servants for stealing imperial gifts to bestow upon the mistress, and the sordid affairs they are engaged in will no longer remain concealed. Their facade of virtue will crumble. As the master spoke, Su Momo no longer hesitated. Mother has come to her senses. Qin Shiyue felt a surge of joy. Shen Ryu gazed at her daughter, her smile gentle. In the evening, the sunset bathed half the sky in hues of crimson. In the Qin family's villa on the western side of the capital, Qin Muyang rose from his tender embrace. Lin Wan sat up, twisting her body, the blanket slipping down to reveal her delicate shoulder. Is the master about to leave? Lin Wan, the mistress kept in the villa by Qin Muyang, was in her 30s, yet still exuded charm. Thoughts of the wife filled her mind. When would she finally be recognized? It had been years since her daughter was taken away for nurturing, and she had not seen her since. Qin Muyang playfully pinched her nose. Just wait a little longer. By the end of this year, I shall bring you into the house. He comforted Lin Wan before turning to leave, and she huffed in annoyance. Do not fret, my lady. After all these years, what is another 6 months? The maid Fulio urged. Just then, a house servant entered with his head bowed, carrying a wooden box. Fulio smiled, my lady. The master is quite attentive to you. He left a bit earlier today, thinking to cheer you up with a gift. Beneath the nearby poplar trees, Qin Shiyue stood silently. Miss, everything has been arranged as you instructed. Su Momo approached quietly, ensuring no one was around. Qin Shiyue nodded. However, why did you come personally to handle this matter? She inquired. With a contemplative expression, Qin Shiyue replied, I merely wished to witness Lin Wan's ultimate prosperous ground. It is time for her to experience this taste as well. As I pushed open the door, I suddenly perceived the flicker of the candlelight on the candelabrum. Behind the screen, a faint shadow flitted past. In Chapter 11 of Volume 1, this prince has taken the initiative to visit. A chill seeped into my ears, and the light before me dimmed abruptly. A tall figure loomed in my path. Qin Shiyue was momentarily taken aback. Junqia? It has been quite some time. I trust you have been well. Lost in thought. A cold, deep voice pierced my ears. How did you find this place? Qin Shiyue quickly regained her composure. Miss Qin failed to keep her appointment, so this prince had no choice but to take the initiative to seek her out. This prince? In the next moment, I felt a tightening grip on my chin, compelling me to lift my gaze to meet his. My fingers were so cold they seemed devoid of warmth. His Highness the Crown Prince had no prior engagement with this humble lady. How could there be a failure to keep an appointment? Indeed, I suspected you had forgotten something. I thought. However, since there was no confirmation of our agreement that day, it hardly constitutes a failure. Junqia smirked. A blend of amusement and disdain. Miss Qin seems quite aware of this prince's status.
Qin Shiyue evaded Junqia's hint.
Rising to retreat to one side, since His Highness the Crown Prince was able to find thee and reveal his identity, there is no need for me to conceal mine. I not only know your identity, but I am also aware that you were once considered a short-lived soul. Junqia's brow furrowed. Impudent. I have long warned you not to forget your promise. If this humble lady were to renege, what would His Highness the Crown Prince do? Qin Shiyue teased, a playful glint in her eyes. In the next instant, a chill coursed through her neck as Junqia's sword pressed against her throat. Not only is her temper fierce, but she also possesses a rather small-minded disposition. A mere jest provokes her ire. Qin Shiyue scoffed inwardly. Junqia's brows furrowed even tighter. Is this woman serious? To intrude upon a lady's chamber at night is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Qin Shiyue, unfazed, replied, I am no gentleman myself. Internally, she mused, Tskk. A person devoid of shame is invincible. Junqia fixed his gaze firmly upon Qin Shiyue. Her demeanor was cold. Unperturbed even by the blade he had poised against her neck. With 2 capable guards stationed outside, do you truly believe that should you slay me, you would escape unscathed? Merely 2 guards are hardly a threat. Qin Shiyue praised him for a long while, stating, the poison within you, I alone possess the antidote. Upon uttering these words, she scrutinized Junqia's visage closely. Such a handsome face. If only those eyes were a touch softer, it would be utterly perfect.
Junqia's eye twitched.
Withdraw your blade. When seeking assistance, one must adopt a demeanor befitting a supplicant. Qin Shiyue curled her fingers and flicked away Junqia's sword. Observing his compliance, she remarked, now.
This is more like it.
She pulled Junqia behind the screen and commanded, disrobe.
Why?
Junqia furrowed his brow. That day, in the haste, I did not clearly see your figure. Junqia's eye twitched again. How can I perform acupuncture if you do not undress? Qin Shiyue produced silver needles. Her expression tinged with exasperation. If you're not afraid of my mistakenly needling the wrong acupoint and leaving you paralyzed, remaining clothed is also acceptable. Qin Shiyue cast a fleeting glance at Qin Shiyue before shedding his outer garment, appearing as though she intended to take liberties with him. Relax, she reassured. In the eyes of a healer, patients are devoid of gender distinctions. Qin Shiyue added coolly, though there is a difference between handsome and unattractive. Qin Shiyue seemed not to hear her. Undeterred by his thoughts, Qin Shiyue rolled up her sleeves and reached towards his abdomen. 8-pack abs, firm and powerful. With graceful lines, truly perfect. Qin Shiyue furrowed his brow, swiftly seizing her restless hand. Where do you think you're touching? This is scandalous. Qin Shiyue produced silver needles and deftly inserted them into acupoints such as kneading, higu, and taichung. After a few needles were placed, Qin Shiyue felt a wave of warmth circulating within him, spreading to his limbs and bones. Soon, the heat rose to his chest and surged up his throat, resulting in a spout of dark blood. Typically, when poison erupted in such a manner, it would stagnate his vital energy, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. However, with this release of dark blood, his internal energy felt significantly more unimpeded. How do you feel? Is there any improvement? Qin Shiyue withdrew the silver needles. She glanced at him before silently tidying her medical kit. This is merely the first treatment. Should there be a next time, I shall ensure you experience the efficacy of cupping. Qin Shiyue's expression darkened. I detest those who break promises. If you fail to cure me, I shall hold you accountable for both old and new grievances. In the moment before I succumb to poison, I will drag you into the grave with me. Qin Shiyue inwardly scoffed. What sort of person is this? Ungrateful and unprincipled. Noticing his unfriendly gaze, she cleared her throat. Rest assured, Your Highness. For the safety of the Qin family, I shall see to your recovery. For the sake of the Qin family?
Yunqi's scrutinized her,
questioning why it was not for the Qin family instead. Qin Shiyue raised her gaze to meet his eyes. What if I said I desire for Qin Muyang to fall, and for the influence of the Yanbei Marquis to be utterly dismantled? Would you believe me? Qin Shiyue's eyes narrowed sharply. To wish for the downfall of the Yanbei Marquis? This woman speaks with such deceit and nonsense. Does she truly think this prince is easily fooled?
Why?
Qin Shiyue cast him a sidelong glance, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Your Highness, are you not being rather intrusive? Turning away, she added, Are you not leaving yet? The sight of Qin Shiyue's dark expression irked her. How can one look at a savior with such a gaze? You appear as if you might devour them. How could he yuan you and possibly have feelings for someone like you? Yunqi.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Suddenly, the door was pounded upon. Who is it? Sister, it is I. A servant reported the sighting of thieves, and we have dispatched people to investigate every courtyard. I was worried about you, so I came to check. Is everything all right? Qin Yue's anxious voice resonated from outside. Please, sister, open the door. Not long ago, a young lady in the capital fell victim to flower thieves, tarnishing her reputation and leading her to take her own life in despair. I implore you to let me in, so I may investigate. Shadows flitted outside, and the knocking grew increasingly fervent, nearly threatening to break the door down. Qin Shiyue considered escaping through the back door, only to find it also guarded. Clearly, Qin Shiyue was convinced that a man had entered the room. I shall explain myself when I step outside, he declared. Qin Shiyue seized him, pinning him against the wall. You! The expression on Qin Shiyue's face shifted inexplicably. Qin Shiyue gazed at him, stating, It is acceptable for you to go out and provide an explanation. Considering your status, they will not pose any threat to you. However, what about my innocence? What do you intend to do? Qin Shiyue smiled knowingly, then turned her attention to the neatly arranged bedding on the side of the bed. Outside the room, knocking continued incessantly, culminating in a final resounding thud that seemed to exhaust all strength. The next moment,
Bang!
With a thunderous noise, the door was forcefully flung open, and Qin Yuyao burst in with her attendants. Volume 1, Chapter 12. Is it too much to ask for a bit of mental compensation? In the late hours of the night, my sister brings so many people in? Qin Shiyue languidly leaned against the headboard, observing the intruders, with Qin Muyang following closely behind. Dongji was unable to intervene, having been shoved in by the attendants. Sister, There are flower thieves causing a commotion outside, and I was genuinely worried. So, I brought people in. How fortunate it is that there are flower thieves outside. Instead of searching elsewhere, you barged into my room with several attendants, alarming father in the process. Qin Shiyue regarded Qin Yuyao with a smile that was neither entirely amused nor displeased. Sister, are you so certain that there is a man in my room? Qin Yuyao looked at Qin Muyang with a sense of grievance. Father, I was merely concerned for my sister. I did not think too much about it. Qin Muyang comforted her with a pat on the shoulder, but then turned to Qin Shiyue, his demeanor suddenly serious. Your sister is acting in your best interest. Do not be ungrateful. To argue based on reason has turned into ingratitude? Qin Yuyao's intrusion was supposedly for my benefit? What a case of double standards. Since they are resolute in their search, let them proceed. I am eager to witness what they might uncover. Qin Shiyue waved her hand dismissively. Please go ahead. You, check over there, particularly the wardrobe, for it is the most concealed. Do not overlook it. Qin Yuyue, invigorated, expertly directed the servants to search the premises, while Qin Muyang observed with a detached demeanor. Father, a woman's chamber is a matter of honor, if nothing is found later. If nothing is found, I shall ensure that Yuyue apologizes to you. Soon, the servants gathered around Qin Muyang, reporting that no flower thief had been discovered. Qin Yuyue's gaze shifted to the bed. Sister's bed has yet to be examined. If there is a slip, do you imply that I have shamelessly concealed a man beneath the bed? Qin Yuyue found herself at a loss for words and, tearfully tugging at Qin Muyang's arm, lamented, Father, sister has misunderstood me again. Since nothing is there, what harm is there in searching further? Qin Muyang furrowed his brow. Qin Shiyue scoffed, then donned an outer garment and stepped aside. Moments later, the bedding was in disarray, yet nothing was found. Qin Yuyue, in disbelief, exclaimed, Impossible. I distinctly saw. What did you see, sister? Qin Shiyue retorted mockingly, By all means, share it in front of father. Qin Muyang, equally puzzled, urged, What did you see? Be clear. In the midst of the commotion, why is there such a ruckus in Asher's room at this late hour? Shun Ryu entered, accompanied by Qiao Shuang. Qin Muyang's expression stiffened, and he hurried to assist her. Qin Yuyue believed she had spotted a savior and hurriedly approached, calling out, Mother. Shun Ryu brushed her aside and walked directly to Qin Shiyue, offering comfort. Asher, you have been wronged. Qin Shiyue shook her head, reassuring, Mother, do not worry. I am fine. Qin Yuyue was momentarily taken aback, her resentment deepening within. Regaining her composure, she began to sob. Father, Mother, I heard that flower thieves have harmed many young ladies in the city, so I was worried about my sister's safety. I entered her room to check, and I am relieved she is unharmed, but she is angry now, sob, sob, sob. Qin Shiyue watched her tearful performance, nearly feeling nauseated. What sort of bag are you, so capable of holding so much? Do not cry so pitifully. A young lady should behave with more decorum, Shinryu remarked, casting an evidently impatient glance at Qin Yuyue. Taken aback once more, Qin Yuyue feigned weakness and whimpered, Mother, I too was frightened by the flower thieves. Flower thieves? Surely you did not summon them to torment me, for you have engaged in such sordid affairs in the past, Qin Yuyue thought, feeling aggrieved as her mother's gaze remained elsewhere. Enough. Your father understands your good intentions. I trust your sister will comprehend as well, Qin Muyang consoled Qin Yuyue. After a moment, he turned to the housekeeper and said, All right, everyone disperse. Qin Shiyue deliberately softened her tone, gently stating, Father is correct. My sister is only concerned for my well-being. As the elder sister, I too worry for her safety. Since my sister claims to have seen the flower thieves with her own eyes, it is possible they have entered another room. Qin Yuyue widened her eyes, inquiring, Sister, what does this mean? Qin Shiyue replied with a sweet smile, I am also concerned for my sister's safety. Qin Muyang furrowed his brow, while Shun Ryu, as usual, patted Qin Muyang's shoulder, saying, My lord, I believe Asher is correct. A young lady's purity is paramount. Once everything is clarified, as her mother, I will feel at ease. My lord? Qin Muyang was taken aback. Isnt he usually referred to as Qin Lang? However, he thought little of it. Simply patting her hand with habitual tenderness, Very well, I shall heed my wife's words. Listening to her mother affectionately call him, "Ah, sure." Qin Yue's face was etched with jealousy. In the presence of so many, she could not express her ire directly. Instead, she bowed slightly to Qin Shiyue, saying, "Thank you for your concern, sister." Yet, her right hand clenched into a fist, trembling with suppressed rage. Qin Shiyue deliberately chose to ignore her, stating, "Sister need not be so polite." Shun Ryu nodded, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. In the future, should any issues arise, do ensure you inform your mother." Qin Shiyue smiled and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jun Xie quietly departed from the Marquis' residence. Outside, in the nearby alley, Xie Ying had been waiting for quite some time with the carriage. He calculated the time. It had been a full hour since his master entered. One could not help but wonder if he had gone to kill Miss Qin out of anger over the stolen medicine and broken promise. It was indeed audacious of her to seize the medicine from his master, not to mention breaking her agreement. Yet, upon reflection, he found it illogical. If murder had indeed occurred, his master would have emerged long ago, for his methods were swift. As Xie Ying's mind began to wander, a gust of wind swept by, prompting her to rise alertly. She then observed Jun Xie boarding the carriage. "Your Highness, are you unwell?" she inquired. "I am fine," Jun Xie replied, rubbing his temples. Finding this Miss Qin rather intriguing, Xie Ying was taken aback. Their master, who typically kept women at bay, was now expressing interest in a lady. "Tomorrow morning, accompany me to the palace. The national master shall be emerging from seclusion, and I have a question to pose," he commanded. Xie Ying nodded and steadied the carriage as it set off. Meanwhile, within the, Qin Shiyue accompanied Qin Muyang and several maidservants into the Shiyue pavilion of Qin Yiyue. The Shiyue pavilion was brightly lit, appearing entirely normal from the outside. However, chaos reigned within. Qin Yiyue's chamber was in disarray, with the luminous pearls and the exquisite glass auspicious vases missing. The individuals present were taken aback, and Qin Yiyue was at a loss, tears streaming down her face. Qin Shiyue observed coldly, thinking, "To use a flower thief to disturb me and to take some of your valuables as compensation is hardly excessive." In truth, the treasures of the Shiyue pavilion had been tucked away by Qin Shiyue into her own space. Following the descriptions found in other novels, she left behind the mark of the flower thief on the walls. While her sister was anxious about her reputation, she overlooked her own chamber. This flower thief truly had audacity. Qin Shiyue feigned regret, and upon hearing what seemed to be a man's presence in her room, she hastily concocted an excuse about the flower thief. Even if she had misheard, it would still serve to vex her. What a mess! Nothing has been accomplished, leaving her room in utter disarray. Qin Yu's resentment only deepened. Qin Shiyue nodded towards Qin Muyang. "Father, given the gravity of this situation at home, do you not think it prudent to report it to the authorities?"
No.
Qin Yu was the first to voice her opposition. Her vehement denial drew all eyes in the room upon her. Losing a few precious treasures was insignificant, yet the integrity of her daughter must not be tarnished. Should it become known that a rogue had breached her daughter's sanctum, her life would be irrevocably ruined. Upon finishing her plea, she broke down in tears once more. Qin Shiyue sneered, "Sister, this is not merely a matter of reputation. It also concerns the honor of the innocent maiden who might be driven to her demise by such a scandal, compelling you to seek refuge in my chamber for verification." At a loss for a retort, Qin Yu clung to Qin Muyang's sleeve, feigning helplessness. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Muyang dismissed the attendants. However, concerning the night pearl and the glass auspicious vase, Qin Shiyue pressed further. "Father, your timidity will only lead others to believe that our Yanbei Marquis fears these rogues, thereby undermining your authority. Enough. Must you insist on creating turmoil within our household? Cannot you spare a thought for your sister's honor?" Qin Muyang brusquely shooed away the onlookers, urging them to disperse. As the night deepened, the household attendants gradually departed. Qin Muyang consoled Qin Yu. "Do not weep. In a few days, I shall procure for you a set of equal quality." "Father," Qin Shiyue immediately interjected. Hearing that the luminous pearl and the glazed rui vase were the adornments of the primary daughter's chamber in the Marquis' residence, Qin Shiyue felt a mix of emotions. In the past, when she was away, such arrangements were understandable. However, Now that she had returned home, where could her father possibly place her? Stepping closer, she whispered into Qin Muyang's ear, "Father, are you not concerned about the impact on the Marquis' reputation?" Qin Muyang's expression darkened. He was not a fool. Upon hearing Qin Shiyue's words, he immediately grasped the implication. After a moment of contemplation, he called for Butler Hu, instructing him to prepare Huanxue residence for the young lady, ensuring that the furnishings and decorations were befitting of the primary daughter. Butler Hu complied and departed. Qin Yue's eyes reddened with urgency.
Qin Yang.
Feeling a knot of frustration in his heart, thought, "Are you satisfied now?" Qin Shiyue bowed gracefully, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, father." With a heavy sigh, Qin Muyang turned away, disregarding Qin Yue's grievances. "Sister." Just a few steps away, Qin Yue called out to Qin Shiyue. The shadows of the trees danced in the courtyard, and the moonlight cast a tranquil glow, enveloping the two sisters softly. "Has any man ever entered your room?" Qin Yue inquired directly. "What are you implying, sister?" Qin Shiyue replied, a subtle smile playing on her lips. "Isn't it your room that has welcomed a man?"
Qin Yue,
filled with indignation, retorted, "The glazed ruby vase and the luminous pearl. Were they your doing?" Qin Shiyue's gaze was as calm as still water. "Such words should not be spoken lightly. I lack the ability to bypass the guards in your courtyard and unlock the troublesome doors. Perhaps it is your courtyard that harbors the real issue." The night watchman passed by, holding a lantern. Qin Shiyue gently patted Qin Yue on the shoulder, saying, "It is getting late, sister. You should retire for the night. Rest assured, with our father's strict orders, there will be no discussions concerning tonight's events within this residence." Qin Yue, with reddened eyes, found herself at a loss for words. Qin Shiyue chuckled lightly, "Do not worry, as the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, I shall protect you." With that, she turned to leave, leaving Qin Yue behind, seething with frustration. Upon returning to her room, Qin Shiyue dismissed everyone else and focused her thoughts. Entering her inner sanctum, there, she beheld the luminous night pearl and the exquisite glass auspicious bottle. The night pearl shimmered brilliantly, while the auspicious bottle radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, both strikingly beautiful. These two treasures were gifts from Qin Muyang to Qin Yue for her coming of age, presented in accordance with the status of the Marquis' legitimate daughter. In the later chapters of the story, Qin Yue had flaunted these items before the original owner, asserting her elevated position. The original owner, meek and resentful, dared not voice her grievances, suppressing them until they manifested as illness. Eventually, the false daughter shattered the night pearl and smashed the auspicious bottle, all in a scheme to frame the original owner, resulting in the latter receiving a severe punishment. Qin Yue, it seems, must ultimately repay her debts to others. The following morning, as the dawn light gently illuminated the surroundings, a subtle fragrance of fresh grass permeated the air. Qin Shiyue rose early, deliberately donning a dress of clear lotus and azure waves. Her hair styled in a single spiral bun adorned with a jade hairpin. The elder sister appeared exceptionally lovely, prompting the question of whether she was headed out. Clad in a pale blue gown and bathed in the morning glow, she exuded an air of purity. With a radiant smile, Qin Shiyue replied, "Of course. I am off to meet someone important. I cannot afford to be remiss. It must be the person your sister holds dear." "Sister, do not presume too much." At that moment, a palace attendant approached the two under the guidance of Butler Hu. Qin Yue instinctively believed that Junyi intended to take her into the palace. Just as she was about to greet him, the attendant bowed to Qin Shiyue instead. "Miss Qin, I have been ordered to escort you to the palace for an audience. The carriage is ready. Please, Miss Qin." Qin Shiyue nodded. "Thank you, esteemed sir." Watching their departing figures, Qin Yue clenched her fists in silence. "Oh, Qin Shiyue, you actually came to the palace to seek His Highness?" Upon stepping through the palace gates, Qin Shiyue encountered the insufferable narcissist, the third prince, Junyi. She refrained from engaging in conversation, merely performing her curtsy before following the attendant further. "Qin Shiyue, I am speaking to you. Today, the emperor has summoned Miss Qin. The third prince should not delay her." Junyi was momentarily taken aback, only to see Junqie emerge from the shade of a nearby tree. Instantly, his arrogance dissipated, and he performed a proper bow. "Ninth uncle." Junqie, with a faint smile, cautioned, "Walls have ears. The third prince should choose his words wisely." Jun Yi dared not retort, "You are right, ninth uncle." As he lifted his gaze, he noticed that Qin Shiyue had already walked away, leaving him seething with frustration. A most unfortunate outing. In the imperial study, Lord Hao Xinjia, the royal family advisor, was making suggestions. At that moment, Hisheng reported that Miss Qin had arrived. Upon hearing this, Hao Xinjia's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. The Emperor of Northern Zhou waved his hand. Qin Shiyue entered to pay her respects, her demeanor poised and graceful. The Emperor bestowed unwarranted praise. Qin Shiyue lowered her gaze and then bowed towards Hao Xinjia. "Hao Zongjing is indeed courteous." Hao Xinjia twitched his lips. "How did this woman come to know of my identity?" Qin Shiyue smiled softly, acknowledging. "It is commendable that Hao Zongjing is so meticulous in attending to the affairs of the Yanbei Marquis. It must be quite taxing." The sarcasm was palpable. Hao Xianjia's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. The Emperor of Northern Zhou gestured, "Rise and speak." Yet, Qin Shiyue remained kneeling, solemnly bowing her head. "Your Majesty, I have a request." The Emperor and Hao Xianjia exchanged glances, prompting her to continue. "I, Qin Shiyue, seek to dissolve my engagement with the third prince." At this declaration, both the Emperor of Northern Zhou and Hao Xianjia were momentarily taken aback. Especially Hao Xianjia, who felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. First, he had been outmaneuvered, and now she openly expressed her intent to withdraw from the engagement. Did that not render his prior statements a mere jest? The Emperor furrowed his brow. Is this related to the incident at the Marquis's gate? In response, the Emperor imposed a 3-day confinement on Jun Yi, mandating him to transcribe texts 100 times. "Your Majesty, though I grew up in the countryside, I am aware of the importance of dignity and decorum. The third prince's public humiliation of me was disheartening. Yet I understand that his actions stem from his lingering attachment to my sister, Qin Yue." Her words served to mock Qin Yue as well. Not long ago, the national advisor divined the celestial phenomena and proclaimed that an auspicious star has descended upon our Northern Zhou dynasty, poised to enhance the prosperity of the realm. Its position aligning harmoniously with your birth chart. The Northern Zhou Emperor neither acquiesced nor declined, merely relaying the advisor's calculations regarding the dynasty's fortune. Qin Shiyue, taken aback by the Emperor's unexpected remark, found herself engulfed in confusion. Your fate is intricately intertwined with the royal lineage. Even if you do not wed the third prince, you are destined to connect with another member of the imperial family. Qin Shiyue was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Hisham arrived with news that His Highness, Prince Qin, had arrived. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyue felt overwhelmed. How is it possible to encounter him everywhere? With the Emperor's consent, Qin Shiyue stepped in, acknowledging the court with formalities before his gaze settled on Hao Xianjia. Is Hao Zongjing here again to offer unwelcome advice to his royal brother? Hao Xianjia felt the implications in those words, discomfort swelling within him, prompting him to seek an excuse to depart. Indeed, as the legends say, a mere glance sends shivers through the courtiers. Having finished her internal musings, Qin Shiyue sensed Qin Shiyue's perilous gaze fixated upon her. An unsettling sensation enveloped her, and she turned to the Northern Zhou Emperor to perform a respectful bow, preparing to take her leave. "Miss Qin, please hold," he interjected. "I happen to have matters to discuss with you." Qin Shiyue's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Is he going to ask me to assist him in undressing before the Emperor? Qin Shiyue raised an eyebrow. What absurd thoughts occupy your mind? Controlling the heavens and the earth, yet still intruding upon my thoughts. You reside by the sea. Why such overreach? Qin Shiyue subdued his emotions, a hint of depth shadowing his gaze. The Emperor of the Northern Zhou waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit and converse, then lifted the teacup to sip. "Speak, what is it?" Qin Shiyue did not take a seat but instead bowed deeply, clasping his hands. "Your Highness, I have come to request your blessing for a marriage." Coughing unexpectedly, the Emperor was caught off guard by the tea. "You have come to this decision so swiftly?" Qin Shiyue was equally bewildered. The texts say that Qin Shiyue is not one to pursue women. How could he be so forthcoming in seeking marriage? It is indeed surprising that you have come to this conclusion. The Emperor, suppressing his cough, inquired, "Pray tell, which esteemed family does the young lady hail from?" A sudden dread washed over Qin Shiyue. It cannot be, for it is said that Yuan has long harbored affections for him. Surely, he is referring to her as his intended bride? Far away, yet so close at hand. The emperor seemed to grasp the implication and cast a knowing glance at Qin Shiyue. Could it be that my ninth brother is? Is it that the daughter-in-law is to become a sister-in-law? Your Highness, indeed, it is the eldest daughter of the Yanbei Marquis, Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue paused slightly. The emperor's gaze shifted between the two before finally settling on Qin Shiyue. Understanding his intent, she solemnly performed a respectful bow to the emperor. Your Majesty, I have only just mentioned the matter of my engagement with the third prince. It would be inappropriate to discuss a marriage with His Highness the Crown Prince at this juncture.
What is inappropriate about it? Yun Qi countered.
You are to enter the royal family. Having just broken off your engagement with the third prince, news will surely spread by tomorrow's court session, potentially affecting your reputation. It would be wiser to accept my proposal, silencing any gossip within the court. Goodness. Having allowed you to speak both flattering and disparaging words. Do you still have any shame? Jun Qia's expression was a blend of amusement and mockery. As for the Duke of Qin and General Shen, I shall certainly dispatch someone to convey my message. The Emperor of Northern Zhou summoned the Grand Chancellor He Sheng and promptly instructed the Ministry of Rites to draft an edict, granting marriage between Prince Jun Qia and the legitimate eldest daughter of the Yanbei Marquis, Qin Shiyue. Jun Qia clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, your imperial brother. He Sheng accepted the decree and withdrew. The Emperor of Northern Zhou had firmly made his decision. It was rare for Jun Qia to take his marriage to heart, especially since Qin Shiyue's fate was intertwined with the nation's destiny. This opportunity could not be squandered. 1,000 wild horses galloped through Qin Shiyue's mind in turmoil. In the imperial garden, Qin Shiyue walked alongside Jun Qia. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blooming flowers. However, Qin Shiyue's countenance was far from pleasant. Just as she had escaped the marriage with the third prince, she found herself stepping into the Prince of Chen's residence, which was truly frustrating. Miss Qin's expression darkened. Did she harbor objections to the emperor's marriage decree?
Yun Qi glanced at her sideways.
The Prince of Chen was evidently willing to sacrifice his own matrimonial prospects to entrap a noble woman. Surely, there were ulterior motives beyond the agreement of antidote. Qin Shiyue was straightforward. While she was indeed a clever woman, she should not be overly astute, nor should she excessively speculate on my thoughts. As long as you uphold your promises, we shall coexist peacefully, and when the time is right, I shall grant you your freedom. Jun Qia's voice was profound. Qin Shiyue abruptly halted, gazing at him earnestly. Since the emperor has arranged this marriage, I shall certainly comply. However, now that the prince has laid his cards on the table, may I also propose certain conditions? Volume 1, Chapter 15, I desire the death of my worthless father. Jun Qia's response was succinct and brutally straightforward. I shall concoct an antidote for the prince, ensuring his longevity. In return, he must guarantee the safety of my maternal family, the Shun clan. Jun Qia raised an eyebrow, questioning, why not pledge to protect the Qin family? Qin Shiyue silently lamented. Does he inquire further? My wretched father caused the tragic demise of my entire maternal family and conspired with his accomplices to ensnare you, resulting in your poisoning. Jun Qia's gaze sharpened, his expression darkening ominously. How should I remind you? Qin Shiyue stepped closer, whispering in his ear, it is not worth it. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. Qin Shiyue, how dare you take the initiative to annul the engagement with His Highness in front of the emperor? The voice, filled with rage and resentment, echoed loudly, startling birds into flight. You lunatic, showcasing your prowess? Were it not for the imperial garden, I would have kicked you away. A palace made past quietly. Qin Shiyue retreated a half-step, responding, Third Prince, may you be well. Qin Shiyue, you? Before he could finish, Juni felt a chilling gaze upon him. Ninth royal uncle, what a coincidence to see you here. Jun Qia twirled his ring, remarking, indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Today marks our second encounter, and I have overheard you berating Miss Qin. Ninth royal uncle, Qin Shiyue is exceedingly malicious. She publicly defied me before and now has audaciously called off our engagement. Clearly intending to undermine my dignity, as well as that of the emperor.
Yun yi protestet vehemently.
Before the majesty, how dare one accuse the royal fiancé, whose face, pray tell, does the third prince intend to save? Jun Yi stood in stunned silence. What? Jun Yi drew Qin Shiyue a step closer. After the grand wedding, you shall address me as the ninth royal aunt. Do not disrupt the established order of elder and younger. With that, he took her by the hand and departed. Ninth. Royal aunt? How can this be? Do you harbor a dislike for him? Upon exiting the palace gates, Jun Yi noticed the prolonged absence of Qin Shiyue's voice, feeling a peculiar discomfort. If someone were to publicly humiliate you, surely you would feel aversion as well? At this remark, Qin Shiyue cast a curious glance at Jun Yi. Is it proper to strike a prince in the imperial garden? Jun Yi silently regarded her for a lengthy moment. You have brought shame upon me. With that, he turned and boarded the carriage.
Ah.
Xie Ying nearly gasped for breath. My lord, are you serious? A punishment? Master, has the iron tree blossomed? An imperial decree of marriage bestowed directly? Shen Ruyi was taken aback by this news, especially upon learning that it was Jun Yi who sought the union. You did not refuse? Shen Ruyi regarded her daughter with a hint of concern in her eyes. Having heard of the prince's peculiar temperament and unpredictable moods, how could her daughter possibly manage? Mother, I have just withdrawn from the engagement with a third prince. If I were to subsequently decline the emperor's proposal, would that not incite the imperial wrath? Qin Shiyue gently patted her mother's hand, signaling her to remain at ease. Fear not, daughter, as well. My union with Jun Yi is merely one of contractual marriage. It could potentially garner support for our maternal family, enabling our two households to collaborate against the influence of my disreputable father, thereby increasing our chances of triumph. Shen Ruyu grasped her daughter's hand tightly, her eyes filled with sorrow and maternal anguish. I am truly sorry, my dear. Qin Shiyue smiled gently. Mother, I am merely marrying. It is not as if I am abandoning my family. Qin Shiyue glanced at the darkening sky, frustration welling up within her. Qin Muyang wore a displeased expression and turned to Qin Shiyue, by unilaterally withdrawing from the engagement with a third prince before the emperor, and subsequently ingratiating yourself with Prince Qin, are you intent on making a fool of the Yanbei Marquis before the entire capital? Qin Shiyue replied with a smirk. Father, it is I who was sold into the countryside as a child bride to a butcher. That is the greatest farce concerning the Yanbei Marquis. Qin Muyang's face turned a shade of deep crimson, raising his hand as if to strike. However, upon meeting his wife's resolute gaze, he faltered. He then summoned butler who, convey the family law. Father. Qin Yu rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Father, please do not be angry. My sister merely wishes to elevate her status and lead a better life. His Highness Prince Chun holds the Emperor's trust, and the position of Princess Chun is indeed the most advantageous choice at present. Qin Muyang's expression grew even more grim. I was sought after by His Highness Prince Chun, and the Emperor himself conferred the marriage. Do you, father and sister, believe I possess the power to alter the Emperor's and Prince Chen's decisions? Qin Muyang's lips twitched, speechless in his rebuttal. Father, my sister's point holds merit. The Emperor's decree cannot solely be blamed on her. Qin Yue paused for a moment and remarked, however, the young lady from the He family may be heartbroken, who in the capital is unaware of her infatuation with His Highness, the Crown Prince. She has endured several matchmaking attempts, waiting until she turned 19. Now, she is likely to be the subject of ridicule. Observing the concern etched on her face, Qin Shiyue felt a cold mockery within. Ah, she has begun to play the role of the caring older sister, worrying for her friend S. plight. It is no surprise, though, that like attracts like. In my past life, I was in such dire circumstances, and that Yuan from the He family has contributed significantly to it. It is understandable why that worthless father would be infuriated upon learning of the engagement. He and Jun Xie have always been sworn enemies. Shen Ryu glanced at Qin Muyang and Qin Yue, feeling a sense of frustration. Having suffered a setback, Qin Muyang decided to relent. He thought perhaps there might still be a chance before the imperial decree was issued. As usual, Qin Shiyue performed acupuncture on Shen Ryu to detoxify and rejuvenate her health. Mother, after one more treatment, you will nearly be restored to health. As she spoke, she felt her hand being firmly grasped. In previous years, It was I who failed you, and now I have caused you to worry for your maternal family. Qin Shiyue knelt beside Shinryu and reassured her, Mother, we are family, let us not speak of this. Later that evening, after watching Qin Shiyue leave the room, Shinryu summoned Granny Su.
Granny Su,
Fully aware of the situation, responded, Rest assured, Madam. Volume 1, Chapter 16, Turning the Tables. Setting a trap for the false heiress, the eldest young lady is Shuangjiang from the second young lady's courtyard, and this morning, she was peering about inquisitively. The maid, Xiaoman, approached her. The second young lady is quite concerned about you. Even during the last encounter with the flower thief, she arrived with a whole entourage, and I could not stop them at all. Dongji expressed this in one breath. Qin Shiyue was amused by her demeanor and gently poked her forehead, saying, Little girl, do not speak ill of the second young lady behind her back. Be cautious, lest the steward overhears and you find yourself in trouble. Miss, I will remember, Dongji replied, covering her forehead with a look of grievance. Qin Shiyue gestured for Shyman to come closer. You will exit through the side door of the Marquis residence shortly and help me arrange a meeting with a gentleman. Xiaoman, puzzled, lowered her voice. Arrange a meeting with a gentleman? Qin Shiyue nodded and whispered a few words. Be wary of any followers behind you. Xiaoman glanced towards an inconspicuous corner by the door and nodded in understanding. Until Xiaoman departed, Dongji remained oblivious to her mistress's intentions. However, once they were alone in the room, with the doors and windows tightly shut, she finally inquired, Miss, I don't understand. Knowing that Shuangjiang is lurking, why would you instruct Xiaoman to meet with a gentleman? Qin Shiyue sat before the dressing table, gazing into the copper mirror. Yet her mind conjured the visage of the original owner. Because she wishes to see me arrange a meeting with a gentleman. Dongji began to remove her jewelry, saying, But miss, you are already engaged to His Highness the Crown Prince. How can you? She hesitated, unable to finish her thought. Qin Shiyue smiled gently. You truly are a foolish girl. As the winter solstice lingered in her thoughts, realization dawned upon her. The maid comprehended that you were referring to. Before she could finish her sentence, her words were abruptly silenced by Qin Shiyue's gesture. Miss, I happened to overhear something while passing by the eldest young lady's courtyard. The notion of a man? It appeared that her sister truly had been involved with someone. Upon receiving this revelation, Qin Shiyue felt a surge of excitement within. Yet she endeavored to maintain an exterior of calm. Shuangjiang, this matter pertains to my sister's honor and is of utmost importance. You must not speak recklessly. We must not act impulsively. The last time we were merely grasping at shadows, which led to considerable discord with my sister and distressed father. I have felt guilty about it ever since. This time, we must ascertain the truth before proceeding. As night gradually surrendered to the dawn, the first light broke through the clouds, casting a gentle golden hue. Following the morning court, Qin Muyang sought an audience with the emperor through Hisheng. Not to express gratitude for a marriage proposal, but rather to decline it gracefully. Your Majesty, my daughter, Qin Shiyue, has grown up in the countryside. Compared to the noble ladies of the capital, she is but a mere commoner and likely unworthy of His Highness, the Crown Prince. Emperor of the Northern Zhou gestured for Qin Muyang to rise and speak. He then picked up a chess piece, playing with it idly. Before the grand wedding, the palace has its own matrons to personally instruct on the rules and etiquette. There is no need for Lord Qin to be excessively anxious. Upon hearing this, the emperor's hand stilled, his fingers tightening around the chess piece as a cold glare shot forth. Lord Qin was, at present, inadvertently challenging the crown prince. In the sunlit imperial study, a chilling aura seemed to envelop the space. The oppressive atmosphere descended, prompting Qin Muyang to kneel immediately. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I did not mean it in that manner. Is it that Lord Qin is quite displeased with my decree of marriage? With these words, he flicked his finger, causing a chess piece to tumble to the ground, where it bounced several times before rolling into the corner. The crisp sound resonated like thunder, prompting all the palace attendants present to kneel in trepidation. Qin Muyang lowered his head even further. I have spoken out of turn. I beseech your Majesty for forgiveness. The decree of marriage has been issued, and the royal family is on the brink of a grand celebration. I do not wish for Lord Qin to dampen everyone's spirits. Qin Muyang bowed again, Your Majesty's admonition is well taken. I shall comply. The Emperor of Northern Zhou furrowed his brow. You may withdraw. After gazing at Qin Muyang's departing figure for an extended moment, the Emperor opened a hidden compartment and retrieved a sealed letter. Lord Qin. A voice devoid of discernible emotion emerged. Qin Muyang looked up, his expression somewhat stiffened. Fifth Prince. Prince Junshao, with a gentle demeanor and courteous manner, remarked, The Yanbei Marquis is soon to celebrate. Allow me to extend my congratulations to you, esteemed lord. Thank you, your highness. Prince Junshao nodded and turned to board his carriage. As the carriage set off, stirring a gust of cool air, Qin Muyang suddenly felt a chill envelop him. When the decree of marriage arrived at the Marquis, the common folk gathered to witness the spectacle. The true daughter voluntarily withdrew from her engagement with a third prince, only to be betrothed to His Highness the Prince of Qin shortly thereafter. What do you know? I heard it was His Highness the Prince of Qin who sought her hand. He Yen concealed herself within the crowd, her heart feeling as though it had been ruthlessly pierced by a dagger upon hearing the gossip. Upon hearing the news of the imperial decree for marriage, He Yuan was taken aback. Initially believing the rumors to be unfounded, she had hurriedly followed upon learning that a palace official had visited the Yanbei Marquis' residence that morning. It was only when she overheard the contents of the marriage edict from a distance that she realized the decree was irrevocable. How could this be? Despite her cultivated and refined nature, he deemed her unworthy, yet inexplicably found favor with the uncouth Qin Shiyue from the countryside. What was it about her that fell short? With reddened eyes, tears as large as beans streamed down her face, reflecting the piercing sunlight that stung her gaze. My lady, do not be disheartened. There are many fine gentlemen in the world. Why worry about finding one? Urged her maid, Qinghe. He Yuan, her eyes still glistening with tears, clenched her fists in silence. Dongji follows closely. My lady, shall we set off for Qingyamingju now? Time is of the essence. We must not keep anyone waiting. Qin Shiyue and Shuangjiang observed the retreating figures of the mistress and her maid from a distance. My lady, did you notice? The marriage decree was only received this morning. Yet the eldest young lady is eager to depart for Qingyamingju. Perhaps she has an appointment with that man mentioned yesterday. Shuangjiang. Find a few discreet and capable attendants to follow and ascertain the situation, but do proceed with caution. If it is indeed so, do not make it known until I have informed father and made a decision. Shuangjiang nodded in acknowledgement. Qiu Shuang softly inquired, Madam. Xin Qi and Xin Li are already discreetly following, ready to ensure the eldest young lady's safety. Shun Ryu nodded, continuing to watch Qin Shiyue in silence. In this lifetime, guided by her daughter's insights, she finally discerned her true character. Volume 1, Chapter 17. If you spread rumors, you shall face punishment. The streets of the capital were bustling with activity, a vibrant spectacle of life. Miss, I can't shake the feeling that someone is following us, said a servant. Qin Shiyue, unperturbed, replied, It would be strange if no one were following us. Now let us not linger. We must proceed. Qingyamingju, the largest tea house in the capital, thrived with business, its atmosphere perpetually lively. Upon entering, Qin Shiyue noticed the first floor was already filled to capacity. Are you here to meet that gentleman? Please. Follow me to a private room on the second floor, the tea house manager warmly invited. Qin Shiyue nodded. Thank you for your assistance. Behind her, a servant named Dongyang stealthily followed. Ascending to the second floor, Qin Shiyue entered a spacious and serene private room, infused with the sweet aroma of tea and delicacies. Upon raising her gaze, she saw Jun Qie seated at the tea table, savoring his brew. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, Qin Shiyue greeted, with a respectful bow. Jun Qie glanced out the window, observing the sky. In approximately half a cup of tea's time, Miss Qin shall arrive late. If it is merely half a cup of tea, then it cannot be deemed tardy. Thus, Your Highness cannot claim that I am unpunctual. Such eloquent rhetoric. Who's being unreasonable here? Do you expect everyone to revolve around you as if you were the sun? Jun Qie raised his eyes, displeasure etched on his face. Shall we commence the antidote treatment now? As per our usual arrangement, please disrobe. Jun Qie stepped behind the screen, shedding his garments, and reclined upon the side couch.
Outside.
Dongyang, passing by the chamber of Qin Shiyue seemingly without intent, fortuitously overheard the words shedding garments. This process may take a while, so please bear with it.
Ah,
This matter pertains to the reputation of our Yanbei Marquis household. Are you certain you did not misinterpret? Qin Shiyue and Dong Yang embellished the tale, claiming that Qin Shiyue lacked propriety, engaging in clandestine meetings with a man and indulging in illicit affairs. In the Chaohui Hall of the Marquis's residence, the dim light only served to accentuate Qin Mu Yang's grim expression. Shun Ryu's countenance was equally troubled, however. Her displeasure was not rooted in believing her daughter capable of such acts, but rather in her growing disdain for Qin Yue's demeanor. It is likely that in the previous life, Asher's purity was also tarnished by Qin Yue, leading to a tragic demise. Father, mother, I sensed something amiss with my sister last night. I did not dwell on it much. I merely instructed Dong Yang to discreetly follow and ensure my sister's safety. Yet who could have anticipated? Qin Yue feigned urgency. This morning, the imperial decree for marriage was just issued, and my sister has already committed such an act. Father, you must go and investigate. If others, especially those from the Qin Wangfu, find out, it will spell trouble. If Asher's innocence. If my sister is innocent, I willingly accept punishment. Shun Ryu nodded, refraining from further comment. Qin Muyang promptly summoned 2 servants, taking Qin Yue with him as they departed for Qingya Mingju to apprehend the individuals involved. As she watched their departing figures, Shun Ryu's gaze gradually darkened. Granny Su approached quietly. Madam, do not worry. The eldest young lady is unharmed. Qiu Shuang felt both concern for her mistress and compassion for Qin Shiyue. Qin Muyang hurriedly entered the elegant tea house. On the second floor of the Swallow Wine House, a well-dressed young gentleman observed the scene with keen interest. Was something amiss at the elegant tea house, given the hurried demeanor of Lord Qin? His attendant, Xiao Xingzi, expressed curiosity. Lord Qin had never been fond of tea, leading Xiao Xingzi to speculate that perhaps he intended to discuss matrimonial matters with the 9th royal uncle. The young gentleman leisurely fanned himself, his eyes deep and starry. This statement left Xiao Xingzi perplexed. Your Highness, even if discussing marriage, such matters are usually conducted at the Marquis's residence or the prince's estate, not in a tea house. Junmuse chuckled and playfully reprimanded him. Foolish. He briskly approached the door of the private room on the 2nd floor, only to find another observing servant, Qingsong, standing guard. Qin Muyang gestured for Dong Yang and Qingsong to step back, took a deep breath, gathered his composure, and firmly pushed open the door to the private room, with Qin Yue closely following behind. Chapter 18. What a grand affair with father and sister. Inside the room, Jun Xie and Qin Shiyue sat facing each other, savoring tea. Qin Muyang and Qin Yue stood there, stunned. Xiang stood in their way. Does Lord Qin have business here? Qin Shiyue rose, seemingly puzzled. Father, what brings you here? She then turned to Qin Yue. Sister, you have come too. Such a grand gathering. Has something happened? Jun Xie remained silent, his gaze deepening as he observed. Qin Muyang felt somewhat awkward and lowered his voice. What are you doing here? The prince has invited my sister for tea, and to discuss marriage matters. As you have already seen, the Lord of Qin, with a leisurely demeanor, appeared to be enjoying a relaxed period recently. Before Qin Muyang could formulate his response, he heard Jun Qi utter a phrase with an air of indifference. His complexion fluctuated between red and white, and after a moment of stiffness, he respectfully greeted Jun Qi. Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Qin Yu, anxiously following behind, also offered a timid bow.
Yun Qi,
with a semblance of a smile, remarked, What troubles you? Is Lord Qin concerned that his daughter might encounter difficulties in my presence? Qin Shiyue, with an inexplicable expression, interjected, It seems my sister shares our father's concerns for her elder sister's safety. Qin Yu's countenance darkened. Qin Muyang reproached, You impulsive child. Without reason, you speculate about your sister and create such turmoil, disturbing his highness. Will you not admit your fault? Qin Yu, unable to defend herself, quickly knelt. I am ignorant, and I humbly ask for your highness's forgiveness. I was merely overly concerned for my sister.
Ah.
Such concern is indeed a burden, as if you wish for me to falter, paving the way for your schemes. Jun Qi, maintaining his enigmatic smile, stated, Miss Qin's excessive concern will only tarnish the reputation of the Yanbei Marquis. Qin Shiyue broke into a cold sweat. Your Highness's words are duly noted. As the conversation concluded, the atmosphere in the private room became palpably tense. Might I request Lord Qin to grant us a moment's privacy to discuss matters with Miss Qin? If it causes you unease, both you and Miss Qin may remain as company. I shall host. Qin Muyang was rendered speechless. Although the words were polite, it was evident that there was a hint of displeasure in Qin Shiyue's tone. Qin Muyang forced a smile and said, Your Highness overstates matters. This official takes his leave. After speaking, he took Qin Shiyue's hand and departed from the private room. After a moment, Qin Shiyue finally stood up, leaning against the window to observe the father and daughter as they left. Miss Qin, in her endeavor to embarrass the Marquis and the second miss, has even drawn me into this affair? You are aware of this. Qin Shiyue firmly closed the window, casting a deep glance at Qin Shiyue. His father was always concerned about the dignity of the Marquis, which is why he remained particularly vigilant. Qin Shiyue approached, saying, Perhaps it is due to the reputation of the Shun family. Once they have extracted what they desire from the Shun family, they will undoubtedly eradicate them entirely. Then bring in a concubine to enter the household, living harmoniously as one family. Qin Shiyue frowned slightly. Miss Qin is quite forthright. Indeed. If I were not forthright, I would find myself pulled into the grave with you. Qin Shiyue lifted her gaze and saw Qin Shiyue unfastening a jade pendant from his person, presenting it before her. This is... Qin Shiyue took it with ease. The jade pendant, adorned with auspicious cloud patterns, was crafted from pure white Hitian jade, translucent and warm to the touch, with exquisite carving, making it a superior piece of jade. Your Highness is indeed the forthright one. Qin Shiyue accepted it without hesitation. If this pendant were taken to the market, it would fetch a handsome price, sufficient to open a medical practice.
Yun Qi's Braufuhl.
Qin Shiyue cleared her throat. The next treatment will require a few days' wait. I will inform you of the specific time and location. Qin Shiyue composed himself. Aside from my elder brother, you are the first to dare make me wait for news. Xia Ying held her breath, exclaiming, Oh, ancestors! Even if you are to become the future princess, you cannot address the prince in such a manner. There is no need to wait any longer. Our wedding day is merely 7 days hence. Qin Shiyue declared with a resolute tone, leaving no room for dissent. Qin Shiyue was momentarily taken aback. Married in 7 days? Such haste? Xia Ying stared in disbelief. Is our master eagerly anticipating the consummation? Qin Shiyue smiled knowingly. I find it regrettably delayed. I wish it were tomorrow. Qin Shiyue tightened her grip on the teacup. What? Are you not expected to survive until tomorrow? Both departed the tea house in succession. Qin Shiyue cast a casual glance and then stated, At dawn tomorrow, I shall visit the Yanbei Marquis' residence to escort you. Qin Shiyue looked up. For what purpose? To enter the palace, to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. The mention of the Empress Dowager resonated with Qin Shiyue. Upon entering the courtyard, she beheld Qin Shiyue kneeling upright in the main hall, Chahui Hall. Dongyang and Qingsong had also been compelled to kneel beside her by the guards. Volume 1, Chapter 19, Return and Reflect. Sister, I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly did not mean it. I was merely grasping at shadows and unjustly accused you. As Qin Shiyue stepped into Chahui Hall, she heard Qin Shiyue's tearful lamentations, leading one to believe she had suffered a grave injustice. Although Qin Muyang sat in the main seat, he was both troubled and pained by Qin Shiyue's weeping pleas for mercy. Shun Ryu, seated on the opposite side, regarded her with gentle eyes, yet a hint of sternness crept in. Indeed, this is the true aura of the matriarch. Do not be deceived again by scoundrels and deceitful women. Shun Ryu gazed at her daughter and declared, I shall take charge of your affairs. Mother, you are formidable. Qin Shiyue rejoiced inwardly, yet upon witnessing Qin Shiyue's tearful visage, her demeanor turned grave. Ignoring her pleas, she strode past her, inquiring, Father, are you to enforce the family law with such solemnity? Your sister has erred inadvertently. As a magnanimous elder, why not grant her forgiveness? As Qin Shiyue took her seat, she heard Qin Muyang making a decision on her behalf. Receiving the warm tea from Xiaoman, a glimmer of displeasure flickered in her eyes. As a magnanimous elder, What then becomes of my innocence? Previously, under the guise of a flower thief, the servants had been allowed to ransack her quarters.
Now,
Unfounded rumors of my alleged indiscretions with a man had spread. Qin Shiyue turned her gaze to the kneeling Dong Yang and Qing Song. You both were complicit, were you not? The two trembled in fear. Qin Yue wiped her tears, pleading, Sister, this is all a misunderstanding. What nonsense! A mere bait leads to a trap, clearly indicating premeditation. Following the incident with a flower thief, Mother dispatched someone to investigate and discovered that it was entirely fabricated. You have resorted to the same deceitful tactics once more, spreading baseless rumors. It is my mother's indulgence that has led you to become what you are today. Qin Muyang was taken aback. In her memory, Shen Ruyu was supposed to be gentle and considerate. Yet, her words now bore an edge. Qin Yue was left speechless. Once, my mother had never scolded me so harshly. Even when I erred, a few tears would soften her heart and lead to forgiveness. Shen Ryu cast a seemingly casual glance at Qin Muyang, then at Qin Yue. In my past life, my tenderness and compassion became the very instruments through which you harmed the bloodline of the Shen family. In this life, I shall not allow you to revel in your triumph. Surely, it is unnecessary to be so severe with Yue, who is still so young and naive. Moreover, she has already acknowledged her mistake. When I was her age, I was already toiling in the fields and butchering pork. I had no privilege to indulge in childish whims before my parents. Suddenly, Qin Shiyue recalled the family that had adopted the original owner. Given their disposition, they would undoubtedly resort to public moral coercion during my wedding. At least, that was how it transpired when I was forced into being a concubine in my previous life. Shen Ryu's brow furrowed tightly. Father, please spare her this time. There may yet be a next. Clearly, the previous incident did not impart any lesson to my sister. Must you insist on dragging the entire family into disgrace for your own satisfaction?
Ha!
You can only unleash your impotent rage upon me, if you possess any courage. Direct it towards Qin Shiyue. My father's words were misguided. I feared that addressing His Highness the Crown Prince would be even more complicated. You cannot fathom how displeased His Highness appeared when I left. Regardless of whether his countenance truly reflected anger, I must first subdue my worthless father. Qin Muyang was drenched in sweat from frustration, yet he found himself unable to retort. Provoked by Qin Shiyue, he glanced at Qin Yue, who was crying incessantly, and felt a whirlwind of vexation. In the frigid embrace of winter, amidst the enduring pines, a scene of chaos unfolded. Accusations were hurled, tarnishing the reputation of the young lady, and punishment loomed, 50 strokes of the cane, followed by banishment to toil in the rustic outskirts. My lord, spare us. The two pleaded in desperation. Their cries for mercy fell on deaf ears, as the specter of their impending fate loomed large. Should they endure the punishment, their lives would be irrevocably altered in the countryside. Second miss, please save us. We have served you faithfully. Winter Yang's voice faltered under the weight of despair. Yet, their pleas were futile, swiftly leading them to the courtyard for punishment. Father. Qin Yue continued her charade of innocence.
Wait.
Volume 1, Chapter 20, Nightmares. Qin Shiyue rose, asserting, Sister, you enable their wickedness by allowing them to spread slander against your own daughter. While this may seem a mere family matter, fate has conspired to bring the Prince of Chun into our midst today. Qin Yue, believing her tears would shield her as before, was unprepared for Shen Ruyu's unyielding stance. Yue, do not forget the words you spoke today. With sorrowful tears, Qin Yue lamented, Father, Mother, will you truly cast your daughter away to the countryside? She whimpered, I shall kneel, if only to appease my sister. With that, she departed, sobbing pitifully. Madam has been rather severe today, Qin Muyang mused, troubled by the spectacle. Yue's antics were a consequence of her prior indulgence. Shen Ryu took a sip of tea, contemplating the unfolding drama. She has always been sensible and well-mannered. Creating such a commotion is merely a manifestation of her concern. Qin Muyang glanced at Qin Shiyue, swallowing the latter part of his sentence. Qin Shiyue regarded him with a frigid gaze. For the sake of his true love, he could disregard his own daughter as if she were mere fodder. One cannot expect him to comprehend any principles. Let us depart, shall we? It is time for you to attend to your beloved. Spare us your repugnant presence. Unlike her former submissive self, Shen Ruyu was no longer as gentle and considerate, leaving Qin Muyang somewhat disconcerted. After a brief pause, he hastily concocted an excuse to take his leave. Mother, today my sister has been punished by kneeling. Father must surely be distressed. Qin Shiyue watched Qin Muyang's retreating figure and let out a soft sigh. Shen Ruyu gently patted her hand. It is the fault of your mother for not having disciplined you well, causing Ah Shi to suffer. Qin Shiyue nodded. Qin Yu has failed in her attempts. Next time, she ought to play for higher stakes. Perhaps she will cause a stir during the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival feast or at my wedding. Shen Ruyu pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, Qin Yu knelt in the Qin family ancestral hall, seething with resentment. How could Qin Shiyue have evaded her grasp once more? Why was she not ensnared? Miss, you have endured much suffering. I have brought you something to eat. Shuangjiang quietly entered, offering a bun. Qin Yu bit into the bun with bitter hatred. She loathed the bandits sent to intercept Qin Shiyue along the way, for they had failed to claim her life. What did mother say? Qin Yu's thoughts lingered on her mother. The lady advised her to calm herself and reflect deeply. As the frost descended, she could not help but add, Second miss, it is only natural for the madam to favor her own daughter. Qin Yu's eyes shimmered with jealousy. Was it not merely because of their blood ties that her mother showed such affection? Yet what if she were not related by blood? Qin Yue clenched her fists tightly. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, like sediment settling in murky waters, Qin Shiyue glanced at the food box in her hand. Have you brought a meal for the second miss? Frost lowered her head, replying, Yes, the second miss has been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, yet she was not forbidden to eat. So, I dare to bring her food. Such is human nature, I understand, Qin Shiyue assessed her. The second miss has never faced such punishment before. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyue's expression turned solemn. Frost, your care for the second miss is commendable, but it is best to keep your efforts within your proper bounds. Frost drew a sharp breath. Thank you for your reminder, Mississippi. I shall take my leave. Qin Shiyue silently observed her retreating figure, her gaze profound. Frost was clearly sent over from the Shin family, yet she ultimately aligns with that wretched father and the false daughter. Xiao Man, please keep a close watch on Frost these days. I fear she may make a blunder. Xiao Man understood implicitly. I shall take care. A night passed without dreams.
Miss.
The following morning, Qin Shiyue was roused from her slumber by urgent calls. She sat up, still drowsy, irritation bubbling within her. What has happened? The autumn frost has arrived, and they say it has brought a nightmare to the lady, who cannot be roused. Qin Shiyue suddenly awakened, hastily donned a garment, and rushed to her mother's chamber. Qin Muyang accompanied her, his expression inscrutable, while Qiu Shuang knelt by the bedside, incessantly calling out in an attempt to awaken Shenryu. Mother. Qin Shiyue approached to assess the situation. Shenryu lay upon the bed, struggling restlessly, her eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed, and her forehead beaded with sweat, a classic case of nightmare affliction. What are you doing here? Qin Muyang questioned impatiently. Qin Shiyue paid him no heed, directly grasping her mother's right hand and inserting a silver needle into the crevice of her nail. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Qin Muyang scolded, Wretched girl, how dare you pierce your mother with a silver needle? What malice possesses you? After his reprimand, he ordered the servants in the courtyard. Why are you standing there? Hurry and pull her away. Shunli, Shinqi, please escort the lord to rest. Qin Shiyue issued an expulsion order. You. Qin Muyang was forcibly restrained to one side, rendered speechless with anger. Cough, cough, cough. As the second silver needle was inserted, Shenryu awakened in pain, gradually opening her eyes. She is awake, she is awake. Qiu Shuang sighed in relief. Seeing the lady roused, Qin Muyang's face turned somewhat awkward. He wished to approach, but was persistently held back by the two. Mother, how are you? Are you feeling better? Qin Shiyue supported her mother to a sitting position. Shenryu surveyed her surroundings, ultimately resting her gaze upon Qin Shiyue. As their eyes met, Qin Shiyue noted that her mother's eyes were red and brimming with tears, her hands trembling slightly. Qin Shiyue could not comprehend why her mother's emotions were so intense. akin to a reunion after a profound separation. Mother, are you unwell? Shen Ryu stifled her emotions and glanced around. Everyone, please leave. I wish to speak with Asher. Qin Muyang, puzzled, inquired, what could possibly necessitate such urgency? Asher is about to marry and will soon reside at the Chen Wangfu. Shen Ryu cast a sidelong glance at Qin Muyang, reiterating, everyone out. The maidservants exited, and Qin Muyang was also ushered out by Shun Li and Xin Qi. Qin Shiyue could not shake the feeling that her mother's earlier gaze towards that despicable father was filled with animosity and disdain. Previously, her mother's infatuation seemed to clarify, with her attitude towards that wretched father and the false daughter gradually shifting. It certainly did not resemble the sudden surge of hatred and disgust exhibited moments ago. With the door securely shut, Qin Shiyue was unexpectedly embraced tightly by Shen Ryu, taken by surprise.
Mother, what is troubling you?
Qin Shiyue lowered her gaze, feeling as if her mother were a child, crying for her lost parent. Shen Ryu smiled gently. There are matters I cannot address at present, but once Asher is wed, I shall be free to act. When Qin Shiyue pondered these thoughts, her mother's words struck her heart with a jolt. To act freely on significant matters? This did not unfold in the previous life. Has Mother's character transformed? Has the NPC awakened? Shen Ryu, sensing her daughter's unspoken thoughts, opened her mouth as if to speak, yet hesitated. Madam, Miss. Elder Madam Su knocked at the door, and the second young lady has come to pay her respects. Considering the time, Qin Shiyue has been kneeling for 6 full hours. Mother, sister. Before Shen Ryu could speak, Qin Shiyue limped in, supported by Shuangjiang. Upon entering, she immediately began to apologize, her expression pitiful. Mother, I have reflected all night and truly understand my mistake. Sister, how about we harmoniously coexist as sisters from now on? I promise, such a situation will never arise again. Qin Shiyue was disinclined to engage with her. A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year has ulterior motives. Suddenly, Qin Shiyue recalled something. Mother, today I have an appointment to enter the palace with His Highness, the Crown Prince, to pay our respects to Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Shen Ryu straightened her posture. It is all my fault for delaying you, my dear. Let me assist you in changing and preparing. As she spoke, she began to get out of bed. Qin Shiyue bit her teeth in frustration. There is no need for Mother to trouble herself, as it is the winter solstice. Qin Shiyue, perceiving Qin Shiyue's thoughts, turned to her and intentionally inquired, would you like to accompany us, sister? Qin Shiyue smiled enigmatically. That would be fine. Shen Ryu looked at Shuangjiang, her expression darkening. Shuangjiang. Today the second young lady must transcribe Buddhist scriptures in the courtyard, and you are to attend to her closely, ensuring she remains undistracted by trivial matters. Her voice was exceedingly stern. Shuangjiang paused momentarily, then bowed. This servant understands. Qin Shiyue felt as if a heavy stone lodged in her heart. Originally, I believed that my mother would consider the hardship of my kneeling all night and directly lift the ban on copying books. However, to my dismay, Qin Shiyue's eyes glistened with tears, as if she were ready to gnash her teeth in frustration. Qin Shiyue instantly caught the stern gaze of Shen Ryu, which bore no trace of warmth or amusement. What has come over my mother? Upon exiting Shen Ryu's chamber, Qin Shiyue instructed Qiushuang to take good care of the second Mrs. Shiyuch. Qiushuang nodded in acknowledgement. As Qin Shiyue stepped out of she immediately spotted the carriage of the Prince of Qin waiting not far off. I apologize for my tardiness, Your Highness. I hope I have not kept you waiting too long. Qin Shiyue gracefully boarded the carriage. Jun Xie cast an indifferent glance her way. No matter. Miss Qin's behavior is hardly a novelty. Qin Shiyue frowned slightly. If I recall correctly, it is only just past the hour of Qin. I am neither late, nor have I broken any appointment. May I inquire what you mean by this behavior, Your Highness? Her words dripped with sarcasm. Qin Shiyue chose to ignore him. The poison within you seems to have infected your tongue. You are a walking venom. And I suggest you are less a prince of Qin and more a king of poison. Jun Xie shot her a cold glance. The carriage gradually began its journey toward the palace. Being prepared in advance is a commendable habit, for summons to the palace require prior arrangements. Yes, I understand. Qin Shiyue replied with a hint of impatience. Must you be so verbose? Shall I wait at the palace gates in the dead of night for the next summons? How absurd. Qin Shiyue adjusted his sleeves and reminded, when we arrive at Shokong Palace, do not indulge in frivolous thoughts. Mother disdains those who lose focus. Qin Shiyue nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently descending into a tranquil silence. Unable to hear her voice, Qin Shiyue closed his eyes to rest. Within the Shinryu sat before her vanity, lost in contemplation for quite some time. Had she inadvertently frightened her daughter? A shadow crossed her gaze as she mused. Where is she? Turning her attention to the copper mirror reflecting her visage, her mind conjured the horrific image of her daughter's tragic fate in a previous life. A faint hint of severity shadowed her eyes. Later, we shall pay a visit. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyue arrived at the palace gates. Having followed the carriage from the Crown Prince's residence, Crown Prince brother, as she reached the entrance, a voice rich with the essence of tea echoed. Qin Shiyue glanced up, recognizing He Yuan from the Ministry of Personnel. Crown Prince brother? Such a moniker exists? Qin Shiyue, disinterested, merely nodded in acknowledgement. He Yuan, dismissive of Qin Shiyue, continued to engage with Qin Shiyue. Crown Prince brother, are you here to pay respects to Her Majesty? Qin Shiyue felt a surge of disdain, clucking like a hen. Do you think you are laying eggs? Qin Shiyue cast a sidelong glance at Qin Shiyue, his expression shifting enigmatically. He Yuan stepped forward, attempting to position herself alongside Qin Shiyue in place of Qin Shiyue. However, Qin Shiyue took a step back, firmly stating, I have never recognized a sister of another surname. I kindly ask Miss He to exercise caution in her address. He Yuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling quite aggrieved. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyue stood patiently to the side, awaiting the unfolding events. Had it not been at the palace gates, I would have swiftly wiped away your tears with a single slap. Qin Shiyue cast a glance at Qin Shiyue and then cautioned He Yuan, I am already betrothed and on the verge of marriage. I trust, Miss, he will exercise discretion in my presence and refrain from providing others with fodder for gossip. He Yuan choked back her emotions, replying, This daughter of a minister will remember. What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting to be disrespectful by arriving late for the audience? Qin Shiyue shot a glance at the dazed Qin Shiyue. He Yuan remained rooted in place, her lips pressed tightly together. Why must the prince reprimand others while using her as a shield? As they entered the palace, the two walked side by side along the corridor, passing courtiers who bowed in respect.
Collaboration nécessita ta collaborative attitude.
My approach is entirely justified, Qin Shiyue asserted, not denying his stance. Indeed, just as described, you lack the capacity for perspective-taking. A hint of confusion flickered in Qin Shiyue's eyes. Perspective-taking? Does that mean to continue contemplating from a different position? Following her gaze, he inquired, what is it? Do you know them? Qin Shiyue shook her head. They appear familiar. Just then, the two officials approached to greet them. It turned out to be Lin Mao, the Minister of Revenue, and Wei Yang, the Transport Officer of the Ministry of War. Qin Shiyue silently repeated their names in her heart. No wonder they seem familiar. They are indeed the retainers of that scoundrel father, the elder brother and brother-in-law of the mistress, Lin Wan. In pursuit of true love, the scoundrel father truly spares no effort. In the later stages, the battlefield suffered from a lack of supplies, leading to the demise of the uncles, and they certainly contributed significantly. Qin Shiyue bid farewell to the two. Do you not hold them in esteem? How might we expose them before the public? Qin Shiyue cast a glance at her, but chose not to respond. Soon, they arrived at Shokong Palace, where the stewardess, Bai Yu, had been waiting at the entrance. Your Highness, Prince Chun, Miss Qin. The inner hall of Shokong Palace was spacious and bright, suffused with a subtle scent of sandalwood. The Empress Dowager sat regally on her throne, eyes closed in tranquil meditation, her fingers deftly manipulating a string of prayer beads. Your Majesty, Bai Yu reminded softly, has Prince Qi arrived? The Empress Dowager opened her eyes, gazing at Qin Shiyue with a look of immense kindness.
Qin Shiyue bowed deeply, Mother.
Qin Shiyue observed with a detached demeanor. The Empress Dowager exuded grandeur and grace, her countenance benevolent, and her eyes profound as tranquil waters. It turned out that Qin Shiyue's eyes were inherited from the Empress Dowager. A cough nearby interrupted Qin Shiyue's reverie. This humble daughter, Qin Shiyue, pays her respects to your Majesty. properly kneeling to offer her greetings. "Come, approach me." The Empress Dowager beckoned kindly. Qin Shiyue stepped closer and knelt before her. "I have long heard the Emperor speak of you, saying you are the good fortune of our northern Zhou. You are indeed a striking beauty. No wonder you have captured this young man's attention," the Empress Dowager remarked with a gentle smile. In the narrative, the portrayal of the Empress Dowager is rather sparse. The most striking memory for Qin Shiyue is that after Jun Qi's death, the Empress Dowager fell gravely ill and soon departed from this world. The Empress Dowager's words were laden with emotion. Qin Shiyue found herself at a loss regarding the Dowager's true sentiments and refrained from speaking further. The Dowager instructed Yanbei to present the exquisite golden hairpin adorned with emeralds, personally fastening it onto Qin Shiyue's hair. "This hairpin has been prepared for many years, awaiting the day I could bestow it upon my future daughter-in-law. At last, it graces your head. Do you like it?" Qin Shiyue nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous gift." Once she entered the prince's residence, she was to live a good life. "If that scoundrel dares to bully you, do not hesitate to come to me. I shall teach him a lesson," the Dowager said, holding Qin Shiyue's hand. Jun Qie felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The Dowager, filled with joy, decided to bestow her ancestral Buddhist beads upon Qin Shiyue as well. "Your Majesty, this is far too precious. Regardless of its value, it cannot compare to the hardships you endured in the countryside. For years, I have watched your mother fret and worry, which has taken a toll on her health. My heart aches for her." Observing his mother's tender concern for his future bride, Jun Qie felt a pang of sorrow, and his eyes inadvertently glimmered with a hint of red. "My lord?"
Qin Shiyue met unicayish gage.
Why does this king of hell weep? In the last moments of his previous life, he shed not a single tear. "You must cherish this girl. Do not treat her poorly," he advised. After exchanging a few more words, they took their leave. The Dowager, watching the pair walk away, could not help but redden her eyes, pondering. "Baiwe, has the prince's demeanor improved significantly?" Yanbei bent down and said, "Your Majesty, the joyous occasion at the prince's residence is imminent, and his highness is in high spirits, looking quite radiant." The Empress sighed. "I see that girl has a face full of fortune and a cheerful demeanor. I hope she can bring good luck to the prince's residence and bless him with a long life." Qin Shiyue walked along the stone-paved path in silence. Jun Qie, sensing the awkwardness, inquired, "Why are you not speaking?" Qin Shiyue touched her bracelet, replying, "I simply do not wish to." Raising her gaze, she spotted Jun Yi approaching from a distance, his steps light and seemingly in celebration. "Is there to be a joyful event at the manor? How delightful." Jun Qie stepped in front of him. Jun Yi, caught off guard, exclaimed, "Father has consented to my marriage with Yuer and has even bestowed some fine gifts to our residents. I intend to select a few to present to Yuer." The third prince. "In these past days, my sister has been engaged in scripture copying and prayers, making it rather inconvenient for meetings." Jun Yi expressed his discontent. "This is a moment of joy. Why should we not meet? Yuer will surely be elated to hear this. Truly a lovesick fool, a devoted admirer. Such devotion may lead to utter desolation." Jun Qie cast a puzzled glance at Qin Shiyue. She sighed. "Then I wish the third prince success in his endeavors." Jun Yi, oblivious to Qin Shiyue's words, eagerly continued on his way to present gifts to Qin Yu. "In 2 days, I shall come to formally propose." Qin Shiyue nodded. "The humble daughter awaits." Half an hour later, Jun Qie watched as Qin Shiyue entered the Marquis residence. Lin Mao and Wei Yang's entrance into the court is indeed peculiar and warrants thorough investigation. Zhang Wei has received the order.
Xiang.
What does it mean to think from another's perspective? Just as Xiang was about to board the carriage, she heard her master pose this question. After pondering for a while, she concluded that thinking from another's perspective might involve 2 individuals sitting together to deliberate on a matter, and then swapping seats midway to continue their contemplation. Yun Qi. As Qin Shiyue stepped into the front courtyard, she was greeted by the bustling activity within the Chaohui Hall. An elegantly dressed elderly woman occupied the main seat, accompanied by a young man clad in official attire. Qin Yu attended to them, inquiring after their well-being and sharing occasional light-hearted banter with the young man. Shen Ruyu sat beside them, maintaining a demeanor of politeness, though her expression revealed her discontent. "I had wondered who it was. It turns out the false heiress's backing has arrived. Shen Ruyu glanced toward the entrance of the Chaohui Hall, her expression brightening slightly. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, she was intercepted by two matrons. Volume 1, Chapter 23. Who fell into the water? Qin Shiyue, neither servile nor arrogant, inquired. Since when has the rule been established that the legitimate daughter is prohibited from entering the inner hall? As her words resonated, every gaze in the Chaohui Hall shifted toward her. The elderly lady, who had been exchanging pleasantries with Qin Shiyue, suddenly wore a serious expression as if a switch had been flipped. Unfazed, Qin Shiyue strode directly inside. "Ah, sure. This is your grandmother, Lady Yin." Shen Ruyu introduced. Qin Shiyue offered a respectful bow. "Grandmother, may you be well." She then gestured toward the young man beside her. "This is your cousin, Wei Yanhua." Qin Shiyue gave a slight nod. "Cousin? What cousin?" "He is the biological son of that scoundrel, the younger half-brother of the scheming woman."
Ah.
Indeed. In the end, even the family of the maternal grandfather was not spared. Shen Ryu cast a cold glance at Wei Yanhua. Seeing that Qin Shiyue remained silent, she took her usual seat beside Shen Ryu. Such a lack of decorum. Yin Shi's expression turned stern. "Decorum?" Qin Shiyue smiled faintly, unaware that her grandmother referred to the decorum of being stopped at the door by two matrons upon entering. Yin Shi's expression stiffened. Wei Yanhua reproached. "How can you speak to your grandmother like that?" In just a few sentences, Qin Shiyue rendered both Yin Shi and Wei Yanhua speechless. Shen Ryu took a sip of tea and said, "Mother means to suggest that Yanhua stay at the Marquis' residence?" Yin Shi nodded. "After all, Yanhua has called you aunt for so many years. We are indeed family." "What family?" "It seems that they are only after the Shen family's fortune. If the Shen family were to fall, the assets would naturally revert to the false daughter and her so-called cousin. The calculations are quite apparent." Shen Ryu smiled gently. "Mother, it is not that the daughter-in-law is unwilling, but rather, Yanhua has already come of age and will soon establish her own family and have children. If she were to continue residing in the Marquis' house, it might not be very convenient." "What did you say?" Yin Shi's expression shifted. She had never anticipated that Shen Ryu would refuse. Wei Yanhua was equally bewildered. "How is this different from what I expected? Auntie used to like me quite a lot when I was younger." "Mother, the daughter-in-law is considering the reputation of the Marquis' residence." Upon hearing this, Yin gazed earnestly at Shen Ryu. "Mother, Yanhua is no longer the child he once was. He now holds an official position in the capital, under the scrutiny of many eyes. If he were to reside in the Marquis' residence again, it would inevitably lead to rumors of collusion and favoritism." Yin placed great importance on the reputations of Qin Muyang and Wei Yanhua in the court. Shen Ryu's words effectively silenced her. However, given the hurried circumstances of the day, it would be acceptable for him to stay the night at the estate. When she later encountered Wei Yanhua, she felt a surge of excitement. "At last, we are reunited." Wei Yanhua, exceedingly courteous, immediately knelt and bowed his head. "I pay my respects to my uncle." Please rise, Qin Muyang urged, helping him to his feet. "It has been several years since we last met, and you have changed considerably. Do not leave tonight. Stay at home, and I shall host a welcome feast for you." Qin Shiyue regarded the scene with a cold gaze, thinking, a reunion between father and son certainly calls for a heartfelt conversation. As dusk fell, the brilliant lights began to illuminate the surroundings. In the dining hall of Chao Huitang, a sumptuous banquet was laid out. The family gathered around, exchanging toasts and laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. Qin Shiyue proactively poured a cup of fruit wine. Shen Ryu interjected, "Ah, sure, take care of yourself." Qin Shiyue shook her head. "Mother, do not worry. It is merely fruit wine. I have partaken in it while in the countryside. It is nothing to fret over." At that moment, Wei Yanhua stood, raising his glass to Qin Muyang. "Now, as I serve in the Jingzhou prefecture, I owe much to my uncle's support." Qin Muyang responded with a smile. "It is nothing. We are all family." Upon hearing the mention of Prince Chen, Wei Yanhua's eyes brightened. "That is only natural, cousin. I toast to you." Qin Shiyue smiled enigmatically, accepting the toast from her counterpart. Qin Yue watched, her fingers instinctively tightening around the hem of her garment. After the meal, Wei Yanhua was summoned by Qin Muyang to the study for a discussion. In a deliberate manner, Qin Shiyue circled in front of Qin Yue, then loudly declared her intention to go to the lakeside to sober up. Qin Yue, raised by the Yin family, held a closer bond with them than with Qin Shiyue. "Grandmother, you appear to have lost weight," she remarked. "During the meal, you hardly touched your beloved shredded chicken congee." Qin Yue served her grandmother hot tea. "Last night, I was punished to kneel for the entire night, and today I spent the day copying scriptures, hardly having a sip of water, which accounts for my diminished appetite. I apologize for causing you concern." Upon hearing the mention of her sister, Qin Yue felt tears welling up from the sense of injustice. "It is indeed my fault for offending my sister." When Qin Yue heard this from the Yin matriarch, a sense of satisfaction surged within her, prompting her to embellish further. "However, my sister possesses her own merits. She was able to call off the engagement with the third prince and even garnered the attention of His Highness the Crown Prince." The expression on the Yin matriarch's face darkened. It is indeed remarkable that someone raised by her foster parents in the countryside could exhibit such audacity. As the Yin matriarch contemplated Qin Yue's words, her inner doubts deepened. "Grandmother, I just saw my sister by the lakeside in the backyard, and I truly feel uneasy. I wish to go and check on her." The Yin matriarch nodded in agreement. After Qin Yue departed, she summoned her trusted maid, Granny Sunday. "Go and investigate thoroughly. We must ascertain whether Qin Shiyue indeed shares the bloodline of the Marquis. The serene lake in the back garden of the Marquis offered a picturesque view. The moon cast its reflection upon the lake, shimmering and resplendent, yet maintaining an air of tranquility. Qin Shiyue gazed upon it, captivated by its beauty. Unfazed, she mused, "It matters not." At that moment, Xiaoman arrived with news that Qin Yue had come to Jingxue Lake, accompanied by attendants of the elderly matron. Wei Yanhua had also departed from the study and, at Qin Yue's behest, made his way to the lakeside to admire the moonlight. Qin Shiyue smiled enigmatically. "Tonight, the shores of Jingxue Lake are indeed lively. Sister, upon hearing of your visit to Jingxue Lake for solace, I felt rather uneasy and thus came to check on you." Under the moonlight, Qin Yue approached, with Shuangjiang holding a lantern, retreating to the side. A cool breeze began to stir, causing the branches by the lake to sway gently, rustling softly. "I merely stepped out to sober up. I have no intentions of despairing. There is no need for concern, dear sister. If I catch a chill, grandmother and father will surely fret and chastise me for not taking proper care of you." "Such words, sister," Qin Yue exclaimed, grasping Qin Shiyue's hand as they walked towards the lake's edge. "Look over there." Wei Yanhua, along with his attendants, lingered a short distance behind, observing silently. "Sister, why are you pushing me?" As her words echoed, a sudden splash resounded. The lake's surface erupted as the second young lady fell into the water. Shuangjiang was the first to rush forward, only to stumble. Lowering her gaze, she discovered Qin Yue sitting dazedly upon a stone by the lake's edge. Hearing the commotion, all present hurried towards Jingxue Lake. The adept house servant descended to rescue the individual, and before long, he retrieved Qin Shiyue from the lake. Soaked to the bone, her hair was disheveled, with damp strands clinging to her cheeks, her complexion slightly pallid. She appeared thoroughly disheveled. The early summer night water retained a certain chill. Dongji, holding an extra coat, wrapped it around Qin Shiyue. The first to arrive was Granny Sun, a close attendant of the Yin family. "Miss, what transpired just now?" Granny Sun inquired cautiously. Qin Yu seemed to have just emerged from a daze. "It was my sister who pushed me." Dongji expressed doubt. "If the eldest miss pushed you, then why are you on the shore while she fell into the lake?" Qin Yu gritted her teeth, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. Qin Shiyue leaned against her mother, silently observing. "You knew that Granny Sun and Wei Yanhua were behind you, hence you intentionally devised a scheme to draw attention, creating the illusion that I pushed you into the lake. But who would have thought that I would turn the tables on you? A failed scheme leads to unforeseen consequences." Half an hour later, Qin Shiyue changed into clean attire and sat on a side couch in the hall, sipping ginger soup. The fiery warmth of the ginger soup dispelled the discomfort within her. Qin Muyang and Yin Shi, upon hearing of the incident, bore grim expressions. Is there some misunderstanding? Qin Muyang pondered, feeling a sense of heaviness. Qin Yu nodded, then shook her head, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Yin Shi remarked, it was merely a playful scuffle between sisters. Yan Hua and Granny Sun witnessed it as well. In the darkness of the evening, by the lakeside, such an accident was bound to occur. Feeling lightheaded, I ventured to the lakeside for some fresh air, unaware that my sister had also chosen the same destination. Perhaps due to the encroaching darkness, she failed to notice her footing, and as she tugged me closer to the water's edge, a sense of foreboding gripped me. Concerned for her safety, I pushed her away from the lake. Qin Shiyue chuckled softly. However, fate had other plans. My sister's foot unexpectedly tripped me, and I fell into the lake. Qin Shiyue remarked, casting a glance at the Yin family, affirming the truth in our grandmother's words. It was indeed an accident. Qin Yue's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. She felt a deep resentment for failing to frame Qin Shiyue, only to be bitten by the consequences herself.
Now,
with embellishments added to the tale, she found herself at a loss for words. Grandmother, father, please do not blame my sister, Qin Shiyue implored, turning her gaze toward the speechless Qin Yue. Who doesn't know the art of deception? I shall find a way to deal with you. Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Yin swiftly intervened to diffuse the situation. The attendees gradually dispersed, leaving Qin Yue standing aside, watching as her mother, without a glance in her direction, prepared to leave. She hurriedly grasped her mother's sleeve. Mother. Shun Ryu regarded her intently. Ayu, you are truly becoming increasingly outrageous. With that, she wrenched her arm free and departed. Qin Yue's tears fell in silent fury. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the family gathered around the breakfast table, each lost in their own thoughts. Yan Hua had just arrived in the capital, seemingly unprepared for his stay. Given the inconvenience of lodging at the estate, Yin suggested to Qin Muyang that they procure a residence in the city in his name. Shun Ryu pondered. Mother. Recently the daughter-in-law has regained her health and resumed her duties in the inner courtyard. While reviewing the account books, she inadvertently discovered that the family's assets were nearly depleted, and the remaining funds could only sustain the daily expenses of the Marquis' household. Yin's brow furrowed, deepening the lines on her face. Shun Ryu continued. The residences in the capital are precious, particularly those near the Marquis' estate. Acquiring a decent one would require over 10,000 taels of silver, which could sustain the master for several months. This is unfeasible, and that is unfeasible. What shall we do? Yin's expression darkened. The brother of the daughter-in-law had once held a position in the Jingzhou prefecture and was said to have reached the rank of Shichao, which would provide an elegant single room, more suitable for Yan Hua. Qin Shiyue was astonished by her mother's eloquence, leaving the difficult Yin momentarily speechless. The matter concerning Wei Yan Hua soon reached Lin Wan's ears. Fu Lu was in the midst of arranging Lin Wan's hair. I have heard that it was the lady who suggested the young master reside separately from the master. Lin Wan gritted her teeth. Well done, Shun Ryu. Not only do you survive, but you also meddle in Yan's affairs. My lady, please remain calm. Just look at how I have aged, yet I still lack a proper identity. If this continues, what if the master takes a fancy to someone younger and more beautiful? As she spoke, Lin Wan unexpectedly burst into tears. My lady, the household servants have come with news. The eldest young lady is to be married soon. And the day before the grand wedding, the Marquis' household will host a banquet for esteemed guests. The master has particularly invited you to partake in the joy. The eldest young lady's wedding? What joy can I partake in? My dear, the master intends for you to visit as a cousin. Perhaps you may stay for a couple of days. Lin Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A brief stay of 2 days could very well transform into a permanent residence. As time passed, if Shun Ryu were to be worn down, she could finally claim her rightful place. Lin Wan reveled in this thought. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard of the Ho residence, Qin Shiyue was enjoying tea with her mother. Shun Ryu wore an inscrutable expression. Those who are impatient tend to err frequently. On the day she arrives, she will undoubtedly adorn herself with the jewelry bestowed by our Ho family, flaunting it before esteemed guests. At that moment, we shall have quite the spectacle to witness. Volume 1, Chapter 25, awaiting the slow revelation of a worthless father as Qin Shiyue exited her mother's chamber. She spotted Qin Shiyue making her way outside. A dear friend, perhaps? Qin Shiyue furrowed her brow. Her closest companion was none other than He Yuan from the He family. She instructed, Xiao Man, follow her immediately and ascertain what significant matters she discusses with her friend. Xiao Man nodded, clutching a bamboo basket, and excused herself to venture out for shopping, trailing behind Qin Shiyue. Father. Qin Shiyue called out as she saw Qin Muyang approaching. He halted, inquiring, what is it? Your daughter is to be wed soon. Why is there no sign of joy in the household? The internal affairs are entirely managed by your mother. You need only prepare for your marriage. The date set by His Highness, the Crown Prince, is fast approaching. Some items cannot be procured in time, and it seems we must utilize the family's reserves, which requires your approval. Qin Muyang's brow furrowed in concern. In recent days, the management of the household's resources has fallen under your jurisdiction, free from the need to consult anyone else. The grand wedding of Qin Shiyue is orchestrated by the emperor. Should any misstep occur, it would be an unsatisfactory matter to address. Moreover, Qin Muyang, eager to settle Wei Yanhua, preferred not to engage in unnecessary discussions with Qin Shiyue, hastily agreeing to the arrangements. What can a mere young maid accomplish? Qin Shiyue smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, father. Shortly thereafter, upon visiting the accounting room and explaining the situation, Steward, who still wore an expression of skepticism, Qin Shiyue, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, inquired, do you mean to say you will disregard father's orders? Yet, Steward, who hesitated. The account books have been taken by the mistress for review. Must the young lady also concern herself with the household's provisions? I am merely preparing for the celebration at the Marquis' residence. By custom, these matters should not require my direct involvement. However, due to your negligence, I find myself with no choice. With a cold smile, Qin Shiyue remarked that if Steward, who is unwilling to cooperate, it would save her effort. Nevertheless, when the dignitaries of the capital arrive for the banquet, it would be the entire Yanbei Marquisate that suffers the disgrace. Having said this, she turned to leave. Please, young lady, wait. I shall comply at once, the old servant conceded. Under the pretext of arranging the estate, Qin Shiyue discerned the actual state of the household's cash reserves. It became evident that there was a discrepancy between the cash on hand and what was recorded in the ledgers. A substantial portion of the household's liquid assets and vital provisions had been deposited in the Hongtai Bank in the capital, which was reputed to be under the auspices of the imperial merchant. Armed with the Marquisite's token, Qin Shiyue entrusted it to the servant responsible for procuring funds and supplies, instructing Shun Li and Xin Shi to accompany her as they ventured forth to retrieve the necessary resources and make purchases. Shun Ryu felt a deep pang of sympathy upon hearing the news. Her mother had already sent someone to make arrangements. So, why must her daughter take matters into her own hands? Qin Shiyue grasped her mother's hand, saying, it is of little concern. After all, this is a matter of great significance for a daughter, and I must be involved. How else could the true nature of that scoundrel father be gradually unveiled to the light? Listening to her daughter's sentiments, Shun Ryu realized that, in certain respects, she had been overly lenient. Meanwhile, Xiaoman chased after Qin Shiyue as she exited, discovering that she had arranged to meet He Yuan at Xiangyu Cottage to select jewelry. Initially, the two exchanged laughter and light-hearted banter, but soon, upon hearing news of the Prince Chen's betrothal gifts, He Yuan's expression suddenly darkened. The Xiangyu Cottage was bustling with patrons selecting jewelry, yet apart from Xiaoman, no one noticed He Yuan's distress. Clenching her fists, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Qin Shiyue took her hand in comfort, saying, having known each other for so many years, we are like sisters. I genuinely wish for your every endeavor to flourish. He Yuan lowered her gaze, sorrowfully lamenting, the Prince Chen is soon to be wed, and it is the Emperor's decree that binds him. What can I do but watch from afar? Qin Shiyue shook her head in resignation, acknowledging, sister, your wisdom far surpasses mine. He Yuan silently etched this remark into her heart. She was merely a girl from the countryside. How could she possibly compare to you? Enough of this talk. Let us wander elsewhere. The two completed their jewelry selection and paid, oblivious to the fact that Jun Xie was quietly observing them from within the cottage. He summoned the shadow guard Qingfeng. Before my royal wedding, it is imperative to control the rumors circulating in the capital. Qing Feng acknowledged the order and withdrew. Xiaoman followed him out of Xiangyu Cottage. At the next alleyway, Qin Shiyue and He Yuanyuan parted ways. Xiaoman concealed herself among the pedestrians, nonchalantly trailing behind, only to discover that the second young lady had entered the Swallow Tower. The Swallow Tower is the grandest tavern in the capital, adorned with exquisite decor and serving luxurious delicacies, frequented primarily by the city's elite. Did the second young lady also have an appointment with other friends? Contemplating this, she decided to follow. However, Qin Shiyue exchanged a note with her companion and soon parted ways. Xiaoman pondered. Could it be the third prince? It seemed unlikely. Setting aside the brevity of their meeting, during each prior rendezvous, the third prince always arrived in a carriage to escort her, never allowing her to go to the appointed location alone. At noon, Qin Shiyue received the report of Xiaoman's surveillance. Miss, everything has been arranged. The necessary items will be delivered tomorrow afternoon. While I was procuring, the owner of Hontai Bank remarked that you are exceptionally capable. Qin Shiyue smiled. The owner's flattery. You shouldn't take it to heart. Now, go and attend to your duties. As Shunli walked away, Qin Shiyue mused. Exceptionally capable? Lost in thought, she was approached by Granny Fong, who served beside Lady Yin. Miss, the old lady requests your presence in the main hall of Chaohui Hall for a discussion. Upon entering the inner hall, Qin Shiyue was immediately met with Lady Yin's reprimand. Qin Shiyue bowed respectfully, addressing her grandmother. Grandmother, it is my oversight for not greeting you this morning. However, regarding the arrangements for my marriage, should I refrain from involvement, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of our noble house. A daughter's wedding ought to be orchestrated by her parents and the steward, Mr. Hu. Yet upon rising today, I found only mother managing the preparations. With the wedding day fast approaching, time is of the essence, and thus I have taken the liberty to assist. Our house must maintain its esteemed standing. The day before the grand ceremony, a banquet is essential to host esteemed guests. Should we falter in our preparations, it would reflect poorly on our family, suggesting we lack regard for the royal family. Throughout her speech, Qin Shiyue maintained a courteous smile, leaving no room for Lady Yin to critique her words. You ought to adhere to propriety. I have yet to witness a lady of a distinguished family appear so brazenly. Lady Yin retorted, her demeanor far from amiable, contrasting sharply with the grace of our house's daughters, especially compared to you. Indeed, one nurtures affection even for a pet kept for years. Lady Yin's expression darkened, her voice rising in fury. You kneel. Qin Shiyue, undeterred, replied, Grandmother, I was merely using an analogy. I see no fault in my words. How dare you speak back? She exclaimed. Ha ha ha, the Yanbei Marquis is quite lively today. In this moment, all attention shifted to the newcomers. It was General Shen Qingyan and his wife, Lady Wang, accompanied by Shen Ryu. Qin Shiyue smiled, disregarding the expression on Yin's face, and hurriedly approached. Grandfather, grandmother, what brings you here? You little girl. Such a grand occasion as a wedding. And you didn't think to inform us at the general's residence, instead enduring grievances at home. Shen Qingyan lightly poked Qin Shiyue's forehead. Upon hearing this, Yin's expression soured further. In-laws, we have not seen you for a while. There's no need for formalities, Madam Qin. I have come today specifically regarding my granddaughter's marriage, the old lady Qin stated. Shen Qingyan waved his hand, and immediately, attendants from the Shen family entered, carrying a gift box. Yin assumed it was a gift for Qin Muyang, as it had been customary in the past. The Shen family had often lent their support for Qin Muyang's career. Do not misunderstand. All of this is the dowry I have prepared for Shiyue. Yin's gaze darkened, feeling displeased but refraining from expressing it openly. It is indeed appropriate for Shiyue's wedding to be splendid, lest she be looked down upon. Ria, be sure to entertain them well, and do not neglect their presence. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yin excused herself, claiming discomfort. That old woman has certainly given you the cold shoulder more than once in the past. Shen Qingyan remarked to his daughter. Qin Shiyue's expression was inscrutable. Indeed, Madame Yin has always been preoccupied with her eldest grandson, Wei Yanhua. Shen Ryu smiled and said, Father, Yanhua has grown up in the Marquis' residence and is cherished by his mother. Even a short stay is no trouble. The Marquis seems quite fond of him. Qin Shiyue glanced at her mother, falling into contemplation. They do share some resemblance, which inevitably invites speculation that they resemble father and son. What is it that you all are staring at me for? Have I disturbed you with my idle thoughts? Shun Ryu smiled gently. Father, you have frightened Asher again. With that, she ushered Qin Shiyue and the Wang couple into the inner hall's parlor. The one you have been longing for, Qin Lang, has been secretly engaging in good deeds behind your back. Qin Shiyue lowered his voice and glanced outside. Aware that the group needed privacy, Qin Shiyue discreetly retrieved a shielding device from her space, isolating the area from the outside world. Shun Ryu sighed softly as a daughter. I am well aware of Qin Muyang's actions. The deficits in the Ho residence's accounts are likely due to his bribery of influential court officials, all in service of his paramour's family, strategizing for them. I instructed your elder brother, Shun Yuyan, to pay attention to the supplies and logistics, and he too has noticed something amiss. Outside, shadowy figures lingered for a while, gaining nothing before vanishing without a trace. The old lady, General Shun, and the young miss merely exchanged pleasantries, without uttering anything inappropriate. Yin Shi, sipping tea, listened to Mama Fong's report. This girl seems to target every word. She hardly resembles someone from the countryside. Yin Shi chose not to respond further. With a beaming smile, she mentioned hosting a banquet at the Swallow Tower. However, Qin Shiyue waved his hand dismissively. No need for such courtesy. I merely came to see my granddaughter. The Swallow Tower is crowded and chaotic, a place I do not fancy. It would be delightful for you, grandfather and grandmother, if I accompany you for a stroll in the marketplace. The night market is open today, and quite lively. This suggestion did not come from Qin Shiyue, but rather from the eager Qin Yue. No need, no need. As my grandfather ages, he must conserve his energy, saving it for the lively banquet in a few days. Although Qin Shiyue engaged in polite conversation, the customary pleasantries still lingered, leaving Qin Muyang at a loss for words. Qin Yu, however, was enveloped in a cloud of discontent. Miss, why not beseech father to enter the palace and seek an audience with the emperor regarding your marriage to his highness, the crown prince? Suggested her maid, Qing He. Noticing her mistress's deepening sorrow, Yuan paused, contemplating the suggestion. Are you implying that I should become a concubine? Qing He, taken aback by her response, hesitated to explain further, only to hear her mistress continue, as the legitimate daughter of the minister's residence. How could I ever settle for such a position? Yuan rose, clenching her fists unless. Qing He, perplexed, inquired, Miss, what are you planning? Once Qin Shiyue's reputation is tarnished, she shall have no hope of marrying into the crown prince's residence. At that moment, Qin Shiyue, indulging in tea and pastries at the Ho residence, inexplicably sneezed several times. Dongji promptly offered her some hot tea. Miss, although it is early summer, one must never indulge in the chill. Qin Shiyue savored a piece of water chestnut pastry, pondering, why do I feel as though someone is speaking of me? Her thoughts immediately turned to Yuan. With her impending marriage to Jun Qiyi, she could hardly believe that Yuan would remain silent. Miss, what occupies your thoughts? Dongji asked, puzzled. Silly girl. Qin Shiyue playfully tapped Dongji's forehead. Miss, my mind is already rather dull. If you keep tapping, I fear I shall become quite foolish. As twilight deepened, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow. On the following day, Jun Qia arrived as promised to propose and present his betrothal gifts. The entrance was abuzz with onlookers, and the atmosphere within the Marquis's residence was undeniably lively. Qin Muyang's guests, along with officials allied with the Yanbei Marquis, gathered to extend their congratulations. Wei Yanhua, who had recently assumed a position in the Jingzhou prefecture, also appeared, eager to join the festivities. Being new to the capital, he was unaware of the intricacies of social etiquette and believed that one should take the initiative with those who treated them well. By chance, he found himself standing before Qin Muyang. This young gentleman bore a striking resemblance to the Marquis Qin, and it was presumed he must be the Marquis's son. A voice from the crowd made this observation, causing Qin Muyang's expression to change dramatically. The speaker was Su Shi, the chief clerk of the Honlu Temple, who happened to be the Marquis's nephew. However, standing close to the Marquis Qin, One could indeed draw parallels between the two, hence Sue's misunderstanding. It seemed reasonable for an uncle and nephew to share similar features. As the murmurs grew louder, Qin Muyang's demeanor darkened further. The young master of the State Protector's General's residence, Shen Yuxing, lurked within the crowd, savoring the unfolding drama. Recognizing that the moment was ripe, Shen Ryu stepped forward to mediate. Jun Qie silently observed the scene. Wei Yanhua attempted to engage in pleasantries, but was halted by Qin Muyang. "Do not be disrespectful." He then turned to Jun Qie, saying, "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my rudeness, and kindly ask you to step into the Chaohui Hall for a seat." Jun Qie cast a cryptic glance at Wei Yanhua before following Qin Muyang into the inner courtyard. Qin Muyang responded in quick agreement. "Your Highness, you flatter me." In the center, Huan Shui observed as Qin Shiyue was engrossed in reviewing the account books within her chamber. "Miss, His Highness the Crown Prince has already arrived at Chaohui Hall. Will you not step out to greet him?" Winterji brought in some hot tea. "If I venture out, I fear someone will accuse me of lacking propriety." Winterji, having replaced the old flowers with fresh blooms, remarked, "Today, young Master Wei has made his appearance, and many have commented that he bears a striking resemblance to the Master. I hear the Master is not in good spirits." Qin Shiyue's eyes remained fixed on the ledger. Who initiated this gossip? It seems to have been Su Zhubu. Qin Shiyue recalled. Su Shi, the registrar of the Honglu Temple, is closely allied with the Su family and the Shen family. Young Master Shen is also present, frolicking in the courtyard with peers. This little demon lord is indeed quite troublesome. Qin Shiyue paused, pondering why the second miss was absent today. The second miss was taken away by the third prince, who mentioned he had received a fine horse from the palace. Early this morning, he took her out to admire the flowers, and before departing, he presented a coral and agate tree along with a box of Donghai pearls to Shiyue Pavilion. Indeed, Jun Yi treats Qin Yu exceedingly well. It may not be long before a bridal sedan from the third prince's residence arrives at her door. It is a pity that he has never been her type. As Qin Shiyue turned to a particular page in the ledger, she suddenly halted. That page revealed expenditures that were disproportionate to Qin Muyang's salary, far exceeding an entire year's worth of income. "Qin Shiyue, your uncle has arrived, and you have yet to come out to greet him." Shen Yuxing strode in with a demeanor that suggested he recognized no kinship. "Why would my uncle intrude upon a woman's private quarters without permission?" Shen Yuxing, unceremoniously seated nearby, picked up an apple and began to eat. "After all, I am considered family. Is there any need for notification when a family member visits?" He drew closer, pulling a stool. "Dear niece, must you keep me at arm's length?" Qin Shiyue glanced at Shen Yuxing and ventured, "If you seek warmth, perhaps you should visit my younger sister instead." "Do not mention her." Qin Shiyue was perplexed. "In your previous life, did you not have a harmonious relationship with Qin Yue? You even considered her circumstances until your demise." Shen Yuxing's eyelids twitched. "In the past, I was unaware, but these past few days, I have suddenly discerned her true nature."
Oh?
"How did you come to this realization?" "After a brief slumber, I was granted insight, and fortunately, heaven has favored me. Such a child. To speak of divine revelations so casually." Shen Yuxing, oblivious to the change in Qin Shiyue's expression, continued. "In any case, I must maintain distance from her, otherwise misfortune will befall us all." Qin Shiyue smiled gently. "This little rascal can be quite endearing at times." Suddenly, Shen Yuxing felt a flush in his ears. "Oh, by the way, would you care to guess the incredible secret I have uncovered?" Qin Shiyue awaited his elaboration. "I witnessed a young woman flaunting herself at the gate of the Ho residence, and shortly thereafter, Wei Yanhua approached. The two conversed merrily, resembling a mother and child. As the moonlight of the Qin dynasty cast its gentle glow, Qin Shiyue mused. Indeed, impatience prevails, with only a few days remaining until the grand wedding. One cannot resist the urge to join the festivities." An hour later, Jun Qie departed from the Marquis' residence. As he stepped through the grand entrance, he did not forget to impart a caution. "Marquis Qin, with the nuptials of this prince and Miss Qin imminent, it is my fervent wish that no unforeseen circumstances arise at this juncture. I trust you will keep a vigilant eye on those around you." Qin Muyang's gaze stiffened momentarily. "Rest assured, Your Highness." Jun Qie nodded and proceeded to his carriage. Upon opening the window, he inadvertently caught sight of Wei Yanhua. Investigate the background of Wei Yanhua, he commanded. Xia Ying was taken aback. Is he not the nephew of Marquis Qin? Jun Qiyue, twirling his ring, replied with a profound gaze. Do you take everything Marquis Qin says at face value? Xia Ying quickly comprehended. Understood, Your Highness. As the carriage smoothly set forth, Jun Qiyue's thoughts lingered on the Yanbei Marquis' residence, his mind consumed by the image of Qin Shiyue. The absence of her incessant chatter left him feeling as though something vital was amiss. The woman, often bold and unreserved, had suddenly adopted an air of reserve and refused to make an appearance today. Within the confines of the Marquis' residence, Qin Shiyue accompanied her mother in reviewing the betrothal gifts. Beholding the myriad of gifts that filled the storerooms, she could not help but reflect how generous of Jun Qiyue. The princely demeanor of His Highness must not be met with meager offerings from our household. Accordingly, the Marquis' estate would provide a dowry of equal value to the betrothal gifts, and furthermore, my parents would contribute half of my own dowry to be taken by Assure. Upon hearing Shen Riyu's decision, Qin Muyang believed his ears had betrayed him. Madam, it is quite improper for a mother to utilize her own dowry when her daughter is wed. The Yin family also expresses disapproval. Shen Riyu chuckled lightly. What you say is true, my lord. However, my dowry serves little purpose remaining in the manor. It would be far more beneficial for my daughter to take it with her, compensating for the hardships she has endured in the countryside over the years. Moreover, I have retained half, have I not? Qin Muyang was drenched in sweat upon hearing this. Shen Riyu's dowry was of a unique nature, primarily consisting of custom-made gold and silver jewelry, as well as jade artifacts. Most of it had already been pawned for other uses, and now, it seemed even half could not be retrieved. The Yin family was also privy to this situation. The expressions of mother and son were quite grim, with such troubled faces. Perhaps some unsavory matters are about to be exposed? Qin Muyang contemplated a direct refusal, yet he had previously been warned by Jun Qiyue. Shen Riyu's resolve was unwavering. Should the conversation continue, suspicion might surely arise. However, gathering half of Shen Riyu's dowry now seemed a race against time. There were also the pawnshops and moneylenders to consider. Shortly after, Qin Muyang dispatched steward Hu to attend to this matter, while he himself would handle Lin Wan's side of affairs. Qin Shiyue observed the hurried demeanor of Qin Muyang and steward Hu. Shen Li, Shen Qi. Follow steward Hu closely and ensure to record every establishment he visits. Yes. Shen Riyue was engrossed in her embroidery, not lifting her head. Ah, Sure is indeed clever and capable. Suddenly, Shen Riyu's hand trembled, the needle pricking her fingertip, causing a large droplet of blood to emerge. Madam. Shen Riyue shook her head, her thoughts a tangle. It is nothing. Volume 1, Chapter 28. The disturbing figure this phrase was overheard by Qin Shiyue, who felt a pressing need to arrange a certain matter, regardless of its veracity. However, those previously dispatched had failed to locate Qin Shiyue's adoptive parents in the countryside. Qin Shiyue took a seat, convinced that something was amiss. I find it curious. Given the living conditions in Li village, how could they raise a daughter as articulate as my sister? She must have undergone a transformation. The sister I once knew could not possibly be so eloquent, nor possess the ability to tend to our mother's health. It is evident that she has been impersonated. Shuangjiang interjected, but, miss, the identity of your sister's adoptive parents. This is of no consequence. Qin Shiyue interjected eagerly. What matters is finding proof that she is not Qin Shiyue. Shuangjiang comprehended Qin Yue's intent. As she exited Qin Yue's chamber, the night had already enveloped the surroundings. By mere coincidence, she encountered Qin Shiyue once more. Perhaps feeling a tinge of guilt, Shuangjiang kept her head lowered as she greeted. Mississippi Qin Shiyue nodded, opting not to elaborate further, which took Shuangjiang by surprise. However, what Shuangjiang did not anticipate was being summoned to a room by Shen Riyue shortly after parting ways with Qin Shiyue. Servant Shuangjiang, I pay my respects to you, madam. Since arriving at the Yanbei Marquis residence, Shuangjiang had always attended to Qin Shiyue and had never been formally called to speak with the madam until today, leaving her somewhat apprehensive. Observing Shuangjiang's demeanor, Shinryu spoke sternly. Shuangjiang, having come from the Shin family, you should know what is expected of you, and what is not. I trust the Shun family has imparted these lessons to you. Frostfall listened to her mistress's profound voice, feeling her breath catch, and immediately knelt down, mistress. Shinryu's demeanor was serious, her voice deep, causing Frostfall to tremble slightly. Mistress, I do not comprehend. The members of the Shin family are not foolish. Shinryu peeled an orange and handed it to Frostfall through Qiushuang, asking, Do you understand my meaning? Cradling the orange with both hands, Frostfall nodded and then shook her head, mistress. As she struggled to respond, she was issued an eviction order. She bowed her head. I shall heed your teachings, mistress. After Frostfall departed, Qiushuang cautiously remarked, Mistress, Frostfall's behavior has not been this way for just a day or two. After all, she was transferred from the Shin family. It would be beneficial if she could discern right from wrong. If she remains obstinate, then ultimately, she cannot be retained. Shinryu set down her teacup. Having just completed her grooming, she heard the footsteps of Qin Muyang approaching outside. Shinryu frowned, her eyes filled with disdain. Before Qin Muyang could enter, she lay down on the bed, turning her back to the outside. Miss, Frostfall was not like this before, Xiaoman remarked pointedly. Perhaps some people's natures have always been thus, merely well concealed in the past, much like the second Mississippi Qin Shiyue appeared contemplative. Miss, I have something to say, though I am unsure if I should. Xiaoman hesitated. Qin Shiyue smiled gently. If you trust me, then speak. Qin Shiyue sighed softly. However, have I shattered the tranquility of the Yanbei Marquis' residence? Xiaoman nodded slightly, then shook her head, saying, Miss, I feel remorseful for not taking proper care of the lady. Qin Shiyue gently patted Xiaoman's hand and reassured her. It is of no consequence. I am here. Qin Shiyue cast a cursory glance at the list, noting several names recorded therein. Pawnshops, money houses. This afternoon, she had visited 3 establishments. After pondering silently for a considerable time, the following day, during her leisure, Qin Shiyue sought out a jewelry pawnshop from the list. Huanyu Pawn. The clerk at the pawnshop greeted her courteously, inquiring, Miss, are you here to pawn something? Qin Shiyue clarified her intentions. Upon noticing that Qin Shiyue requested the list of clients' pawns, the clerk hesitated, saying, Miss, these matters pertain to the privacy of our clients. I cannot permit you to access this information. With a smile that danced on the edge of irony, Qin Shiyue replied, Are you aware that these items concern the Yanbei Marquis? Should any repercussions arise due to your concealment in the future, do you think your Huanyu pawn would remain unscathed? After speaking, Qin Shiyue studied the clerk's shifting expressions, determined to intimidate him first.
Indeed.
The clerk was visibly unsettled. Please wait a moment, miss. I shall consult the manager. In a brief while, the clerk returned with the list Qin Shiyue required. After a quick inspection to ensure its accuracy, she took the list and departed. After leaving Huanyu Pawn, Qin Shiyue proceeded to the other 2 establishments, employing the same approach to acquire the details of their exchanges. Lin Wan had a penchant for jewelry and led a life of extravagance. Some of her ornaments had already been pawned to supplement the Lin family's expenses. Qin Muyang, unable to continue pressing for information, had no choice but to relent. Time passes swiftly. On the eve of her wedding, Qin Shiyue was summoned to her mother Shinryu's chamber, where her mother meticulously prepared her attire.
Today,
We are hosting esteemed guests. You must not appear as unadorned as usual. Mother, you know I am not fond of embellishments. That is unacceptable. Shinryu firmly insisted for the first time. This is a significant event in your life. It must not be treated with indifference.
Shumama.
Fetch the newly tailored gown for the young lady to wear. Mother. The Yanbei Marquis was festively adorned for the banquet, inviting high-ranking officials, noble women, and distinguished young gentlemen, all seated in the illustrious Mingzhu Pavilion. The atmosphere was lively, with guests engaging in spirited conversation. As Su Mama busily attended to preparations, she suddenly caught sight of 2 incongruous figures. Chapter 29. Who are you? The pair, blending awkwardly among the servants accompanying the hosts, appeared somewhat out of place in the gathering. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Su Mama reported this peculiar occurrence to Shinryu, who responded without surprise. Who entered with them? Unfortunately, I did not take note. In the inner chamber, Qin Shiyue, attended by Dongji and Xiaoman, was adorned in her newly tailored silk gown. Through the screen, she observed Su Mama and her mother engaged in a serious discussion. How could two individuals, so out of place, brazenly enter the Marquis? Qin Shiyue's mind raced, immediately suspecting the butcher couple from Li village. Behold our young lady, adorned in a manner that accentuates her dignified beauty. Shinryu approached with a radiant smile. Mother, please refrain from jesting at my expense. This attire is indeed exhausting to wear. As her words fell, Shinryu's warm hand grasped hers firmly. Mother? At the banquet later, carry yourself with poise. Whatever transpires, I shall take care of it for you. Qin Shiyue nodded in agreement. The two individuals of disparate standings were ushered into the Fushaotang by Aunt Sun. Coming before Qin Muyang and the Yin couple, the middle-aged couple, with their sun-kissed skin and plain attire, stood with an air of slight unease, starkly contrasting with the poised presence of Lady Yin seated above them. There is no need for trepidation. Simply answer whatever grandmother inquires, Qin Shiyue instructed from her position. As the afternoon wore on, the light in Fushaotang dimmed, obscuring the faces of those across from them. The couple nodded nervously. The Mingzhu Pavilion was spacious and luminous, with a winding corridor at the back connecting to intricately arranged pavilions, offering a unique charm. The invited distinguished guests settled in, engaging in lively conversation. Half an hour later, the banquet commenced. Shinryu and Qin Muyang accompanied Lady Yin to the principal seat, while Qin Shiyue and Qin Yue took their places on either side. At the outset of the banquet, pleasantries were exchanged. Guests rose to offer their congratulations and express well wishes before reseating themselves. Why does it seem that Lord Qin is not in high spirits on this joyous occasion? Murmured Su Heng, the Grand Scholar of the National Academy. I have heard that Lord Qin once sought to decline the marriage between the eldest Miss Qin and His Highness the Crown Prince, incurring the Emperor's ire. The long-standing official of Jingzhou, Yao Qing, responded, his expression as grim as it is now. Ladies and gentlemen, Qin Muyang noticed whispers among the crowd and promptly waved his hand. The assembly fell silent, attentively awaiting his continuation. Below the stage, a chorus of congratulations erupted once more. At this moment, Qin Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Shuangjiang. Shuangjiang nodded and discreetly mingled with the maid serving tea. Shanryu cast a cursory glance, but chose not to expose the situation just yet. My lord, my lady, the young lady Qin Shiyue is not your biological daughter. The revelation came abruptly, leaving the attendees momentarily stunned. Qin Shiyue wore a smile, tinged with irony. Preposterous. How dare you cause such a disturbance in the Pearl Pavilion? Shanryu admonished sharply. Madame Wang knelt down, exclaiming, My lady, what I say is the truth. Your daughter met with misfortune just 2 days after leaving Lu Yi village, falling victim to robbers and tragically plunging off a cliff, her whereabouts unknown. Madame Wang's entrance unleashed a shocking revelation, prompting the crowd to glance at her before redirecting their gaze towards Qin Shiyue. Qin Muyang was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He had heard whispers of this earlier in the morning. However, he had not wished for such matters to surface in this gathering. Qin Yu was fully aware but feigned a reprimanding tone. Madame Wang, choose your words carefully. Qin Muyang felt a headache coming on, and the expression on Yin's face mirrored his discomfort. Madame Wang exchanged a look with Qin Yu and continued. We searched tirelessly for a day and a night without success, and just as we were preparing to set off, this Qin Shiyue appeared unscathed. Having spent 2 days in the company of the young lady, I can attest that she possesses a gentle nature, whereas this individual exhibits a formidable demeanor. Speaking with a confrontational tone, they are entirely different beings. As the words fell, all eyes were drawn to Qin Shiyue. Qin Yue gazed at her sister. Sister, it must be that Wang Mama is speaking nonsense, is it not? Qin Shiyue disregarded her, instead fixing her deep gaze upon Wang Mama. Wang Mama. From Li village to the capital, I have always regarded you as an elder of the Marquis residence, treating you with kindness and respect. I never anticipated that in your mouth it would transform into a narrative of gentleness. Wang Mama furrowed her brow, her eyes shifting slightly to the ground. Qin Shiyue rose. Since you have lost all sense of shame, I see no reason to spare your dignity. Throughout this journey, you have either struck or scolded me. Upon arriving in the capital, you commanded me to perform tasks, even forcing me to kneel before the commoners, compelling me to humbly seek your permission to become a concubine. Upon uttering these words, the esteemed guests present were taken aback. The Yanbei Marquis residence truly exemplifies poor upbringing. The tide turned, and Qin Muyang's composure faltered. He immediately rebuked Wang Mama, "You insolent servant. This is merely because I have uncovered the truth of your false identity."
Wang Mama knelt upricht, Qin Muyang, sir.
Should my word be deemed untrustworthy, then perhaps the young lady's foster parents in the countryside could be called upon to provide testimony. Preposterous.
Qin Muyang bellowed.
How I conduct myself is not for you to dictate. Growing increasingly vexed, it was evident that the winds of fortune were not in his favor today. The esteemed guests continued to relish the unfolding drama. This banquet has indeed turned out to be quite remarkable. Father, the daughter asserted, since Wang Mama has broached this matter, regardless of its veracity, we must afford my sister an opportunity for clarification. With esteemed guests present, it would be prudent to have them as witnesses. Qin Shiyue regarded her coldly. Fool. Even your choice of witnesses is misguided. Only a worthless father and a wretched grandmother would believe your fabrications. Shen Ryu glanced at her daughter, instantly comprehending. She then aligned herself with Qin Yue's words, saying, "My lord, you are aware of my affection for my daughter. Given the events of today, it would be best to clarify matters publicly." Qin Yue smiled with satisfaction. Qin Muyang, with a somber expression, pondered for a moment before instructing someone to bring in the butcher and his wife. The couple, unaccustomed to such grandeur, appeared bewildered upon entering. "Come forward and identify her," Qin Muyang commanded. The butcher and his wife stepped before Qin Shiyue for recognition. Without hesitation, Qin Shiyue met their gaze. The couple seemed startled and quickly knelt before Qin Muyang, exclaiming, "My lord, she is not your daughter. Although they share resemblance, her eyes and voice are not those of the young lady we know." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Qin Muyang's gaze fixated on Qin Shiyue, demanding, "Who are you, truly?" Qin Shiyue averted her eyes from Qin Muyang, directing her attention instead to the butcher and his wife. "Did you not hear your father pose a question?" The couple remained perplexed. Qin Shiyue fixed her gaze upon them, enunciating each word deliberately. "Who are you really?" Volume 1, Chapter 30. Cousin of the Qin family, something is amiss. I am asking you, who are you? Qin Muyang reiterated once more. Qin Shiyue rose from her seat and bowed respectfully to Qin Muyang, saying, "Father, I am your daughter, Qin Shiyue." Xin Yu, who attended the banquet, raised his voice. "It is quite peculiar, Lord Qin, that you do not believe your own daughter, yet place your faith in a stranger of unknown origin." This statement stirred yet another wave of controversy. It seemed that Lord Qin had lost his senses. It was said that Miss Qin had been foretold by the national master to be a blessing for our northern Zhou, yet Lord Qin still harbored doubts. Who can fathom Lord Qin's thoughts? Qin Muyang's expression had already turned grim. Among the noble women, Lin Wan disregarded the atmosphere entirely, silently cursing Qin Shiyue, "Imposter, imposter. Let us see how you escape today." At that moment, Princess Anping, Shen Yaozhu, noticed Lin Wan's disconnection from the group, asking, "Which family do you belong to, madam? I have never seen you before." Shen Yaozhu, the eldest daughter of the esteemed General Xin Yuyan, was spirited and forthright. Due to her meritorious service in saving the emperor, she had been exceptionally granted the title of Princess Anping. Today, she attended the banquet with her husband, the crown prince's attendant, Lu Zhongming. Shen Yaozhu scrutinized Lin Wan's attire, alluring yet gaudy, though her hairpin exuded a certain elegance. However, that hairpin seemed strangely familiar. Meanwhile, the couple, puzzled by Qin Shiyue's inquiry, questioned, "What do you mean by this? The true cannot be false, nor can the false be true. Why must you persist?" Qin Shiyue replied with a smile, "I recall that in the past, in Yaoshu village, you never treated me with such courtesy. Once upon a time in Medicine Tree Village, we merely regarded you as the child of a destitute family." Qin Shiyue smiled meaningfully, then cast a glance at Granny Wang. "Granny Wang, next time you bring witnesses, ensure their testimonies are aligned. lest the distinction between Lily Village and Medicine Tree Village becomes muddled. She then calmly turned her gaze towards Qin Shiyue. Do you not agree, my dear sister? Qin Shiyue's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor. Who is this charlatan daring to identify the eldest daughter at the Marquis' residence? They must be utterly reckless. The couple appeared flustered. It is Lily Village. We made an error. To confuse a place lived in for decades, how foolish. Among the crowd, someone remarked, Do you truly believe Marquis Yanbei is a fool? As Qin Shiyue spoke, she extracted a small dagger from her bosom and swiftly directed it towards the couple. In an instant, their human skin masks fell to the ground, revealing their true faces to all.
It was a human skin mask.
They are the imposters. In a bid to incriminate the identity of Miss Qin, Granny Wang had brazenly procured false adoptive parents for identification. Granny Wang's expression shifted dramatically. The couple could no longer maintain their facade. Granny Wang, I told you we could not perform this act well. You insisted on employing us.
With that,
the man produced a silver ingot from his garment and tossed it at Granny Wang. We shall not accept this payment. A chill ran through Wang Momo's heart as she swiftly turned to Qin Muyang. My lord, it is. How could you tarnish my sister's reputation like this? Wang Momo, if your scheme were to succeed, do you comprehend the consequences that would befall her? Qin Shiyue interjected, her voice resolute. Wang Momo collapsed to her knees, rendered speechless. I know my daughter well. Ever since her birth, she has borne a small plum blossom birthmark on her arm. As she spoke, Shen Ruyu grasped Qin Shiyue's hand and rolled up her sleeve. On her right forearm, a dark red plum blossom birthmark came into view. My silence was merely a pretext to observe how far Wang Momo would go in her slander. Indeed, the false adoptive parents have made their appearance. Shen Ruyu's eyes brimmed with tears. How shall my lord address this matter? Qin Muyang could no longer remain seated. He immediately commanded the household servants to drag Wang Momo away for punishment, revoking her contract and expelling her from the Marquis' residence. As for the impostors posing as Butcher's couple, they were to be delivered to the judicial authorities. Terrified, the couple cried for mercy, yet no one paid them any heed. Qin Shiyue lifted her gaze to the main seat, only to find her beloved grandmother and father looking at her with disappointment and reproach. Deflated, she sat in her place, at a loss for what to do. Qin Muyang attempted to mediate. Today's banquet has encountered a minor disturbance. I extend my apologies to all present and hope you will enjoy the festivities, eating and drinking to your heart's content, with all matters proceeding smoothly. Seeing Qin Muyang's words, the guests refrained from further comment. The Marquis is too courteous. They echoed in unison. Nevertheless, deep within her heart, Lin Wan harbored a lingering resentment towards Qin Muyang's character and conduct. In the presence of the lady of the house, allowing the servants to belittle her own daughter hinted at hidden troubles behind their seemingly harmonious marriage. The second young miss appeared to be a gentle, delicate flower, yet her every word was laced with thorns, unable to bear the sight of her sister thriving. Who could deny this? In my estimation, the sole misstep of Miss Qin was the threat she posed to the second Mrs. Social Standing. The banquet proceeded as usual, with Lin Wan seated amidst the crowd, listening to the disparaging remarks about her daughter, feeling increasingly dissatisfied. Gritting her teeth, Lin Wan thought, how dare you speak about the second miss of the Qin family? The young lady beside her, seemingly unfazed, remarked, You seem quite concerned about the second miss. I gather you are not merely a cousin of the Qin family. An inquisitive voice chimed in. Could it be that you have long been attentive to the second miss? Lin Wan found herself at a loss for words, her frustration manifesting in the crushing of a delicate pastry. Shen Yaozhu observed silently, Cousin of the Qin family, I wonder who invited you here. Do you possess an invitation? Lin Wan, feeling indignant, retorted, My invitation is not something you can simply demand to see. Her words sparked murmurs within the small gathering. Such brashness suggested she had not adequately learned the ways of decorum. Before her sat the esteemed Princess Onping, and such language could lead to dire consequences. Lin Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Once I become the lady of the Marquis' residence, let us see if you still have the audacity to mock me. Feeling unjustly treated, she thought, have we truly said anything wrong? Ultimately, Lin Wan chose to remain silent. The cousin from the Qin family. The hairpin you adorn on your head appears strikingly familiar, as if it belongs to my Shin family. With that statement, The gaze of everyone present shifted to Lin Wan. In the first volume, chapter 31, someone suggested that perhaps I should slap you to death and then explain that it was a misunderstanding. Those seated nearby gathered around Lin Wan to observe. Shen Yuxing sat to the side, reveling in the spectacle. Wei Yanhua casually remarked, "Some jewelry may indeed be crafted by the same artisan, making similar styles and colors quite normal, though it is curious that they are identical." Shen Yaozhu scrutinized the hairpin multiple times, convinced of its resemblance. "Princess Anping, it is merely a piece of jewelry. There is truly no need to take it to heart." The guard, Chao, showed considerable concern for Lin, akin to Lin's earlier attentiveness towards the second young lady. The Deputy Minister of Justice, Jiang Shen, leisurely fanned himself. Jiang Shen, strikingly handsome with eyes as profound as the abyss, appeared relaxed, yet his words were incisive, striking at the heart of the matter. Qin Muyang, sensing the tension, promptly stepped in to clarify. "Deputy Jiang, Princess Anping, Lin is my cousin from my hometown, attending such an occasion for the first time and unfamiliar with the customs." Jiang Shen smiled enigmatically. If Lord Qin were to apply the same strictness he uses to discipline the young lady on family and household members, perhaps the earlier farce would not have transpired. Qin Muyang nodded, somewhat embarrassed. "Might I inquire how my aunt's belongings came to rest upon Lin's head?" At last, Shen Yaozhu recognized that this hairpin was a gift from her father to her aunt for her birthday 2 years prior. Qin Muyang's expression darkened. Princess Anping must have made a mistake. Shen Yaozhu felt indignant. Does the Qin Marquis' cousin come to the capital alone? I wonder if she has any other family members? Jiang Shen suddenly inquired. A brother? Jiang Shen cast a casual glance, noting that the Minister of Revenue, surnamed Lin, bore a resemblance to her and was also promoted by the Qin Marquis. Is this merely a coincidence? Jiang Shaoqing jested. Jiang Shen smiled, but chose not to elaborate further. Qin Shiyue stood a short distance away, silently observing. Indeed, it is genuine love. She cannot tolerate any doubts cast upon her. Shen Ryu sat beside Mrs. Yin, scoffing. With a cousin so beautiful, it is no wonder that grandfather is so attentive. Why not take her in as a concubine? Who knows? She might even bless you with a grandchild. After speaking, she sneered mockingly. Mrs. Yin appeared quite displeased. What nonsensical remarks are you making? Mother is not foolish. A grandchild of such stature has already arrived at our doorstep. The jade bracelet on Lin's wrist. I have seen it worn by old Mrs. Shen before. It was later given to Madame Qin as a dowry. Surely, this cannot be mere coincidence? Someone at the banquet remarked loudly. Mother, there seems to be a commotion over there. Should we go take a look? Qin Shiyue suggested. Shen Ryu nodded and swiftly approached Lin. Her gaze immediately fell upon the jade bracelet adorning Lin Wan's wrist. It was indeed a cherished heirloom of the Shen family, brought into the Marquis' residence as part of the dowry. And that hairpin atop her head resembles the birthday gift father presented to you. Shen Yaozhu interjected at the opportune moment. It truly does. This exquisite hairpin was specially crafted by a renowned artisan from Qingzhou upon the request of my elder brother. Just a couple of days ago, I yearned to wear it, only to discover it missing. It turns out it was adorning the head of my cousin Lin Wan. Lin Wan, feeling embarrassed, was at a loss, her gaze incessantly darting towards Qin Muyang, hoping he would intervene and clarify the situation. Yet, Qin Muyang found himself equally flustered.
What a predicament.
This is not mere cousinly affection, it is outright thievery. With her eyes brimming with tears, Lin Wan rose and exclaimed, I am not a thief. All of this was gifted to me by my elder cousin. Qin Shiyue smiled knowingly. Lin Wan's declaration sparked a hushed murmur among the onlookers. So, it was indeed a gift from the esteemed Lord Qin, and it appears that the items given to Lady Qin by the Shen family are being used as tokens of goodwill, suggesting an extraordinary bond between the cousins. Someone remarked with a hint of disdain, Lord Qin, regarding the jewelry of Lady Qin, was it gifted to the Lin family, or did they pilfer it? The implications of either scenario are vastly different. Jiang Shen fixed his gaze upon Qin Muyang. All eyes in the gathering turned towards the Lord Qin. Today's banquet at the Marquis' residence has certainly unfolded two captivating dramas. Lin Wan, with tearful eyes, gazed pitifully at Qin Muyang.
Ah, so.
It appears that when Qin Yu finds herself at a loss for words, she resorts to feigning helplessness, a trait inherited from the Lin family. Indeed, it was I who bestowed it. This matter pertains to family affairs, and I shall resolve the misunderstanding appropriately. I appreciate your concern, Zhang Xiaoqing. Qin Muyang gritted his teeth in response. Some in the crowd scoffed at Qin Muyang's words. No misunderstanding justifies gifting Lady Qin's possessions as favors. Jiang Shun chose not to comment further and then bowed to Qin Muyang, saying, Lord Qin, I suddenly recalled that I have unfinished business at the Dali Temple, and I must take my leave. Having spoken, he departed with his attendants. Jiang Shun, trusted by the emperor, appeared affable, yet when his temper flared, he offered no regard for anyone's feelings. Shen Yaozhu believed she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Who was it that spoke in her ear? Observing someone leading the way out, others swiftly concocted excuses to follow suit. As dusk approached, the Qin family banquet concluded on a sour note. Half an hour later, Qin Shiyue entered the inner hall of Chaohui Hall. Indeed, Qin Yue was kneeling on the ground, once again performing her age-old act of feigned helplessness. After all, it was she who had instigated old Madame Wang to summon the fraudulent butcher couple to whisper slanders before Yin Shi and Qin Muyang. The lights in the inner hall were dim, casting an even more dismal pallor on Yin Shi and Qin Muyang's faces. Without uttering a word, Qin Shiyue approached and kicked the kneeling Qin Yue down. With a resounding smack, Qin Yue was momentarily stunned, her cheek aflame with pain. And soon large tears began to roll down her cheeks. Qin Yue had orchestrated the arrival of false witnesses through old Madame Wang to tarnish my reputation. As her elder sister, it was my duty to teach her a lesson. Qin Shiyue's words left Yin Shi and Qin Muyang utterly speechless. Sister, I was wrong. Qin Yue sobbed, clutching at Qin Shiyue's garment. I was deceived by old Madame Wang. My sister is innocent. Innocent? Qin Shiyue, infuriated, laughed bitterly. If I were to slap you dead now, and then say to your lifeless body, I was innocent, would you accept that? Qin Muyang's expression darkened. Shiyue, what nonsense are you speaking? Nonsense? Father, at this juncture, you still wish to shield her? Father, are you aware of the consequences of impersonating a noble lady from the Ho family? Qin Shiyue gazed intently at Qin Muyang, her intent to have the mark of disgrace etched upon her face and delivered to the teaching court. She is methodically endeavoring to bring about my ruin. Qin Shiyue's eyes brimmed with crimson fury, as if she wished to devour Qin Yue. Qin Yue was utterly terrified. Qin Muyang was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed his daughter in such a state. Qin Shiyue shook her head. Drawing from the memories of the original host's past, she seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations on behalf of the original owner. Yet it was insufficient. Qin Yue collapsed onto the ground, weeping and pleading for mercy. Qin Muyang gritted his teeth. Take the second young lady away, administer 20 strokes of the rod, and confine her in the Suyu Pavilion for solitary reflection. During this time, no one is to attend to her. Volume 1. Chapter 32. Revocation of the faux noble lady's privileges. Father, my health is frail. 20 strokes will surely claim my life. Qin Yue cried in desperation. Do not worry, dear sister. The servants will be judicious in their actions, and the physician of the estate will be on standby. Qin Muyang's expression darkened, while Yin Shi remained furiously silent. The two servants brought in by Butler, who hesitated to act. Is Butler, who disregarding father's command? Qin Shiyue's voice turned cold.
Master?
Butler, who sought confirmation once more. What are you dawdling for? Take that wretched girl away at once. Startled, Butler, who wasted no time in obeying, dragging Qin Yu out. A moment later, the dull thud of the rod landing upon flesh echoed, followed by Qin Yue's heart-wrenching cries of pain. Are you satisfied now? Qin Muyang replied with irritation. Father, whether I am satisfied or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is how the emperor perceives the Qin family. The day after tomorrow, I shall marry, and before that, I wish for no further disturbances. Dongji has brought tea and snacks. Miss, you must be exhausted today. I have brought your favorite mung bean cake and water chestnut pastry for you. Have a few bites and rest early. Qin Shiyue was perusing a medical book. I am not hungry.
How can you not be?
You barely ate at the banquet and endured such great grievances. Grievances? Qin Shiyue scoffed. It is my sister who has borne the brunt of the grievances. The punishment she received was enough to fill a pot.
As she...
Dongji took her leave after ensuring her well-being. Mother, please sit. Just in time, Dongji has brought some snacks. Allow me to present you with this humble offering for your enjoyment. Qin Shiyue urged her mother to take a seat.
Shen Ryu smiled and sighed. Today,
Sure has suffered. Qin Shiyue lowered her gaze, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Mother, have you never doubted that I am your daughter? Among so many present today, most were deceived by my sister, even father. Shen Ryu grasped her hand. You are my daughter. I have never doubted that. A tremor ran through Qin Shiyue's heart. Is it because of the plum blossom birthmark on my forearm? Shen Ryu chuckled softly. It is because a mother and daughter are of one heart. Tears as large as beans cascaded down her cheeks. This was the first time Qin Shiyue had wept in public. Shen Ryu produced a handkerchief to wipe her tears. You are soon to be a bride. How can you still shed tears? In the moonlit hours of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shiyue smiled gently. The bride is also human, capable of emotions. She laughs when joyous and weeps when sorrowful. Shen Ryu was amused by the jest. After observing her mother for a long while, Qin Shiyue finally opened her arms and embraced her mother tightly, exclaiming, Mother. Shen Ryu was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time her daughter had embraced her, the first time she affectionately called her mother. Shen Ryu's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Mother, trust me. No matter what the future holds, I shall protect you and safeguard the Shen family. Shen Ryu tenderly patted her daughter's back, assuring her, whatever you choose to do, Mother will unconditionally believe in you. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow that enveloped the two. After holding back tears for so long, they finally flowed uncontrollably. Qiu Shuang, filled with concern, inquired, Madam, what troubles you? Are you unwell? I shall fetch the doctor. Shen Ryu stopped her, saying, It's nothing. I am merely overjoyed to have such a wonderful daughter. Qiu Shuang knelt down, continuing, Madam, the eldest young lady has finally shown you affection. You should be delighted. Shen Ryu wiped her eyes, affirming, Indeed, I should be delighted. At that moment, Granny Su entered to report, Madam, the master has arranged for the Lin family to stay in the guest room of the side courtyard. Shen Ryu's gaze turned icy. What was said? Regarding the second young lady's affairs, Lin has caused quite a stir and was reprimanded by the master. Shen Ryu composed herself. The master has had it too easy. It is time someone stirred the pot. She instructed Granny Su to put away the jewelry, remarking, The master is quite generous. The irony was unmistakable, and Qin Muyang felt his dignity crumble. My dear wife, this is all a misunderstanding. Lin sure chose to ignore him, directly retreating to the bed to rest. Qin Muyang stood awkwardly in place for quite some time. Meanwhile, within the confines of Shiyue Pavilion, Qin Yuyu lay in agony on the bed, trembling uncontrollably. Although the physician had treated her wounds, the punishment had been harsh and unrelenting. Overcome with a sense of injustice, Qin Yuyu burst into tears. Qin Shiyue lingered near Shiyue Pavilion, listening to the sounds emanating from within. The taste of reprimand is surely unpleasant, isn't it?
Xiaoman,
Relay the current state of the second miss to Lin Shi. She spoke suddenly on their way back. Xiao Man, perplexed, asked, Miss, what do you mean? Qin Shiyue replied with a knowing look, Let Lin Shi create a scene. The drama will be all the more captivating. Xiao Man pondered for a moment, and then understood. I comprehend, my lady. News of the Qin family's banquet soon reached the ears of the Emperor of Northern Zhou. The following morning, during the court assembly, the Emperor approached Qin Muyang in front of all the ministers and officials. Qin Muyang turned pale, immediately kneeling to admit his fault. He shung, Notify the Ministry of Internal Affairs to prepare an additional dowry for the eldest Miss Qin as a gesture of consolation. He shung bowed, As you command. All present were astonished. It is an unparalleled honor for the royal family to bestow a dowry upon a minister's daughter. Qin Muyang furrowed his brow. Prince 9. After the court was dismissed, Jun Yi quickly caught up with Jun Qi. As they stepped out of the grand hall, Jun Qi halted. Is there something you need? Ninth Prince, could you possibly intercede with Father Emperor to prevent the cancellation of my betrothal to Miss Qin heir? Qin Shiyue laughed in exasperation. Miss Qin Air nearly subjected my betrothed to an irrevocable fate. Why should I jeopardize myself over her matrimonial affairs? Qin Yu fell silent, lamenting the futility of her efforts. Qin Shi cast a disdainful glance at Qin Yi before turning away. The imperial decree swiftly reached the Marquis' residence. Qin Yu, nestled in bed, half asleep, heard the door creak open. She presumed her father had relented, a flicker of joy igniting within her. This was sent to me by the third prince. Qin Yu propped herself up. That pair of jade auspicious charms was a gift from the Empress. How dare you touch them?
Second miss.
I am merely carrying out orders, and I hope for your cooperation. Otherwise, you may find yourself stripped of your status as the second daughter of the Marquis. Qin Yu was left speechless. Why does everyone conspire against the second miss? An audacious voice rang from outside. Volume 1, Chapter 33. General Shun has come knocking. Let me in. The head eunuch, Wang Deshun, glanced over and saw a flamboyantly dressed young woman blocked at the entrance.
Oh.
So you are the cousin of Marquis Qin. You have made quite a name for yourself among the officials. Qin Yu watched as the eunuchs began to rearrange the jade ornaments and other exquisite items in her room, and she hurried out of bed. Do not touch anything. Hiss. Qin Yu stumbled a couple of steps, the pain from her injury causing her to break out in a cold sweat, gasping in distress. In the next moment, two eunuchs seized her, one on each side. Wang Deshun sighed. Why must you defy the divine will for a mere handful of possessions, risking your life in the process? Lin Wan looked on with immense concern, yearning to intervene, yet unable to breach the threshold. Qin Yu struggled. The Emperor has decreed the annulment of your engagement to the third prince. Should you continue your ruckus, the Marquis may no longer permit your stay, Wang Deshun cautioned. Qin Yu stood in stunned silence, as her belongings were categorized and taken outside. Lin Wan pursued them to the front courtyard, where maids and servants gathered to witness the spectacle. Lin Wan turned to shoo away the onlookers, exclaiming, What are you all staring at? How despicable to gloat over someone's misfortune. With a fiery temperament, Qin Shiyue approached from a distance. You arrived just in time. Go speak with those in the palace and urge them not to remove the items. The second miss at least calls you sister. You cannot stand idly by while she is bullied. Lin Wan implored, reaching to tug at Qin Shiyue's sleeve. However, she was halted by Xiao Man, who asserted, Do not be disrespectful to the young lady. I am your father's cousin, thus I am your elder. How can you show such disrespect to your elders? Miss Qin? Wang Deshun observed Qin Shiyue and immediately donned a courteous demeanor. Miss, how polite of you. The Emperor's edict grants a special dowry, which will be personally delivered by the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs tomorrow, along with your belongings, wishing you a splendid marriage. He instructed Shaman to present 2 taels of silver to Wang Deshun.
Oh.
Miss, what is this? You are being excessively courteous. Wang Deshun feigned reluctance, yet his hands eagerly accepted the silver. Allow me to offer my early congratulations on your joyous union, wishing you all prosperity. Thank you, she replied graciously. Wang Deshun waved away the floating dust, instructing his attendants to handle the items with care, cautioning them against any mishaps. One attendant emerged from the stables, leading away a magnificent steed, a sweat-blood horse. Wang Deshun furrowed his brow, increasingly suspicious of Lin Wan's attitude towards Qin Yue. Upon the lady's command, several servants promptly seized Lin Wan and took her away. My lord, my lady, I take my leave, said Shinryu in a calm tone. I shall manage matters on Usher's end. You should check on Yue. Allow her to reflect in solitude and refrain from further acts of defiance. Qin Mu Yang's expression stiffened. Within the shuyuj, Qin Yue gazed at the half-empty room, curling up on her bed and weeping in distress. Qin Mu Yang observed her with frustration, lamenting, You cry at the slightest trouble. I have truly spoiled you in the past. Hearing her father's voice, Qin Yue suddenly lifted her head, sniffing back her tears. Father, I did err, but it was all for the sake of our noble house. Who could have anticipated such retribution from my sister? Silence.
Qin Mu Yang below-ed.
Qin Yue fell silent, recalling how her father had always refrained from scolding her. Even now, in such dire circumstances, you still cling to your sister? Qin Mu Yang, vexed by her lack of resolve, retorted. Was it she who instructed you to procure false witnesses? Was it not Lady Wang who publicly identified her as the orchestrator? The emperor has annulled your engagement with the third prince, confiscated all royal gifts, and placed you under house arrest. Is this also the doing of your sister? Qin Shiyue was taken aback for a moment before tears began to flow once more. Your sister is a fortuitous star, as foretold by the national master. Do not provoke her, without concrete evidence. Qin Muyang gazed at his tearful daughter, feeling increasingly vexed, a failure in fostering success, yet adept at creating chaos. With that, he exited the room, slamming the door behind him. Qin Shiyue, stifled in her bed, wept even more profusely. In the main courtyard, Granny Su presented a list. Madam, this document includes all the maids and servants attending to Lin in the secondary courtyard. Shenru Yu perused it briefly. Ensure they are all kept under watch. I may have use for them in the future. Also, have someone compile a detailed inventory of the items in the secondary courtyard for me. Granny Su nodded in agreement. The expression of Emperor Bei Zhou gradually darkened. Half of the names on the list were rewards bestowed upon the third prince's residence, yet they had all found their way into Qin Yu's possession, particularly the rare and prized blood-sweating steed. Rebellious child. The emperor slammed the list onto the table. Jiang Shen, standing to the side, remained silent for a considerable time. The emperor scrutinized him. When did you become so timid and hesitant? The Shun family, as the general's household, holds significant influence in our dynasty. Nothing related to them must go awry. Jiang Shun's expression grew stern. I understand, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, in the Ho residence's Huanshueju, Qin Shiyue was trying on her wedding gown. Mother, do you think I look beautiful? Qin Shiyue turned around, only to discover Shenru Yu seated nearby, quietly wiping her tears. Mother, just yesterday you teased me for crying. Why are you in tears today? Shenru Yu offered a faint smile. Sure. Mother merely feels that our time together has been too brief. Qin Shiyue knelt down and rested her head on her mother's lap, playfully suggesting, why not, dear mother? I speak with His Highness the Crown Prince, and propose that after the wedding, you also join us at the Crown Prince's residence? Shenru Yu smiled gently, silly girl. What nonsense are you spouting? The mother and daughter shared a tender conversation when suddenly, Qin Muyang arrived. Qin Shiyue had no desire to engage with him. Qin Muyang placed a list on the table, stating, Madam, here is Shiyue's dowry list. Please take a look. It is no small feat to gather half of your mother's dowry in such a short time. As for the remaining half of the dowry, the master should also prepare something. It will be of use to me in the future, Shenru Yu replied in a calm voice. Qin Muyang's expression stiffened. At that moment, the gatekeeper of the Marquis' residence announced that General Shun had arrived. In Chapter 34, do you really think our Shun family is easy to manipulate? As Qin Shiyue stepped out to greet him, she noticed Shen Qingyan striding into the courtyard with an air of intimidation. Beside him was an unfamiliar middle-aged man, tall and robust, with a wheat-colored complexion and distinctive light stubble. It seemed. Father, elder brother. Shenru Yu followed closely behind, attempting to ease the tension. Tomorrow is Asher's wedding. Let us speak amicably. Qin Shiyue bowed respectfully. Grandfather, uncle. Shun Yuhuan, his face dark with displeasure, remarked, Do we look as if we have come to brawl? Qin Shiyue sighed. Indeed, with such a fierce demeanor and armed. One might think you intend to demolish the Marquis' residence. Shun Yuhuan quickly turned his attention to Qin Shiyue, exclaiming, You, girl, lack decorum. I merely seek a moment of peace, and yet I find myself amid such chaos. Shen Yuyan expressed his bewilderment as he regarded Qin Shiyue. If we are to speak of disorder, who could rival my uncle? Amused by the girl's spirited nature, Shen Yuyan approached her in an attempt to engage further. However, Qin Shiyue, fearing he might become aggressive, instinctively stepped back. Shenru Yu chuckled softly, Brother, Asher is still young. There is no need to frighten her. Shen Yuyan huffed in response. The bloodline of the Shen family does not harbor cowardice. At that moment, Qin Muyang approached with a beaming smile, greeting General Shen. Deputy General Shen. Shen Qingyan cast a disapproving glance at Qin Muyang. There is no need for such formality. My old bones do not merit it. Qin Muyang offered a sheepish grin. What do you mean by that? Shen Qingyan, slightly exasperated, retorted. What do you think? He then continued with a cold huff. Qin Shiyue, who exactly is your cousin? Qin Muyang found himself at a loss for words. Shen Qingyan, clearly irritated, declared, tomorrow is the wedding of that girl. I have no desire to resort to violence today. Any matters at hand can be addressed later. For the time being, Qin Muyang chose to swallow his grievances, unwilling to provoke the Shen family's formidable influence. Why does that old man show no concern for the grievances I faced yesterday? He pondered.
Where is Qin Shiyue?
Shen Qingyan suddenly inquired. Is she contemplating in solitude? Shen Yuyan interjected, visibly displeased. I have heard that at yesterday's banquet, Qin Shiyue set a trap for my niece. You think that merely shutting the door and reflecting will suffice? Do you truly believe our Shen family is so easily swayed? Qin Muyang's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, seemingly rendered speechless by the mounting pressure. General Shen has come to visit, and I have been remiss in my welcome. However, on such a joyous occasion, let us not dampen the spirits of all present. As Lady Yin spoke, she emerged from the inner courtyard. Having been engaged in her devotions, she hastened out upon hearing of Xin Qing's arrival to defend her son. Shen Yuhan stepped forward, addressing the elderly matriarch. Madam, let us be clear. Who precisely is it that threatens to diminish the gaiety of the gathering? As tensions threatened to escalate, Shen Ryu interjected. Father, elder brother, let us speak amicably. Her implication was clear. Any grievances could be addressed after Asher's wedding. Understanding his sister's intent, Shen Yuhan grasped Shen Ryu and Qin Shiyue's hands, leading them into the courtyard while engaging in light conversation. Behind them, Lady Yin cast a discreet glance at Qin Muyang. Gritting his teeth, he followed suit, announcing, tea and refreshments have been prepared in the main hall of the Chaohui Pavilion. Meanwhile, within the prince's residence, Jun Xie had remained in his study for an extended period. Outside, Xie Ying was at a loss. With the prince's wedding set for tomorrow, today felt no different from any other day. Could he be having second thoughts? What nonsense! The prince has always been resolute. Surely he would not waver. Moreover, the emperor himself had arranged this union. Before Zhang Wei could complete his thought, the door to the study swung open. Your Highness?
Yun Qi appeared unfazed,
Stating calmly, go arrange a meeting with Miss Qin.
What?
Just moments ago, it seemed the prince was indifferent, and now he is eager to meet? Furthermore, tradition dictates that the bride and groom must not see each other the day before the wedding. Regaining her composure, she noticed the prince's expression had darkened. What is it? Do you object to my request to meet Miss Qin? Xie Ying realized. No, I shall arrange it forthwith. As dusk approached, the sky darkened slightly. The Qingyao Mingju remained lively, as ever. Qin Shiyue arrived at the private room as scheduled and encountered Jun Xie. Your Highness the Crown Prince, with the wedding imminent. What urgent matter necessitates this meeting? Qin Shiyue took a seat without hesitation. She had been engaged in conversation with her grandfather and uncle at the Marquis' residence, yet inexplicably received an invitation from Jun Xie, which left her somewhat unsettled. Is there nothing that can wait until tomorrow? Jun Xie smiled faintly. What? If I have no business, am I not permitted to seek your company? Are you being unreasonable? Are you flaunting your authority?
Yun Qi frowned slightly.
According to custom, it was improper for the couple to meet on the eve of their wedding. Yet His Highness the Crown Prince's behavior clearly indicated a disregard for such conventions. Hearing Qin Shiyue's words, Xie Ying, standing at the door, was left aghast. For many years, no one had ever remarked that their master lacked decorum. In her heart, Xie Ying silently applauded Qin Shiyue. Future princess, you truly are formidable. Jun Xie placed a sheet of paper before Qin Shiyue. She stole a glance and, with caution, inquired, what is this? The investigation results of Lin Mao and Wei Yang. Would Miss Qin like to review them? Qin Shiyue raised her eyes to meet Jun Xie's gaze. Does the prince believe I ought to see it or not?
Yun Qi remained silent.
Qin Shiyue's mind raced. A test? I have read more novels than you have experienced events. Do you truly think I cannot discern this? If I were to gaze upon it, you would likely deem me a person of inconsistency, would you not? Today, however, I shall indulge your wishes, dear Strong. At last, I did not forget to seize the cup of tea set before Jun Xie and drained it entirely. Thus, I placed the teacup down and said, Thank you for the delightful refreshments, Your Highness. We have ample time ahead. Upon speaking, I turned to depart. Yet as I reached the threshold, I paused, turned back to Qin Shiyue, and remarked, Your Highness, do remember to arrive punctually for the betrothal tomorrow. Xia Ying felt a gust of wind sweep past, and in an instant, Qin Shiyue vanished from sight. Qin Shiyue, however, picked up the paper that had been presented to Qin Shiyue and slowly unfolded it. To his surprise, it was entirely blank. A look of intrigue crossed Qin Shiyue's face. What an interesting woman. Chapter 35. Returning the favor in kind emerging from the elegant tea house. Qin Shiyue proceeded towards the carriage. A peculiar figure flickered past. With heightened vigilance, Qin Shiyue followed her instincts and glanced in that direction. There, at the corner of the alley, a young servant was mumbling to himself by the carriage window. A knowing smile graced Qin Shiyue's lips. She beckoned to Xiaoman and whispered in her ear. After a brief exchange, Xiaoman's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by an eager nod. Moments later, the Marquis's carriage set forth steadily, gradually passing by the carriage at the alley's entrance. As it wound through the crowd and slipped into the tranquil alley, that strange figure leapt forth, kicked down the coachman, took control of the carriage, scattering the pedestrians in a frenzy as it sped towards the city outskirts. Alas! Has he lost his mind? Racing like that, is he in a hurry to be reborn? The pedestrian who had been struck by the carriage rose from the ground, rubbing his waist and cursing, Your Highness, that carriage seems to have lost control. As Xia Ying emerged, she witnessed a carriage hurtling frantically towards the outskirts of the city. Qin Shiyue furrowed his brow and immediately summoned his shadow guard, Qing Feng, to follow closely behind. As dusk descended and the lanterns began to glow, a figure darted past, moving with haste. Qin Shiyue's mind raced, and soon his expression revealed an inscrutable meaning. Qin Shiyue, you truly have a knack for broadening this prince's horizons. Your Highness, I shall report to the Dali Temple, a subordinate stated. Your Highness? Xia Ying called out, noticing her master lost in thought. There's no rush. Someone has already gone ahead, Qin Shiyue replied calmly as he turned to board the carriage. Xia Ying was momentarily taken aback. Someone has already gone ahead? Who? Contemplating this, she leapt onto the carriage. Let us proceed to the Dali Temple.
And be swift about it.
Xia Ying nodded in agreement, quietly musing to herself, I knew you could not rest easy about Miss Qin. The carriage set off steadily, gradually increasing its speed. Upon arriving at the Dali Temple and encountering Jiang Shen, Xia Ying was left speechless. It was not that Jiang Shen posed any issue, but rather the sight of Qin Shiyue and Xiaoman standing right before her. Your Highness, what brings you here? Qin Shiyue inquired upon noticing Qin Shiyue's arrival, approaching to greet him. Xiaoman, observing Xia Ying's expression, suppressed a smile. Xia guard, your mouth could fit an egg. I was knocked unconscious and thrown from the carriage by bandits. Then they commandeered the carriage and fled the city, Qin Shiyue explained, glancing at Qin Shiyue. Your guard, Shenli, must have followed closely behind, I presume? Your Highness, you are indeed perceptive, came the response. Had I not come out to meet you, I would not have encountered this troublesome situation. Fortuitously, I cast a lingering glance. Otherwise, I would have been the one abducted. Inflicting harm upon others brings no benefit to oneself, yet I shall consider this a minor lesson imparted to her. Qin Shiyue bore a semblance of a smile, assuring, Rest assured, I shall take charge of this matter. Xia Ying, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. Your Highness, I shall take my leave, she stated, and with that, Qin Shiyue exited the grand court accompanied by Xiaoman. Jiang Shen, with a knowing tone, remarked, Miss Qin possesses a certain charm. It is no wonder His Highness holds her in high regard. Qin Shiyue coughed lightly, signaling a warning. Meanwhile, in a secluded, abandoned garden outside the city, He Yuan found herself bound firmly to a tree, her mouth gagged with a tattered cloth. The sky grew dim, and the evening breeze began to rise. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled, emitting muffled whimpers. The entire ordeal had transpired far too abruptly. For long, she had harbored affection for Qin Shiyue, yet her love remained unrequited. She felt a deep-seated resentment. In a bid to humiliate Qin Shiyue, she had sent henchmen to entice her out, intending to have her bound and left outside overnight, only to be cast before the Duke's residence on the day of her wedding, thus publicly shaming her. Little did she know, the kidnappers had mistakenly identified her as Qin Shiyue and disregarded her desperate explanations. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the desolate area offered no assistance, and her cries went unheard. The thought of the disgrace she would face when thrown at the Duke's doorstep filled her with anxiety, prompting frantic struggles and kicks against the tree. Yet, her efforts proved futile. Not far off, Shinli glanced at the sky. It had been an hour since he had discovered that Miss He was bound. Should he wait a little longer? The moonlight cast a hazy glow. The He residence was in turmoil. Madame Zheng wept uncontrollably. He Chaowen, fraught with worry, shouted towards the door. "Steward, is there any news?" The steward shook his head. "Sir, I have already dispatched someone to the Dali Temple to report the incident." Zheng was in a state of panic, rising to leave. "Where do you think you are going?" "I am going out to search for my daughter. Please refrain from causing further chaos." He Zhaowen exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. "How many times have I told her not to wander around? Yet she refuses to listen. Even at this moment, you still speak such nonsense?" The couple paused momentarily, taken aback. He Zhaowen regained his composure first and dashed outside, with Zheng closely trailing behind. He Yuan's eyes were swollen from crying, her demeanor appearing quite disheveled. Upon seeing Zheng, she immediately collapsed into her embrace, sobbing with a sense of grievance. He Zhaowen tentatively inquired, "Your Highness, has my daughter been with you all this time?" Junqi cast a blank glance at him. "I hardly possess such leisure." He Zhaowen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Jiangshin stepped forward to clarify, "Minister He, your esteemed daughter was abducted by robbers during her outing.
Fortunately,
She was rescued by the secret guards under His Highness's command and taken to the Dali Temple. Currently, the robbers are undergoing interrogation." As he spoke, Jiang Shun's gaze shifted to He Yuan. According to the captors, they were acting under orders. Upon hearing this, He Yuan hesitated slightly, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. He Zhaowen, oblivious to his daughter's reaction, bowed to Junqi. "Your Highness, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I am profoundly grateful for your timely rescue." "There is no need for such grandiloquent expressions," came the reply.
Yunqi gazed at Heechun.
His brow slightly furrowed, and his eyes profound. "I have a few words I wish to discuss privately with Minister He. Might it be convenient for you?" Though his tone suggested a consultation, He Chaowen felt an icy chill envelop him. "Your Highness speaks gravely. Please, let us move to the inner chamber." Once steaming tea and delicacies were served, He Chaowen dismissed all the servants. Junqi playfully lifted the lid of his cup. "I have heard that Minister He maintains a strict household. I trust, therefore, that you would not raise a daughter prone to mischief."
With that,
he slammed the cup lid down, the sharp sound reverberating and striking at the very core of He Chaowen's heart. He Chaowen's expression stiffened. The first volume, Chapter 36, It is time to confront the Qin family. He Chaowen immediately rose. "Your Highness, I do not comprehend." "Do not comprehend?" Junqi replied with a smirk. "If the minister is unclear, perhaps you could inquire with Miss He about her actions today." He Chaowen froze. "Has my daughter caused trouble for your Highness?" He held his breath. "Your Highness, I truly am unaware." It was evident that his daughter had been wronged. How could Junqi twist the narrative to blame them instead? "The events that transpired today were a result of her inadvertently ensnaring my fiancé, a case of mistaken identity by the bandits." Junqi's expression remained impassive. He Chaowen, astonished, exclaimed, "My daughter is inherently innocent. How could she possibly?" If the minister harbored doubts, he could certainly visit the Dali Temple for clarification. Junqi's demeanor was exceedingly grave. He Chao's eyes narrowed sharply, leaving him momentarily speechless. After learning of the Crown Prince's engagement to Qin Shiyue, he had noticed his daughter's unusual emotional state. Little did he expect. It appeared that Minister He comprehended the gravity of my words. Junqi also rose, his voice icy as he declared, "I am to be wed tomorrow, and thus I wish to refrain from anger today." Minister He should consider himself fortunate. He Chao felt a tightening in his breath. Junqi sneered, however, should Miss He continue to disregard propriety and act on her own whims. "Do not blame me for handling today's matters in a formal manner." With that, Junqi turned to leave, leaving He Chao with a grim expression. Upon exiting the minister's residence, Qin Shiyue immediately boarded his carriage. Xie Ying tentatively called out, "Your Highness?" Qin Shiyue furrowed his brow. "In the coming days, ensure that we have people closely monitoring the situation." Xie Ying nodded in agreement. He then entered his daughter's chamber, where Zheng was comforting the girl.
Yuan remained aggrieved.
"Father, I have suffered a grievance today." "Madam, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with Yuan," He Chao stated firmly. Seeing her father's stern demeanor, Yuan shrank back nervously. "Father? What precisely transpired today?" He Chao inquired directly. Yuan's expression was one of evident panic. "Father, I was kidnapped by bandits outside the city. You must tell the truth." Before she could finish, He Chao interrupted her. Tears welled in Yuan's eyes. "Father, Yuan, what actions did you take today that you believe I am unaware of?" Hearing her father's words, Yuan fell silent. He Chao was incensed at his daughter's obstinacy. "Tomorrow, His Highness the Crown Prince shall wed Miss Qin, regardless of any lingering affections or reluctance you may harbor. It is time to let go." Yuan, feeling aggrieved, shed tears. "I cannot let go."
You.
He Chao pointed an accusatory finger at his daughter. Exasperated, "Are you determined to drag the He family into irreversible ruin?" "Father, I love His Highness the Crown Prince. Is that a crime?" Yuan lamented. "You are not in the wrong. It is I who am at fault for fathering such a wayward daughter." He Chao, rendered speechless by his daughter's defiance, turned on his heel and departed. "Sir?" The steward approached as He Chao exited. He took a few deep breaths and declared, "Tomorrow morning, immediately send the young lady to Fuan Temple for self-cultivation." The steward, perplexed, pondered aloud, "But the young lady has been wronged. How can we?" He Chao, noticing the steward's bewilderment, retorted, "What? Do you not comprehend my words?" The steward promptly acquiesced. "I was merely considering if it is too hasty." "Hasty?" He Chao scoffed in anger. "Better hasty than inviting calamity upon the He family." Without waiting for the steward's response, he strode away. "What? You intend to send our daughter to Fuan Temple?" Upon hearing this news, Madame Zheng expressed her opposition. "Our daughter has been pampered since childhood. How can she endure the hardships of temple life?" He Chao, unwilling to debate further, insisted, "Endure it she must. It is far better than courting disaster that could cost her life." Madame Zheng countered, "How could our daughter possibly bring about trouble?" He Chao's anger had manifested as a throbbing pain in his stomach. "Can you guess the purpose of His Highness the Crown Prince's visit today?" Zheng remarked, her voice trailing off. The following morning, despite Yuan's reluctance and Lady Zheng's deep-seated reluctance, He Chao resolutely insisted on sending his daughter to Fuan Temple for seclusion. The maid, Qinghe, accompanied her throughout the journey, attempting to console her. "Miss, please do not be disheartened. Temporarily avoiding the tumult is in our best interest." Yuan, covering her eyes, chose silence, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. The journey was steeped in a heavy silence as the carriage distanced itself from the bustling capital, making its way toward Fuan Temple. Before long, they reached the outskirts, and Yuan gazed at the receding city, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation. In stark contrast to Yuan's melancholic state was the lively atmosphere of the Yanbei Marquis. With the presence of the Shun family, Qin Muyang dared not overstep his bounds. The Shuyuj, where Qin Shiyue resided, remained locked, while the side courtyard where Lin Wan lived was under strict watch by the household servants. At this early hour, Shun Ryu had already arranged for preparations, ensuring Qin Shiyue was beautifully adorned for the imminent arrival of the Crown Prince's wedding procession. "We must be ready in advance. We cannot afford to let any mistakes be pointed out," she insisted, watching her daughter who appeared fatigued and weary. Qin Shiyue struggled to keep her heavy eyelids open, murmuring, "Is such a grand affair truly necessary? Given that this is merely a contractual marriage, simplicity would be preferable. Ideally, there should be no extravagant ceremonies." In the midst of her wandering thoughts, Qin Shiyue felt a gentle pinch from her mother. "Mother!" Through the copper mirror before her, Qin Shiyue beheld her mother's reddened eyes.
"Well,
"I shall heed your words, dear mother." Shun Ryu smiled gently. "Sister is getting married. Yet why must I remain in this desolate courtyard?" In the Shiyue, Qin Shiyue had already shattered her second bowl. As the courtyard forbade servants from attending, only those who brought meals occasionally visited. Just then, a dish clumsily fell upon her. "Get out!" Qin Shiyue shouted, expelling the servant who had brought her food and drink. When the room finally fell into a true quietude, she collapsed onto her bed, weeping bitterly. The servant conveyed Qin Yue's plight to Shenryu through Granny Su. Granny Su nodded in understanding, preparing to relay the message to Shiyue. Just as she was about to leave, Shenryu called her back. From tomorrow on, visit the Lin family's courtyard more often to discuss the second young lady's circumstances. Granny Su was puzzled. Shenryu sighed softly. Once Asher marries into the Qinhuangfu, I will feel more at ease to stir up some trouble with the Qin family. Volume 1. Chapter 37. On the day of the grand wedding, the Empress Dowager has passed away. There was bustling with activity, all engaged in the preparations for Qin Shiyue's wedding. After Qin Shiyue adorned herself, only Xiaoman and Dongji remained in her chamber. Qin Shiyue gazed at her reflection in the copper mirror. Adorned with a golden crown and jade hairpin, her makeup was exquisite, and her wedding gown, intricately embroidered in fiery red, accentuated her dignified and resplendent beauty. Holding a tasseled fan, Qin Shiyue delicately caressed its surface. "Miss, today you shall be the most beautiful woman in the capital." As she listened to Dongji's auspicious words, Qin Shiyue smiled. "Oh, am I not beautiful on ordinary days?" "No, no. The young lady is the most beautiful," Qin Shiyue said with a faint smile. A sudden premonition washed over her. She felt that today's wedding would not proceed smoothly due to this very statement. A heaviness settled in her heart. "Dongji, I have left a fortune bag in the small kitchen. Please retrieve it for me. Xiaoman, go check if mother needs any assistance. Lend her a hand." The two exchanged puzzled glances. But the wedding procession from the prince's residence is about to arrive. There's still time? Quickly now, she urged, dismissing them. With a flicker of thought, Qin Shiyue slipped into her space. She gathered several emergency medicines, preparing various medicinal pouches, and casually entered the laboratory to retrieve the antidote she had been formulating for several days.
Meanwhile,
Dongji and Xiaoman had not been out of the room long when they sensed something amiss. They had noticed the young lady's pallor moments ago. Could it be that the young lady deliberately sent us away? And then, as their fears escalated, they hurriedly turned back. Upon returning to the room, they found Qin Shiyue slumped over the dressing table, her consciousness entirely absent. Young lady, what is the matter? Surely the young lady doesn't wish to marry the prince and has resorted to such measures?" Xiaoman exclaimed, though her words were laced with concern as she moved to check for a pulse. However, there was none. Xiaoman was struck with terror. "Dongji, stay here and watch over her. I will fetch the lady and the physician." "How noisy." Qin Shiyue suddenly sat upright. Dongji, being the closest, staggered back in fright. Xiaoman abruptly halted her hurried steps, nearly stumbling forward. "Miss, are you all right?" Qin Shiyue observed the two, still shaken, and smiled gently. "I awoke rather early today and felt a touch of drowsiness, so I rested for a moment. Thankfully, my makeup remains intact." Dongji and Xiaoman sighed in relief, only to be overtaken by a wave of grievance as they rushed to Qin Shiyue, squatting beside her, both laughing and crying. "Miss, it's a relief that you are well. Your earlier demeanor frightened us to death." Qin Shiyue softly patted their backs in consolation. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, "What about the lucky pouch I instructed you to retrieve? Have you brought it?" Dongji scratched her head. "Oh no, I shall fetch it at once." At the appointed hour, the wedding procession from the Prince of Chen's residence arrived punctually. After the exchange of gifts, Qin Shiyue concealed her face behind a fan adorned with mandarin ducks, stepping out of the Yanbei Marquis' residence amidst a chorus of congratulations, making her way towards the bridal sedan. Shenryu watched from within, her heart heavy as their eyes met, a pang of sorrow welling up, reddening her gaze. Shenryu waved her hand, signaling her not to miss the auspicious moment. Qin Shiyue raised her fan, bowing respectfully to her mother before turning to ascend the bridal sedan. The sight of the bridal procession stretched endlessly, adorned in vibrant red. The townsfolk, kept at bay by the orderly soldiers, clutched red silk, eagerly watching the spectacle unfold. The sounds of ceremonial music resounded continuously. In the capital city, an atmosphere of jubilance permeated the air. While the people reveled in the joyous occasion, they remained oblivious to a shadowy figure that flitted past as they neared the Prince of Chen's residence. Moments later, the bridal sedan reached the entrance of the prince's abode. Qin Shiyue disembarked from the sedan, assisted by the matchmaker, as she ascended the steps into the Prince of Chen's residence. At the very next moment, as she stepped over the threshold, Qin Shiyue suddenly felt her heart race, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, and her legs weakened, causing her to stumble over the threshold and lean forward. Just before she fell, she was firmly supported by the quick-witted Qin Shiyue. This minor mishap did not stir any ripples. Onlookers merely noted that the crown prince was always attentive to his princess. "What is wrong?" Qin Shiyue whispered softly in Qin Shiyue's ear. In his memory, she was not the type to be so careless. She felt anxious, an ominous sense that something was about to unfold. Qin Shiyue furrowed his brows, discerning that Qin Shiyue's breath was somewhat hurried. According to the original course of events, she was never meant to marry him. Qin Shiyue's expression darkened. Behind the fan, Qin Shiyue's complexion grew even graver. She was in pain, following the heart palpitations. She felt a subtle yet excruciating ache within. "Are you truly unwell?" Qin Shiyue shook her head. The grand wedding of Qin Shiyue was attended by the Empress Dowager, the Emperor of Beizhou, the Empress, and Crown Prince Jun Muse, all adorned in splendid attire, alongside royal relatives and prominent ministers who came to witness the ceremony. The prince's residence was bustling with excitement. The wedding proceeded in an orderly manner under the auspices of the Minister of Rites. They bowed to heaven and earth, then to the Empress Dowager, and the Emperor and Empress. Every face radiated joy, especially the Empress Dowager, whose eyes glistened with emotion. However, just before the couple could bow to each other, the Empress Dowager suddenly felt a constriction in her chest. Soon after, she could not catch her breath. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she lost consciousness. "Mother!" The incident occurred so abruptly that no one had time to react, and the Emperor of Beizhou, standing closest, rushed forward to support the Empress Dowager's fallen form. "Mother!" The cold glint in Qin Shiyue's eyes flickered as he hurriedly knelt beside the Empress Dowager. The guards accompanying him, alarmed by the commotion, rushed in, believing an assassin had infiltrated. The wedding scene was instantly thrown into disarray. Jun Muse took the lead in restoring order, while the chief guard, Guan He, dispatched his men to investigate the suspicious circumstances. Meanwhile, the imperial physician, Jiang, was attending to the Empress Dowager's pulse, soon proceeding to examine her eyelids. A collective breath was held by all present. Jiang's complexion grew increasingly grim, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The Emperor of Beizhou glared at him, demanding, "What ails the Empress Dowager?" Jiang gasped twice, and under the perilous gaze of Qin Shiyue, he collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Your Highness." The Empress Dowager has suddenly succumbed to a grave illness. An eerie silence enveloped the room. "Preposterous!" The Emperor of Beizhou bellowed, causing everyone to kneel, trembling in fear. Qin Shiyue supported the Empress Dowager's limp form, his eyes brimming with tears. The Empress Dowager has always been healthy. How could she suddenly fall ill and pass away? Jiang, now too shaken to articulate further, could only confirm the absence of poison or treachery, suggesting it must indeed be a sudden illness. Confusion swept through the crowd. Was not Miss Qin a harbinger of good fortune? How could it be that on the very day she entered the prince's residence, the Empress Dowager had passed? This was no fortune. It was clearly a calamity. Qin Shiyue coldly cast a glance at those who dared to stare. Promptly handing her fan to Dongji and removing her hairpin, she stepped forward to check the Empress Dowager's pulse. Subsequently, Qin Shiyue advised the Emperor of Beizhou to lay the Empress Dowager flat. Heeding her counsel, the Emperor moved a small table from the couch, gently positioning the Empress Dowager to rest. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shiyue knelt beside the Empress Dowager and commenced resuscitation. The room fell into stunned silence. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Jiang Yuanshi raised her head slightly, attempting to intervene. "Are you intent on disturbing Her Majesty even in her departure?" "Your Majesty, my wife shall explain her actions shortly. How dare you speak to His Majesty in such a manner?" Jiang Yuanshi admonished, bowing deeply before the Emperor of Beizhou. "Your Majesty." Qin Shiyue is endangering the Empress Dowager's health. This must be stopped. Your Majesty, Qin Shiyue is inciting rebellion. Zongjing Hao Xianzhe joined in the protest. What are you all waiting for? Seize her at once. Volume 1, Chapter 38. What can you do to me? Before the Crown Prince could voice his thoughts, Zongjing's interruption was unwarranted. Qin Shiyue coldly reprimanded, casting a glance at the approaching imperial guards. Stand down. Your Highness. The Crown Princess is clearly showing great disrespect to the Empress Dowager, remarked Zhou Yuan, the deputy of the censorate. Calm yourself, Deputy Zhou. All shall be resolved by the Emperor. The Empress spoke, seeking to restore order. Silence. Qin Shiyue suddenly shouted. You! How dare you defy Her Majesty the Empress? Everyone, be quiet. The Emperor of Beizhou bellowed. Qin Shiyue ceased her resuscitation efforts and instructed Xiaoman to bring the first aid kit. She retrieved silver needles to perform acupuncture on the Empress Dowager, aiming to restore her breath. Finally, she produced 2 emergency herbal pills to administer to the Empress Dowager. Cough. Cough, cough. In the midst of the excruciating tension, the Empress Dowager suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. All eyes turned to her as she gradually opened her eyes. The individuals present were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment, particularly the envoy Jiang. A clear expression of joy flickered across the face of the northern Zhou Emperor. Mother? Qin Shiyue exhaled deeply. Mother, how do you feel? Qin Shiyue stepped back, standing by the couch. What has happened to this old woman? The Empress Dowager took a moment to collect herself before slowly sitting up with their support. She could only recall an overwhelming wave of discomfort, followed by the sudden loss of consciousness. The northern Zhou Emperor cast his gaze upon Qin Shiyue. Stepping forward, Qin Shiyue knelt respectfully. Your Majesty, it seems that the Empress Dowager's vital energies have been obstructed for some time, and today the blockage reached the heart vessels, resulting in a sudden crisis that caused her to lose breath. The northern Zhou Emperor questioned, what was your method of treatment just now? I utilized acupuncture to clear the Empress Dowager's major meridians and administered herbs to nourish her channels, she replied.
No.
I meant your application of pressure on the Empress Dowager's body. Was it cardiac resuscitation? Qin Shiyue blurted out, explaining that when the meridians are blocked and breathing ceases, one must first apply pressure to the chest to expel the stagnant air. This practice is documented in Zhang Zhongjing's Essentials from the Golden Chamber. Envoy Jiang felt as if he had been dealt a harsh blow, realizing that he had prematurely declared the Empress Dowager deceased without any attempt at resuscitation, causing him to break into a cold sweat. However, how could Qin Shiyue, hailing from the countryside, possess such medical knowledge? The northern Zhou Emperor regarded Qin Shiyue with curiosity. I had no idea you were skilled in medicine. Your Majesty, during my time in the countryside, I had the fortune to encounter a wandering barefoot doctor and learned a few techniques from him. The village of Lui indeed welcomed the barefoot divine doctor, and it is of no consequence if the emperor chooses to investigate. The emperor of the northern Zhou sighed meaningfully, expressing his gratitude for the efforts made. The Empress Dowager's complexion improved slightly, affirming that the girl was indeed a harbinger of good fortune, as evidenced by the blessings bestowed upon her today. Suddenly, the northern Zhou Emperor recalled something and cast an unhappy glance at Minister Jiang, who was sweating profusely. Without further investigation, Minister Jiang, fearing public panic, was demoted to a common physician and penalized with a year's salary reduction. He dared not voice any objections and promptly accepted the decree. The Empress Dowager coughed a couple of times, still feeling somewhat unwell. She did not insist further and immediately took the hands of Qin Shiyue and Qin Shiyue, expressing her regret for overshadowing their wedding festivities. It is not your fault, mother, replied Qin Shiyue, but rather my own unfiliality in neglecting your well-being. Together, Qin Shiyue and Qin Shiyue escorted her to the door.
Today,
I regret to have caused you distress, but in due time, I shall make amends. Qin Shiyue bowed. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I shall be vigilant in caring for the Empress Dowager. Tomorrow, I will visit the palace to pay my respects. The northern Zhou Emperor patted his shoulder, advising him to rest early. Thus, the procession departed, leaving behind the royal relatives and ministers, who also offered their well wishes before taking their leave. The once bustling prince's mansion fell into sudden silence. Dongji and Xiaoman felt a sense of injustice for the young lady. Alas, the incident had occurred unexpectedly, leaving them with no recourse. However, Qin Shiyue seemed unfazed. After all, their marriage was a contractual arrangement, and its fulfillment with Qin Shiyue held little significance to her. However, today's events are exceedingly perplexing. What are you pondering? Qin Shiyue looked up and saw Qin Shiyue entering. Xiaoman and Dongji offered their respects and exited the room, firmly closing the door behind them. Qin Shiyue feigned nonchalance. Your Highness, you seem troubled. Are you concerned about Her Majesty the Empress? The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. What an indiscreet inquiry, considering the Empress has just evaded peril. How could a son not be worried? Qin Shiyue's expression was inscrutable. Today, I owe you a great debt. Your Highness is overly gracious. How could the Empress, in good health, suddenly face such a dire affliction? It is due to a shift in direction. To rectify the flaws, certain characters' behaviors have also altered. So, it is a result of human intervention?
Yun Qie's Kontenance dockend.
He scrutinized her. On our wedding night, where does the princess desire me to go? Qin Shiyue met his gaze. Your Highness, we agreed that our relationship is solely a partnership. As for anything beyond that, I hope you will not dwell upon it. Qin Shiyue scoffed. The princess is remarkably composed. Then, may your Highness take his leave? Qin Shiyue suddenly felt an inexplicable pain spreading from her chest. She gritted her teeth, enduring until Qin Shiyue departed, before collapsing onto the soft couch, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Qin Shiyue left the main chamber, but did not venture far. Instead, he stood behind a window, silently listening to the sounds within.
Curse you!
What can you possibly do to me? A voice shouted from the room. Volume 1, Chapter 39. Mother must urgently separate from the unworthy father. Qin Shiyue retraced his steps, pushing open the door to the room. There, he beheld Qin Shiyue reclining on the soft couch, her eyes firmly shut. Was she asleep? He contemplated removing her jewelry to ensure her comfort during slumber. However, upon inadvertently brushing her face, he discovered it was chillingly cold, devoid of breath. A pang of alarm surged within Qin Shiyue. Just as he was about to call for help, Qin Shiyue suddenly opened her eyes, their gazes locking in mutual astonishment. What has happened to you? They exclaimed in unison. Qin Shiyue sat upright, replying, I am fine, merely too fatigued. I fell into a deep sleep. I heard you cry out and, feeling anxious, came to check on you. Qin Shiyue stated. Qin Shiyue sighed. I had a dream where I fought with Qin Yue. Having married into the Prince of Chen's residence altered the course of fate, and I have been subjected to divine retribution. It is utterly absurd. I have committed no grave sins. Must I endure such torment? Qin Shiyue furrowed his brow. Do you think today's events were orchestrated by someone? Qin Shiyue shook her head. I am uncertain. If it were indeed a scheme, then the perpetrator, bold enough to strike against the Empress Dowager, would likely be your sworn enemy. Yet today, there were no signs of any treachery. However, sudden illnesses often have underlying causes. Should the Empress encounter misfortune today, I would transform from a fortunate star into a harbinger of doom, with all attention focused upon me. Who would care about the perpetrator? At the very least, the Emperor's impression of me would be diminished, and it might even extend to the general's manner. Qin Shiyue pondered, her gaze tightening. Goodness! How could I have forgotten about him? I must hasten the matter of my marriage, as well as my mother's divorce from my unscrupulous father. Rest well, Qin Shiyue remarked, leaving the conversation unfinished as he retreated to his study. Qin Shiyue felt a throbbing headache. What of the other locations? Everything appears normal. He silently recited, the general's manor, the Yanbei Marquis. Your Highness, here is the list of attendees for today, he was informed. Qin Shiyue took up his pen and marked individuals on the list for further investigation. The flickering candlelight cast a hazy glow around him. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Northern Zhou summoned the imperial physicians to Shokong Palace for the Empress's consultation throughout the night. After repeatedly confirming that she was not in grave peril, he felt a slight alleviation of worry. At the Empress's insistence, the Emperor finally departed from Shokong Palace, leaving 2 physicians to keep vigil. Upon returning to the study, the Emperor rubbed his forehead in an attempt to ease the throbbing pain. Your Majesty, the captain of the guards has been waiting for quite some time. He Sheng reminded him. The emperor gestured for the man to enter. Your Majesty, I have thoroughly investigated all points within the prince's manor and found no suspicious signs. However, this notion was soon dismissed. If it were indeed the prince, the manor would have been surrounded by now. The emperor's brows knitted slightly. Could it be related to the princess consort of Qin? The national advisor has foretold that the princess consort will bring auspicious fortune to the northern Zhou dynasty, and shortly thereafter, the Empress Dowager nearly encountered a mishap during the wedding of the Prince of Qin and Qin Shiyue. Who could have orchestrated such a scheme? Leaving no trace whatsoever, the Emperor of Northern Zhou, feeling vexed, lifted his teacup, only to be met with a cloud of steam that dissuaded him from drinking, leading him to set it down in displeasure. In the stillness of the night, thin clouds drifted slowly, obscuring the moon, rendering everything somewhat unclear. In an obscure courtyard on the western side of the capital, a figure clad as a wandering sorcerer sat beneath the dim light, pondering the art of divination. Footsteps echoed in the courtyard as a person dressed in a dark cloak entered. The mission has failed. Qin Shiyue is formidable, spoke the newcomer in a low voice. The wandering sorcerer shook his head. Favorable timing, advantageous location, and harmonious relations are all essential. Qin Shiyue's swift reactions and methods of emergency response easily thwarted this attempt. It will be difficult to find another opportunity. I underestimated her, he admitted. The cloaked figure then tossed a silver ingot, saying, "Take care." Once the visitor had departed, the sorcerer cast the broken silver into a bowl of water, which began to bubble and emit white steam. When it comes to ruthlessness, none can surpass you. As dawn broke, in the residence of the Prince of Qin, Qin Shiyue, after changing his attire, sought out Qin Shiyue, only to discover she had fainted once more.
Yet,
Not long after, she revived again. Qin Shiyue, displeased, remarked, "When will you cease this habit of dramatic fluctuations?" Qin Shiyue glanced at the sky outside. "Your Highness, please wait a moment. I shall change my attire at once." "What? Are you not intending to relent?" Qin Shiyue was momentarily taken aback, pondering what to amend. She chose to disregard him. The carriage soon arrived at the palace gates, and Qin Shiyue deliberately maintained a certain distance from Qin Shiyue. Yet, in the next instant, she found herself drawn close by him. By mere chance, they encountered Juni. Perturbed by the matter concerning Qin Yue, Juni was eager to approach Qin Shiyue for clarification, but with Qin Shiyue present, he hesitated. The ninth prince, upon encountering them, greeted Qin Shiyue with familiarity. Yet when addressing Qin Shiyue, the word "aunt" seemed to catch in his throat. Did the third prince regard the Wang Fei as if she were invisible? Could you perhaps educate your good nephew to refrain from involving me? Ninth aunt. Juni awkwardly called out. He was reluctant to delay his greeting and was more concerned about the Empress Dowager's health. Qin Shiyue swiftly led Qin Shiyue towards Heian Palace. After a night of rest, the Empress Dowager appeared revitalized and in good spirits. The Northern Zhou Emperor expressed his gratitude for Qin Shiyue's heroic actions and, beyond the customary rewards of treasures and exquisite items, granted her several pieces of jewelry and jade. Qin Shiyue bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Empress Dowager. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Empress." The Empress Dowager waved her hand with a smile. "No need for such formalities, rise." After expressing her thanks, Qin Shiyue stood up. The Princess of Qin truly was fortunate. No woman who had previously married into the royal family had ever received such lavish rewards. From the high seat, a voice devoid of emotion resonated. Qin Shiyue stole a glance, her mind racing. Who is he? Volume 1, Chapter 40. Concurrent Actions, Sixth Brother. It has been a long time, yet you remain as graceful as ever, greeted Qin Shiyue with a faint smile. It is His Highness, Prince Qin Shiming. Qin Shiyue acknowledged respectfully. "I have paid my respects to His Highness." Ninth brother, your princess seems to have little to say today apart from her greetings, he remarked. "Are you looking for trouble?" Qin Shiyue replied with a subtle smile. "Prince Qin, before I departed today, Your Highness advised me to refrain from being overly lively when visiting the palace, and I have kept that in mind." At this point, Qin Shiyue suddenly realized the meaning behind Qin Shiyue's earlier reminder concerning her manner of address. Prince Qin Shiming's expression darkened. Indeed, she is a sharp-tongued one. Whether silent or speaking, what exactly do you wish to convey? Your Highness. It is the first time for both the ninth imperial uncle and ninth imperial aunt to attend such a formal occasion in the palace. It is only natural for them to feel somewhat constrained. Crown Prince Jun Muse interjected, "There is truly no need for you to delve too deeply into this matter." The fifth prince, Jun Xiao, remained silent throughout, merely sipping his tea with an air of tranquility. The heavy royal attire weighed upon Qin Shiyue, causing her to perspire uncomfortably. "Are you feeling unwell?" With a calm expression, Qin Shiyue replied, "I merely felt relieved upon seeing Her Majesty the Empress in such good health. If Prince Jin causes you discomfort, you may avoid him in the future. Your Highness need not worry. That is unnecessary." Jun Qie chose not to pursue the matter further. They were then intercepted by the stewardess, Granny Feng. "Your Highness, where are you headed?" Madame Feng presided over the inner court of the Wang residence and learned that on the wedding night, the prince had spent the entire night in his study, indicating that he held no regard for the princess. The so-called proposal was merely a pretext, relying on her reputation as a fortunate star. Madame Feng, might I inquire if there exists a protocol within the Wang residence that necessitates the master to seek permission from the servants upon departure? Her complexion shifted from green to pale. After speaking, she took her leave with measured steps. "Princess, there is no such protocol within the Wang residence. I have overstepped my bounds," she acknowledged. A voice, laced with resentment, echoed from behind. Qin Shiyue disregarded it and strode out of the grand entrance of the Wang residence. "This cunning old woman has no respect for you, yet she manages the inner court," Dongji seethed, gritting her teeth. Qin Shiyue replied sternly, "Dongji, you are not to discuss matters of the Wang residence. Have you forgotten my previous admonitions?" Dongji lowered her gaze. "I have not forgotten, but walls have ears. There are many ways to deal with such a malicious servant. To navigate smoothly within the Chun Wang residence, it is imperative to remind Jun Qie to tidy the back courtyard. However, there is a more pressing matter at hand." Shortly thereafter, the three of them arrived at the Qin textile shop. The Qin textile shop was an asset under the Yanbei Marquis estate and had served as a means to mitigate losses, largely funded by her mother's dowry. Almost half of it had been utilized. Nonetheless, the shop remained in a state of deficit. Qin Shiyue sought clarity and aimed to acquire something that would enable her mother to leave her despicable father with ease. Meanwhile, Shun Ruyu was not idle either. She had visited the Shin family's villa to meet with the butcher couple who had once cared for Qin Shiyue. The couple appeared dark and weathered. Their attire, though worn, was relatively tidy. The two of them had been confined in the Shin family villa for quite some time. They were well-fed and well-treated, and the once gaunt figures had gained some flesh, leading them to become somewhat oblivious to their predicament. The man, Li Shuang, looked at Shen Ryu with a hint of confusion. Despite their prolonged stay, he had never seen her before.
"Who are you?"
he inquired. Shen Ryu responded directly. "I am Shen, the mother of Qin Shiyue." The dim light in the room obscured the couple's ability to discern Shen Ryu's expression.
"Oh.
"So you are the esteemed lady of Yanbei Marquis. My apologies," Li Zhuang said, pulling his wife, Wu, to greet Shen Ryu. "It seems we are related to the Marquis's household. How should one converse with the lady?" Su Mama interjected sharply. The couple cast discontented glances at Su Mama. "As you just mentioned, you are relatives of the Marquis's household, therefore, every meal you have enjoyed at the Shun residence was not without cost." The couple exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the implication. It was widely known that Lady Shun of Yanbei was gentle, dignified, and kind-hearted. Li Zhuang could not help but doubt, "Are you truly the Lady of Yanbei? And what do you think?" Qiu Shuang could no longer contain herself. Wu tugged at Li Zhuang's sleeve, urging him to mind his manners. Clearing his throat, Li Zhuang asked, "What brings you here today, my lady?" Shun Ryu's demeanor remained composed as she replied, 12 years ago, what transaction did you have with Qin Muyang?" Upon hearing this, Li Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. What transaction? There was no transaction at all. We are merely farmers from Li village. How could we possibly have any connection with the illustrious Yanbei Marquis? He sent my daughter to you. What else, besides money, was exchanged between you? Upon mentioning this, Shen Ryu could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. The daughter she had fought to bring into this world was ultimately treated as a mere commodity, sold away to the countryside by Qin Muyang. Li Zhuang averted his gaze, saying, "Madam, What are you talking about? I do not comprehend. He then turned to Wu Shi, asking, Do you understand what the madam is saying? Wu Shi, receiving the hint, shook her head as well. Shun Ryu sighed and turned to Su Momo. Understanding her intent, Su Momo quietly stepped out. Then, she calmly inquired of Li Zhuang, Do you truly not understand what I am saying? The couple shook their heads in confirmation. We do not understand. Li Zhuang, growing impatient, remarked, Madam, we genuinely do not know what you are referring to. If it pertains to the eldest young lady, it is merely a coincidence. We simply noticed that she was lost and kindly took her into care for her. As you see, when your household located her, we immediately allowed the eldest young lady to reunite with her family. Wu Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. As for anything else, we know nothing. Yes, we know nothing. Li Zhuang asserted defiantly. Shin Ryu sighed once more and inclined her head towards them, saying, I apologize. The couple failed to grasp her meaning. Su Momo, take them to the Dali Temple and hand them over to Jiang Shaoqing for disposition. The Dali Temple? What kind of place is that? A temple? Li Zhuang, having lived in the countryside for so long, had never heard of the Dali Temple. The Dali Temple serves as the judicial office in the capital, dedicated to addressing the misdeeds of individuals such as yourselves. Wu's face turned pale. Madam, let us speak candidly. Why must you involve the Dali Temple?
Li Zhuang,
displaying more audacity, remarked, Madam, this is a family matter. How does it pertain to the judicial office? Shun Ryu smiled gently. Very well. Let us engage in a thorough discussion regarding this family affair, shall we? In Volume 1, Chapter 41, Obtaining Evidence of the Scoundrel Father Supporting His Mistress, Shun Ryu reiterated, Without alarming the Dali Temple, you must speak the truth. It is acceptable if you choose not to. However, given the influence of the Shun family, uncovering the truth would not pose a challenge. Li Zhuang and Wu exchanged glances, knowing that should the situation escalate, it would not only concern the Dali Temple. Shan Ryu maintained her gentle tone, yet Li Zhuang and Wu felt a chill run down their spines. Madame Su summoned the guards to escort the two to the Dali Temple. Terrified, Li Zhuang pleaded, No, please, I will speak. I will reveal everything. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyue was at the Qin textile shop, negotiating with manager Shui. She had sent Xin Li and Xin Qi to discreetly investigate the Hongtai pawn shop and various stores visited by Qin Muyang, acquiring evidence of the expenditures related to the Shun family's dowry. The financial transactions concerning the dowry were all funneled through the Qin textile shop. Manager Shui, though aware that Qin Shiyue hailed from humble origins, recognized her formidable nature, especially since she was now the princess consort. What are the items? Qin Shiyue inquired straightforwardly. What items? Manager Shui feigned ignorance. Are you pretending with me? Surely you do not think everyone is a fool? Qin Shiyue chose the elegant private room for their meeting. Was Shui the manager intent on putting an end to the Qin family as business? Qin Shiyue gracefully seated herself before manager Shui and declared, Very well. I shall make the arrangements. Simply state that you no longer wish to continue. Manager Shui, visibly troubled, responded, Miss, or rather, Your Highness, having married into the prince's residence, why do you still concern yourself with matters of your family? With that, he stood, preparing to depart. What do you mean by that? Manager Shui hastily pursued her, insisting, I did not imply such a thing. Please do not misconstrue my words. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead in his anxiety. Noticing that Qin Shiyue had no intention of halting, he grew desperate enough to attempt to restrain her. One must not be disrespectful to the princess. Xiaoman stepped in to protect Qin Shiyue. Left with no other option, manager Shui conceded, I shall provide you with the information. Is that not sufficient? However, please make it known that you discovered this on your own, and do not reveal my name. Qin Shiyue nodded. It depends on your conduct. After some internal conflict, manager Shui eventually handed over the ledger of expenditures, detailing the names, quantities, and costs of items. Watching Qin Shiyue's retreating figure, he ground his teeth in frustration. What is the meaning of this? Manager, should we inform Lord Qin? One of the assistants ventured. Manager Shui, exasperated, smacked his forehead. Inform whom? Foolish child. She is merely a vile servant. Can I not handle her? Yet, considering her connection to the royal household, can we act without permission? Dongji asked tentatively. Why should we not? I remain the princess of the Qin Wang, while His Highness, the Qin Wang, is preoccupied with official duties, leaving little time to attend to the affairs of the inner court. He may be unaware of the internal decay that has set in. I shall remind him shortly. As the three conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the Qin Wang's residence. Even if direct action is not advisable, is there not Qin Shiyue? It would be harmless to occasionally utilize him. Upon stepping through the grand doors and into the inner hall, a voice devoid of emotion echoed through the space. Qin Shiyue glanced at the sky, confirming that evening had yet to descend. The prince was indeed early. Qin Shiyue smirked playfully. Has the princess perhaps forgotten something? After pondering for a moment, Qin Shiyue replied, I would be grateful if your highness could clarify. A mysterious smile graced her lips as she settled beside Qin Shiyue to sip her tea. I was wondering what the matter was, only to discover that someone has reported to your highness. Internally, Qin Shiyue gritted her teeth. Beware, for if you provoke me further, I shall cease to engage with you. Qin Shiyue cleared his throat, casting a stern glance at old Madame Foam, admonishing, Do not be disrespectful to the princess. Withdraw. Old Madame Foam retreated in defeat. I had thought the inner courtyard of those rife with turmoil, yet I did not expect the same to be true of the Qin Wang's residence. Qin Shiyue smiled knowingly before summoning Steward Wu. You are to immediately compile the household accounts and the roster of maidservants and servants from the rear courtyard, and present them all to the princess. From tomorrow onward, these matters shall be managed by her. Steward Wu readily acquiesced, realizing that with a lady of the house overseeing the inner affairs, he would be relieved of half his burdens. Qin Shiyue raised an eyebrow. What is the meaning of this, your highness? Did not the princess remark that my courtyard is filled with chaos? It is but fitting for her to assist in its tidying. Qin Shiyue clenched her fists, striving to maintain her composure, while locking her gaze with Qin Shiyue's eyes. Yunqi. At that moment, Xia Ying entered, having just stepped into the main hall, only to hear the princess exclaiming so loudly. Was it proper for her to call the prince by his name so casually? Qin Shiyue lowered his voice, asserting, cooperation must embody sincerity, otherwise. Should news spread that my bride neglects the affairs of the courtyard, it would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. Qin Shiyue, infuriated yet amused, retorted, Qin Shiyue, you are indeed ruthless. As dusk fell, the evening glow painted half the sky in hues of red. You left early today. Was there something of great importance? Yinshi inquired from within the internal hall of Chaohui Hall. Nothing of great consequence, merely a bout of restlessness in the Ho residence, prompting me to take a stroll. Qin Muyang responded, feeling slightly guilty. It is beneficial to take a walk. If you wish, I shall take you to the outskirts another day to refresh your spirits. Shun Ryu shook her head. There is no need. Please take good care of my cousin. With that, she turned to Yinshi. Mother, what do you think? At that moment, the servants were arranging the dishes. The dinner was rather subdued. Shun Ryu had no desire to entertain Qin Muyang's suggestion. Aya is currently under the emperor's orders of house arrest. If you were to release her to meet Wang Qin, would that not be a slap in the emperor's face? Volume 1, Chapter 42. Madam advises you to reflect quietly behind closed doors. Qin Muyang's facade faltered, recalling how he once cherished Aya dearly. Why do you mention Shiyue?
Yue?
Qin Muyang gradually lost his patience. Indeed, perhaps you never liked her since the moment she was born. The conversation grew increasingly absurd, prompting Qin Muyang to fall silent. Yinshi shook her head. Husband, you utter one sentence, and she counters with three, becoming ever more unruly. Shinryo had no desire to converse further with the mother and son duo. Mama Su meticulously organized the evidence she had gathered over the past few days and presented it to Shinryo. All of it pertained to Qin Muyang's misuse of the Shin family dowry to support his mistress, as well as evidence of his intentions to sell his daughter. However, part of the information remained unclear and would be revealed once confirmed. With a loud crash, a bowl was hurled against the door in the Suyu pavilion by Qin Yuyu. The maid delivering the meal jumped in fright, hesitating to approach. How much longer must I be confined in this courtyard? Qin Yuyu cried. I am perpetually hungry and restless, without a single soul to converse with. The maid tiptoed inside, placing the food box on the table and lighting another lamp to illuminate the room further. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yuyu inquired, What of Shuangjiang? It has been days. Why do I not see her? The maid dared not respond. I am unaware, miss.
Speak.
Qin Shiyue paused. Family rules? Indeed. They have brought in false witnesses from outside to slander Qin Shiyue, and Shuangjiang has played a considerable role in this. I demand to see my mother. Fetch her at once. Qin Shiyue urged. Second, miss, the lady has instructed that you reflect in solitude, and should you continue to cause a ruckus, you will be sent directly to the nunnery. The maid's voice dwindled to a whisper. Having spoken, the maid swiftly departed from the Shiyue pavilion, while Qin Shiyue was momentarily lost in thought. Qin Shiyue clutched the bedclothes tightly, nearly twisting them into a knot. Qin Shiyue, this is all your fault. If you had not come, how could mother have distanced herself from me? Tears welled in her eyes. What of house arrest? What of the annulment of the engagement? As long as the third prince's affections linger on me, there lies a chance for my resurgence. In the study of the Qinhuang mansion, Qin Shiyue emerged from a pile of accounts, rolling up a medicinal pill. Jun Xie was taken aback by the pungent scent of the medicine. What are you doing? A tall figure loomed before him, obscuring much of the light. Instead of painstakingly poring over the ledger, it would be more prudent to delve into medical texts and concoct more pills to heal the ailing. Without lifting her gaze, Qin Shiyue commanded, "Get on the bed and remove your garments." What did you say? Jun Xie frowned, nearly doubting the clarity of his hearing. His brow furrowed even deeper. After a moment of silence from Qin Shiyue, he regarded her with curiosity. What is this man thinking? Why the long face? Suddenly, Qin Shiyue recalled something. He can't seriously think I desire that, can he? How absurd. I merely seek to detoxify, for goodness sake. Coming back to her senses, she found Jun Xie standing before her, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he began to disrobe. Qin Shiyue sprang to her feet. Your Highness, we previously agreed that aside from cooperation, there is nothing else to discuss. I trust you will uphold your dignity. The princess consort indulges in fanciful thoughts, yet implores this king to maintain his dignity. What kind of reasoning is this? Qin Shiyue was rendered speechless. What are you dawdling for? Could it be that you believe you can simply gaze upon me and cure my affliction? Jun Xie stepped behind the screen in the study, disrobed, and lay upon the bed. Qin Shiyue adjusted his posture before commencing acupuncture, utilizing silver needles to pierce vital detoxification points such as Xinjue, Yujie, Zhongfeng, Taichung, and Sanyinjiu. Today's regimen emphasized gentle detoxification. Once the prince's condition improves, we shall proceed to a more vigorous detoxification method in the next session. Qin Shiyue adeptly placed the needles with precision. What do you mean by a vigorous detoxification method? Do not speak. Close your eyes and cultivate your spirit. After completing the acupuncture, Qin Shiyue began to organize her medicine box, which contained antidotes meticulously crafted for Jun Xie. After the span of a single incense stick, she removed all the silver needles from his body. How do you feel? Jun Xie sat up. Is that it? The gentle detoxification, indeed, feels rather mild. Qin Shiyue remained silent, merely producing a pain relief pill and administering it to him. What is this? It is a pain relief pill. I fear that you may not withstand the pain that may arise shortly. Qin Shiyue explained lightly. I have fought in countless battles, enduring both grave and minor injuries.
I know not what it is too.
Heaven punishes those who speak defiantly. Before he could finish his thought, Jun Xie felt a surge of fire igniting within him, rapidly spreading through his limbs and body, circulating and stimulating every meridian. This sensation persisted for a considerable duration. Qin Shiyue pressed down firmly on his body. Endure it, it will soon pass. Jun Xie's breathing grew heavier. Do you have more of that pain relief pill? A single treatment permits the consumption of only one pill, as per the established rule. I thought you were oblivious to pain. Still stubborn, are you? Jun Xie, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth. You woman. The ordeal lasted the duration of 2 cups of tea. Jun Xie spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Once the discomfort subsided, he felt his internal energy and blood circulation significantly improve. Will the next treatment be even more intense? That depends on the prince's endurance. Qin Shiyue tossed a dry towel to Jun Xie, advising him to wipe off his sweat and be wary of catching a chill. Subsequently, she began to tidy her attire. The prince, Xiang, noticing the study door ajar, tentatively ventured inside, only to be greeted by the sight of the prince bare and facing the princess. Xiang stood there, dumbfounded. How could this happen in the study? Is there something amiss? From within the study, a low voice emerged. Quickly, Xiang shut the door and retreated. What are you doing? I have business with the prince. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside the study, Qin Shiyue listened to the commotion outside. Xie Guardian is rather amusing. Xie Ying has commendable character, though he is a penchant for gossip, she mused. What are you thinking? Jun Xie asked as he donned his garments. I was pondering whether Xie Guardian might have misunderstood the situation. Should you not go out and clarify? Volume 1. Chapter 43. Let us deal with the scum. Jun Xie scoffed. I have no need to make unnecessary explanations for my actions. All right, you domineering CEO. Jun Xie regarded her with keen interest. After Qin Shiyue finished her complaints, she promptly took her medicine box and left. The account books and roster were moved away.
Yun Qi coldly reminded her.
Understood. Qin Shiyue forced a smile, while Xiaoman and Dongji hurriedly followed behind to carry the books. What is it? Your Highness. Would you like to rest a bit longer? Xie Ying observed her master's rosy complexion, yet noticed a hint of fatigue in his eyes, stirring her imagination. Was there still a medicinal scent lingering in the study? Could it be that he had exerted himself to the point of requiring medication? The thought of such a scenario befalling the prince was almost inconceivable. Was he courting punishment? Lost in her reverie, she was suddenly interrupted by her master's irate voice. Your Highness, Wei Yanhua has resided in the Yannan Marquis' residence since childhood and shares a close relationship with Marquis Qin. He has now secured a position in the Jingzhou prefecture, arranged through funds provided by Marquis Qin for Lorden. At that moment, the list of individuals selected for the Northern Eagle training ground was delivered by Lieutenant Liu Bai. Since retiring from the battlefield, Jun Xie had been preoccupied with affairs related to the Ministry of War and the Northern Eagle training ground. These candidates had been chosen after rigorous assessments, and tomorrow would be the final practical examination. Those who performed satisfactorily would be officially retained. Liu Bai added. Jun Xie's gaze suddenly fixated on two names, Lin Yang and Lin He. His eyes darkened as he pondered, how could the sons of Lin Mao be on this list? Zhang Wei immediately grasped his master's intent. Your Highness, I shall investigate this matter at once. No need for an investigation. I will personally participate in tomorrow's final assessment. To facilitate her convenience, Qin Shiyue moved into the Wanyu Pavilion for solitary residence. Your Highness, with such a towering stack of books, you wouldn't be planning to stay up all night, would you? Dongji inquired, noticing her master engrossed in the roster. Setting aside the account books, one must at least glance at the roster. Qin Shiyue stifled her drowsiness, pondering, why can't a photographic memory pill be developed in this space? At that moment, Jun Xie stood in the courtyard, attuned to Qin Shiyue's thoughts. The following dawn, Qin Shiyue rose early and, upon exiting the Wanyu Pavilion, discovered that Jun Xie was already dressed and prepared to depart. Your Highness! Qin Shiyue hurried to the front courtyard. Do you have time today? I must attend the examination at the Northern Eagle training ground, he replied. The Northern Eagle training ground? Has Jun Xie officially taken charge of it? Splendid. The dynamics have shifted. However, Lin Mao's two sons are also at the Northern Eagle training ground. Those two pests later ingratiated themselves for promotions, colluding with Qin Muyang, causing trouble for the Shen family. Jun Xie halted his steps. Does the princess have any matters to discuss? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Shiyue responded. Nothing of importance. I merely wish to convey that the Northern Eagle training ground should not be treated lightly. Your Highness, please attend to your duties. Xiaoman and Dongji emerged. Princess, has the prince left? Xiaoman spotted Jun Xie boarding his carriage from a distance. Qin Shiyue remained unfazed. He has more pressing matters to attend to. His absence brings me a sense of ease. Dongji and Xiaoman nodded in agreement. The day was bright and serene, with a vast expanse of clear skies. The Northern Eagle training ground sprawled over a large area, where 10,000 soldiers engaged in their drills with remarkable orderliness. The rhythmic sound of hooves and the clanging of weapons filled the air, creating a commanding atmosphere. Jun Xie stood on the commanding platform, surveying the new recruits before him as he called out names from the list one by one. Being recommended to the Northern Eagle training grounds does not guarantee your attention here. Only those who pass the assessment will be deemed worthy to enter, he declared, closing the roster and handing it to Liu Bai. He then cast a sweeping glance at the newly arrived recruits, asking, "Have you all understood?" In understanding, they responded in unison, their postures straight and their attitudes earnest. Yet, amongst them, Lin Yang and Lin He exhibited a somewhat lax stance and a dismissive demeanor. Perhaps they believed that prior knowledge of the assessment criteria would render them effortlessly successful, or perhaps they were emboldened by the support of their fathers and Qin Muyang, convinced that their attention was a foregone conclusion. However, they were unprepared for Qin Shiyue's unexpected alteration of the assessment tasks. As the evaluation unfolded, every participant performed admirably, except for the two who failed to meet the standards and were subsequently eliminated, with their performance deemed utterly dismal. The consequence of their failure was clear. They would leave the grounds, never to be eligible for reselection. Lin Yang was left in shock, while Lin He, bolder in spirit, protested, "This is unfair. The assessment tasks were precisely those we are unskilled at." At this declaration, the others were taken aback. What kind of logic was this? How could one speak so? Liu Bai reprimanded them sternly. Qin Shiyue, seemingly unfazed, responded, "You desire fairness, do you? Very well. Liu Kanjiang, provide each of them with a warhorse." He then turned his attention to the two. "If you can ride the warhorse and complete 2 laps around the training grounds while wielding a spear, I shall consider you qualified." Upon hearing this, all present were left in stunned silence. It is widely acknowledged that His Highness, the Prince of Qin, is resolute in his decisions and seldom grants a second chance. How, then, could he so readily present such a straightforward challenge today? Is this not akin to handing out free points? Does the Minister of Revenue, Lin, hold such esteemed status? Yet, even with this seemingly simple opportunity, they failed to seize it. Riding alone, they could manage. Handling a long spear on foot was also within their capabilities. However, when mounted on a warhorse with a spear in hand, their bodies could not achieve effective coordination. After barely completing half a lap, they tumbled to the ground, wincing in pain and unable to rise for some time. Qin Shiyue's expression was grave. The onlookers were left in disbelief. If they could not accomplish such a simple task, have they merely come to languish? Who was responsible for selecting these individuals? If they cannot even master the basics of the battlefield, what use are they? Qin Shiyue's piercing gaze swept over the two. They felt the ache in their legs, only managing to stand with the aid of others. Qin Shiyue turned his attention away from them, addressing all the soldiers, particularly the newcomers. The Northern Eagle training ground demands elite warriors, not incompetent layabouts. Lin Yang and Lin He were flushed with embarrassment, filled with indignation and resentment. He dismissed them, instructing that the others, under the guidance of Major Liu, would engage in physical training. After resolving this matter, Qin Shiyue let out a deep sigh. As he regained his composure, a sudden realization struck him. It seemed he had forgotten another important task today. In another location, the carriage carrying Qin Shiyue had come to a halt in front of the Yanbei Marquis' residence. Shen Ryu, accompanied by Granny Su and Qiu Shuang, stood at the entrance to greet her, while Qin Muyang and Wei Yanhua stood to one side. At the entrance of the Marquis' residence, a few curious onlookers lingered. "Mother." As Qin Shiyue disembarked from the carriage, her eyes immediately fell upon her mother. "Father." Upon seeing Qin Muyang, she merely offered a perfunctory greeting. Cousin Wei was also present. "Cousin," Wei Yanhua greeted absently, her gaze fixated on the direction of the carriage. "Where is His Highness, Prince Qin?" Qin Muyang searched around but was unable to spot Qin Shiyue. The gathered crowd, witnessing the absence of the prince, found new fodder for gossip. After all, a prince is no ordinary husband. His absence was not entirely unexpected, yet given the expression on Marquis Qin's face, it seemed he would soon face a stern reprimand. In response to Qin Muyang's puzzled look, Qin Shiyue remained impassive. His Highness is preoccupied with urgent affairs. He may be delayed for some time. What a disappointment. Wei Yanhua voiced her discontent almost simultaneously. Qin Muyang's eyes brimmed with disappointment, feeling that her daughter had brought shame upon the Marquis' house. How embarrassing! In her heart, Qin Shiyue scoffed. It matters little whether Qin Shiyue arrives or not, as long as we can swiftly eliminate the two pests, Lin Yang and Lin He. With a bright smile, Qin Shiyue remarked, "Mother loves her daughter the most." As they exchanged pleasantries, the mother and daughter entered the house together. Qin Muyang flicked her sleeves and followed suit. Wei Yanhua glared at the crowd lingering at the entrance and admonished, "What are you staring at?
Disperse at once."
Just as Qin Shiyue settled into her seat in the Chaohui Hall, she heard Yin's voice utter a remark. Qin Shiyue remained unperturbed. "Grandmother speaks the truth. Among all the young ladies in the world, my sister is indeed singular in her predicament, and I cannot compare." Perhaps feeling the sting of embarrassment, she nonchalantly sipped her tea. Qin Shiyue took delight in witnessing her discomfort. Together with their negligent father, they deceived their mother, ultimately stepping upon the flesh and blood of their maternal family to elevate your esteemed grandson and his paramour. If there is an award for shamelessness, if you claim second place, none would dare to contend for first. How dare you speak to your grandmother in such a manner? Do you possess no sense of decorum? Qin Muyang's expression turned stern. Qin Shiyue could no longer contain herself. "You are truly audacious, are you not?" A deep voice resonated. Just as Qin Shiyue prepared to roll up her sleeves for a confrontation, Jun Xie appeared. Qin Muyang immediately rose to greet him, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Everyone stood to pay their respects. "Your words are overly gracious. Please be seated." Upon taking a seat, Jun Xie, with an air of casual familiarity, sat beside Qin Shiyue, who quietly inquired, "What brings you here?" Qin Shiyue chuckled in irritation. "Is such a matter still in need of a reminder? Yet, judging by your demeanor, it seems the assessment at the training grounds was handled satisfactorily today." Jun Xie wore a half-smile. Servants brought forth refreshments and hot tea. Qin Muyang offered a conciliatory smile. "Your Highness, please enjoy some tea and snacks while the kitchen prepares lunch. If it pleases you, do stay and share a simple meal with us." "Very well, I shall graciously accept your invitation." By noon, they took their seats around the table. Jun Xie was fully aware of the underlying tension, and his expression abruptly turned icy. "If Lord Qin has any inquiries, I would prefer you to voice them directly. There is truly no need for such circumlocution, especially regarding my consort's understanding of propriety." Qin Muyang immediately rose to apologize. "Your Highness, that was not my intention." Jun Xie gestured for him to take a seat. "It is merely a family gathering. There is no need for Lord Qin to be so apprehensive." Qin Shiyue sighed inwardly. "Given your demeanor, it would be strange if others were not on edge. However, if it causes my worthless father to feel nervous, that is somewhat gratifying." Jun Xie cast a glance at Qin Shiyue before turning his attention back to Qin Muyang.
"Today,
A new cohort has arrived at the North Eagle training ground, and the evaluations are of utmost importance. Thus, I shall personally oversee the proceedings." Qin Muyang diplomatically remarked. "It is indeed a challenge to be admitted to the North Eagle training ground. I presume the number of those who remain is quite limited?" Jun Xie sipped his tea. "Lord Qin, you jest. There were 50 new recruits, yet only 2 failed to qualify. They were brothers, surnamed Lin." Qin Muyang's eyes stiffened, and a sense of unease gripped him, not due to the elimination of the 2, but rather the implications of their selection leading back to his own actions. After all, he had recommended them, and they had been introduced to the North Eagle training ground through the military office in the capital. The fact that these 2 could not even meet the basic standards was concerning. Such individuals were not ones he could trust. However, what puzzled him was how these men had been accepted into the training ground to participate in the final assessments. Jun Xie regarded Qin Muyang with a knowing look. "What do you think, Lord Qin?" At this, a cold smile crept across Jun Xie's lips. In the Suyu pavilion, Qin Yu instructed the maid delivering meals to convey a message outside. However, due to the precedent set by the Frost's descent, the maid dared not comply. After all, the second young lady was under imperial orders of confinement. "I am not asking you to send out some trivial note. What is there to fear?" Qin Yu remarked, pulling a hairpin from her hair and gripping it firmly. She was simply weary of the days spent in confinement. The maid, startled, instinctively took 2 steps back. Within the inner hall of the Chaohui Hall, as several individuals finished their lunch and sipped tea, the maid Tangji responsible for delivering meals to Suyu Pavilion hurriedly rushed in. "Master, madam, it's terrible. The second young lady, she. All eyes turned towards her. What has happened to the second young lady?"
speak."
Qin Shiyue gazed on indifferently. What else could it be? A fit of weeping? A scene of chaos? Perhaps even a noose? Tangji fell to her knees, exclaiming, "The second young lady has taken her own life with a hairpin." Volume 1. Chapter 45. If not bandaged soon, the wound shall begin to heal. In Suyu Pavilion, Qin Yu lay on the bed, her eyes firmly shut. Her wrist draped over the edge of the bed bore an unsightly gash, with droplets of blood staining the sheets. Qin Shiyue cast a fleeting glance, but offered no further reaction. Qin Muyang, however, was deeply distressed. Although Qin Yu had caused trouble, she was nonetheless his beloved daughter, cherished since childhood. Seeing her in such a pitiful state tugged at his heart. "You are skilled in medicine, are you not? Quickly attend to your sister." With Jun Qi present, Qin Muyang moderated his tone when addressing Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue responded with deliberate calmness, "Father, do not be anxious. It is merely a flesh wound. Nothing serious." Qin Muyang sought to inquire further, but was swiftly interrupted by Shinryu. "At the very least, a bandage should be applied," Wei Yanhua interjected. "If Cousin Wei is so adept, then let him attend to the bandaging. Do be swift about it. If you delay any longer, the wound may begin to heal." Qin Shiyue leisurely poured a large cup of cold water. Qin Muyang's face flushed with urgency. Were it not for Jun Qi's presence outside, he would have been tempted to strike. He forcibly suppressed his rising ire and instructed a maid to summon the physician. However, before the maid could even step outside, Qin Shiyue splashed the cup of cold water onto Qin Yu's face. All present were taken by surprise. "What are you doing?" Qin Yu awoke with fury. The abruptness of her reaction caught Qin Muyang off guard. Qin Shiyue smirked. "Doesn't she appear quite spirited? Hardly seems like one who is unwell. Wouldn't you agree, father?" Qin Yu was momentarily stunned before realizing her predicament. She immediately knelt and grasped Qin Muyang's sleeve. "Father, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should not have offended my sister." She then turned to Qin Shiyue. "Sister, please forgive me. I've been punished enough. I understand my mistake. I truly do, sister." Qin Yu began to sob softly, resembling a weeping pear blossom, evoking sympathy. Before Qin Shiyue could utter a word, Qin Muyang, filled with concern, assisted her to her feet. "Cease your tears. Your father forgives you." Qin Shiyue regarded the poignant display of fatherly affection with indifference. "As long as father grants his forgiveness, that suffices. Since my sister is unharmed, I shall take my leave." Upon finishing her words, Qin Shiyue turned to leave. "Must you be so relentless? Your sister is still young, and it pains our father to see her in distress. Is your heart made of stone?" Qin Muyang furrowed his brow. With tears in her eyes, Qin Shiyue gazed intently at Qin Muyang and asked, "Father, have you ever shown even a fraction of love to your own daughter? What wrong has your daughter committed?" Qin Shiyue poured forth her grievances accumulated since childhood, alongside the misfortunes embedded in the memories of the original owner of her body. Shinryu firmly grasped her daughter's hand, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Then, with reddened eyes, she turned to Qin Muyang and declared emphatically, "Master, you are unworthy of being Asher's father." Qin Muyang was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Qin Yue was equally bewildered. She had intended to stir up a commotion and leave the courtyard. Yet somehow it had spiraled into this. Feeling even more aggrieved, she asked, "Father, have I upset sister once again?" Wei Yanhua interjected. "What has happened between aunt and cousin Asher? It is cousin Au who bears the brunt of the suffering." Qin Muyang, feeling overwhelmed, snapped, "You should refrain from speaking." Qin Yue, with tears streaming down her face, felt utterly wronged, thinking to herself that she had embarrassed the prince. Outside the Shiyuj, Qin Shiyue discovered Jun Qi waiting silently. It seemed that this was no longer a mere jest of the Yanbei Marquis. Jun Qi spoke in a calm tone. Laced with a complexity of emotions, "Did you endure a difficult childhood?" Qin Shiyue initially thought her ears had deceived her. After contemplating for a long while, she shook her head. "It's all in the past and hardly worth mentioning." Footsteps echoed from the side. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, my daughter is quite unruly. I beg your forgiveness," said her mother.
Yun Qi smiled enigmatically.
"Indeed, she is unruly. It seems my elder brother's decision to confine her for reflection was wise." Qin Muyang's complexion fluctuated between green and white. In the afternoon, Qin Shiyue sat alone with Shinryu, exchanging pleasantries. Mother, I am not attempting to sow discord. In truth, father is not a man worthy of trust. He will bring misfortune upon our Shin family. Ever since Qin Shiyue arrived, she had discreetly engaged in numerous actions, all intended to facilitate her mother's departure from their unworthy father. Today, she could no longer contain herself. Upon hearing this, Shinryu chuckled softly. When Qin Shiyue looked puzzled, Shinryu retrieved a brocade box from the cabinet and placed it in her hands. The box felt heavy. Qin Shiyue opened it to discover an array of gold and silver jewelry. Beneath the jewelry lay a hidden compartment containing a stack of papers. Mother, what is this? Shinryu replied with a light laugh. Open it and you shall know. Qin Shiyue began to unfold each document, her eyes widening in astonishment. The papers contained evidence of their father using the family's wealth, even resorting to the dowry of the Shin family to support his mistress. Furthermore, there were records of Qin Muyang's dealings with the butcher from Li village regarding the sale of his daughter. Qin Shiyue felt a pang of sadness. Mother, these are. So you have known all along. She rubbed her eyes and presented her own findings from the Qin family's cloth business, along with the evidence she had uncovered prior to the marriage regarding the sale of the dowry. There is no distant relative named Lin in the Qin family. Lin Wan is, in fact, the true childhood sweetheart of our father. Rest assured, my dear mother is well aware of the situation. At that moment, Xiao Shuang arrived with news that General Shen had sent a family letter. In the afternoon, Shinryu bid farewell to her daughter as she departed from the Yanbei Marquis mansion. Qin Shiyue grasped her mother's hand, saying, Let me accompany you.
Qin Muyang.
Perplexed, inquired, What are you packing for? Are you going out? I shall accompany you. No need, my husband. Your duties are demanding. And you must also attend to the household matters. Do not let me hinder you. Shinryu, accompanied by Granny Su, Qiao Shuang, and several guards from the Shin family, took her leave. As she watched the carriage recede into the distance, Qin Muyang suddenly felt a twitch in his right eyelid. How increasingly ill-mannered. I sense that her demeanor today is rather peculiar. Volume 1, Chapter 46. Lord Qin, let us part ways. But pray tell, what is the true nature of the Yanbei Marquis? Those with ulterior motives draw near to inquire. It appears that the Yanbei Marquis harbors a profound disdain for his own daughter, evidently. There are hidden circumstances surrounding the incident of the princess consort Qin's disappearance in her youth. The rumors continued to proliferate. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, as he played chess with the Emperor of Northern Zhou, Jun Xia inexplicably sneezed twice. The Emperor paused momentarily, asking, Have you caught a chill? He shung. Remove some of the ice. No need. The weather is growing increasingly warm. My elder brother should avoid heatstroke. Jun Xia placed a black piece firmly on the board. He blinked, suddenly realizing that when the Prince of Chun next meets with the Emperor alone, he should maintain a distance. After careful contemplation, the Emperor of Northern Zhou placed a white piece beside the recently positioned black piece. The rumors in the city must be suppressed by the Jingzhou prefecture. The Emperor of Northern Zhou was solely concerned with matters that piqued his interest. Jun Xia paused momentarily. When did your majesty develop a penchant for gossip? The Emperor of Northern Zhou gazed back in confusion. Gossip? Jun Xia's eyes flickered. What I mean is, rumors are unreliable. Your majesty need not take them to heart. The Emperor feigned displeasure. Are you attempting to deceive me? After pondering for a while, the Emperor remarked, Are you suggesting that the Shin family suspects that the princess consort lost her way in her childhood, harboring some hidden truth? Concerning this matter, none could be more informed than the Duke of Yanbei himself. The Emperor's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Shortly after Jun Xia departed, Hisham arrived with news, stating that Jiang Shaoqing of the Dali Temple sought an audience. After exchanging formalities, Jiang Shin got straight to the point. The cousin of Lord Qin, the Lin family, was once cared for by him at the Qin family's villa, receiving ample provisions and an abundance of gold and silver jewelry. The Emperor's demeanor became inscrutable. Lord Qin seems quite attentive to this Lin. Jiang Shin nodded. Therefore, the ancestral bracelet of the Shin family appearing on Lin's person is indeed the doing of Lord Qin. The emperor's expression grew grave. Jiang Shan was perplexed. While it was necessary to be vigilant regarding the Qin family's military lineage, it seemed excessive to delve into such minutiae. However, there had never been a cousin by the name of Lin in Lord Qin's household. Jiang Shan added. The emperor let out a deep sigh, choosing not to elaborate further, yet the confusion in his eyes deepened. Qin Shiyue found the situation peculiar. Is the prince certain there is no intention behind this? Do you suspect I am deceiving you? Qin Shiyue was dissatisfied. Of course, you would not deceive me. You merely seek to test my resolve, he thought. Heaven knows what occupies your mind throughout the day. Qin Shiyue's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a hand striking the table. How could I dare to question the prince? I merely find the emperor to be quite approachable. As she spoke, her hands remained busy, diligently working with the medicinal herbs. Perhaps Qin Shiyue had grown accustomed to it, for the scent of the herbs seemed less offensive than before. Prince, if merely hypothetically my parents were to divorce, what would your thoughts be? Qin Shiyue suddenly inquired. Qin Shiyue was taken aback by her forthrightness. He gazed deeply at her and replied, It is but human nature. I cannot possibly oversee every little affair, can I? Such words lack sincerity. Are you not indeed overseeing this matter? Qin Shiyue responded with a half-smile, however. Should the princess require assistance, I would not hesitate to offer my help. Qin Shiyue fell silent. At that moment, Xiaomen entered, carrying a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. The potent aroma wafted through the air, enveloping them in a cloud that assailed their senses. Qin Shiyue felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he handed the bowl to her. He grimaced. Although he had grown somewhat accustomed to the scent of the herbs, the concentrated essence of the brew was still overpowering. Noticing his reluctance to take it, Qin Shiyue urged him, Prince, please drink quickly. Once you have finished, we can continue. Xie Ying happened to pass by and inadvertently overheard something he should not have. His curiosity piqued, yet he feared that his intrusion might jeopardize the situation and displease his master. After much internal turmoil, he ultimately departed with an air of nonchalance. In the end, Qin Shiyue accepted the medicinal bowl and drained it in one gulp. Mother's demeanor has been rather peculiar since receiving the family letter yesterday. Was it the candor in their collaboration? Qin Shiyue did not anticipate Qin Shiyue's swift compliance. Do you perceive me as a capricious and aloof individual? Qin Shiyue expressed his displeasure. That was not my intention. Please do not be overly suspicious, Your Highness. Quite perceptive. Your self-awareness is commendable. As the moon ascended to its zenith, a hazy halo enveloped the night, rendering everything indistinct. When Qin Muyang entered the Zhaohui Hall, he discovered Shen Ryu seated solemnly to one side, her expression grave. What is the matter? Qin Muyang had never witnessed Shen Ryu in such a state. With a sigh, she declared, Lord Qin, let's part ways. What did you say? Qin Muyang thought his hearing had betrayed him. Shen Ryu looked into his eyes and reiterated earnestly, I said, let us part ways.
Why? Qin Muyang's gaziflikret.
Was it for Shiyue's sake? He was merely concerned that their daughter might act recklessly, and he intended to be more considerate towards her henceforth. Shen Ryu remained silent.
Do you?
We have enjoyed a harmonious life together for many years. Must we consider separation over such a trivial matter?
Qin Muyang pleaded.
His reluctance to part with Shen Ryu was not born of deep affection, but rather from the unwillingness to relinquish the pursuit of his desires without securing what he sought from the Qin family. Even Lin Yang and Lin He were unable to smoothly enter the Northern Eagle training grounds. After our marriage, particularly over the past 2 years, the way we have lived is something I believe the Marquis is well aware of. Why deceive ourselves? Shen Ryu's expression was grave.
Qin Muyang, failing guilty,
stammered. What do you mean by that? Is it that I have not treated you well? To outsiders, you seem to treat me with utmost kindness. In the Marquis's residence, I am the sole one by your side. Even though my health is frail, you have never entertained the thought of taking a concubine, earning the praise of all as a devoted husband. So why do you still? Qin Muyang pressed further. Yet it is precisely because of this that I have been ensnared in your warmth, compliant and dependent on you. Shen Ryu's eyes brimmed with tears, and she continued. Until last month, when I discovered that the steward, old He, had poisoned my medicine, my dreams were utterly shattered. That matter with old, he was my oversight, Qin Muyang admitted. Shen Ryu gazed intently at him, her eyes reflecting profound disappointment. As thin clouds drifted by, the light within the morning radiance hall dimmed abruptly. With a heavy sigh, Shen Ryu placed the drafted divorce papers before Qin Muyang. It was only then that he realized, is it truly over something like this? You will not consider it, Yue? Yu has her own mother to care for her. I shall not interfere. As for who her mother is, I trust the Marquis is well aware. Qin Muyang's expression stiffened. Shen Ryu steadied her emotions and spoke calmly. Sign it. Let us part on good terms. Qin Muyang, still feeling guilty, raised his voice in protest. I do not agree. Shen Ryu's expression was indifferent. It matters not. I am willing to wait for your consent. With that, she turned to leave. Shen Ryu laughed in exasperation.
Qin Muyang, how can you speak like that?
At that moment, Shen Yuxing and Shen Yu Yan burst in, disregarding the house servants who attempted to block their path. The guards stood resolutely at the entrance of the Chaohui Hall. Shen Ryu stepped forward to greet them. Elder brother, sixth brother, you have arrived. What brings you here? In broad daylight. Are you plotting rebellion? Hearing the commotion, the Yin matriarch hurried over. Old madam, one may indulge in food, but one must be cautious with words, lest you provoke divine wrath and incur a false accusation against the Yanbei Marquis. As her words settled, the venerable general Qin Shiyue strode in with agility, accompanied by Qin Shiyue. The time is ripe. You should take action now, Qin Shiyue reassured her mother. Mother, I cannot remain idle regarding your affairs. I am not being petulant. Seated in the principal position, Yin asserted. Today, regardless of who comes, our claims are just. The edict of the late emperor granting the marriage still stands. How dare you propose a separation? Qin Muyang recalled the decree. Indeed, there is the edict of marriage. When the late emperor bestowed the union, he stated that Ryu would not be subject to the 7 grounds for divorce, and likewise, the Yanbei Marquis cannot initiate separation without grave misconduct. Grave misconduct? Qin Shiyue scoffed. What if the transgressions committed by father against mother over the years? Are none of those grounds for condemnation? Blushing with indignation, Qin Muyang admonished. Today, you dare to publicly reprimand me, verging on insubordination. When it comes to stirring trouble and creating discord, I am far surpassed by Qin Shiyue. How dare you speak back? Qin Muyang raised his hand, ready to strike. Shen Yuhan intervened, firmly gripping Qin Muyang's wrist, causing him to wince in pain. To bully a young lady in our presence speaks volumes of the underhanded tactics you employ behind the scenes. After saying this, Shen Yuhan slightly relaxed his grip and pushed Qin Muyang back. Stumbling, he was caught by Butler Hu. Shen Kanjiang, I have treated you with courtesy. Remembering you as the elder brother of Ryu, I hope you will also exercise some restraint. Shen Yuhan scoffed. I, too, recall the kindness you once showed to my younger sister, so I shall address you as old madam one last time. Do not take advantage of my leniency. Qin Shiyue, having caught wind of the situation from an unknown source, hurried out of the Shiyuj and arrived at the Keohuteng. She thought to herself that the imperial decree merely confined her to the estate for reflection and did not prohibit her from leaving the Shiyuj. Father, mother, what has happened? Qin Shiyue's voice was soft and frail. In such a dramatic scene, how could the scheming vixen not seize the opportunity to insert herself? Qin Shiyue shook her head and approached Shen Ryu. Mother, I have committed a grave error, causing you distress and offending my sister. If you are upset, please direct your ire solely at me and do not quarrel with father, all right? After speaking, she began to cry softly. Shen Ryu stepped aside, avoiding Qin Shiyue's grasp. Qin Shiyue missed her target and turned her attention to Qin Shiyue. Sister, hold on. I cannot bear the weight of your address as sister. As Qin Shiyue spoke, Zhao Xiaoman exchanged a knowing glance with her. Understanding the cue, Xiaoman quietly exited the Chaohui Hall. Grandfather, it is my fault that this family has descended into such chaos. Qin Shiyue, seeing that she could not sway her sister, directly approached Shen Qingyan. There is no need for such theatrics. Within the Shen family, we have never known a woman capable of weeping as you do. Qin Shiyue was left speechless. General Shen, even if you harbor grievances, it is unjust to unleash them upon your granddaughter. Shen Qingyan looked at Yin Shi with disdain. She may be your granddaughter, but she has never been regarded as one of the Qin family. Qin Shiyue was bewildered. Grandfather, do you not care for you anymore? Although she is an adopted daughter, you have watched her grow. Qin Shiyue stepped forward, pushing Qin Shiyue aside. What are you making a scene for? Are you not ashamed? Sister. Qin Shiyue fell to the ground in a display of feigned distress, tears streaming down her face. Qin Muyang, feeling a pang of compassion, rushed to help her up. Qin Shiyue glanced outside the Chahui Hall, then suddenly strode forward, seizing Qin Shiyue by her collar and forcefully throwing her to the ground. Qin Muyang shouted in anger. What kind of madness is this? Madness? That my father would scold his own daughter for another's child? Is that not ludicrous? Qin Shiyue suddenly erupted in fury. Shun Ryu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Qin Shiyue's sudden outburst. With a relentless grip on Qin Shiyue's collar, Qin Shiyue proceeded to chastise her severely, ultimately kicking her to the ground, leaving no one able to intervene. Release my daughter. Lin Wan, the concubine of Qin Muyang, suddenly burst into the room, instinctively shielding Qin Shiyue. All eyes were drawn to her. In Volume 1, Chapter 48, a tumultuous scene, Qin Shiyue was unexpectedly embraced by her father's cousin, instinctively breaking free. Qin Muyang's heart sank. What brings you here? Qin Shiyue stood to the side, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she observed Qin Muyang's charade. Is it not obvious that he has come to protect his daughter? Shun Yu Xing exclaimed. Yin Shi harbored resentment towards Lin Wan for her lack of restraint. Why must father perform such theatrics? Hadn't the relationships been made clear already? Shun Ruyu sighed heavily. Lin Wan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing her impulsiveness. Yet, the situation had escalated to this point, and she felt compelled to vent her frustrations. What of it if Yu is my daughter? It is I and the Marquis who share a childhood bond, yet you managed to seize the opportunity first. Qin Muyang, is this your stance towards our Qin family? Today I have come to understand that Qin Yu's status as an adopted daughter is merely a facade. Qin Yu Yan seethed with indignation. However, Yin Shi retorted with conviction. We have shown immense generosity by agreeing to marry only one from the Qin family for a lifetime. Who would have thought that Qin family would give birth to a daughter and then lose their capacity for childbirth? Our decision to not discard you is already a great favor. I scoff. Qin Yu Xing could not contain himself, spitting towards Yin Shi's direction. Should we then express our gratitude to you? Qin, old general, is this the kind of upbringing your family advocates? Qin Qingyan let out a cold snort. You of the Qin family are treacherous and ungrateful. You have used the dowry we bestowed upon your daughter to take a concubine, and even fathered a child with her. Now you dare to bite back at us? Who gave you the audacity? After heeding his daughter's counsel, Qin Qingyan and the members of the Qin family turned to leave. You cannot depart. Qin Muyang stepped forward, grasping Qin Ryu. Qin Shiyue, tearfully imploring her mother not to leave, added to the scene. Qin Ryu chuckled softly. Ayue, Lin Shi is your true mother. With a cold laugh, Qin Shiyue followed suit and exited the Yanbei Marquis' residence. We were granted this marriage by the late emperor. Thus, we have no reason for a divorce. Qin Muyang attempted to block Qin Ryu's path, only to be intercepted by Qin Qingyan, who stated, We are merely here to deliver the divorce decree. Once it is signed, we shall send it to the Qin family. In our Yanbei Marquis' household, there is only dismissal of a wife, not a divorce. Qin Muyang, in a fit of anger, issued a stern warning. Lord Qin, think carefully before you act. Qin Ryu cautioned. Protectively, Qin Qingyan helped Qin Ryu into the carriage, which then sped away, leaving Qin Muyang unable to stop them. Upon returning to Chahui Hall, Yin Shi was scolding Lin Wan. Why did you choose this moment to stir trouble? You have given the Qin family a weapon against us. Lin Wan wiped her tears away. I could not just stand by and watch my daughter be bullied. Qin Muyang, exasperated, pointed at Lin Wan, proclaiming You are more of a hindrance than a help. Lin Wan was anxious. I have endured humiliation for so many years in the Qin family villa. Now that I have finally entered the Marquis' residence, you dare to insult me like this. Qin Muyang felt a throbbing headache and hurriedly ordered the butler to escort her away. The Chahui Hall regained its tranquility. As Qin Muyang sank heavily into his seat, gloomily sipping his tea, Yin Shi, unperturbed, remarked, What is there to worry about? The imperial decree of marriage bestowed by the late emperor is in our Marquis' residence. I find it hard to believe that the Qin family can cause any further disturbances. Qin Muyang had an unsettling feeling in his right eyelid. News of the Qin family causing a ruckus at the Yanbei Marquis' residence soon reached the ears of the Emperor of Beizhou. Alongside this, the information that the second daughter of the Qin family is Lin Wan's daughter also arrived. The Emperor of Beizhou pondered over his chess piece. This Qin Muyang is indeed quite capable. He heard He Sheng tentatively call out, "Your Majesty?" The Emperor of Beizhou decisively placed his chess piece on the board, summoned Jiang Shaoqing from the Dali Temple. "As you command." Meanwhile, Qin Muyang was restless. The people he sent to the Qin family could uncover no news. The next day, before Qin Muyang could react, he learned that Shen Ruyu had entered the palace to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. In Shokong Palace, Shen Ruyu bowed before the Empress Dowager. "This humble servant, Shen Ruyu, greets your Majesty." The Empress Dowager instructed Grandma Bai to help Shen Ruyu to her feet. "Come here, there is no need for such formalities." Shen Ruyu did not rise but instead deeply bowed her head. "Your Majesty, I am impolite. I have come today to request your Majesty's gracious permission for me to part ways with the Marquis of Yanbei, Qin Muyang." The Empress Dowager rose and personally helped Shen Ruyu to her feet, saying, "Please rise. I am fully aware of the situation." Shen Ruyu, with tears streaming down her face, replied, "Your Majesty, I am not one to bear grudges against others. Rather, I cannot tolerate the deceit of Lord Qin." The Empress Dowager listened in silence. She shared a close bond with Shen Ruyu, having felt deep compassion when her own daughter went missing years ago and witnessing Shen's sorrow and worry.
Now,
Upon learning of the actions taken against Shen Ruyu by the Yanbei Marquis, she felt compelled to intervene. The Empress Dowager reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall take charge of this matter." Shen Ruyu bowed again, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." In the residence of Prince Chen, Jun Xie had been observing the silent Qin Shiyue for quite some time. Qin Shiyue lowered her gaze and said, "Your Highness, feel free to ask anything. I will answer truthfully." Her tone was calm. "I am merely concerned for my mother." Jun Xie sighed softly, choosing not to say more as he turned to leave. After a moment, Qin Shiyue called out, "Your Highness, please wait." Volume 1, Chapter 49. A matter of great consequence. Jun Xie paused in his steps. As a prince with a high position in court, he had always enjoyed the emperor's trust and had never erred in his conduct. The ministers dared not voice their concerns. Yet if he were to involve himself in this matter as a son-in-law, it could potentially tarnish his reputation. While the prince would certainly not falter, she felt she could not be the instigator. "Are you truly unafraid? In the end, will it not be we women who bear the brunt of the rumors?" Jun Xie furrowed his brow slightly. The late emperor bestowed a marriage. But is it possible to present evidence of the Qin family's grave transgressions before the emperor and seek a decree for separation? Qin Shiyue suddenly inquired. Jun Xie chuckled wryly. If the evidence is indeed irrefutable, it could be feasible. Yet, there exists no precedent in this dynasty. Qin Shiyue pondered silently for a considerable time. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your guidance. I understand now." "Your Highness?" Xia Ying approached quietly. Upon entering, he caught sight of the princess consort turning and departing. "Your Highness, have you quarreled with the princess consort?" Xia Ying cautiously asked. Jun Xie shot him an irritated glance. "What business is it of yours?" Xia Ying, momentarily flustered by the wind, silently vowed, "Henceforth, I shall refrain from commenting on matters concerning you and the princess consort. Neither of you can be offended." Following the course of events, Mother is presently being unwittingly drugged by Qin Muyang. The drugs do not appear out of thin air. Qin Muyang must have a specific supplier. And it is certainly not a conventional pharmacy, but rather a clandestine vendor. In the capital, there are such illicit vendors. However, when the incident occurred, there were no leads to pursue. Could it be a merchant from Wu? Jun Xie stood in the courtyard of Wanyue Pavilion for a long while, not permitting anyone to disturb him. Upon returning to his study, he summoned his shadow guard, Qingfeng, conduct a thorough investigation of all the medicinal merchants operating in the capital, paying special attention to those from the western regions, and procure a list of their daily sales. Qingfeng accepted the order and withdrew. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyue also devised a plan. Although the one who directly administered the drugs, old he, is deceased, it is impossible for Qin Muyang to erase all traces of his actions. There were also servants of the Marquis' residence who had been penalized and taken to the Zhuangzi. At this moment, the Marquis' household was engulfed in chaos. Particularly, Qin Yue felt her mind in a tumult. Was Lin Wan truly her biological mother, and had she and her father been childhood sweethearts? The more Qin Yue pondered, the more bewildered she became, prompting her to rush to Qin Muyang's study for clarification. At that moment, Qin Muyang was instructing Steward who to suppress the rumors circulating in the city with all their might. Father, is it true what they say about Lin Wan in the side courtyard? Is she really my mother? Qin Yue pressed. Qin Muyang, equally troubled, was at a loss for words. Father, Qin Yue persisted. If this is true, then what does that make me? Am I merely your illegitimate daughter? You still register me under the main wife's name, so I am still considered the legitimate second daughter of the Marquis' residence. But if mother divorces you, I will no longer hold any status. Upon contemplating this, tears streamed down Qin Yue's face once more. Qin Muyang's head throbbed. When troubles arise, one must seek solutions rather than wallow in tears. How have I raised you to be like this? Ceasing her tears, Qin Yue wiped her face and seemed to grasp what she needed to do. If there is to be a commotion, then let it be an even greater one. The following morning, she used her jewelry to bribe a maid of the Marquis' residence and went out to deliver a message to the third prince, Junyi. Despite the efforts of the Yanbei Marquis' residence to quell the rumors, the matter of Shinryu and Qin Muyang's impending divorce continued to be a topic of hushed discussion in the streets and alleys. The matriarch of the Ho residence, Lady Shen, has always been known for her gentle and virtuous disposition. However, her recent desire for a separation must surely harbor deeper implications. It is said that the second young lady of the Ho family is, in fact, the illegitimate daughter of Lord Qin. Is this true? This revelation came from the young woman, raised outside by Lord Qin herself. What might this suggest? Perhaps Lord Qin, moved by pity for his cousin, brought her daughter into the Ho residence and subsequently invited his cousin to join them as well. At this moment, the carriage of the third prince is halted at the mouth of the alley. Upon hearing the unfavorable rumors circulating about Qin Yue, Junyi feels a wave of annoyance. What does it matter if she is an adopted daughter or an illegitimate child? His affections lie with her as a person, not her lineage. He pushes open the carriage window and reprimands the dull-witted attendant, Hitsong, saying, "Foolish lad, why have you not quelled the disturbance?" With a roar, Hitsong commands the onlookers to disperse. The common folk, recognizing the carriage of the third prince nearby, dare not voice their anger and quickly scatter. The rumors surrounding Qin Yue invigorate Junyi's spirit. "Your Highness?" Hitsong tentatively inquires. "We shall proceed to the Yanbei Ho residence. I have matters to discuss with Lord Qin." Hitsong pauses, momentarily taken aback. "Your Highness, the unfavorable rumors about the Yanbei Ho residence have just surfaced. Your visit at this time may be." Junyi, unfazed, retorts, "Where I go is of no concern to you. Forgive my insolence." Hitsong chastises himself before instructing the carriage to head towards the Yanbei Ho residence. Junyi's arrival comes as a surprise to Qin Muyang, who, upon hearing that he is there to visit Qin Yue, suddenly brightens with hope. Having the support of the third prince certainly bodes well for the Qin family. When Qin Yue beheld Junyi, she wept incessantly, with a sense of grievance. The events of the past few days had been overwhelming, and she found herself unable to process them. She had initially believed she had merely offended her elder sister, yet she never anticipated the situation would escalate to such proportions, leaving her utterly ashamed to face anyone. As she spoke, Qin Yue dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief. "Do not fret, for I am here with you," Junyi reassured her as he took a seat to offer comfort. "However, due to matters concerning a subject's daughter, you have already incurred the emperor's reprimand," she lamented. "My affection for you is not bound by your status. Be patient, and once I have persuaded my father, I shall marry you into the third prince's residence." "What a relief it is to have you by my side," Qin Yue exclaimed, suddenly throwing herself into Junyi's embrace. "Yet, what troubles me most is the issue of my parents' potential divorce. I cannot bear the thought of them separating. Rest assured, the edict from the late emperor remains in effect. Junyi replied, his impression of Qin Shiyue further tarnished by her words. Were it not for her current position as the ninth prince's consort, he would have long since reprimanded her into silence. You need not worry. I shall take care of this matter, he assured her. At that moment, due to the late emperor's marriage edict, the emperor of Beizhou found himself troubled by the prospect of divorce between the two families. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be entirely reasonable for Qin Muyang to support a concubine with the dowry from the Xin family and for the Xin family to propose divorce. However, the complication arose from the fact that it was a marriage sanctioned by the late emperor. For a divorce to proceed smoothly, the Qin family would need to commit an unforgivable transgression. At this juncture, Hixing arrived with news, stating that Prince Jin sought an audience. In the first volume, Chapter 50, the Marquis of Qin has administered abortifacients to the lady. The Emperor of Beizhou had specially arranged a game of chess.
Panstin, Yomki-ming.
Performed the customary salute between sovereign and subject. You have arrived at an opportune moment, brother. Join me for a game, the Emperor gestured. In the realm of chess, I am well aware that I cannot rival my ninth brother. Jun Qiming sat across from the Emperor of the Northern Zhou, each possessing strengths and weaknesses. And it was best to release one's heart from burdens. The Emperor's expression was inscrutable, and his fingers hesitated slightly over the chess piece he held. Suddenly, he recalled a mention made by Jun Shiyue regarding Qin Muyang just days prior. Observing the Emperor's reaction, Jun Qiming's lips curled into a knowing smile. Your Majesty? He sensed the moment was ripe, and tentatively called out. Jun Qiming made his move. The Emperor smiled faintly. Sixth brother claims to lack skill in chess. Yet I perceive that you have made considerable progress. As he spoke, the Emperor placed his black piece firmly in a corner of the board. Meanwhile, the Xin family was in a state of distress over Xin Ruyu's impending separation from Qin Muyang. I should have refused the marriage bestowed by the late emperor. Xin Qingyan exclaimed in frustration, pounding the table. This absurd decree has become a stumbling block. Madame Wang interjected, do not speak recklessly. The fault lies with the Yanbei Marquis. Indeed, it lies with the Yanbei Marquis. A grave mistake. Is it truly so difficult to uncover Qin Muyang's significant fault? As Xin Qingyan spoke, he made his way outside. Madame Wang could not stop him in time. Where are you going? Father. Xin Ryu cried out, unable to intervene. She should have anticipated that the late emperor's decree of marriage would not be so easily undone. Even the butchers denied it outright. Xin Ryu felt a throbbing headache. At this moment, by the riverside outside the Qin family's estate, Qin Shiyue found herself confronting Granny Zhang, who was being forcibly restrained by two burly men, repeatedly thrust towards the river. Zhang Posey struggled for a moment, but the brawny man did not relent, as if intent on causing her serious harm. Qin Shiyue exchanged a glance with Xin Li, who promptly stepped forward to subdue the two burly men, rescuing Zhang Posey. Xin Li and Xin Qi dragged her into a nearby concealed thatched cottage. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Posey was roused by the dust-laden air, coughing for quite some time. Slowly, she opened her eyes and gazed around in confusion. Awake? A voice, cold and detached, reached her ears. Zhang Posey's eyes widened, and she sat up abruptly. Miss? It was surprising that Zhang Mama still remembered me. Xiaoman interjected, Zhang Mama, you should now refer to her as Princess Chen. Zhang Posey brushed aside her damp, disheveled hair and remained silent on the ground. Qin Shiyue sighed deeply. It seems Zhang Mama wishes to follow the same path as He Guanshi. Zhang Posey had once been responsible for purchasing provisions in the kitchen of the Yanbei Marquis residence. But after being implicated in the drugging incident involving He Guanshi, she was punished and sent to the farm to perform menial labor. Of those who were entangled in the matter with her, she was the only one who had endured until now. Interestingly, Zhang Posey had previously been somewhat close to He Guanshi and had some knowledge of his affairs. It was commendable that Zhang Mama had managed to survive thus far. But how much longer could she endure now that she was submerged in the river? Qin Shiyue reminded her lightly. Zhang Posey trembled all over. Despite her robust health that had helped her persevere on the farm, every time she ventured out to fetch water or do laundry, there was always someone there to restrain her and push her into the water. Each time, It was only when she was on the brink of her limits that she would relent. Upon returning to the estate, she relayed this matter to the steward, yet alas. The steward dismissed her claims, accusing her of deceit and cunning, resulting in a severe reprimand. Observing the reaction of old Mistress Zhang, Qin Shiyue wore a knowing smile. It seems that Zhang Mama is capable of comprehending my words. Old Mistress Zhang clutched her dampened garment. The old servant does not grasp the young lady's meaning. Zhang Mama was bewildered. Qin Shiyue continued. Remember, when we leave shortly, be sure to bid farewell to the steward. Shun Li and Xin Qi were perplexed, but upon meeting Qin Shiyue's gaze, they suddenly understood. Without further ado, they seized old Mistress Zhang and directed her towards the carriage. Zhang Mama remained silent. As she was pulled onto the carriage, Qin Shiyue intentionally allowed her to see Xiaoman heading towards the estate. Shun Li, an adept carriage driver, urged the horses to quicken their pace. Upon entering the city gates, Zhang Mama could no longer contain herself. What do you wish to know? Qin Shiyue closed her eyes, resting. I desire to know nothing. Zhang Mama, please remain calm. We shall soon arrive at the Marquis' residence. Zhang Mama felt a surge of anxiety. Upon meeting the master, she feared for her very existence. I know that the master has long been administering medicine to the madam, rendering her incapable of bearing children. Furthermore, prior to your arrival, the madam had indeed been pregnant, but the master covertly orchestrated her miscarriage. Qin Shiyue abruptly opened her eyes. Before the original owner, the Shun family had experienced a pregnancy? Why had this not been mentioned in any texts? How had she never heard her speak of it? My lady, oh no, Princess Chen, I assure you that all I have said is true. The diet of the former lady has always passed through my hands. I am indeed not deceiving you. I can provide the source of the medicinal herbs procured by the Marquis' residence and the receipts for each purchase. Qin Shiyue fell into deep contemplation. Princess Chen, I truly cannot meet with the master. Should I do so, I fear for my very life. Old Zhang, unable to bear Qin Shiyue's prolonged silence, grew restless. In order to substantiate her claims, she led Qin Shiyue through a convoluted path to a remarkably inconspicuous small pharmacy. Most of the medicinal supplies for the Yanbei Marquis' residence originated from this very establishment. However, upon pushing open the tightly shut door, they discovered the shop entirely deserted. As Qin Shiyue cast a glance at old Zhang, the latter, taken aback, assumed that Qin Shiyue doubted her sincerity. Just as she was about to explain, she was interrupted. Qin Shiyue inspected the premises. The owner and staff were absent, and the ledgers of incoming and outgoing goods were nowhere to be found. Strangely, however, most of the medicinal materials and money remained intact. No, Princess Chen, I truly did not lie. Old Zhang insisted fervently. She felt that if she did not clarify her position, Princess Chen might indeed seek to torment her, or worse, bring about her demise. I have said nothing to warrant such concern. What are you so anxious about? From old Zhang's expression, Qin Shiyue discerned that she did not appear to be lying. Your Highness. As they exited the small shop, they had not yet reached the end of the alley when they encountered Xiang. Xiang? Qin Shiyue wondered at the sudden appearance of Xiang. Your Highness? Upon noticing her master's persistent silence, Xiaoman gently called out. Shun Li inquired, Your Highness? What about Mother Zhang? Qin Shiyue pondered for a moment before responding. She has been sent to the Shun family's villa for safekeeping. As anticipated, Jun Qia awaited her within the inner chamber of the Chaoshi Hall. The room was cool and bright, filled with the fragrant aroma of tea. Qin Shiyue took a seat across from him, casually pouring herself a cup, savoring it delicately. It is said that His Highness, the Crown Prince, possesses exceptional tea-making skills, rivaling those of the renowned tea masters in the capital. Today's taste indeed lives up to its reputation. This man harbors a complex mind and an unpredictable temperament. Regardless of his thoughts, praising his tea artistry is always a prudent choice. Jun Qia, with a smile that was neither here nor there, asked, Between tea tasting and playing chess, which does the princess prefer? Qin Shiyue set down her cup, leaning slightly in his direction. May I confess that I enjoy neither? A glance revealed precisely what she had sought in her private apothecary. This prince has investigated all the itinerant pharmacists in the city, yet none bore any suspicious figures. Except for this apothecary, which ostensibly treats ailments but, in truth, engages in the nefarious trade of abortions. Were it not for extraordinary circumstances, such actions would be strictly forbidden. How dare they flout the edicts of the court? She stated this, though some unscrupulous private establishments might still exist. Qin Shiyue appeared unfazed. A weight settled upon Qin Shiyue's chest. The owner and manager must have been apprehended by the prince, I presume? This matter would certainly be investigated by the Court of Judicial Review.
Yun Qi's brow slightly furrowed.
Beneath the guise of a carefree and graceful gentleman lay a meticulous mind, incisively striking at the heart of the matter. He is indeed a person of contradictions. However, the book offers scant information regarding his background, rendering him enigmatic. The sound of Qin Shiyue tapping the table interrupted her thoughts. Although she had obtained the items, solidifying the grave transgressions of Lord Qin would require additional effort.
Yun Qi reminded her.
Thank you, Your Highness. But it is indeed best if you refrain from further involvement in this matter. Zhang Wei observed the silhouette of Qin Shiyue and tentatively inquired, Your Highness, shall we? The princess is concerned with household matters. We need only to ensure her safety discreetly. Your Highness, you. Xiaoman hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Qin Shiyue's gaze meticulously scrutinized each entry in the ledger. But what about the butcher couple from Li village? Xiaoman nodded, aside from them. There is also an intermediary who had close dealings with the Yanbei Marquis' residence. Xiaoman expressed her confusion. Your Highness, I do not understand. Qin Shiyue patiently elucidated. If the second young lady has captured the affections of the third prince, why would she relinquish such an opportunity? Xiaoman remained perplexed. But what does this have to do with the eldest young lady being sold in her childhood? Although Xiaoman was bewildered, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Shortly after Xiaoman departed, Qin Shiyue prepared to leave. Dongji immediately followed. Your Highness, where are you headed? Qin Shiyue's expression was troubled. To my grandfather's house. I miss my mother. Dongji queried. Did we not just see them a few days ago? Why this sudden longing today? Yet, upon reflection, she understood her mistress's sentiments. As Qin Shiyue departed in a carriage, Qin Shiyue stood silently at the entrance of the Wang residence, watching her leave. Upon returning to the Shun household, Qin Shiyue found her mother, Shinruyu, engrossed in embroidery within her chamber. The sight of her daughter brought immense joy to Shinruyu, alleviating the gloom that had shrouded her heart for the past 2 days. Qin Shiyue dismissed the attendants from the room, kneeling before Shinruyu and clasping her hands tightly. A flicker of surprise crossed Shinryu's face. Ah, sure. What troubles you? Have you been wronged? Qin Shiyue shook her head gently. Daughter only feels the injustice on behalf of her mother. Mother, should I not have had an elder sister or brother? Shinryu paused, taken aback by the question. What are you saying? Kneeling properly on both knees, Qin Shiyue expressed solemnly. Daughter has been unfilial, failing to honor you properly over these past years, and has never sought to understand the hardships you once endured. As Shinryu gazed at her daughter, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Ah, sure. What is this today? Daughter believes that the departure of the elder sister or brother I never had may have been obstructed by someone. Qin Shiyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. This was the pain that Shinryu could never forget, a fetus that had formed, yet perished within the womb. She had once sought the truth behind this loss. But Qin Muyang had repeatedly brushed her inquiries aside. Over time, it became a lingering ache in her heart, a memory too painful to forget. Later, when her daughter was born, calamity struck again when, at the tender age of 5 or 6, the child went missing. Wiping her tears, Shinryu lamented, I should have anticipated this. I never believed it to be an accident. However, each time I wished to investigate, I am invariably obstructed. Qin Shiyue raised her hand to wipe away the tears from her mother's eyes. The atmosphere eased for a moment, and then Shinryu grasped her daughter's hand. Did you find the evidence, Ashur? Back then, the proprietor of the pharmacy selling abortion pills had always maintained a close relationship with her father. Qin Shiyue recounted all she had discovered to Shinryu. Her mother understood her intention. Qin Muyang would not relent until he struck the sore spot. Shinryu came to a realization. If Qin Muyang was so concerned about his reputation, then she would make him lose it publicly. Volume 1, Chapter 52. Lord Qin's Embarrassment. Jiang Shun remained composed. Displaying an air of tranquility, It is rare to encounter His Highness, the Crown Prince, at the Dali Temple. As he spoke, he ushered Qin Shiyue into the inner hall's esteemed guest chamber. Qin Shiyue unceremoniously poured himself a cup of tea and began to drink. It is indeed uncommon to see Jiang Shaoqing so invested in the affairs of the court. Jiang Shun's gaze tightened. What do you mean by that, Your Highness? Having wed, I am quite attentive to every matter concerning my consort, Qin Shiyue replied. Jiang Shun understood well. I am merely executing the imperial decree, nothing more. Qin Shiyue silently regarded him for a long while. Your words suggest that I am being overly meticulous. You overstate, Your Highness. Jiang Shun toyed with the tassel of his fan, sensing that the prince's visit was not merely for idle conversation. Qin Shiyue, with a hint of a smile, remarked, seeing my consort troubled by family matters day in and day out does not sit well with me. Jiang Shun understood the situation clearly and briefly recounted the recent investigation into the Yanbei Marquis. Thank you for your efforts, young Master Jiang, said Qin Shiyue. I shall invite you for tea another day. Jiang Shun smiled and watched Qin Shiyue depart. Jiang Shun, indeed, had become increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, the third prince, Jun Yi, arrived before the emperor, kneeling in supplication. The emperor of North Zhou, already in a state of agitation, felt even more exasperated upon seeing Jun Yi. With the flower banquet approaching, why are you not adequately preparing? What do you expect when you come before me? Jun Yi bowed his head. Your servant has come to discuss the flower banquet with Father Emperor. Since it is to be held at your residence, you are in charge of all matters. Jun Yi remained kneeling. Father Emperor, I merely wish to beg for the pardon of one person. The Emperor of North Zhou focused intently on Jun Yi, speaking in a deep voice. You cannot be referring to Qin Shiyue, can you? Father Emperor, you are astute. Qin Shiyue had been placed under house arrest by the emperor, and just days ago, it was rumored that she was the illegitimate daughter of the Yanbei Marquis. The emperor slammed the scroll down on the desk. You come to me now to plead for her? Father Emperor, among the noble ladies in the capital, only Qin Shiyue possesses such remarkable talent. She has always been an integral participant in the flower banquet, and since it is being held at my residence this year, I wish for it to be a resounding success. The Emperor of North Zhou rubbed his temples. You may withdraw for now. Jun Yi hesitated momentarily. Father Emperor? The Emperor remained silent, and it was only after He Sheng's reminder that Jun Yi exited the imperial study. The Emperor of North Zhou gazed at Jun Yi's retreating figure, feeling an intensifying headache. At this moment, He Sheng reported that General Shun wished to see the Emperor of the Northern Zhou. The Emperor's brows furrowed slightly. Please. The first matter that Shun Qingyan brought up upon meeting the Emperor was the issue of the Shun family's divorce from the Yanbei Marquis. The Emperor, too, found Qin Muyang's actions somewhat excessive. However, the decree of marriage bestowed by the late emperor still held sway, unless Qin Muyang committed a significant transgression. General Shun, the late emperor granted this union, and I require unequivocal evidence of Qin Muyang's wrongdoing, stated the emperor. Shun Qingyan retorted, Your Majesty, the Yanbei Marquis has employed the dowry of a Shun family to support Lin Wan, and they have even borne a daughter. Our family cannot simply swallow this grievance. With the matter laid bare, Shun Qingyan could not afford to be overly aggressive. This old minister appreciates Your Majesty's concern. The Emperor of the Northern Zhou waved his hand, signaling him to rise. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he dispatched someone to escort the old general out of the palace. Your Majesty? The Emperor slammed his hand down on the table, causing the objects upon it to tremble and emit a crisp sound. All the servants present in the study knelt in silence, holding their breath, fearful that the sound of their inhalations might disturb the Emperor. This Qin Muyang, aside from causing trouble, has shown no benefit to the state. He has utterly disappointed the late Emperor's expectations. He Sheng cautiously advised, Your Majesty, temper your anger, and take care of your health. Take care of my health? The Northern Zhou Emperor sighed. I will inevitably drive Qin Muyang to his demise.
Meanwhile,
Jun Yi, having exited the palace, made his way to the Yanbei Marquis to seek out Qin Shiyue. Has the Emperor yet to consent to my daughter's departure from the Marquis? Upon hearing this, Qin Shiyue felt a twinge of disappointment. Rest assured, with my presence, I shall ensure that matters are resolved, and you shall not endure even the slightest grievance. Jun Yi tenderly embraced her, assuring her, Fear not. for I shall never allow you to suffer again. Qin Shiyue, looking woeful, replied, however, should I appear at the 100 Flowers banquet, it may indeed displease my elder sister. At that time, I may provoke her wrath, and what is there to fear? With me by your side, if all goes well, you may reside peacefully with me, and I shall safeguard your tranquility. Jun-yi gently patted Qin Yu's back. Qin Shiyue, appearing like a delicate bird, said, if that is the case, then I shall be at ease. Upon finishing her words, a profound smile graced Qin Yu's lips. Qin Shiyue, my dear sister, when the time of the 100 Flowers banquet arrives, I shall ensure our reunion is splendid. Meanwhile, Qin Muyang ventured to the side courtyard to seek out Lin Wan. Your affairs have stirred too much commotion. You must remain within the confines of the courtyard and refrain from venturing elsewhere. Lin Wan nodded, looking pitiful. I understand. Exiting Lin Wan's courtyard, Qin Muyang turned to visit Lady Yin. Lady Yin held no concerns regarding the 100 Flowers banquet hosted by the third prince's residence. This year, as the third prince's residence organizes the event, how could Qin Shiyue and the Shin family cause a ruckus without striking a blow to the royal family's dignity? Lady Yin drank a bowl of ginseng soup, her countenance grave. As long as she remains a daughter of the Qin family, she shall forever be beneath our Yanbei Ho residence. And what of her marriage to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince?
To take a step back.
Should our Qin family ever face calamity, how could she, Qin Shiyue, escape her entanglement? Qin Muyang pondered for a moment. His mother's words held merit. He would promptly arrange matters to prevent Shiyue from causing further trouble due to her ignorance of propriety. In Volume 1, Chapter 53, let us engage in something proper. Qin Shiyue, buoyed by Jun-yi's assurance, felt her spirits lift at the prospect of attending the upcoming floral banquet at the third prince's residence. In previous years, she had always been the most radiant presence at the event. Her poetic recitations and couplets were unmatched, and her performance of the Peach Blossom Dance had even garnered praise from the emperor himself. She yearned to seize this opportunity to shine, hoping to mitigate her confinement and elicit the third prince's sympathy. Thus, subsequent matters would become considerably easier to navigate. As dusk deepened, the cool moonlight illuminated her graceful movements, enveloping her in an extraordinary ambience. Suddenly, Lin Wan cried out in alarm, having caught sight of her from afar. Unable to discern clearly, she felt that the figure dancing in the moonlight resembled a ghostly apparition floating in the air. Her exclamation summoned the household guards of the Marquis' estate. Practicing her dance, Qin Shiyue stumbled slightly upon hearing the commotion, nearly losing her balance. The noise attracted Qin Muyang, who reprimanded Lin Wan. Did I not instruct you to remain indoors? Why have you come out? Following this, he directed a servant to investigate the commotion. It is the second miss, exclaimed the servant, holding a lantern aloft as he escorted Qin Shiyue back to Qin Muyang. Qin Shiyue, feigning delicacy, wore an expression that tugged at one's heartstrings. Have you suffered any harm, my dear?
Qin Muyang inquired.
Qin Shiyue shook her head. Father, my well-being is of little consequence. What matters is that our household must not lose face again. As Lin Wan observed her daughter's delicate demeanor, her heart ached with compassion. She yearned to reach out and grasp her daughter's hand, yet Qin Shiyue evaded her touch. To this day, she could not reconcile with the reality of being an illegitimate child. She even believed that Lin Wan had lost her senses when she uttered such a nonsensical statement.
Father.
Lin Wan felt a tinge of grievance. What wrong is there in wishing to see my daughter? Do not utter such foolishness again, otherwise there shall be no place for you in the Marquis' residence. Lady Yin, accompanied by Granny Sun, approached from a distance. Mother, why have you been disturbed? Qin Muyang immediately stepped forward to assist her. I have long known of Lin Wan's restless nature. Were it not for her past contributions to our Qin family, I would not have tolerated her presence until now. Lady Yin's ire flared upon sighting Lin Wan. Father? Qin Shiyue tugged at her father's sleeve. As the gathering began to disperse, Steward, who hurriedly approached, whispering into Qin Muyang's ear for an extended period. Under the dim light, a noticeable shadow fell upon Qin Muyang's countenance. Why has this not been resolved yet? There must be no further issues at the 100 Flowers banquet. Steward, who nodded, swiftly changing his attire before departing the Marquis' residence. At that moment, Qin Shiyue sat quietly in the Wanyue Pavilion's study, diligently working with herbs. Do you find the rooms in the Wang residence insufficient, that you must meddle with herbs in the study? Jun Xia entered the study, without hesitation, recalling the lingering scent of herbs after Qin Shiyue had previously occupied his space. Qin Shiyue slightly raised her head, her movements unceasing. Today is not the day for detoxification.
Is it?
What? Am I forbidden from seeking your company on a day that is not designated for such? What is this man up to? He could have come earlier or later, yet he chooses this precise moment. I have matters to attend to shortly, you know. Jun Xia furrowed his brows. I am weary. I shall rest in your chamber today.
Ah.
Your Highness, we agreed that beyond our collaborative efforts, we should not entertain any other notions. This man is peculiar. He appears with such uncanny timing each time. Does he know something? Princess, there has been some activity at the Ho residence. We must. Xiaoman abruptly halted her steps. Having received the news, she was eager to inform the princess, yet in her haste, she overlooked the presence of another individual in the study. Xiaoman bowed slightly. Your Highness, I hope you are well. Qin Shiyue supported her forehead with one hand. Why are you so reckless? Jun Xia wore a half-smile. Xiaoman, how could you be so brash? Be cautious not to offend His Highness.
Why do you not withdraw?
Qin Shiyue remarked, casting a pointed glance at Xiaoman, signaling her to summon Xin Li and proceed ahead. Understanding the cue, Xiaoman turned to leave. She cast a pleading glance back at Qin Shiyue. Should she delay any longer, the lead they had painstakingly grasped might slip away once more. Meeting Jun Xia's unwavering gaze, Qin Shiyue let out a soft sigh. Xiaoman, why do you not heed His Highness's instructions? Watching Xiaoman retreat, Qin Shiyue rubbed her temples gently. Why does it seem as though he possesses an uncanny foresight with every step I take? Where is the flaw? The princess implored. Your Highness, do not misunderstand. The matter of the abortifacient can no longer be deemed solely a familial affair. Now that I have assumed control of the Northern Eagle training grounds, it is naturally my duty to ensure the safety of the capital. Qin Shiyue nodded. I appreciate your concern, Your Highness. Yet, how can I trust your words? Jun Xia remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he regarded Qin Shiyue. Li Si was acutely aware of Qin Muyang's actions in administering abortifacients to Shinryu. The ledgers from the obscure apothecary had yielded no conclusive evidence. Eventually, he traced the matter back to Li Si, who possessed the recipe for the so-called prenatal medicine, which was, in truth, an abortifacient. Qin Shiyue glanced at the prescription. To prevent my mother from bearing a child of the Shun lineage, my wretched father resorted to such nefarious tactics, gradually administering the poison, masquerading it as prenatal medicine for my mother. In light of these circumstances, is my very existence owed to my father's merciful restraint? How infuriating. The books fail to mention this. The upcoming flower banquet at the third prince's residence will undoubtedly become the event my wretched father will regret attending the most. Jun Xia gazed at Qin Shiyue for a considerable time. What do you intend to do, princess? He chuckled mysteriously. If that is the case, let us engage in some earnest business. Qin Shiyue's eyes narrowed, instinctively clutching her collar. What are you planning to do? Volume 1, Chapter 54. Preparing the Grand Finale. Jun Xia, what are you doing? In the Pavilion of Moonlight, Qin Shiyue found herself ensnared in the embrace of Jun Xia. At the 100 Flowers banquet, the princess must showcase some remarkable talent, he stated. I have my own strategies. There is no need for your highness to worry about this matter, Qin Shiyue retorted, attempting to extricate herself, yet to no avail. Oh, how could I be unaware? Perhaps I should instruct the princess on how to proceed. Jun Xia insisted. Your highness, truly? I can manage on my own, she replied. I remain unconvinced, he countered. Your highness, please be gentle. Meanwhile, Xia Ying was stealthily observing from outside. What are the prince and princess engaged in? It appears rather intense, he mused, yearning to enter, yet hesitant to do so. Xia guard, what are you doing? A sentinel on night watch inquired cautiously. Go, go, go. Attend to your duties. Xia Ying urged, dismissing the sentry's burgeoning curiosity. Your highness, such behavior may alarm others. How I conduct myself requires no explanation to anyone, Qin Shiyue proclaimed. The pavilion of moonlight was brilliantly illuminated as he and Qin Shiyue toiled for an extended period. Concurrently, Qin Muyang received news from Steward Hu, stating that they had yet to locate Li Si, the seller of the abortion potion from years past. For a moment, Qin Muyang feared he had overreacted, suspecting the information might be false. However, it was only the Shin family that seemed to hold any interest in this matter. He sat at his desk in the study, contemplating for a considerable time. After a night of labor, Qin Shiyue felt sore and weary, inwardly cursing Qin Shiyue as a scoundrel. "Princess, you appear in good spirits," remarked a maid, stifling a giggle. Qin Shiyue straightened her posture, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting?" In the early morning, the incessant chatter echoed, as if inviting reprimand. The maids and servants scattered like startled birds. Qin Shiyue felt a pang of annoyance. Due to the upcoming 100 Flowers banquet, she had reluctantly acquiesced to Qin Shiyue's suggestion to practice the fundamental etiquette. Little did she expect that the maids would misconstrue this as a matter of flirtation between her and the prince. How gossipy they were. She relayed the portion of the banquet that required her mother's cooperation. Shen Ryu chuckled softly, "Silly girl. There is truly no need to be so cautious in front of your mother. Whatever you choose to do, I will unconditionally support you and trust in your abilities." Qin Shiyue squatted before Shen Ryu, resting her head on her mother's lap. "Mother, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side." Shen Ryu tenderly brushed aside the strands of hair from her daughter's temple. "With the 100 Flowers banquet approaching, I have yet to properly teach Usher skills."
Ah?
Qin Shiyue's head felt heavy. "Mother, my back aches and my legs cramp. I truly cannot learn." "Do not allow yourself to be lazy," Qin Shiyue protested. "Had I known this would be the case, I would not have come. After all, I am rather clumsy and do not understand the meaning of skills. Please spare me." "Mother," Shen Ryu playfully pinched her daughter's cheek, "do not speak nonsense." Just then, as the mother-daughter duo savored their warmth, Granny Sue entered. Shen Ryu seemed to anticipate the matter at hand. "Granny Sue, if Lord Qin has arrived, please ask him to leave." Qin Shiyue rose, unfazed by her mother's response. At this moment, the unworthy father seeks to make an appearance solely for the sake of their meager reputation. All the nobles and dignitaries are present at the flower banquet. Should this unworthy father venture out on his own, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. He, who only rises early for personal gain, would not easily relent without achieving his objectives. Lord Qin, regardless of the circumstances, is determined to meet with Shen Ryu. The mere thought of Shen Ryu's resolute demeanor unsettles Qin Muyang, for he never anticipated that one day she would adopt such an unwavering stance. On the eve of the flower banquet, Jun Yi specifically sought out Qin Yu with the guest list in hand. He inquired softly, "What troubles you?" "Fear not, for I am here," she replied with a nod. "With you by my side, I fear nothing." Time flowed like fleeting clouds, and soon, the flower banquet arrived. Within the Prince of the Third Rank's estate, Junyi arranged for the banquet to be held in the flower garden, where blossoms flourished, gentle breezes wafted, and the fragrance of flowers permeated the air. The invited nobles, dignitaries, and esteemed ladies entered the garden in droves. As time was still early, Qin Shiyue wandered about and inadvertently encountered He Yuan, Princess of the Qinhuang. She called out as Qin Shiyue turned to depart. "During my recent retreat at Fuan Temple, I specifically sought a peace talisman for my master, wishing you and His Highness the Qinhuang all the best in your endeavors." He Yuan proactively presented a peace talisman embroidered with the character for peace to Qin Shiyue. Although He Yuan was a lady of refined upbringing, she was also quite formidable. In a past life, it was she who conspired with Qin Yu to ensnare the original protagonist. In this lifetime, what shall she embark upon anew? Miss He, ever gracious, received the pouch with poise. "I shall undoubtedly carry the blessings of Miss He Yuan and live my life well. May all affairs prosper," Qin Shiyue replied with a subtle smile that hinted at mischief. At that moment, He Yuan remained oblivious to the meaning behind Qin Shiyue's words, assuming she was merely being enigmatic. Thus, she offered a few perfunctory remarks before excusing herself under the pretense of admiring the flowers. What would a vulgar person know of a grand finale? Soon enough, she would discover the depths of humiliation awaiting her. As Qin Shiyue turned away, she inadvertently overheard this remark. She meticulously examined the pouch, and a knowing smile graced her lips. Yuan, I am indeed curious to see what tricks you shall conjure. As the banquet was about to commence, the Emperor of the Northern Zhou, the Empress, and the Crown Prince took their seats, and all attendees paid their respects. The midday sun shone brightly, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. The 100-flower banquet began, with guests settling in. Qin Shiyue sat beside Jun Qie, her expression one of concern. Nervous? Jun Qie inquired as he offered her a delicacy. Have you forgotten what I have taught you? Qin Shiyue's lips twitched in disbelief.
How could that be?
With the commencement of the banquet, aside from the customary opening remarks from the Emperor and Empress, the opening dance, the dance of 100 flowers, began. Qin Shiyue watched intently as the lead dancer turned out to be Qin Yue. Volume 1. Chapter 55. A Battle of Wits at the 100-Flower Banquet. Qin Shiyue cast a glance at Qin Muyang. The third prince lent his assistance, allowing the green tea BTCH to steal the limelight at the 100 Flowers banquet, thus enhancing the reputation of the Marquis' residence. Subsequently, glancing towards the main seat, it seemed the third prince had sought the Empress's favor, enabling Qin Yue to perform a dance to smooth over matters. The Empress, embodying maternal grace and fulfilling her duties with utmost competence, unfortunately, indulged Jun Yi excessively. Just as Qin Shiyue's thoughts began to wander, she was sharply jolted by Jun Qie, who twisted her arm. Frowning, Qin Shiyue mused, "Beware of being called out for daydreaming, my lady," Jun Qie cautioned. Internally, Qin Shiyue gritted her teeth. "For today's 100 Flowers banquet, I shall not hold you accountable." On stage, Qin Yue led the dance Floral Elegance, reaching its most splendid segment. The audience displayed varied reactions. The second miss of the Yanbei Marquis' residence, having been confined for a time, now appeared transformed. Previously perceived as somewhat seductive in her movements, she now emanated a fresh and graceful aura. "Would you not agree, Princess Qin?" inquired Madame Song, the wife of the Minister of Personnel, seated closest to Qin Shiyue. "Can you not silence your tongue even with delicacies?" Reflecting on this, she crushed a piece of almond pastry. The second Mrs. Dance had once garnered the Emperor's praise, a feat not easily matched by others. Surely, Princess Qin must be envious as well? After all, how could such a place as Lily Village nurture talent? She likely had never even seen such performances. Qin Shiyue ground her teeth in frustration. "You refuse to cease your prattle, do you? With such a sharp tongue, it is no wonder the minister's residence is in disarray. I cannot endure this any longer." Qin Shiyue turned towards the Song family, smiling softly as she inquired, "This year's Bahua banquet is truly splendid. Why is it that the esteemed young master of your household is absent? Could it be that he is diligently studying at home?" Song's expression stiffened, and Qin Shiyue, with a playful smile, continued, "It is indeed a pity. Your father holds the position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Yet your young master has failed to attain even the status of a scholar after 2 imperial examinations. One might wonder if the tutors at home are not up to the task?" Song's face fluctuated between red and pale. "My father is acquainted with many esteemed teachers, which is why he has successfully nurtured my younger sister. Perhaps I should speak to him about introducing a tutor for your young master. If he is fortunate enough to succeed in the future, it would facilitate matters of marriage, wouldn't it?" Xiang, standing behind Jun Qie, struggled to suppress her laughter, nearly injuring herself in the process. It was no wonder the master refrained from intervening. He likely wished to enjoy the eloquence of the princess consort. In this matter, there was no need for the princess consort to exert herself. Song took a gloomy sip of tea and fell silent. The princess consort was indeed eloquent and unafraid of offending others, thus fostering animosity. The wife of the magistrate of Jingzhou, Qiao, joined in the commotion. Qin Shiyue picked up her embroidered fan, leisurely fanning herself as she remarked, "Madame Yuan, I have heard that your young master recently caused a grievous injury to a young master of the Pingjun Wangfu over a disputed jade pendant, thereby offending the Pingjun Wang. To preserve his reputation, the magistrate had no choice but to discipline his son. I presume he is still confined to his bed, is he not?" As she spoke, she turned towards Qiao, adding, I wonder if this action by the magistrate will appease the Pingjun Wang and allow him to forget this grievance? Upon hearing this, Xiao's face turned crimson. Princess Consort Yu. The eloquence of these ladies is truly wasted if they do not take the stage to perform. Qin Shiyue cast a cold glance, remarking, disregarding status to mock the Princess of Qin, should I bring this matter before the Emperor? I wonder if you have considered the consequences? His voice resonated with a chilling depth. The noble women, who were eager to join in the commotion, instantly lost their bravado. As the opening dance concluded, Qin Yuyao led the gathering in a few auspicious words, prompting a chorus of applause. It seemed no one recalled the misdeeds of Qin Yuyao at the previous banquet. Observing the softening expressions of his father and mother as they regarded Qin Yuyao, Jun Yi felt a profound sense of relief. The servants of the third prince's residence dutifully presented fresh delicacies in succession. Qin Yuyao approached Qin Shiyue with a wine cup in hand, saying, "Sister, today I offer this flower as an apology, borrowing the fluttering blossoms to express my contrition. It has been so long, please do not harbor anger." Qin Shiyue chuckled lightly. Why would I be upset with my sister? Relieved, Qin Yuyao grasped Qin Shiyue's hand, suggesting, since it is the season for admiring flowers, why not accompany me for a stroll in the flower garden? Qin Shiyue regarded her with an inscrutable expression. Sister seems quite familiar with the third prince's residence. I presume you have visited often? Unable to find fault in her words, Qin Yuyao merely nodded. Let us go. The orchids and crepe myrtles are in full bloom. Allow me to show them to you. You, a bastardy daughter. What right do you have to entangle yourself with our Xin family? Xin Yaozhu had been observing Qin Shiyue for quite some time. Since Qin Yuyue had approached her, she sensed that it could only lead to trouble. A weasel paying New Year-esque greetings to a chicken seldom bodes well. Qin Yuyue's countenance faltered. I am not an illegitimate child. Those are mere rumors. How dare you suggest that the Xin family has wronged you? Your mother even went so far as to steal my aunt's jewelry. Xin Yaozhu, with her spirited disposition, was adept in both the arts and the martial realm, wielding weapons with the prowess of a battlefield warrior. Even after her marriage, her husband had never curtailed her passions. In the past, Qin Shiyue had often envied her free-spirited nature while engrossed in her studies. The thrill of riding a warhorse and vanquishing foes must be exhilarating. Upon hearing this thought, Xin Yaozhu cast a curious glance at Qin Shiyue. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly pester her to teach me a few techniques.
Yumki, Oahang Helholtz.
Nearly choked on his tea, struggling to envision Qin Shiyue brandishing a battle blade. Suddenly, Qin Shiyue broke into a smile. What are you laughing at? Am I mistaken? Xin Yaozhu retorted defiantly. I heard you were eloquent. Why then are you at a loss with this pretentious creature? Shouldn't His Highness intervene?
Shen Yaoshu gestured towards Yunki.
Clearing his throat, Qin Shiyue replied, This prince seldom meddles in matters between women, especially those concerning the affairs of a princess. Qin Shiyue smiled gently, Sister. You mustn't frighten her. She is delicate and timid. Shen Yaozhu huffed in indignation. What a disappointment. Lifting her gaze, Qin Shiyue spotted He Yuanyu and engaged in conversation with her close maid, Qinghe. Qin Yue's attention also intermittently drifted towards them. She took out the safety amulet gifted by Huan Yuan, and an idea blossomed in her mind. Subsequently, she grasped Shen Yaozhu's hand and exclaimed, Cousin, shall we go admire the flowers together? Surely, you do not fear bad luck. Shen Yaozhu stamped her foot and departed. Qin Shiyue was pulled away by Qin Yuyue, while Qin Shiyue silently observed for a considerable time, then gestured for Xiang to follow, saying, Whatever the princess does, you must cooperate diligently. Xiang accepted the command and discreetly trailed behind Qin Shiyue. On the path to the flower viewing, Qin Yuyue exchanged a glance with He Yuan. This moment did not escape Qin Shiyue's notice. The next instant, as anticipated, a maidservant, preoccupied, accidentally bumped into her while carrying a teapot. The tea splashed completely onto her, leaving Qin Shiyue's dress front nearly soaked. Forgive me, Your Highness. It was not my intention. The maid knelt down in apology. It is of no consequence. I shall simply change into a clean garment, she replied, cautioning the maid. Do not delay the princess in changing her attire. Qin Yuyue reprimanded the maidservant. Qin Shiyue patted her reassuringly. It is merely a dress. It matters not. I shall change. I will accompany my sister, Qin Shiyue affirmed, nodding in agreement as she followed Qin Yue to a nearby chamber. He Yuan, citing a desire for fresh air, also trailed after them. Jun Qie sipped his tea, gazing in the direction of Qin Shiyue's departure for an extended period. At that moment, Qin Yue rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it seems my sister is in trouble." Chapter 56, Miss He, consider entering a monastery. Qin Yue's voice was raised, capturing the attention of the Emperor of Northern Zhou and the Empress Dowager. Jun Qie set down the teacup, his voice deep and indifferent. "The flower banquet at the third prince's residence. You say something has happened to the princess consort of Qin?" It was as if he were listening to matters entirely unrelated to him. Qin Yue did not anticipate such a reaction from Jun Qie. Jun Yi, surprised, exclaimed, "Something has happened to the princess consort of Qin?" He discreetly glanced at the ninth prince, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. An incident involving the princess consort occurring on his territory could only spell trouble. Xin Ryu also overheard. "Clarify your words. What exactly has happened to Ashur?" Qin Yue proceeded to explain. Jun Qie's expression darkened, and then he rose from his seat, approaching the Emperor of Beizhou and the Empress Dowager, bowing respectfully. "Mother, royal brother, I must take my leave for a moment to check on the princess consort." The Emperor of Beizhou did not stop him but instructed He Sheng to accompany him. Xin Ryu followed suit. Qin Yue secretly revealed a sly smile. Jun Qie deliberately summoned the guards from both the third prince's residence and the Chen Wangfu. Following He Yuan's indication, he proceeded to the eastern side of the 100 Flowers garden. Upon entering the room, a strong fragrance enveloped the air. The curtains of the bed were tightly drawn, and within, it seemed two figures were entwined together. "Your Highness, could it be that mother and sister are?" Qin Yue feigned an innocent demeanor. The commotion was substantial, prompting Qin Muyang to also feel restless and hurry over. Minister He Chaowen, upon learning that his daughter had followed the princess consort in the same direction and had not returned for some time, also came to investigate. Lady Zheng, feeling anxious, followed closely behind. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of utter disarray within the room. As Qin Muyang beheld the scene within the chamber, he chastised without further inquiry, "How could such an act transpire at the 100 Flowers banquet?" Jun Qie retorted with a cold smirk, "I recall that during the last time Lord Qin caught someone in the act, he maintained a similarly righteous demeanor."
Qin Muyang fell silent.
Xin Ryu glanced at Qin Yu. "Could it be that you are once again maligning Ashur's innocence for the sake of some acquaintance?" Qin Yu recoiled slightly. "Mother, I did not. I merely noticed that my sister had been in this room changing clothes for quite some time, and thus came to find her, only to discover how lively it is here." A voice resonated from behind the crowd. Qin Shiyue and Xin Yaozhu entered together, with Xiang following closely behind. "Sister, how did you come in from outside?" Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Where else would you expect me to be?" Qin Shiyue replied as she halted beside her. "In bed, perhaps?" Qin Yu stood there, dumbfounded, as if a realization dawned upon her. Jun Qie exchanged a glance with Xiang. Xiang promptly stepped forward to draw back the curtain. He Zhaowen and Zheng Shi were left in sheer astonishment. On the bed lay He Yuan entwined with the guard, their expressions hazy. Qin Yu was equally taken aback. He Zhaowen was the first to regain his senses, seizing a teapot and splashing the two awake. He Yuan, bewildered by the multitude before her, remained in a stupor for a moment. "You wretched girl!" He Zhaowen growled, delivering a resounding slap. This blow utterly roused He Yuan from her daze. She covered her cheek and descended from the bed to kneel at her father's feet. "Father, it is not as it seems, I did not." Zheng, filled with concern for his daughter, hurriedly helped her to her feet. Yuan, what on earth has transpired?" He Yuan pondered for a considerable time before finally grasping the situation. She had intended to use the opportunity of Qin Shiyue changing clothes to frame her with the guards. Little did she expect that upon entering this room, she would lose consciousness. Upon regaining her senses, she found herself in the current predicament. Tears began to stream down her face. The guard, a sentinel from the Yanbei Marquis named Zhao Yi, quickly realized the gravity of the situation, hastily dismounting from the bed and standing aside, at a loss for what to do. Given the presence of the Grand Eunuch He Sheng, it was impossible for He Chaowen to conceal the truth about his daughter. He Chaowen, unable to restrain himself, chastised his daughter sternly. Wretched girl. He lamented her lack of resolve. What can I possibly say to you? As the crowd in the room began to disperse, Qin Shiyue lingered until the end, her expression darkening visibly. The onlookers ceased their actions, holding their breath. He Yuan sobbed, speechless. The Emperor of Beizhou cast a discerning gaze upon He Chaowen. He Chaowen stepped forward, addressing the Emperor, Your Majesty, I shall handle this matter appropriately. Jun Qie, fully aware of the underlying issues, remarked with a sardonic smile, In my view, Miss He should take her leave to the Fuan Temple and embrace a life of asceticism. He Yuan was left bewildered. He Chaowen attempted to intercede. Your Highness? Jun Qie, with a knowing smirk, replied, He Minister, do you wish for me to bring forth the previous incident and address it with due diligence? He Chaowen's face turned pale, and he was compelled to acquiesce. He then summoned the household servants to escort his daughter immediately to Fuan Temple for her ordination. The guests present appeared momentarily stunned as the weeping He Yuan was escorted away. Miss He had brought this upon herself, engaging in inappropriate conduct with a guard in broad daylight. It was no wonder that Minister, he was incensed. In such a public setting, the best course of action would be to seek seclusion. That guard Jun Qie cast a contemplative glance at Qin Muyang, his eyes filled with depth. Qin Muyang promptly dispatched someone to deal with Zhao Yi. This minor incident would not dampen the mood. The 100 Flowers banquet would proceed. Just as Shen Ryu was about to take her seat, she was jostled by a clumsy servant. Stop. The errant servant was halted by Shen Yuyen's call. You collide with someone and not utter a word, yet you intend to leave? A remark from Shen Yaozhu drew the attention of those seated nearby. The servant paused. Madam, I apologize. I was preoccupied with delivering flowers and did not intend to bump into anyone. Shen Ryu glanced up, noticing the servants from the third prince's residence arranging flowers to adorn the banquet in the 100 Flowers garden. A gentle breeze wafted through, intertwining the fragrances of blossoms and tea, creating a delightful aroma that was both sweet and refreshing. However, as Shen Ryu inhaled, she suddenly felt nauseous. What was the matter with her aunt? Was she unwell? Shen Yaozhu offered a supporting hand, while Qin Shiyue anxiously gazed at her mother. Shen Ryu's eyes fell upon the nearby lilies and gardenias. It was nothing significant. She simply could not fathom why the sight of these two flowers transported her back to her early pregnancy years, when they adorned the bedside table. Wang, filled with concern, grasped her daughter's hand. Do you miss the child once more? Shen Ryu nodded. Indeed, after all, it was my firstborn, a true loss. Jun Yi instructed the steward to replace the 2 pots of flowers before Shen Ryu with fragrant bougainvillea. Mrs. Shen, typically in good health, could not fathom why the scent of flowers would induce nausea. The external lady beside her expressed curiosity. Is it sentimentality evoked by the sight of flowers? Perhaps. Shen Yuxing glanced around and deliberately raised his voice. What has caused Lord Qin's countenance to appear so grim? This unexpected exclamation from Shen Yuxing caught Qin Shiyue off guard. She had conspired with her mother to set a trap at the flower banquet, intending to unveil Qin Muyang's vile character. However, she had never mentioned this plan to Shen Yuxing. How had he become an ally? Shen Yuyen intervened. We shall accompany her. There is no need for Lord Qin to concern himself. Shen Ryu also distanced herself. Lord Qin, it would be best for you to keep your distance. Your presence only reminds me of the past. As the household servants of the third prince's residence passed by with lilies and gardenias, Qin Shiyue halted them momentarily. Why did the fragrance of these flowers seem more potent than ordinary blooms? Qin Shiyue nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The delightful and uplifting scent of flowers, perhaps, is also the culprit behind my mother's miscarriage. Not to mention a bowl of abortifacient. Shen Qingyan, observing Qin Muyang lingering near his daughter, promptly pulled him aside. You, who have caused the death of my granddaughter, what face do you have to seek reconciliation? A flicker of panic crossed Qin Muyang's eyes. What do you mean by this, General Shen? Did General Shen have a dispute with Lord Qin? Upon hearing this, He Sheng immediately grasped the emperor's intention and set out to gather information. Upon his return, he learned that the matter stemmed from a previous miscarriage. Regardless, This issue could only be considered a family affair, and the Emperor of Northern Zhou was not in a position to intervene or reprimand them. Your Majesty, is it truly your desire to see these two at odds, bound by the decree of the late Emperor? The Empress Dowager, observing Shen Riyu's displeased expression, felt a sense of discomfort within. Mother, I cannot contravene the late Emperor's edict unless either party has committed a significant wrongdoing. The Empress Dowager sighed heavily, casting an inscrutable glance at the table occupied by Shen Riyu. With some time remaining before the second half commenced, the noble women and wives gathered in pairs, enjoying the flowers, engaging in laughter, or whispering softly. In those days, when the lady caught the scent of flowers, she felt unwell, and Lord Qin diligently provided her with medicine to support her pregnancy. A lady seated beside Shen Ryu remarked nonchalantly, "The formulation for the pregnancy-preserving medicine was meticulously sought out by the Lord from various esteemed physicians, yet now, the unpredictability of life is indeed remarkable." Qin Shiyue, sensing the time was ripe, turned to her father, Qin Muyang, saying, "Father, everyone is discussing how you were once a devoted husband." Qin Muyang's expression darkened. "It is rather peculiar that the medicine sought from renowned doctors would leave my mother increasingly frail, ultimately leading to the miscarriage of a stillborn child." Qin Shiyue smiled enigmatically. Therefore, she deliberately addressed the inspecting physician with a loud voice. "I am quite curious if there was an issue with the prescription provided by that esteemed doctor for the pregnancy-preserving medicine." A prescription? Upon hearing this, the newly appointed director of the Imperial Medical Institute, Zhao Yinyan, immediately became intrigued and entered into a verbose mode. "What did the princess say about the pregnancy-preserving medicinal formula? Might I have a look?" The formulation for sustaining a pregnancy must be approached with caution. Improper use of herbs could prove detrimental to both the child and the mother. Jun Xie feigned a cough, interrupting Zhao Yinyan's incessant chatter. If left unchecked, he could ramble on for quite some time. Qin Shiyue shook her head, clarifying, "Director Zhao has misunderstood. It is not I, but my mother, who possesses the formula. If it is convenient, you may inquire with her directly." "Absolutely not." Zhao Yinyan pondered this, when suddenly Qin Muyang shouted uncontrollably. His voice was somewhat loud, attracting the attention of nearly half the attendees. "It is merely a medicinal formula. There is no need for Lord Qin to become agitated. Relax," Zhao Yinyan remarked, genuinely requesting the formula from Shen Ryu. Qin Muyang furrowed his brow, nervously fidgeting with the hem of his garment. Qin Shiyue, observing Qin Muyang's reaction in silence, allowed a knowing smile to grace her lips. Upon receiving the formula, Zhao Yinyan scrutinized it carefully, his expression tightening. The formula consisted entirely of ingredients for sustaining a pregnancy. Yet it concluded with the addition of a rare herb known as wuqianzi. In small doses, wuqianzi can provide warmth and nourishment, but for a pregnant individual, its effects may outweigh the benefits. Prolonged use could lead to miscarriage. Madam Qin, the pregnancy-preserving medicine you utilized in your time was, in fact, a potent agent for inducing miscarriage. Zhao Yinyan's statement drew the attention of the surrounding noble guests. Shen Ryu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Director Zhao, what do you mean?" Zhao Yinyan reiterated his assertion. "Wuqianzi is a remedy for invigorating blood and dispelling stasis. As I recall, Lord Qin is well aware of this." Among the esteemed guests, a voice emerged from somewhere. "How dare you, Qin Muyang, administer abortifacients to my sister?" Shen Yuyan rebuked. The Emperor of Northern Zhou, perhaps finding the commotion from the Shun family too excessive, also took notice. Did the Zhao court official misunderstand?
Qin Muyang defended himself.
Madam's prenatal tonic could never be an abortifacient. The Shen family holds significant sway in the court, and the Emperor of Northern Zhou did not wish for complications to arise at this moment. Qin Shiyue sighed. Given the current circumstances, the Emperor's ire must be at its peak. Shen Qingyan urged, "Lord Qin, do you not wish to clarify anything?" With all eyes upon him, Qin Muyang had no choice but to offer an explanation. He immediately bowed deeply to the Emperor of Northern Zhou. "Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. Perhaps it was a jest made by my daughter." Qin Shiyue rose, her expression grave. "Father, I would never jest with you." "Lord Qin, do you imply that my royal consort would jeopardize the honor of the Qin Wangfu and the Shen family for a jest?"
Yun Qi mocked.
Qin Muyang was drenched in sweat. Was Lord Qin left with no words to say? It appears that the abortifacient indeed originated from Lord Qin.
So,
The affection Lord Qin displayed towards Lady Qin was merely a fade. The Emperor of Northern Zhou slammed down his teacup, furiously exclaiming, Qin Muyang. Volume 1, Chapter 58. It is time to bathe. Unable to maintain his composure, Qin Muyang took 2 steps forward and knelt before the Emperor of Northern Zhou. I inquire of you, was it indeed you who, under the pretense of providing a remedy for pregnancy, caused the miscarriage of the Qin family's child all those years ago? Qin Muyang hastily clarified, Your Majesty, this is all a misunderstanding. At that moment, Jiang Shen also rose to his feet, stating, Your Majesty, recently, I dismantled a clandestine apothecary that specialized in selling harmful substances. According to the records of their transactions, Lord Qin had dealings with them, specifically concerning abortifacients. Jiang Shen chose to elaborate no further. Shen Ruyu inquired about the timing, which coincidentally matched the period when she was expecting her first child. Qin Muyang was already drenched in cold sweat. Shen Ruyu suddenly stood up, her eyes ablaze with indignation and glistening with tears. Lord Qin, is it true that you did this? Was it merely to prevent me from bearing a child of the Qin lineage, so that Lin Wan might take precedence? It was a rare sight to witness Shen Ruyu, known for her gentle and virtuous nature, expressing such fervent reproach. It was said that when Lady Qin was with child, it coincided with Qin Muyang's prolonged absence of over 6 months, which allowed her to deliver safely. Qin Shiyue interjected, Indeed, I find myself fortunate to have been born safely. The abrupt turn of events left Qin Muyang utterly bewildered. Had all his affections towards his wife been merely an act? In my view, the disappearance of the crown princess might have deeper implications. The assembly buzzed with murmurs, and Qin Muyang's countenance darkened significantly. What was meant to be a splendid flower banquet had transformed into a tribunal. He had initially hoped for a remarkable outcome from the festivities, only to find himself ensnared in this dire predicament. Jun Yi was also momentarily taken aback. What was happening? At long last, it was the 3rd prince's residence that was to host the floral banquet, a splendid opportunity to alleviate his father's worries and secure permission to marry Qin Shiyue. Yet, how could such misfortune arise? Qin Shiyue was equally bewildered. Her chance to shine at the banquet had been abruptly interrupted. The emperor, along with Lord Qin, what they had done surely constituted a grave error, did it not? The Empress Dowager now lamented her earlier decision to request the late emperor's blessing for the unions of Qin Muyang and Shen Ruyu. Qin Shiyue lowered her gaze, pondering, Surely, my mother must be the most heartbroken over this matter? Shen Ruyu pointed accusingly at Qin Muyang, bursting into tears. I have truly been blind. A wave of murmurs swept through the assembly, some condemning Qin Muyang's duplicity, while others expressed sympathy for Shen Ruyu, who had endured years of deception. A fleeting glint appeared in Qin Muyang's eyes as he concocted a defense, but little did he expect that the Northern Zhou Emperor would not grant him the chance to explain. This year's floral banquet had indeed been remarkable. Upon hearing this,
Hunyiga spit in shock.
He was merely the host of the banquet, entirely unaware of the intrigues surrounding the Yanbei Marquis. Crown Prince Jun Muzhe intervened. Father, please quell your anger. Regardless of the circumstances, the 5th prince, Jun Shao, remained perpetually silent amidst the commotion. The Northern Zhou Emperor paused momentarily. As for Lord Qin's affairs, I shall certainly investigate. A chill coursed through Qin Muyang. Was this floral banquet merely a trap set for him? After 2 incidents transpired, the Northern Zhou Emperor's mood soured irreparably. Xin Qingyan considered demanding answers on the spot, but upon meeting the emperor's stern countenance, chose to remain silent. An hour later, the floral banquet concluded abruptly. As dusk deepened, the lights blazed brightly. Qin Muyang's complexion grew increasingly grim. In the dead of night, what could be the cause of such commotion? Mrs. Yin, having heard the noise, approached. Today was hardly a banquet of blooming flowers. It was, in truth, a banquet of treachery for the Qin family. Mrs. Yin, taken aback, inquired, what has transpired? Due to her health, she had not attended. Qin Muyang briefly recounted the events of the gathering. Mrs. Yin instructed the maid to securely close the doors and windows and wait outside. All those years ago, how meticulously had the matter concerning Shen Ruyu been handled? How is it that after all this time, the Qin family can still acquire the prescription. Is this not exceedingly strange? Qin Muyang shook his head. No, something feels amiss. I have a nagging suspicion that today's incident was intentional. Could it be that Qin Shiyue, that girl? After pondering for a considerable time, he finally reached an understanding. Now that she is married into the Prince Qin's residence, she has become even more audacious. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Qin family and have a serious discussion with Qin Ruyu. After all, we still possess the imperial edict of betrothal bestowed by the late emperor. Qin Muyang felt a tumult of emotions within him. Meanwhile, in the study of the Prince Qin's residence, Qin Shiyue was engrossed in a pile of medicinal herbs. Beneath the flickering lamplight, an array of herbs and jars surrounded her. The pungent aroma of the herbs was something Jun Qi had grown accustomed to. Is this the outcome you wish to see? Jun Qi entered and took a seat beside her. Qin Shiyue sighed. Far from it. Having distanced myself from the Qin family, my scoundrel father still possesses other sources of support. Are you referring to Wei Yang, Lin Mao, and Wei Yanhua? Jun Qi poured himself a cup of tea and drank. Qin Shiyue shook her head, then gazed deeply at Jun Qi. As long as I am here, my scoundrel father will always have a means of support. Jun Qi furrowed his brows. What are you planning to do? Qin Shiyue pondered for a moment before continuing to knead the medicinal pill. What else can I do? Naturally, I must sever all ties of that scoundrel father. However, this matter must wait until mother and that scoundrel father have been granted permission for a divorce. Jun Qi ceased his inquiries and rose to depart. Where are you headed, my lord? Just as Jun Qi had one foot out the threshold, he was called back by Qin Shiyue. He turned around. Oh? Is the princess inviting me to stay? What a lunatic! Always fixated on that matter all day long. Qin Shiyue cleared her throat. Your Highness has misunderstood. I merely wish to remind you that today is the day for detoxification. Jun Qi smiled inexplicably. Is it still acupuncture? Qin Shiyue shook her head once more. No, it is a bathing therapy for detoxification. Volume 1. Chapter 59. A scathing rebuke of the scoundrel father. The washing dust pavilion is where Jun Qi bathes and relaxes in the hot springs. The lights are soft, and a warm mist rises. Qin Shiyue tossed the prepared medicinal pouch into the hot spring, allowing the herbal aroma to waft through the air, enveloping the space. After tidying up the pouch, she stood up and was met with the sight of Jun Qi disrobing before her. Layer after layer, his garments fell away, revealing his sculpted chest. Qin Shiyue gasped several times and quickly turned around, touching her lips. How shameful. I can't believe I'm entranced by a man's physique. If this man were to discover my thoughts, I cannot imagine the ridicule I would endure. Behind her, gentle footsteps approached, followed by the sound of clear water. Come here and massage this prince. Qin Shiyue furrowed her brows slightly. Massage? Is it not simply a form of indulgence? Shall I also provide you with a foot therapy? The princess could do as she pleased. This prince would not mind. Qin Shiyue adjusted her emotions and said, Your Highness, this is a detoxifying hot spring. The primary method is immersion for absorption, not massage. Jun Qi did not respond further. I will rest outside for a moment. When you are ready, just call me, and I shall administer gua sha.
Gua sha? Indeed.
Gua sha is far more comfortable than massage. After more than half an hour, Jun Qi lay obediently on the bed. 2 black pills were forcefully placed in his mouth. After the heart-wrenching experience of detoxification, Jun Qi no longer stubbornly refused. At first, it was tolerable, but as the treatment progressed, he truly understood the efficacy of gua sha.
Ugh.
The pain lodged in his throat, and beads of sweat began to pour from his forehead. Outside the washing dust pavilion, the steward of the inner courtyard approached with clothing for Jun Qi. Xia Ying blocked the entrance, stating, Nurse Feng, the prince and princess are speaking inside. It is inconvenient for you to enter. Just hand the items to me. Seeing Xia Ying guarding the doorway, Nurse Feng said nothing further, placed the items down, and departed. Zhang Wei arrived just in time to brush past Nurse Feng. Observing the direction in which she left, he inquired, Since when did Nurse Feng take on the task of delivering clothing to the prince? Xia Ying, equally perplexed, replied, Ever since the princess entered. It seems Nurse Feng has been particularly attentive. It is indeed strange. The following morning, Qin Muyang visited the general's residence to seek out Qin Shiyue. At the entrance, Qin Muyang found himself impeded by the guards. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he stated, "I am here to see the lady." The guard showed no leniency, replying, "The old general has instructed that no one from the Qin residence is to be allowed in." Just then, as he attempted to force his way inside, he was firmly restrained by the guard. "I have not yet divorced from the lady. Is it not a tad unreasonable for you to bar my entry? If this were to spread, it could tarnish the reputation of your general's residence." Qin Muyang, infuriated and humiliated, continued, "Moreover, our marquis still possesses the imperial decree of marriage granted by the late emperor. How is it that this decree, when it reaches my father's lips, becomes a shield against death?" A stern and icy voice emerged, "The princess consort." The guard saluted and stepped aside. Qin Shiyue, draped in a lake blue satin gown adorned with intricate embroidery, stepped forth with an upright posture and a serious expression. "So, it was you who prevented my father from entering?" Qin Muyang argued from the steps. "Father, why must you persist in this manner? Did yesterday's flower banquet not awaken you to the truth? Why continue to press and entangle with mother?" The commotion at the door of the general's residence attracted the attention of nearby citizens, who paused to observe, curious about the unfolding drama. "In my opinion, Lord Qin is merely reaping what he has sown. Had he known this would be the outcome, why act so recklessly from the start?" Someone whispered. "However, Lord Qin is still the father of the princess consort. Maintaining such a deadlock cannot be deemed appropriate," another remarked. Qin Muyang, incensed, retorted, "Do you truly wish to treat my father in this manner?" Meanwhile, within the main hall of the general's residence, Qin Shiyue could no longer remain seated. Qin Muyang arrived well prepared, determined not to relent until her objectives were achieved. She harbored concerns that her daughter might not cope well. However, Qin Yuxing held great confidence in his cousin. "Aunt, fret not. Trust in your daughter, I assure you. She will manage." Yet, he added, "But, should you appear, who knows what distasteful antics Qin Muyang might resort to." Offering comfort, he continued, "I shall go ahead to scout the situation. You should rest, indeed." With that, Qin Yuxing dashed out. Outside the general's residence, the atmosphere remained lively. The onlookers murmured among themselves. After all, Lord Qin is the father of the princess consort. It is quite inappropriate for him to behave in such a manner, isn't it? What do you understand? He is pressuring the princess consort to submit. Qin Shiyue surveyed her surroundings before fixing her gaze upon Qin Muyang. "I merely wished to preserve your dignity." Qin Muyang, with neck held high, sought to leverage the crowd against her daughter. "Filial piety has been revered since time immemorial. I must see what rationale you can present." Qin Shiyue, infuriated to the point of laughter, retorted, "Very well. Since you have forsaken your dignity, I shall openly address this matter before the people. 12 years ago, during the Lantern Festival, I accompanied you to admire the lanterns, only to be separated and lost in the throng. You surely know the truth of that incident. You allowed me to be obstructed at the gates of the Yanbei Marquis' residence, subjected to humiliation and ridicule, and you turned a blind eye. Pray, what wrong did I commit? Merely for disregarding the malicious orders of the household's wretches?" Among the gathered crowd, some regarded Qin Muyang with scornful glances. "As I was struggling to establish my footing at home, your illegitimate daughter, Qin Shiyue, repeatedly sought to ensnare me under the guise of a young lady's reputation. You, however, treated these matters with a light heart. Did you ever consider my feelings during that time?" Qin Shiyue's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed into Qin Muyang's eyes. It is said that a father should be kind and a son should be filial. Yet, for a son to be filial, a father must first be benevolent. If you lack compassion, why do you have to reproach me? As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. This was not only a reflection of the unjust treatment I had received from my parents in the modern world, but also a manifestation of the grievances of the original owner of this body. Lord Qin disdained the Princess of Chun but favored his illegitimate daughter. Surely, there must be deeper reasons behind this. Suddenly, Qin Yuxing's boisterous voice cut through the air. "Oh, what a lively scene at the entrance. Is everyone here to see Lord Qin?" A wave of low laughter rippled through the crowd. Qin Muyang's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily dispersed the onlookers and departed in his carriage. That afternoon, Qin Shiyue visited the Empress Dowager in the palace. In a seemingly casual manner, she steered the conversation towards Shen Ruyu. I truly feel for your mother. You should persuade her to let go of her burdens. Her troubles will soon be resolved. Spend more time with her in the coming days. The following day, an investigative report regarding Qin Muyang was presented to the Emperor of Beizhou. As he perused the document, his expression grew increasingly grave. All the accusations against Qin Muyang at the flower banquet were indeed substantiated, particularly the scandal of his shamelessness in administering abortion pills that resulted in the stillbirth of Shen's child. It was no wonder that General Shen sought a decree for divorce on behalf of his daughter, nor that the Shen family held such a resolute stance. Ultimately, the harmonious faade between Qin Muyang and the Shen family was merely an illusion. The Emperor of the Northern Zhou, deep in thought, forcefully slammed the memorial onto the table. He Sheng stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, this humble servant is here. Immediately, he began drafting the edict for the Ministry of Rights. In recent days, Qin Shiyue frequently visited the general's residence, tending to her mother's health. Although the toxins within her were nearly purged, continued care was imperative. At that moment, the doorkeeper announced the arrival of Qin Muyang. This disgraceful father truly has no shame left. Perhaps he has come bearing the imperial decree of betrothal from the late emperor? If I am not mistaken, the Yin family has accompanied him as well. Shen Ruyu gently patted her daughter's hand. Mother will handle this. Qin Shiyue shook her head. Mother, let us face him together. This time, my disgraceful father will lose face before the common people. As the mother and daughter stepped out of the general's residence, they indeed found Qin Muyang and the Yin family, accompanied by the guards of the Yanbei Marquis. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, kept their distance, watching from afar. What is the meaning of this? Have you come to the gates of the general's residence to bully us? Shen Ruyu stood on the steps, her expression as calm as still water as she regarded Qin Muyang and the Yin family. The Yin family, being rather aggressive, brandished the imperial decree of betrothal and stepped forward. Regardless of the circumstances, the matter is not yet settled. You, Shen Ruyu, are destined to be the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. I have seen shamelessness, but never have I encountered such unmitigated audacity as that of your Qin family. Shen Yuxing declared loudly. It seems that the upbringing of your Shen family is rather lacking. Old lady, whom do you say has poor family teachings? Shen Yuxing exclaimed, agitated. If we are to discuss poor upbringing, your Qin family undoubtedly ranks among the worst. Just look at the infamous general's residence. The offspring it has produced are nothing but boorish and disrespectful individuals. Shen Yuxing attempted to advance and reprimand further, only to be halted by Qin Shiyue.
What?
Have you run out of words? She taunted. Is it true that your family's teachings merely consist of obstructing others at the gates of the general's estate, ordering people around? Shen Ruyu argued fiercely. The Yin matriarch was rendered speechless. You should take your leave. Very well. I shall be keen to observe how your Shen family treats others. Qin Shiyue declared solemnly. Grandmother, departing now would still allow for some semblance of dignity. The Yin matriarch huffed in anger. You, a married daughter, dare meddle in your family's affairs. What sort of decorum is that? And what sort of decorum is it for the matriarch to disrespect the princess consort in public? As the commotion unfolded, Jun Xia appeared, accompanied by the guards of the Chun Wangfu. Everyone promptly offered their respects. Qin Muyang was suddenly at a loss for words, and even the previously assertive Yin matriarch lowered her tone. Jun Xia remained unperturbed, addressing the Qin matriarch. Today, I fear I cannot grant you any convenience. Your Highness, forgive my bluntness, but despite your esteemed position, it seems you cannot intervene in matters concerning the princess consort. Jun Xia surveyed the scene. Today, I am here on imperial orders. Qin Shiyue looked on in confusion. Could it be that he had come bearing a decree for her mother and that scoundrel father to be divorced? Qin Muyang's expression shifted noticeably. The imperial envoy, upon receiving a signal from Jun Xia, proclaimed loudly, the imperial decree arrives. Yanbei Marquis Qin Muyang and the esteemed Shen Ruyu of the general's house received the edict. Shen Ruyu, accompanied by the members of the Shen family, immediately knelt in reverence. Qin Muyang supported the Lady Yin and knelt before the envoy as well. The emperor, through the divine will, decreed. The late emperor, adhering to the heavenly mandate, facilitated a century-long alliance between the Yanbei Marquis and the Qin family. However, Yanbei Marquis Qin Muyang has failed to meet the expectations of the late emperor, lacking in moral integrity, selfish and indifferent, betraying the gentle and virtuous nature of the Qin family, disregarding the principles of marital harmony and mutual respect. Should there be any disobedience or negligence, severe punishment shall be meted out. Thus it is decreed. Upon hearing the decree, the Qin family and Qin Shiyue collectively exhaled in relief. Shun Ryu solemnly kowtowed to accept the decree, expressing gratitude for the imperial favor. Qin Muyang and Lady Yin were rendered speechless, the imperial marriage edict bestowed by the late emperor becoming a tool that struck them harshly. After settling Shun Ryu, the envoy turned to Qin Muyang, bowing slightly in a gesture of formality. "My lord, will you not accept the decree? Do you perhaps have objections to His Majesty's will?" As he rose, Qin Muyang felt the weight of every gaze upon him. Mockery, disdain. His face flushed with embarrassment. Shun Ryu glanced past Qin Muyang and bowed to Qin Shiyue, saying, "Your Highness, thank you for your concern." Subsequently, she rewarded the envoy for his service. As the envoy prepared to depart, he bowed to Shun Ryu, conveying the emperor's message. "If the Yanbei Marquis does not return the dowry and the Qin family's possessions within 2 days, you may enter the palace to explain the circumstances. His Majesty will advocate for you and the general's house." After exchanging pleasantries, the courteous attendant was sent away. Shun Ryu chuckled softly. "Look at me, almost neglecting my manners. Come inside for some tea and snacks." Qin Shiyue and Qin Shiyue followed closely beside Shun Ryu, entering the residence of the General of State.
Moments later.
The gates of the General's mansion were firmly shut, leaving Qin Muyang and the Yin family outside, caught in an awkward silence. Who could deny it? Whatever happened to the former grandeur? Upon returning to the Yanbei Marquis, Qin Muyang was still contemplating his next course of action. Setting aside the question of whether the Qin family's dowry and assets would be returned in full, he had already lost the support of the Qin family without obtaining what he desired. Just when he was feeling overwhelmed, another chilling revelation struck him. Volume 1. Chapter 61. The diminution of titles. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Qin Muyang was informed by steward that the Grand Eunuch He Sheng had come personally to convey an imperial edict. Upon receiving this news, Qin Muyang assumed that the Emperor of Beizhou was issuing a decree for their separation, or perhaps another reprimand. Previously, due to some oversight in his duties, the Emperor had indeed reprimanded him. He felt a twinge of anxiety, but reassured himself that as long as he could retain his current position, it would suffice. With this thought in mind, he hastily tidied his attire and made his way to the main hall to receive the decree. The edict arrived, and Yanbei Marquis Qin Muyang received the proclamation. By the grace of heaven and the command of the emperor, it is decreed, since ancient times, governance has relied on the capable, and only those who have rendered great service to the state may be elevated in rank, aiding the prosperity of the Beizhou and unifying the realm. Indeed, the Northern Duke Qin Muyang has shown a lack of ambition and indifference towards the affairs of the court. His governance is lax, disregarding the edicts of the court, and he has acted wantonly, causing harm to the body and spirit of the esteemed generalship of the state, which is detrimental to the nation and constitutes a grave transgression. I uphold the integrity of the realm and advocate for righteousness. Therefore, I hereby decree the revocation of Qin Muyang's title and nobility as Northern Duke, rescinding all privileges and imposing a 2-year salary penalty to serve as a warning to others. Let it be known. The imperial decree, recited with great vigor by He Sheng, struck Qin Muyang like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen and numb.
Duke Qin.
Oh no. Forgive my forgetfulness. I should now address you as Lord Qin. As Qin Muyang gradually regained his composure, He Sheng held the bright yellow edict before him. Qin Muyang received it with both hands, raising it above his head. I, Qin Muyang, accept the decree with gratitude. His lips twitched slightly, his voice quivering. Before departing, He Sheng reminded him, Lord Qin, please ensure to replace the plaque at the entrance of your residence promptly, lest you incur the emperor's displeasure again. With that, he instructed his servants to present 2 taels of silver as customary before leaving the Qin residence. Wishing for a sip of tea, Qin Muyang discovered it had grown cold. A ray of sunlight streamed in, casting a glaring spotlight upon him, prompting him to shift his position in annoyance. Qin Shiyue approached to console him. "Father, do not be disheartened. We still have the third prince. Just the other day at the 100 Flowers banquet, did not the emperor grant your daughter freedom due to the third prince's influence?" Qin Muyang let out a deep sigh. "And you still have cousin Wei. Not only does he have cousin Wei, but he also has Qin Shiyue. Although she has separated from the Shen family, Qin Shiyue remains, after all, their daughter. And the Qin residence can still be considered her maternal home. As a daughter, she cannot simply disregard her father's well-being. If something were to happen to her maternal family, her own situation would not be any better. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyue is at the general's residence, tending to her mother's health. The air in Shinryu's chamber is fresh and fragrant. Her mother appears to be in excellent spirits, and her pulse is stable. Qin Shiyue withdraws her fingers from Shinryu's wrist and puts away the therapy package. Starting today, the medication can be ceased. It is fortunate to have Ah Shi by her side. Qin Shiyue is taken aback. Although there may be some losses, there is still a surplus on the books. Her clever and capable Ah Shi might very well thrive once it is in her hands. Qin Shiyue feels overwhelmed. The prince's residence still has a pile of documents left unread, and now I am expected to take over 6 shops. I am merely a medical student, not one trained in business management. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Shinryu smiles faintly. "Madam." The steward of the general's residence, Li Zhong, hastily enters and suddenly remembers something upon seeing Shinryu. "My lady, now that Shinryu has divorced Qin Muyang, it is no longer appropriate to address her as Madam. Princess of the Qin Wang." Qin Shiyue nods. The Shi Zhuang Pavilion, as its name suggests, is a shop dedicated to selling cosmetics. Qin Shiyue understands the implications. It seems to be another disturbance caused by Lin Wan's people. That shameless father, in order to please his mistress, has even placed the Shun family shop under Lin Wan's name. Shinryu prepared to make a visit, disregarding the imperial decree, causing a commotion in the Shun family shop, a display of commendable courage. Qin Shiyue clapped her thigh and stood up. "Mother, there is no need for you to intervene. I shall handle it myself. It is unnecessary for you to exert yourself, mother. Please, take a good rest." Qin Shiyue assisted Shinryu in taking a seat, asserting that since the shop was named after her, it was only fitting that she should manage the affairs. Shinryu smiled gently. "Very well. I shall comply with your wishes." Qin Shiyue faced Shinryu, her smile radiant. "You are the best, mother." With that, she called out, "Uncle Zhong, come with me." After a brief interval, Qin Shiyue arrived at the Shizhuang Pavilion accompanied by Li Zhong, Xin Li, and Xin Qi. Within the pavilion, a woman was causing an uproar. She appeared to be just over 30, adorned in flamboyant attire. At that moment, she sat within the establishment, arrogantly directing those who came to reclaim the shop. Clearly, she was oblivious to Qin Shiyue's entrance and the gravity of the situation. "I have managed Shizhuang Pavilion for quite some time, and the shop bears my name. For you to simply take it away today is utterly unreasonable." The woman's remarks drew the attention of the surrounding populace. "Princess, look at her. Her arrogance surpasses even that of Lin Shi." Dongji found the woman's demeanor boorish and impudent. Qin Shiyue, unfazed, stepped forward. "You must be Lin Wan's sister, Lin Yu. Am I correct?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and who might you be? Could it be that you are yet another spokesperson for the Shin family?" Lin Yu widened her eyes in surprise. "Who are you?" Qin Shiyue disregarded her inquiry. "Lin Yu, the elder sister of the Qin family's concubine. Your brazen occupation of this shop is merely a display of your reliance on Lord Qin as your patron." As she spoke, Qin Shiyue stepped closer to Lin Yu. "Am I not correct? And what of it?" Lin Yu retorted defiantly. "Since Lord Qin has placed the shop in my name, it rightfully belongs to me." Qin Shiyue scoffed. "You believe every word he says. Should I describe you as foolish or merely naive?" Lin Yu's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "What are you implying? Though the Shizhuang Pavilion may bear your name, it was originally bestowed upon the Shin family by the late emperor. Do you truly dare to claim what is not yours? Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" Qin Shiyue offered a kind warning. "Do not try to intimidate me. The very Lord Qin you depend upon has been stripped of his title. And your sister's standing is perilously unstable. What nonsense are you spouting? The princess consort of the Qinhuang? At this moment, the Grand Steward Hisheng approached from outside the Shizhuang pavilion. Qin Shiyue greeted him. What brings you here, Grand Steward he? She nodded respectfully. You need not worry. Grand Steward, no matter how audacious one may be, they cannot defy the will of the emperor, can they? The edict has been issued. Who would dare to jest with their life on the line? Hisheng acknowledged her words with a nod. Indeed, let the princess consort handle her own affairs. I shall take my leave now. The Grand Steward departed with measured steps. After bidding farewell to Hisheng, Qin Shiyue turned her gaze toward Lin Yu. The Grand Steward of the Imperial Court cannot possibly be deceiving you, can she? Noticing Lin Yu's unwillingness to relent, Qin Shiyue gestured. Shinli, Shinqi, Lin Yu has disregarded the imperial edict and unlawfully seized the private property of the Shin family. Immediately apprehend her and deliver her to the Dali Temple for Jiang Shaoqing to adjudicate. Shin Li and Shin Qi promptly complied, seizing Lin Yu. Confused, Lin Yu exclaimed, Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Naturally, we are acting in accordance with the imperial decree. Do you have any objections? And no, I have no objections. I shall return the shop immediately. Can I not leave? Qin Shiyue smiled enigmatically. Zhong Shu, immediately transfer the accounts of the Shizhuang pavilion. All deficits recorded shall be the responsibility of Lin Yu. Li Zhong acknowledged and promptly had Lin Yu detained for the account verification. The following afternoon, Qin Shiyue presented the property deed and accounts of the Shizhuang pavilion to Shan Ruyu. Mother, after receiving the accounts, I began to audit them. The records indicate a 50% deficit, yet there remains a surplus in costs. However, I made Lin Yu write an IOU, and then I went to the Qin residence to collect the funds. As she spoke, Qin Shiyue instructed Li Zhong to place the banknotes, obtained from Qin Muyang. Before Shin Ruyu smiled. Isn't this quite well done? Qin Shiyue was momentarily speechless. So, you are waiting for me here? Oh, mother. Please spare me. Shan Ruyu's smile grew warmer. If you are struggling. Mother, you are quite aware that I truly am. Shan Ryu nodded. Very well. Then, my dear mother acquiesced to your request, allowing you some respite. However, since you claim that the Shizhuang pavilion has a connection with you, I shall entrust its management to your capable hands. Shizhuang pavilion? Qin Shiyue pondered.
Well,
it seems the Shizhuang pavilion indeed has a bond with me. When the time comes to oversee it, I shall not only sell cosmetics but also bundle beauty and skincare services along with related products. With her daughter agreeing to take over the Shizhuang pavilion, Shan Ryu naturally would not let this opportunity slip away. Gently caressing her daughter's face, she cautioned, Do not act willfully. If you linger too long in the Shin family, the Prince of Qin may have his objections. The Empress Dowager has spoken. How could he dare express discontent? Shan Ryu's gaze softened as she expressed her only wish, that Ashur could flourish and find joy. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, stripped of her authority over the Shizhuang pavilion, made her way directly to the Qin residence to seek her sister, Lin Wan. Little did she know, Lin Wan was also facing her own adversities. The Qin family had divorced from the Shin family and suffered a demotion in rank and salary, their status visibly diminished. In the past, those who sought to ingratiate themselves would visit often, finding any excuse to pay their respects and offer flattery. Yet now, the atmosphere was starkly desolate. Apart from Wei Yanhua, hardly anyone showed willingness to visit. Fair weather friends, Wei Yanhua muttered. Now that we are temporarily downcast, they act like sycophants. But once I establish a name for myself in the Jingzhou prefecture, I shall show them what for. Sycophants? Qin Muyang murmured, realizing that to gain a foothold in the capital, one must indeed rely on such opportunism. Wei Yanhua paused, taken aback. Had her uncle lost his title and his senses along with it? Qin Muyang did not pay attention to Wei Yanhua's astonishment. In his heart, he mused that although he had lost his title, he still had Qin Shiyue. For the sake of his own safety, she would not disregard him. At this moment, Qin Shiyue, who was reviewing accounts in the prince's mansion, suddenly sneezed twice. A single sneeze indicates someone is thinking of you. 2 sneezes suggest someone is cursing you. Princess. As Qin Shiyue was engrossed in her work, Xiaoman entered, her expression somewhat troubled. However, Qin Shiyue remained unfazed. Is it my father again? Xiaoman nodded. Today marks the third time the master has come uninvited, and the first 2 times ended in failure. Qin Shiyue paused slightly. Let him in. It was better to confront him directly rather than allow him to persist in his futile hopes. She met Qin Muyang in the esteemed guest hall of the front courtyard of the mansion. At noon, the guest hall was bathed in sunlight, with the fragrance of tea wafting through the air. Yet, Qin Muyang's expression was far from pleasant. It is rare for you to still meet with your father. Qin Shiyue responded with a half-smile. Your sudden sentimentality leaves your daughter perplexed. Do not speak in such a sarcastic tone, Qin Muyang exclaimed. Unable to sip his hot tea. The Qin family is struggling. As a daughter of the Qin family, do you think you will remain unscathed? Qin Shiyue gazed at Qin Muyang, noting his agitation with indifference. The slightest disturbance could lead to a cascade of repercussions. She had already devised a resolute strategy to dispel any lingering illusions he may harbor. Contemplating this, Qin Shiyue took a sip of tea. I have never enjoyed the benefits of the Qin family, now that the family is in decline. Why must you insist on making me uncomfortable as well? You have grown bold, daring to confront your father time and again. Qin Shiyue, filled with indignation, retorted with a sardonic smile. Father, you never consider the faults within yourself. Instead, you merely resort to reckless abandon, causing a scene that has become common knowledge, utterly disregarding your own dignity. Hearing these words, Qin Muyang was instantly consumed by fury. Yet, Qin Shiyue remained unfazed, declaring, Since you have nothing further to discuss today, I shall not detain you any longer. Please be my guest. Qin Muyang's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Unperturbed by his reaction, Qin Shiyue summoned Butler Wu, saying, Butler Wu, please escort the elder out. Just as Qin Muyang attempted to voice his thoughts, he was gently but firmly ushered out by Butler Wu. After Qin Muyang had departed for quite some time, Qin Shiyue turned towards her study, opened a box, and retrieved a letter. Xiaoman entered with steaming tea and delicacies, inquiring, Your Highness, what is this? What has become of the intermediary who sold me to Liakun? Qin Shiyue asked with an unusually grave demeanor. In accordance with your instructions, he has been secretly detained, came the reply. Qin Shiyue's gaze hardened with resolve. It is time for him to serve his purpose. Volume 1, Chapter 63. The Shin family's bold retrieval of the dowry as he observed the plaque of the Yanbei Marquis residence being gradually removed, Qin Muyang felt an unsettling discomfort within. Upon entering the front courtyard, he was met by Lin Wan, who approached him with concern. My lord, what troubles you? Lin Wan dismissed him with disdain. Surely you are not confused? You have severed ties with the Shin family, and our affair has nearly become public knowledge. What importance does it hold what I call you now? Qin Muyang felt a surge of irritation, yet he could not refute her words. Indeed, the affair between him and Lin Wan is almost common knowledge. Does it truly matter what she is called? Qin Muyang felt a sense of weariness. Do as you please. So, when will you come to marry me and take me into the Ho residence? Lin Wan pressed on. After all these years, shouldn't I receive a title? And what about our daughter? Qin Muyang chose to ignore her and strode directly into the Chaohui Hall. What, did you not reach an agreement with that girl? In the inner hall, Yin inquired with a hint of indifference. As Qin Muyang lifted his teacup for a sip, he was engulfed by the steam, leaving him lightheaded. Regardless of her current status, she is still a daughter of the Qin family, and the misfortunes befalling the Qin residents must inevitably affect her. I refuse to believe she can remain an indifferent bystander forever. Qin Muyang let out a soft sigh. Now that Shun has departed, there are no women left in the rear courtyard. How can this be tolerated? Shouldn't you also start to pay more attention? Mentioning this made Qin Muyang's head throb. Originally, the plan was straightforward. Within a year, Shen Ruyu would pass away, and he would marry Lin Wan, subsequently welcoming Wei Yanhua into the family as an adopted son, explaining the situation to Yu heir, and allowing everything to unfold naturally. Who could have anticipated such unforeseen complications that caught him off guard? With a sense of helplessness, Qin Muyang rubbed his temples, feeling utterly fatigued. Earlier, when he saw Lin Wan, she mentioned wanting a title, considering her contribution to the family lineage. Perhaps it would be reasonable to make her a secondary wife to manage the rear courtyard. Absolutely not. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Yin. Given her character, she could at most be a concubine. If you allow her to oversee the courtyard, wouldn't our Qin residents descend into chaos? Qin Muyang sipped his tea in silence and remarked, "Very well, we shall deliberate on this matter at a later time." Just then, the housekeeper who hurriedly approached. "What is the matter? Has the sky fallen?" Qin Muyang furrowed his brow. In the afternoon, the sun shifted, casting a glare directly into his eyes, causing a stinging sensation that nearly prevented him from opening them. He repositioned himself and glanced outside. Xin Yuyen and Xin Ruyu boldly entered with the guards of the general's residence. "What business do you have here?"
Qin Muyang inquired sternly.
Xin Ruyu interposed to restrain her brother from speaking out of turn and addressed Qin Muyang with a serious demeanor. "Qin Leoi, 2 days have elapsed. And according to the imperial decree, the Qin residence is to return all of our Xin family's dowry." Xin Ruyu's expression was grave, her tone icy. Qin Muyang momentarily appeared taken aback. He frowned. "After all, we were once husband and wife. Must you be so heartless?" Husband and wife. Xin Ruyu found it laughable. "Is this the fade you have deliberately constructed for me? Had we known you to be such a person, the Qin residents would never have sought imperial permission for your entry." Yin Shi, unable to bear the pressure from Xin Ruyu, attempted to maintain her composure. Xin Ruyu, no longer wishing to engage in further dialogue, insisted, "Return my dowry. It would be wise for you to preserve some dignity." Seeing them remain unmoving, Xin Yuyen interjected, "What? Do you intend to wait for the emperor to issue a third decree?" Qin Muyang found himself at a loss for words and instructed housekeeper Hu to promptly retrieve the withheld dowry. Manager, who was momentarily taken aback. The dowry from the Xin family had, in part, been allocated to Qin Shiyue as her share upon entering the prince's residence, while the remaining half, consisting of 6 shops, had already been returned. The rest, alas, could not be procured. If it could not be retrieved, equivalent silver notes would suffice. After some calculations, it amounted to approximately 30,000 taels of silver. 30,000.
Qin Muyang felt overwhelmed.
Had he truly spent so much on Lin Wan? Ever since he began supporting the Lin family and aiding Wei Yanhua in his bureaucratic endeavors, the finances of the Qin residents had become exceedingly strained. Coming back to his senses, he noticed the piercing gaze of Xin Yuhan, and with a resolute bite of his teeth, he barked at Manager Hu. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." It turned out that most of the Xin family's dowry had been liquidated into silver to support Lin Wan. Upon further reflection, they still owed the Xin family an additional 20,000 taels. "Mother, do you have any savings left?" In this situation, Qin Muyang wished to avoid offending Xin Ruyu in front of Xin Yuhan. After much deliberation, Yin Shi tremblingly produced a long-hidden stash of 10,000 taels in silver notes. Reluctant to part with it, it felt as though she were severing a piece of her flesh, causing her profound anguish. As she handed the notes to Shen Muxing, her eyes flickered anxiously. Realizing they were still short by 10,000 taels, Shen Muxing merely nodded at the silver notes. "We truly have nothing left. The vast Qin residence could not even produce 30,000 taels of silver?" Xin Yuhan taunted, "What can I do if there is none? Can your Xin family truly push the Qin family to their demise?" In a moment of surrender, Qin Muyang resigned himself to fate. Shen Ruyu contemplated for a moment, recalling that the Qin family possessed another residence, the one where Lin Wan once resided, which was worth at least 10,000 taels of silver. Since Lord Qin could not produce the required funds, he should surrender the property deed and mortgage the villa. Qin Muyang's eyes twitched in disbelief. He had never fathomed how Shen Ryu had transformed into such a confrontational figure. The atmosphere grew tense, leaving Steward, who at a loss for words. Gritting his teeth, Qin Muyang declared, "Take it. Hand it all over to the Shin family as collateral." With the imperial decree looming over him, he had no choice but to make a swift decision. "Mother." At that moment, Qin Yue rushed out and knelt before Shen Ryu. "Mother, even if you and father part ways, you still have a daughter. After all these years of our mother-daughter bond, can you truly bear to sever it? Will you truly abandon your daughter?" Qin Yue wept sorrowfully, resembling a child wounded by parental discord. Shen Ryu stepped back a couple of paces. "Had you treated your sister with kindness and fostered a harmonious relationship, rather than repeatedly attempting to tarnish her reputation as a young lady. You would still be my beloved daughter.
Alas.
Qin Shiyue clenched her teeth, enduring her pain. Shen Ryu gave her a meaningful glance. You. Be mindful of your actions. With that, the Shen family departed from the Qin residence. Qin Muyang felt a pang of anguish at the thought of the 20,000 taels of silver notes and the property deed. Not only Qin Muyang, but also the Yin family felt a deep sorrow, having lost the savings they had accumulated over many years. What purpose did you have in coming out? Qin Shiyue continued to wail. I merely wished to see mother. Crying again. You. Qin Muyang found himself too exhausted to scold her further. Furthermore, through the connection with Qin Shiyue, I must ascend to the favor of the third prince. From beginning to end, the only one I owe is Qin Shiyue. As the night deepens and the stars twinkle faintly, within the walls of the prince's residence, Qin Shiyue reclines on a soft couch, suddenly gripped by a violent pain in her abdomen. It is a heart-wrenching agony. Volume 1, Chapter 64. Master Qin can temporarily skip court. Clutching her stomach, Qin Shiyue curls up on the bed, drenched in cold sweat. A bolt of lightning courses through her body, exploding and spreading. The excruciating sensation gradually envelopes her limbs and bones. She even feels that this torment is not dissimilar to the agony experienced by Junxia when poisoned. Heavenly path. What wrong have I committed merely by assisting my mother in leaving a wretched father? Is it a sin to alter the course of the narrative? Why must I be forbidden from pursuing righteousness when the path has strayed from virtue? Cursed be this pain. It is unbearable. Dongji gently lifts the curtain. My lady, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Allow me to summon the physician. I am not unwell, merely unable to sleep. Hearing the commotion, Qin Shiyue struggles to regain her composure. Your Highness? Dongji notices Junqia's arrival, feeling somewhat puzzled. Ever since the mistress married into the royal residence, the prince has never shared a chamber with her. She sympathizes with her mistress, but feels it is inappropriate for a mere maid to interfere in matters between nobles. Since the prince has come today, it signifies a desire for reconciliation between him and the princess. Perhaps she should. Your Highness? Qin Shiyue fights through the excruciating pain and sits up. Please leave for now. I have urgent matters to discuss with the princess. In the quietude of the chamber, Qin Shiyue displayed remarkable fortitude, her fleeting glance at the winter solstice revealing no sign of anomaly. I take my leave, she declared, hastily exiting the room and securing the door behind her. Why had the prince come? Sitting at the bedside, she clutched the drapery, her demeanor unruffled. It was only upon closer inspection that one might notice the fine beads of perspiration upon her forehead and the restraint reflected in her gaze.
Yunqi,
in a moment of consideration, added another candle to the flame, illuminating the space with a soft glow. My lord, today is not a day for detoxification. Qin Shiyue gritted her teeth, striving to suppress the pain in her abdomen.
What?
Just because it is not a detox day. Does that mean this prince cannot visit his consort's chamber? As he spoke, Junxia pressed his finger firmly on an acupoint that could alleviate her suffering. Perhaps the agony was too intense. Qin Shiyue paid it no mind. Instead, her consciousness wandered into a realm of solutions. She entered the laboratory, extracting analgesics to alleviate her discomfort. However, their efficacy proved negligible. In a moment of futility, she seized some spare medicinal supplies along with newly developed emergency antidotes before departing. The faint aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air. It seems he has been taking his medicine regularly. This prince has always kept your words close to heart. I inadvertently fell asleep. Not intending to mislead the prince, Qin Shiyue inhaled deeply, then rose from the bed to drink a large vessel of cool tea. What could the consort possibly have led this prince to misunderstand? Junqia mused with a playful smile. What does that mean? I am feeling unwell. As Qin Shiyue contemplated this, she suddenly realized that the excruciating pain had dissipated. Could it be that I have endured once more? Has the consort given this matter considerable thought? The prince is unperturbed by the prospect of breaking tradition for the sake of his princess. Junqia's teasing voice resonates in her ears. Since it is a convention, it ought to be respected. Junqia, accustomed to her contradictory tone, listens with an air of familiarity. Given our collaborative relationship, mutual honesty is essential. Qin Shiyue inwardly scoffs. Honesty? Is this a matter I can disclose to you? I fear it might frighten you to death. Jun Qia's lips twitch. My lord, in the dead of night, if there are matters to discuss, we have ample time ahead. Is that agreeable? Jun Qia nods, gazing at Qin Shiyue for a considerable moment. Everything appears normal. It seems that tonight, no further issues will arise. He then offers a profound smile. Very well, we have time ahead. Princess, do take your rest. With that, Jun Qia rises and departs, the door creaking shut behind him. Qin Shiyue silently observes the door, lost in contemplation. Surely, Jun Qia did not notice her mind wandering just now. Meanwhile, outside the door, Jun Qia lingers for a while, contemplating the intriguing woman within. I am curious to see how long you can maintain your secrets. My lord, have you already returned? The night watchman, Xiang, suddenly appears. He seems to have caught wind of some commotion within the chamber. If you have no serious business tonight, go and tidy up the courtyard. Jun Qia's expression turns stern. Xiang quickly regains his composure, seeking an excuse to evade Jun Qia's piercing gaze. If I were to sever ties with my scoundrel of a father, would I then violate the so-called heavenly principles and suffer for it? Forget it. I cannot bear the original conclusion. I must rectify it. Jun Qia listened, his brow furrowing tightly. The following morning, the court convened as usual. Qin Muyang arrived for the morning session with an air of nonchalance. Even as whispers of gossip surrounded him, he feigned ignorance. However, as he stepped into the Qinting hall, awaiting the morning assembly, he was approached by the Grand Minister Hisheng. Master Qin, His Majesty's decree instructs you to rest at home. There is no need for you to attend morning court for the time being. With that, Hisheng departed before Qin Muyang could respond. Inside the court, all eyes were fixated on Qin Muyang, who stood rigid, his face flushed with embarrassment. In the Northern Zhou dynasty, attendance at morning court was a symbol of an official status. Having been stripped of his rank and now barred from attending court, did this signify that he would no longer have a place in the political arena? Master Qin could use a good rest. After all, there have been too many troubling matters of late, haven't there? Remarked one of the officials, the sarcasm evident in his tone. Qin Muyang, filled with shame, exited the Qinting hall under the weight of numerous gazes. Silence was his only recourse. Jun Qia silently observed the happenings within the court. Volume 1, Chapter 65, Disturbances Arise. The discussions among the ministers had shifted entirely to Qin Muyang. Some expressed regret, pondering how the Qin family, once esteemed as the Yanbei Marquis for 3 generations, had fallen to such a state in this current generation. Qin Muyang was never a figure capable of shouldering significant responsibilities. He was indecisive and meandering. His only stroke of fortune lay in being the sole heir of the late Yanbei Marquis. Originally, an alliance with the Shen family was arranged to bolster his position. Yet he proved to be disappointingly ineffectual. In the corner of the hall by the window, the 5th prince, Jun Shao, was quietly admiring a piece of calligraphy and painting. A masterpiece by a renowned artist of the current dynasty entitled Landscape of Northern Zhou. The artwork encompassed the entire territory of Northern Zhou, with majestic mountains and meandering rivers, evoking a sense of grandeur. Each time he awaited the morning court, Jun Shao would take a moment to reflect on this painting. Generally, he was not one to seek out the bustling crowds, often remaining unobtrusive in the lively corners. Today, however, the gaze of Jun Shiyue was firmly fixed upon him. Unlike him, the 3rd prince, Jun Yi, had been troubled ever since the upheaval in the Qin residence. His concerns were primarily for Qin Yuyu's precarious situation. Although her house arrest had been lifted, her circumstances remained far from favorable. Thus, after the morning court, he sought an audience with the Emperor of Northern Zhou, requesting permission to marry Qin Yuyu. While the Qin household was steadily declining, the 3rd prince's residence still held the potential to serve as a bastion for Qin Yuyu. As expected, the Emperor of Northern Zhou vehemently rebuffed him, exclaiming, "You insolent fool! I have just issued a decree rebuking Qin Muyang, and you dare to request permission to engage his illegitimate daughter? What regard do you have for the dignity of the royal family?" In the imperial study, sunlight streamed in, yet the attending servants trembled in fear due to the emperor's wrath. Hisheng, standing by, bore an expression of utter disbelief. The emperor's stance on this matter was unequivocal. And yet, someone had the audacity to approach at such a moment? Your Highness, why are you so fierce? Although father has a point regarding Lord Qin, Miss Qin Shiyue is innocent. Innocent. Before the words could fully escape, the Emperor of Northern Zhou interrupted. After creating such a considerable upheaval, do you still dare to assert her innocence? The Emperor, displeased with his unworthy son, raised the inkstone, ready to strike. Father, please calm your anger. The Crown Prince, Jun Muze, hurriedly arrived, intercepting the Emperor's wrath. According to protocol, this was the designated time for the Crown Prince to discuss state affairs with the Emperor. The Emperor had granted the Crown Prince the privilege to enter the study without prior announcement.
Jun Muze bowed respectfully. Fodder.
My younger brother is still young and inexperienced in court matters. It is not a grave fault for him to occasionally become entangled in trivialities. Young? Compared to him, the fifth brother is also youthful and equally troublesome. The Emperor of Northern Zhou's expression softened slightly. It seems I have been too indulgent with him.
Yunyi,
Stubbornly holding his ground, was about to defend himself. Does the third brother have nothing better to do today? Before he could finish, he was silenced by Jun Muze. Are you not dismissed yet? Taking a few deep breaths, Jun-yi pondered his options, but seeing the Emperor's mood improve, he hastily took his leave. No sooner had he stepped out of the palace than he fortuitously encountered the fifth prince, Jun Shao. The third brother's expression was grim. Jun Shao greeted him as indifferently as ever. He seemed to prefer his own solitude, remaining aloof unless necessity dictated otherwise. Is it about the matter concerning Miss Qin from the Qin family? Jun Shao inquired, breaking the silence. In the shadows, Jun Shiyue stood beneath an unremarkable pine, silently observing. It was rather novel for Jun Shao to suddenly express concern for the affairs of Jun-yi and Qin Shiyue. After departing the palace and settling into the carriage, Jun Shiyue's mind lingered on this matter. Jun Shao was indeed exceedingly quiet. Placed within the academy, standing alongside the refined scholars engrossed in literature, who could discern his royal lineage. Suddenly, as Jun Shiyue was lost in thought, a messenger from the Northern Eagle training camp, Lieutenant Liu Bai, arrived. Jun Shiyue opened the window and gazed out, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "There is unrest among a small squadron at the Northern Eagle training camp." Upon arriving at the camp, Jun Shiyue found the troublemakers, 10 in total, being restrained by fellow soldiers on either side. Each of them appeared flushed and seething with anger, while a crowd of onlookers whispered amongst themselves, "Those who refuse to train today shall be punished with 20 lashes." A deep, chilling voice resonated from behind, commanding attention. The soldiers gathered to witness the spectacle dared not meet Jun Shiyue's gaze and quickly dispersed, returning to their ranks. Jun Shiyue surveyed the scene and commanded, "Bind these 10 instigators." Liu Bai gestured, and the soldiers holding the troublemakers complied, escorting them to the platform before Jun Shiyue. Remaining calm, he asked, "Speak. Who led this disturbance?" The 10 captives, faces etched with defiance, particularly Lin Xiang, who stood at the forefront, exchanged glances. "You have been at the Northern Eagle training camp for quite some time. Is it not peculiar that the unrest arises only today?" Jun Shiyue twirled the ring on his thumb, a clear hint of mockery in his tone. The 10 exchanged uncertain looks as Lin Xiang, not being the instigator, hesitated to respond. Several individuals appeared to have fallen under a spell. Moments ago, they were spiritedly causing a ruckus, but now they were rendered mute. Among them, one timid soul instinctively glanced at the leader, Lin Xiang. This action did not escape the keen eyes of Jun Shiyue, who, with a sardonic smile, declared, "My patience is limited. I shall inquire once more, who instigated this disturbance?" His commanding presence exuded authority. The others could no longer contain themselves and pointed accusatorily at Lin Xiang. "Your Highness, we had no intention of causing trouble. It was merely an errant arrow during this morning's training that landed at the feet of Captain Lin, and then..." As the words fell, an officer under Liu Bai brought forth the soldier, Li Shi, responsible for the wayward shot. Jun Shiyue scoffed, "The Beiying training grounds are filled with elite warriors. Such an error must surely be deliberate." Liu Bai's subordinates swiftly forced Li Shi to kneel. Li Shi, broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, exuded strength, yet he wore an air of arrogance. proclaiming, "This issue at the training ground has persisted for quite some time. Your Highness need not be astonished." Qin Shiye's expression darkened, and a cold smile played upon his lips. In the next moment, his long sword was drawn from its sheath, slicing deeply across Li Shi's neck. The glint of the blade flashed, and Li Shi's eyes froze in shock as he collapsed. His body convulsed a few times before life slipped away entirely. Blood gushed from his severed neck, staining the ground. The sun subtly retreated behind a veil of thin clouds, dimming the light. A sudden breeze arose, sweeping away the traces on the ground, as the air filled with a faint metallic scent of blood. Those nearby instinctively took a half-step back. Lin Xiang was taken aback, while the others involved in the commotion held their breath, as if struck by a block of ice, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Qin Shiyue gazed intently at Lin Xiang, his eyes sharp. "Now, can you speak?" Lin Xiang trembled slightly. It was Wei Yang. He said he did this all because of the princess consort of Qin. Volume 1, Chapter 66. Beast, unworthy to be my father. Qin Shiyue glanced at the sky, confirming it was just past noon. She silently reviewed the recent events in her mind. Aside from the matter of that scoundrel father, it seems there is nothing else related to him, right? The tales have all been written this way. Looking at his expression, it truly reflects that. Before she could finish her thoughts, Qin Shiyue pulled her into the study. The prince's mood today was peculiar, yet what exactly was amiss? Qin Shiyue inquired once more. Qin Shiyue poured himself a cup of hot tea and drank it down. Wei Yang, the transport officer of the Ministry of War, has lost his composure. Wei Yang? Lin Wan's brother-in-law? Although Qin Shiyue was eager to uncover the details, her curiosity regarding the reasons behind this was even greater. After all, in the book, the downfall of the Qin family was inextricably linked to Wei Yang. Isn't this what you should be most concerned about? Qin Shiyue raised an eyebrow. Qin Shiyue sighed. Indeed. According to the book's description, she harbored considerable discontent towards both Lin Mao and Wei Yang. Previously, she had merely intended to gradually investigate their movements. Little did she expect that Qin Shiyue would take action first. After pondering for a while, Qin Shiyue suddenly fixed a deep stare at Qin Shiyue. Has Wei Yang caused trouble for the prince? Qin Shiyue let out a gentle sigh, acknowledging, indeed. Today at the Northern Eagle training ground, someone, instigated by Wei Yang, caused a disturbance, claiming it was to seek revenge on you. Qin Shiyue pondered for a while, struggling to comprehend the situation. What does Wei Yang's instigation of the soldiers at the Northern Eagle training ground have to do with me? However, it does relate to Lin Wan. After all, in their eyes, I am the culprit who has disrupted their good fortune. Could it be that they wish to imply that my family matters have caused trouble for Qin Shiyue? Such an endeavor would be counterproductive. Qin Shiyue was choked by the tea, coughing for quite a while. It appeared that, as he had surmised, Wei Yang, as identified by Lin, was not the mastermind. There must be someone else behind the scenes. Who could be so brazen as to provoke discord? Qin Shiyue tapped on the tea table, contemplating her next move. The prince truly need not seek my stance. Since there are those who willingly court trouble, it is beyond my control. Qin Shiyue spoke with an air of indifference. At present, she had more pressing matters to attend to, specifically concerning Qin Muyang. The predicament Qin Muyang found himself in was entirely of his own making. Yet, how could someone so accustomed to wielding authority ever acknowledge their faults? A thorough investigation was necessary. The prince could not act rashly based solely on one person's accusation. Qin Shiyue cast a curious glance at Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue seems different from before. Has his temperament changed? Qin Shiyue felt fortunate that he was not drinking tea at that moment. He sighed deeply, choosing not to say anything further. Your Highness. Qin Shiyue raised his head and noticed that Qin Shiyue wore a serious expression, as if she had something of great importance to discuss. What does the princess wish to convey? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Qin Shiyue finally articulated her reasoning.
Yumki scoffed.
You speak as though we shared the evening meal together. Qin Shiyue fell silent, and as she observed Qin Shiyue depart from the study, he summoned his shadow guard, Qing Feng. Deliver today's news from the training grounds to the Qin residence. He had long been aware of Qing Feng's presence, even though the book provided little detail. Qin Shiyue gazed in the direction Qing Feng had taken for quite some time before her eyes returned to the study.
Yunqi.
You have spoken of the need for transparency in our collaboration, yet have you ever been truly forthright yourself? Qing Feng acted swiftly. When Qin Muyang received the message, it took merely an hour. In a fit of anger, he shattered a teacup. After several days of misfortune, and with no clear plan for Lin Wan's future, he was taken aback when her brother-in-law, Wei Yang, could no longer contain himself. Is this a sign that I am destined for an extended life? Qin Muyang made his way to the side courtyard to find Lin Wan. She assumed he had come to a resolution and intended to marry her. You must have seen the current state of the Qin family. Times have changed, and you and your family can no longer act with the same impunity as before. Lin Wan listened, momentarily stunned. In the past, whether they quarreled or shared tender moments, Qin Muyang had never spoken to her with such gravity. What troubles you? Lin Wan tightened the silver hairpin in her hair. Given the events of the previous days, she even feared that Qin Muyang intended to strip her of all her jewelry to compensate the Shin family. The Qin family's current predicament is a result of your indecision. What does that have to do with me? Lin Wan, observing Qin Muyang's inability to articulate a coherent response, seized the initiative, rather than languishing in despair. You might as well marry me and provide me with a legitimate status. Yanhua has managed to enter the Jingzhou prefecture, and Yu is under the protection of the third prince's residence. There remains a glimmer of hope. However, despite her words, Wei Yanhua had yet to firmly establish herself, and the situation concerning Yu and the third prince remained uncertain, leaving her with a sense of unease. Could she truly rely on the Lin family? It was evident that they were not dependable. No, she must devise a plan involving Qin Shiyue, regardless of the circumstances. She would not neglect her own survival. With this thought in mind, Qin Muyang turned to exit the courtyard. Lin Wan, persistent, called out from behind, Qin Muyang, when will you marry me? Qin Muyang retorted irritably, be sensible. In a concealed corner, Qin Yu observed the unfolding scene, her eyes filled with resentment. Gritting her teeth in fury, Qin Shiyue. The following day, when Qin Muyang dispatched someone to inquire about Qin Shiyue's whereabouts, he was informed that she had gone to the general's residence of the state. A surge of anger welled within Qin Muyang. Unfilial daughter. Is she truly capable of such callousness? He departed in a fit of rage. Behind a closed door, Qin Shiyue listened quietly to the commotion outside. Why do you not show yourself? Jun Qi approached her, his footsteps light. Those who are worse than beasts are unworthy of being my father. Severing ties? Your Highness. What outcome might arise from a son accusing his father? In Volume 1, Chapter 67, the rumor arrives just in time. Jun Qi paused momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly. Do you intend to bring charges against Lord Qin? A thin veil of clouds shifted, obscuring the sunlight, casting a dimmer light within the room. Jin Qi momentarily struggled to decipher the emotions of Qin Shiyue. Is there any solid evidence? Qin Shiyue tightened her grip on the teacup, pondering the potential consequences. If it weren't for Yenyu Jiangnan's explicit narrative in the book, I wouldn't even bother to inquire. Yenyu Jiangnan was the author of the very book she was immersed in. According to the laws of the Northern Zhou, anyone who reported their parents to the authorities would face 20 lashes, regardless of the circumstances. Should the matter reach the imperial court, the punishment would be doubled. Such severity? Jin Qi's expression turned inscrutable. If the case reaches the emperor and there is irrefutable evidence proving the parents' guilt, one may be spared the punishment. Yet, how many would dare to bring such matters before the emperor? Upon leaving the study, Qin Shiyue retrieved the receipt from the butcher Li Zhuang of Liakan, detailing a transaction with Qin Muyang, and scrutinized it for an extended period. The Qin family had been on a downward trajectory since Qin Muyang's generation. His continued survival was merely a result of his ties to influential powers. At that moment, Xiaoman knocked on the study door. Princess, I have gathered some information. Qin Shiyue gestured for her to continue. In recent days, the second young lady has been rather quiet. However, Lin Wan's sister, Lin Yu, has been quite lively, frequently visiting the bamboos and engaging the storyteller to share amusing tales of current events. Amusing tales of current events? Qin Shiyue smiled knowingly. Indeed. Was there anything more intriguing than the affairs of the Qin family at present? She waved her hand, signaling let us go. Summon Dongji. We shall venture out. Xiaoman followed suit, inquiring, where are we headed, princess? Boredom enveloped me within the confines of the Wangfu, prompting a desire to venture into the streets and indulge in tea and storytelling at a tea house. Xiaoman grasped her master's intent and promptly set about preparing the carriage. "Your Highness, shall we still visit the Qingyamingju?" Dongji inquired with curiosity as she boarded the carriage. Since accompanying the princess, she had enjoyed delightful treats and diversions, often finding respite from her cares. Of course, moments of fright were not absent from their escapades. Observing Dongji lost in thought, Qin Shiyue gently tapped her forehead. "What occupies your mind, little one?"
Xiaoman chuckled.
"Your Highness, Dongji is likely pondering which establishment offers the most authentic osmanthus cake and glutinous lotus root." Pouting, Dongji retorted, "Sister Xiaoman only delights in teasing me." The carriage exuded an atmosphere of merriment. Meanwhile, Lin Wan was also preparing to step out. "Where are you headed?" Qin Muyang called out as she reached the front courtyard. A wave of discontent surged within her. Without a title, must he even dictate my whereabouts? The household had recently endured turmoil, and funds were tight. She needed to tread carefully. Today, upon reviewing the financial losses, Qin Muyang felt a throbbing headache. The expenses for Lin Wan's family and Wei Yanhua alone had soared to nearly 100,000 taels. Previously supported by the Shen family, he had never minded the financial flow. Though his mood was foul, he softened his tone when addressing the woman who had borne him children. After he spoke, Lin Wan began to weep softly. Unable to bear her tears, Qin Muyang said, "Is this not a special circumstance? Endure a little longer." Lin Wan furrowed her brows, tears welling in her eyes. 18 years have passed, and you have never accomplished a single worthwhile deed." With that, she stamped her foot, declaring, "I have made plans to meet my sister for tea today, and I must go out. Do not squander money recklessly." Qin Muyang let out a heavy sigh, feeling an intensifying headache. As he stepped out of the Qin residence, Lin Wan immediately donned a different demeanor. "Qin Muyang, you cannot afford me. You should never have entangled yourself with me from the start." In the southern part of the city, the exquisite bamboos pavilion exuded a fragrant aroma of tea. In one corner of the hall, a storyteller, holding a weighty stick, recounted tales from his script, often sharing amusing anecdotes from the martial world. His eloquent narration stirred the emotions of the tea patrons, who became involuntarily engaged. Qin Shiyue sat by the window, savoring Longjing tea from Westlake. In a fleeting glance, she noticed Lin Wan's arrival. Lin Wan had arranged to meet her sister, Lin Yu. Perhaps due to the situation involving Qin Muyang, Lin Wan's attire was far more modest than when she had been at the other residence. In contrast, Lin Yu was adorned splendidly, her hair embellished with jewels. Qin Shiyue frowned, pondering. With Wei Yang's official rank and salary, how could he sustain Lin Yu's extravagant lifestyle? She exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Man, who promptly followed her lead. The Qin family had recently endured a streak of misfortune, forced to part ways with the Shin family and stripped of their noble title. Curiously, the Qin residents had once basked in glory. What had led to their recent downfall? "Are you referring to the princess consort of Qinhuang?" "Hush! Storyteller, do share more," exclaimed a curious patron, inching closer to catch the unfolding drama. The storyteller, with a mysterious air, grasped his folding fan and began to recount. "It is said that our northern Zhou's fortunate star has descended upon the Qin family, and since then, the master of the Qin household has faced an unending string of misfortunes." Upon hearing the idle gossip, Dongji was incensed. "This is absolutely outrageous." She was about to retort when Qin Shiyue intervened. "There is no need for haste. Your Highness, they slander you so, yet you. We have awaited this day." Qin Shiyue spoke with calm composure.
"Ah!"
Dongji was utterly bewildered. "Dongji, have you seen if Xin Li and Xin Qi are on their way?" "Your Highness?" Dongji fretted for her mistress. "Quickly, do not delay," Qin Shiyue urged, her gaze lingering on the storyteller. Whether the star brings fortune or calamity is merely a matter of the emperor's decree. The outcome remains for the esteemed audience to judge. The storyteller left them in suspense. "Then I surmise it must be that the fortunate star transforms into a harbinger of disaster. After all, it is a fate destined to bring ruin." A meddlesome tea patron seized upon the storyteller's words and continued. "Since you all appear so leisurely, why not share with me whom you have received coin from?" Recently, I find myself in need of silver and am at a loss for ways to earn it. The storyteller, noticing a woman take a seat in front of him, inquired with curiosity, "And who might you be?" Qin Shiyue chuckled softly. "Like you all? I am merely a patron here to enjoy the tales." Disguised in plain attire, Qin Shiyue blended into the audience. "I suspect, young lady, that you have ventured out seeking a livelihood." The storyteller scrutinized Qin Shiyue for a considerable while. The storyteller, with his uncanny ability to predict, might as well ponder whether his own loose tongue will lead him into calamity. Volume 1, Chapter 68. A matter that requires urgent attention. A cool voice resonated in the air. Qin Shiyue nodded in agreement, expressing, "Indeed, I too have come to listen to tales. Yet, inadvertently, I have found myself entwined in my own narrative." The storyteller paused. "Taken aback, you are?" With an enigmatic smile, Qin Shiyue replied, "What do you think?" As the storyteller began to gather his belongings to depart, he was promptly halted by Xinli. The other patrons, sensing the tension, prepared to leave nonchalantly. "Do you believe you can escape unscathed?" Indeed. The patrons had scarcely taken a few steps when they noticed the officials of the Dali Temple surrounding the tea house. Volume 1, Chapter 69. Playing the Green Tea Bitch. Retreating to advance before the Emperor of the Northern Zhou, Qin Shiyue bowed respectfully. At this moment, Qin Muyang stood nearby. Qin Shiyue discreetly cast a glance at him. Witnessing Qin Muyang being summoned for reprimand by the Emperor was precisely what she had hoped for. "Princess Chun, what brings you to seek an audience with me?" The Emperor of Northern Zhou gestured for Qin Shiyue to rise and speak. However, she remained seated, casting a cold gaze at Qin Muyang. This look unsettled him. Having endured the scolding for quite some time, he was on the verge of surviving this ordeal, only to be obstructed by his rebellious sister. Unable to withstand her penetrating gaze, Qin Muyang chose to ignore her entirely. Qin Shiyue composed herself, stating, "I, as a humble servant, wish to clarify a matter. The rumors propagated by the Lin family are solely the actions of that family and bear no relation to my father. I earnestly beseech your majesty not to impose further punishment upon him." After speaking, she solemnly bowed her head. "If punishment is to be meted out, I implore you to direct it towards me. I am willing to bear the consequences on behalf of my father." With her gaze lowered, she avoided the eyes of those present, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Anyone could play the role of the scheming vixen. The Emperor of Beizhou had not anticipated such a declaration from her. After a lengthy silence, he gestured for her to rise, remarking, "In the past, your father's actions towards your mother and you were all too evident. Yet now, your majesty, my father has already faced punishment for his transgressions against my maternal grandfather's family. Regarding the Lin family, the accusations against my father are entirely unfounded." Qin Muyang was taken aback, questioning if she had come merely to provoke. Qin Shiyue inwardly scoffed. "Why would I openly antagonize you before the emperor?" The emperor sighed. "Do you not mind that your father has been somewhat distant? Your majesty, my upbringing in Li village has instilled in me a profound understanding of the significance of parental affection." The emperor listened intently, encouraging her to continue. Qin Shiyue forced out a couple of tears. "Even if my father later sought to conceal the truth surrounding the Lantern Festival when I went missing, even if he has never shown me kindness." Qin Muyang sensed an underlying dissonance in her words. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of the Lantern Festival, the emperor's expression suddenly darkened. Previously, when the Xin family and the Qin family were embroiled in a divorce, the Xin family mentioned the incident of Qin Shiyue losing her way during her childhood. This matter had transformed from a trivial childhood affair into a family issue, and he had no choice but to set it aside. Now, witnessing the stark contrast in the attitudes between father and daughter, the Emperor of Northern Zhou felt an increasing sense of confusion. "Enough," the Emperor interrupted Qin Shiyue. "Regarding the Lin family affair, I shall no longer hold your father accountable." Qin Shiyue bowed once more, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, your majesty." The Emperor gestured for her to rise and, turning his gaze sternly towards Qin Muyang, declared, "Qin Muyang, you have wronged your daughter." Qin Muyang knelt in apology. "Your majesty speaks the truth. I acknowledge my mistakes." Qin Shiyue cast a glance at Qin Muyang, a hint of mockery flickering in her eyes. Your passive acceptance of the green tea BTCH's performance has caused the original owner considerable heartache in the past.
Now,
Experiencing this feeling firsthand, isn't it enlightening? However, this is merely the first step. After a brief moment, the two departed from the imperial study.
Shiyue.
On the shaded path of the royal garden, Qin Muyang gritted his teeth and called out, hastening to catch up. Qin Shiyue continued walking. Do you have something to instruct, father? What did you mean in front of the emperor just now? What meaning could there be, father? I merely wished to prevent you from suffering unjust blame and reported the truth to the emperor. Is that a fault? Qin Muyang pondered for a moment, still feeling that something was amiss. Father, do not overthink it. Not everyone's thoughts are as convoluted as you imagine. Qin Muyang remained skeptical. Half an hour later, the two departed the palace, each taking their leave in separate carriages. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Northern Zhou summoned the Shadow Guard, Ling Feng. To the imperial study, you are to immediately investigate the incident from 15 years ago during the Lantern Festival when the Princess of Chun went missing. Ling Feng was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the emperor to take an interest in the long-ago disappearance of the princess. Who exactly was the Princess of Chun? After a moment of silence, the emperor, noticing Ling Feng's hesitation, remarked with displeasure, "Is there a problem?" Ling Feng bowed. "Your servant shall investigate at once." Once Ling Feng departed, the imperial study fell into silence once more. News of Qin Shiyue's intercession on behalf of Qin Muyang swiftly reached the Shen family. Although Shen Ryu felt perplexed, she trusted her daughter, believing that her actions were justified. Shen Yuhuan and Shen Qingyan, straightforward as they were, adamantly insisted that Qin Shiyue must have fallen under some malevolent influence. "Grandfather?" Qin Shiyue greeted with a smile. "Who is your grandfather?" "You must be mistaken." Shen Qingyan, filled with fury, raised his voice, rebuffing her harshly. "By bloodline, you ought to be a descendant of Qin Muyang. The Shen family would never stoop to your level of entanglement. Father, at the very least, grant us an opportunity for explanation, won't you?" Shen Ryu could no longer endure the scene and cast a pleading glance at Shen Yuhuan. "Eldest brother, why don't you try to counsel our father?" "I have nothing to advise," he retorted. "Just look at the mischief this girl has caused. If it weren't for your protection, I would have slapped her long ago." Shen Yuhuan's face flushed with anger. Qin Shiyue lowered her gaze and let out a heavy sigh. "How dare you sigh in such a manner?" Shen Qingyan scolded. Qin Shiyue simply sat on the steps and sighed. "What else can I do if I do not lament? Perhaps you might as well strike me dead. Do you think I am afraid to hit you?" Shen Qingyan, exasperated by his lack of ambition, raised his hand to deliver a slap. The Qin family was on a downward trajectory. If I were to stand by idly and hastily distance myself, soon enough rumors of my filial impiety would circulate through the capital. The previous slanders spread by the Lin family had already made the situation clear. Furthermore, there are disturbances at the North Eagle training grounds, and Jun Xie claims I am implicated. After all, I am the auspicious star personally predicted by the National Master. Although I do not subscribe to the belief that the nation's fortune relies on auspicious stars, the Emperor does. If this star only brings him trouble, our predicament could become dire. It would be better to leverage my father's plea for mercy, to openly display my misfortunes, thereby inciting the Emperor's suspicion against my worthless father, and then I could easily take advantage of the situation. In this way, my father would be left without recourse. Shen Qingyan furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Enough. What do you look like sitting on the steps? Hurry inside for dinner." I knew my grandfather could not bear to strike me. Qin Shiyue wiped her eyes and followed him inside. 2 days later, Ling Feng compiled the investigation results regarding Qin Shiyue's childhood disappearance into a memorial and presented it to the Northern Zhou Emperor. Volume 1, Chapter 70. Has the princess consort forgotten something again? The Northern Zhou Emperor glanced over the memorial, his emotions inscrutable. The attendants in the imperial study held their breath. The memorial detailed the transaction between Qin Muyang and the intermediary on the day Qin Shiyue went missing. This individual has been secretly detained by Ling Feng, awaiting summons. "Your Majesty?" Ling Feng tentatively called out. After his departure, the imperial study was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Hixing found himself puzzled as to why the emperor was so concerned with the childhood matters of the princess consort of Qin. In his heart, The emperor silently berated Qin Muyang, who had caused him no small amount of trouble. Meanwhile, Qin Yuyu remained in the Qin residence, anticipating the escalation of rumors regarding Qin Shiyue in the capital. The Qin family had encountered misfortune, and Qin Shiyue was eager to distance herself from it. In this dynasty, filial piety was paramount. Once the rumors took flight, Qin Shiyue would undoubtedly face severe backlash. Yet, 2 days had passed, and she had received no news. Restless, she ventured into the bustling streets of the capital, seeking out the storyteller she had previously bribed. Upon her arrival, the storyteller displayed a look of embarrassment. "Miss, I must apologize. I can no longer fulfill our agreement." "You!" Qin Yuyu glanced outside at the throngs of people and deliberately lowered her voice. The storyteller returned the prepaid silver to her, saying, "Miss, I cannot take on this task." "What do you mean? What do you mean you can't?" The storyteller, puzzled, replied, "Haven't you heard the whispers?" Qin Yuyu furrowed her brow. "What whispers?" The Qin residence was in a state of decline, and the princess consort of Chun had entered the palace to plead on behalf of Lord Qin, without any news of disloyalty emerging. Frustrated, she tossed the silver coins to the newly arrived maidservant in May. "Qin Shiyue, what are your intentions? Have you come out for a leisurely stroll?" As Qin Shiyue arrived at the entrance of the alley, she chanced upon the irate visage of Qin Yue. "Is my sister here?" Qin Yue instantly donned a different expression. Around them, the streets bustled with life. Pedestrians engaged in lively banter, and vendors called out their wares incessantly. At present, the Qin household was in a state of decline. Her father was likely in low spirits, and her sister ought to remain at home to provide company. "You are right, sister," Qin Yue said, transforming her demeanor as she grasped Qin Shiyue's hand in a warm greeting. "I wonder if you have seen our mother recently. I miss her dearly and long to see her again." Qin Shiyue smiled gently. "If you wish to see mother, you may visit the general of the state. Truly, there is no need to seek my permission, as if I were preventing your visit." Qin Yue nodded in agreement. "One day, I shall go. You are indeed correct. I should spend more time with father." Qin Shiyue smiled knowingly. After exchanging a few more words, she watched as Qin Yue boarded the carriage and departed. "What does it mean, my lady, that the second young miss appeared here?" Dongji pondered for a long while, unable to unravel the mystery. Qin Shiyue chuckled softly, gently tapping Dongji on the forehead. "You are such a simpleton. My lady, please forgive me. I understand my mistake." At that moment, Shun Lifeng approached with a report. "My lady, the storyteller who was previously in contact with the second young miss has been apprehended by me." Qin Shiyue nodded. "Keep a close watch over him in the coming days and ascertain with whom he has been in contact." Shun Lifeng acknowledged the command. She then walked directly into Wanyue Pavilion, intending to have dinner. To her surprise, the main hall was brightly lit, and the aroma of a delicious meal wafted through the air. Qin Shiyue was taken aback as she observed Jun Qia instructing the household servants to arrange the dishes. For a fleeting moment, she questioned her own vision. "Your Highness, what brings you here? Is it inappropriate for me to visit the princess's courtyard?" Jun Qia gestured for her to take a seat. "I shall go change first." As Qin Shiyue walked inside, she muttered to herself, "Today, has he gone awry again? What mischief could it be? His sudden appearance surely portends something unusual." Jun Qia cleared his throat. "Princess, do hurry. Otherwise, the evening meal will grow cold." After changing her attire, Qin Shiyue returned. "What is it, Your Highness?" Jun Qia chuckled, slightly exasperated. "Must my visit always bear significance? If you refuse to speak, then allow me to speculate," she replied earnestly. "Perhaps it concerns the Qin family. Have you managed to investigate Lin Wan's brother-in-law, Wei Yang?" Gazing into his eyes, Qin Shiyue thought, "If he chooses silence, then so be it. This man is quite temperamental, and if pushed too far, could very well draw a sword against me." Jun Qia choked on his tea. "Is it your belief that I am a remorseless killer?" Qin Shiyue replied with gravity, "Not quite. It is merely that the ferocity in your demeanor is rather pronounced." Xiang, standing nearby, felt a strong urge to slap himself. He realized that he should not have been present during the interaction between the prince and princess. Thus, he attempted to slip away unnoticed. "Isn't that right, guard Xia?" The voice of Qin Shiyue echoed from behind, and Xiang felt as though she had been struck at her vital point. rendered momentarily breathless. Turning around, she cast a glance at Qin Shiyue, who appeared utterly unconcerned. The princess has addressed you. Why do you look at me? Xia Ying forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. I am but a simpleton, incapable of grasping the princess's intentions. I suddenly recall that the palace gates have yet to be closed. I shall go and check. With that, she turned and fled. The princess has quite the hold over my lord's guards, Qin Shiyue remarked, managing a strained smile. The palace guards rely entirely on the lord's instruction. After dinner, Qin Shiyue decided to rest right there. Lying on the rocking chair, he gazed intently at Qin Shiyue. Have you forgotten something again, princess? Volume 1, Chapter 71. Why have you ceased your fanciful musings? Qin Shiyue, wielding a silver needle, transformed Qin Shiyue into a porcupine, piercing his brow and the area around his eyes. Qin Shiyue held a tense posture, his face contorted with discomfort. My lord, relax. Endure for half an hour. Qin Shiyue's gaze fell upon the silver needle lodged in his brow, his heart brimming with dissatisfaction. You claim that my frown is severe. Hence you choose to pierce me here? Qin Shiyue paused momentarily, a smile tugging at her heart. How pretentious. Do not move. With swift reflexes, Qin Shiyue maintained control over Qin Shiyue's expression. What are you attempting to do? Qin Shiyue, finding himself hindered in movement, noticed Qin Shiyue leaning closer. My lord, do not be so tense. The needle in your brow is intended to soothe your mind and calm your spirit. As the tension eased, the atmosphere grew lighter. The candle flickered softly, enveloping the room in a tranquil silence. Qin Shiyue found himself increasingly uncomfortable as he could not hear Qin Shiyue's voice. Assuming she had succumbed to slumber, he discreetly cast his gaze toward her. To his surprise, Qin Shiyue was diligently engrossed in her study of medicinal herbs at the desk. A surge of dissatisfaction welled up within him. Why was she not indulging in idle thoughts? Was she so suspicious that she had to keep a watchful eye even while preparing medicine? Did she truly believe that there were always schemers intent on causing him harm? What are you pondering so deeply? He inquired. Qin Shiyue, focused on her task, paused momentarily upon hearing his voice. Has the prince reached his limit?
Yun-Ki snorted dismissively.
I merely fear that your thoughts may lead you astray, and one day you might find yourself oblivious to the consequences.
Ah.
Qin Shiyue halted her movements. Indeed, the king of hell has nothing kind to say. With a serene smile, she replied, Your Highness, let us first ensure you live a long and prosperous life. If your days are numbered, how would you ever ascertain whether my head remained intact? Qin Shiyue was momentarily rendered speechless. You woman. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar madness within himself. Why was he so intent on provoking her to entertain such fanciful thoughts? After enduring half an hour of this exchange, Qin Shiyue sensed a considerable alleviation of his discomfort. Qin Shiyue tidied her medicinal pouch and washed her hands. Can the prince take his leave now? In the dead of night, do you truly wish for me to depart? Qin Shiyue's expression was inscrutable. Do you not care how the world perceives us? Qin Shiyue paused her actions. And what do they say? They claim that the prince and his consort are at odds, and since our grand wedding, we have yet to consummate our union. Qin Shiyue could not suppress a cough. Who possesses such audacity to jest about the crown prince's residence? She had initially assumed that this place would adhere strictly to decorum, yet on the very first day in the capital, she was acutely aware of the potency of rumors and gossip, which rivaled that of the modern world. No, it was rather that the current situation exceeded her expectations. To speak ill of the crown prince's residence was tantamount to courting death. Qin Shiyue observed her performance in silence. After a moment of reflection, Qin Shiyue met his gaze. Is it granny foam? From her readings, she sensed there was something amiss with granny foam, though the texts did not elaborate. The princess seemed to lack diligence in managing the inner quarters, such matters. The prince wished not to remind her of a second time. Having spoken, Qin Shiyue exited the room, leaving Qin Shiyue to gaze at his retreating figure. His temperament is capricious, shifting like the weather. Outside the door, Qin Shiyue, having overheard her words, wore a smile that hinted at deeper meaning. Xia Ying was taken aback. The prince was smiling, not a cold smirk, nor a derisive laugh, but a genuine smile. Xia Ying rubbed her temples. Tomorrow morning, the sun will likely rise from the northwest. won't it? What nonsense is she thinking? Is she courting punishment? As night deepened, the study remained brightly lit. The tea on the desk had been replaced twice. News arrived from the head of the prison, stating that Lin Xiang, the instigator of the disturbance at the Northern Eagle camp, firmly claimed that it was Wei Xiaoyan who had incited them. However, Wei Xiaoyan vehemently denied such accusations, and there was no substantial evidence to prove his involvement. Jun Qi's expression was inscrutable. Pray tell, who could it be that is involved, particularly concerning the princess? Zhang Wei lowered his head slightly. I dare not speak recklessly. Jun Qi rose and made his way outside. Zhang Wei followed closely. Your Highness, it is late. Where are you headed? Naturally to the dungeon, to compel Lin Xiang to speak the truth. Jun Qi's demeanor was grave. The North Eagle training grounds are of utmost importance. Should this matter be mismanaged, I may find myself reported to the Emperor, accused of negligence in my governance. At that juncture, I would be at a disadvantage. Zhang Wei pondered and conceded that the prince's reasoning held merit. However, a part of this concern seemed to stem from the worry about the princess's reputation, did it not? As night fell, the cold moonlight cast its pallor over the eerie dungeon. Within, the atmosphere was damp and dim, permeated by the musty scent of decay. Torches flickered on the walls, their light casting elongated shadows of the approaching figure. Your Highness, what brings you here in person? Su Hu, the dungeon overseer, greeted him hastily, torch in hand. Jun Qi gestured for him to forego formalities. Since this pertains to the North Eagle training grounds, I must come myself. Su Hu nodded in acknowledgement. I shall meet with Lin Xiang. Your Highness, I shall have Lin Xiang brought forth immediately, Su Hu stated, signaling his subordinates to escort Jun Qi to a more comfortable chamber for rest. No need for that, Jun Qi interrupted with a wave of his hand. I can proceed alone. Su Hu acquiesced, gesturing for him to follow. Upon encountering Lin Xiang, Jun Qi found him huddled in a corner of the cell, caught between slumber and wakefulness. The horrific bloodstains upon his body exuded a strong metallic scent. Lin Xiang, His Highness the Prince of Qin has come to see you. Why are you not standing? Su Hu scolded, cracking the whip against the prison door. Lin Xiang struggled to open his eyes and laboriously rose to his feet, gazing silently at Jun Qi through the barred gate. Jun Qi gestured for Su Hu to step back. How have you been faring? Lin Xiang parted his cracked lips to respond. Your Highness, you ask as if you do not already know. So you are aware of the discomfort as well.
Yun Qi retorted coldly.
Why squander a good life and instead endure such suffering? You are well aware of the consequences following the unrest at the Northern Eagle training grounds. Lin Xiang emitted a muffled cough. Jun Qi nonchalantly adjusted his cuffs. Are you not yet prepared to speak the truth? Lin Xiang inhaled sharply. Everything I needed to say has already been said. What more do you wish for me to utter? Who ultimately orchestrated this? Did I not already clarify? It was Wei Yang, the transport officer of the Ministry of War. Lin Wan's struggles stemmed from the actions of the Princess of Qin. Lin Yu, unable to bear it, incited us to create chaos at the training grounds, subsequently spreading rumors that the Princess of Qin was a harbinger of disaster, bringing misfortune to the Qin household and adversely affecting the fortunes of the Qin prince's residence, thus resulting in turmoil at the training grounds, detrimental to the state. The only intermediary between Lin Yu and us must be Wei Yang. Lin Xiang stood, grasping the prison bars. Jun Qi furrowed his brow, contemplating Lin Xiang's words intently. You speak nonsense, Lin. Our Wei family bears no grudge against you. Why would you seek to frame us? From the opposite side of the cell, a voice of indignation rose in reproach. Volume 1, Chapter 72, The Qin Manor's Outer Chamber. Embrace monastic life. Wei Yang found himself confined behind a prison door, unable to escape, resorting to pounding on the lock while vehemently berating Lin Xiang. What is all this commotion? Su Hu entered to assess the situation, only to be dismissed by Jun Qi. Jun Qi, turning away from Lin Xiang, approached Wei Yang. Do you have something to say? Your Highness, you cannot simply take Lin Xiang's word to condemn me, Wei Yang implored. Jun Qi smiled, a veneer of mockery lacing his tone. You cannot genuinely believe yourself to be innocent, can you? Wei Yang faltered, rendered speechless. Since your appointment, Your lack of capability has necessitated leveraging connections to secure your position in the Ministry of War. Amidst the turmoil in the Northern Front, while General Shin valiantly led troops into battle, you, as the transport officer, chose to be idle, delaying the supply shipments for a full 7 days, resulting in needless loss of life among the soldiers. Later, you resorted to bribery with silver to conceal this from your superiors, even going so far as to sacrifice your own family to find a scapegoat for the transgressions you ought to bear. Qin Shiyue enumerated each misdeed. Which of these accusations could possibly be unfounded? Cold sweat trickled down Wei Yang's back. He had believed his transgressions were well concealed. Yet he could not fathom how the Prince of Chun had uncovered them. Despite his inner turmoil, he feigned composure. Your Highness's assertions today are merely conjecture. Conjecture alone cannot condemn an official of the court. An official of the court? Qin Shiyue's lips curled into a frigid smile. I fear you may not be able to bear the weight of such an official's responsibilities. With that, he turned and departed. Wei Yang was unable to intercept in time. He wished to inquire how these matters had come to his attention, yet despite opening his mouth, he could not utter a word. Meanwhile, Qin Muyang found himself restless within the Qin residence, apprehensive that Lin Yu's affairs might implicate Lin Wan, thereby entangling himself and the Qin family in even more troublesome predicaments. At that moment, Butler, who hurriedly arrived, instantly invigorating Qin Muyang. What news? Butler, who shook his head. Lin Yu has not only spread rumors about the princess consort of the Qin king, but has also incited disturbances at the Northern Eagle training grounds. Qin Muyang was left astounded. Disturbances at the Northern Eagle training grounds? Is this something a woman could orchestrate? Butler, whose face was clouded with worry. It is said that there are connections to Wei Zhuanyu. Qin Muyang collapsed onto the desk. Inept in success, yet proficient in failure. The following day at the court assembly, Qin Shiyue presented a memorial to the Northern Zhou Emperor, detailing the progress of the disturbances at the Northern Eagle training grounds. Currently, it only implicated the Lin sisters. Whether there were ties to Wei Yang remained undetermined. Throughout the assembly, the Northern Zhou Emperor's countenance fluctuated ominously. The court officials held their breath, fearful that even the slightest sound of their breathing might disturb the sovereign. Some ministers were uncertain whether to report their memorials regarding local affairs. Simultaneously, Shen Qingyan submitted a memorial accusing Wei Yang. According to investigations by Shen Yuzhu, the second son of the Shen family stationed in the northern desert, the soldiers stationed there faced chronic shortages of supplies and military funds, and these transport duties were solely Wei Yang's responsibility. The Northern Zhou Emperor's expression darkened, and he immediately ordered Minister of War Ren Wei Xian to investigate. After the assembly concluded, the Northern Zhou Emperor summoned Qin Shiyue for a private audience. In the imperial study, the sunlight poured in, and the aroma of tea permeated the air. A game of chess unfolded smoothly. The atmosphere was delightful, seemingly dispelling any dissatisfaction that lingered in the court. Previously, my sixth brother had even praised your exceptional skill in chess, claiming it was beyond his reach. The Emperor of Northern Zhou settled his white piece on the board, and it was merely my sixth brother's modesty. Both of you possess your own merits, yet you share a singular flaw. Qin Shiyue paused, awaiting the Emperor's next words. Before me, you are far too constrained, the Emperor remarked, placing his white piece behind the black one that Qin Shiyue had previously played. Qin Shiyue was momentarily taken aback. Your Majesty, that move is indeed astute. The Emperor shifted the conversation. What is your plan regarding the Wei Yang case? Naturally, it will be handled with due diligence. The Emperor sighed heavily. Let us also deal with Qin Muyang's concubine, the Lin family, in the same manner. Qin Shiyue's gaze tightened, and he forced a relaxed expression. Your wisdom is unmatched, Your Majesty. The Emperor, amused despite his anger, quipped, if you continue to feign innocence with me, beware of my punishment, an assignment to transcribe obscure poetry. Qin Shiyue jested, as your subject, I have reached adulthood. If such punishments persist, I shall lose all semblance of dignity. The Emperor took a sip of tea. Regardless, you did much transcribing in your youth. I imagine you have grown accustomed to it. Qin Shiyue. As Qin Shiyue exited the imperial study, he chanced upon Crown Prince Jun Muse arriving to confer with the Emperor. After exchanging greetings, they parted ways. The Emperor's decree swiftly reached the Qin residence. Lin Wan believed her life continued as usual, yet she fretted over her sister's plight, even pressuring Qin Muyang to leverage his connections to secure her sister's release. Upon receiving the imperial edict today, Lin Wan could hardly believe that her sister and brother-in-law were safe. In her reckless disregard for propriety, she disrupted the order of the capital and was consequently dispatched to Fuan Temple, where she would be ordained and forever prohibited from returning to secular life. Upon hearing the words of the palace eunuch, Lin Wan was left in a state of shock. The eunuch remained utterly unperturbed. Lin, His Majesty has granted you a day to prepare. Should you fail to depart by dawn tomorrow, it would be deemed an act of rebellion against the emperor, endangering your life. He looked down upon her with disdain. The emperor's command is not something I can deceive you about. After a prolonged silence, Lin Wan asked, "What about my sister and brother-in-law? What has become of them?" The eunuch shook his head. "I cannot divulge that, Lin. You would do well to resign yourself to monastic life." Qin Muyang, with a forced smile, presented some silver coins. "Lin speaks in folly. I hope you will not take offense, esteemed eunuch. Come dawn, Lin Wan will indeed go to Fuan Temple to be ordained." The eunuch accepted the silver. "Make haste. Do not provoke the emperor's displeasure again." Lin Wan could not fathom that her entire life would be spent in the cold solitude of an ancient temple. She had devoted herself to the Qin family, bearing children, yet in the end, she received no rightful recognition and would squander her life under the dim light of the ancient Buddha. "My lord, I do not wish to become a nun. Please help me, help me."
Lin Wan pleaded, tugging at Qin Muyang's sleeve.
"This is the emperor's decree. Your pleas are futile. Be compliant and embrace your monastic life. Perhaps you will find peace." Qin Muyang spoke gently, but it did not bring Lin Wan any solace. "Enough. Have you stirred enough trouble? If you do not wish to live, remember that the Qin family still must endure, and your children need you." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan gradually ceased her distress. Indeed, she still had her children, and the flicker of hope. At that moment, the doorkeeper announced the arrival of Wei Yanhua for a visit. Chapter 73. When will the habit of crawling through dog holes be altered? Why have you come at this time? Qin Muyang, upon seeing Wei Yanhua, felt a surge of anxiety. Wei Yanhua had come under the pretext of official business, merely to catch a glimpse of Lin Wan. With her mother having taken vows, future encounters would be fraught with difficulty. Lin Wan gazed at Wei Yanhua, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Qin Muyang ushered everyone into the inner hall of the back courtyard for conversation. Lin Wan sobbed incessantly, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. The commotion was causing Qin Muyang a headache, prompting him to hastily instruct the housekeeper to escort the guests away. The atmosphere in the inner hall was somewhat delicate. "How have the affairs in Jingzhou Prefecture been of late?" Qin Muyang lifted the lid of his cup, his thoughts heavy as he gazed at the floating tea leaves. It remained stable, adhering to a routine day by day. Qin Muyang let out a long sigh. "We must not tread the same path as Wei Yang." Wei Yanhua's expression was grave. How could he have maintained his position in the Ministry of War for so many years, only to be unmasked overnight, with even the most trivial matters being unearthed? Truly, the Crown Prince is formidable.
Qin Muyang's gazedimet, formidable?
It is merely that they have allied with the Shun family, conspiring against us. Before he could finish his thought, it lodged in his throat. In the past, when he was connected to the Shun family, why did he not make better use of that alliance? Focusing solely on transient gains ultimately harmed the Qin family. Qin Muyang tightened his grip on the teacup. Fortunately, Wei Yanhua's position remained undisclosed. Recently, aside from our official affairs, it would be prudent for us to refrain from meeting openly, lest we attract the tongues of others. Perhaps in the future, when you achieve merit and rise in rank, there may be an opportunity to restore the Qin family. Qin Muyang's tone was tinged with a hint of weariness. Wei Yanhua fell into contemplation. Initially, he had aspired to enter the Qin family as a foster son, to bring glory to his ancestors. Alas, such aspirations have been disrupted. A flicker of resentment flashed in Wei Yanhua's eyes. After a brief silence, he inquired about Qin Yu. "How has Sister Yu been of late?" Qin Muyang shook his head. "I am unaware of her current endeavors. She had mentioned assisting with the affairs, yet as a young lady, raised in luxury, Her talents seem to lie only in music and painting, which are barely sufficient to present herself in society. It is fortunate that she has captured the affections of the third prince. As long as he does not waver, she shall eventually find her place. Qin Muyang rubbed his temples, choosing not to elaborate further. I shall go and see her. Upon arriving at Shiyue Pavilion, he beheld Qin Shiyue fiercely trimming flower branches with scissors. The courtyard was strewn with fragments of blossoms, while the attendants kept their distance, wary of being caught in the fray. What a pity it is to see such a beautiful garden so recklessly destroyed. Are you also here to mock me? Qin Shiyue halted her actions, gazing at Wei Yanhua with tear-filled eyes. Do you ridicule me for being a bastardy? Though she was reluctant to accept it, the truth remained unaltered, and she found herself powerless to change it. Yet, she could never summon the courage to call out mother to Lin Wan. Even her father had grown impatient with her. She wished to assist the family, but was met with rejection from her father. Did he also disdain her? As she spoke, Qin Shiyue shed tears once more. Though you seek a path, you lament here in the midst of spring's sorrow and autumn's melancholy. Who would not mock you? Qin Shiyue frowned. What are you saying? Are you also going to treat me like Qin Shiyue? Sister Au, one's status is earned through struggle. If you ascend high enough, who would care about your origins? One must firmly grasp the mighty tree that is the third prince. Clenching her teeth, Qin Shiyue found wisdom in Wei Yanhua's words. As long as the third prince remained devoted to her, she could not be deemed a failure. You did not come merely to say this, did you? Qin Shiyue inquired. Whether you acknowledge it or not, she will always be your mother, and she is to be forced into seclusion tomorrow morning. You should at least pay her a visit, Wei Yanhua reminded her. Qin Shiyue gritted her teeth, refusing to relent. The crux of the matter lies not in your thoughts, but in who has brought your birth mother to this state. Wei Yanhua subtly hinted. Was it the princess of Chen or the Xin family? Qin Shiyue was momentarily taken aback, and then the hatred in her eyes overflowed without restraint. In the stillness of night, the cicadas chirped tirelessly. Lin Wan suddenly felt regret. She did not wish to enter a life of seclusion. She had no desire to endure the days of flickering lamps and ancient scriptures. She yearned to escape. Surely, her predicament would not implicate Qin Shiyue and Wei Yanhua. With the third prince safeguarding her daughter, and her son's identity still concealed as he served in the Jingzhou prefecture, even if Qin Muyang proved ineffectual, he would fight to protect them. With this thought, Lin Wan promptly gathered her belongings and sought the dog hole in the courtyard, bending low to crawl through. As soon as she crawled out and had yet to rise, a pair of feet abruptly blocked her path. Startled, she lifted her gaze. Beneath the cold, silvery moonlight stood a figure clad in eunuch attire, casting a condescending glance upon her.
Ah!
Lin Shi, out in the dead of night. Are you off to enjoy the scenery? Lin Shi contemplated fleeing, but it was too late, as she was swiftly dragged out by two eunuchs behind the figure. Once she regained her footing, she realized it was none other than the eunuch who had come to confiscate the imperial gifts from Qin Shiyue's residence days prior. The commotion in the courtyard had drawn Qin Muyang's attention. Eunuch Wang, what brings you here? Qin Muyang expressed his astonishment at the eunuch's presence.
Ah!
Master Qin. Lin Shi is unwilling to heed the emperor's will and become a nun. Lin Wan, restrained by the two attendants, vehemently denied, No, I did not. I merely wished to take a stroll. Qin Muyang instantly grasped the situation. You are being absurd. When will you mend your mischievous ways? Must you cause chaos for yourself and the Qin family before you find satisfaction? Eunuch Wang merely observed in silence. After Qin Muyang's reprimand of Lin Wan, he gritted his teeth and offered a sum of silver, saying, Eunuch Wang, you see, today's incident is all a misunderstanding. I hope you can help cover it up, and by dawn, I shall personally escort Lin Shi to the Fuan Temple to become a nun. Eunuch Wang weighed the silver in his hand, remarking, Silver is indeed a precious commodity. Master Qin should cherish it. Qin Muyang sighed with relief and then instructed his steward, who, to bind Lin Shi and confine her to the woodshed. Master Qin, this old servant bears the emperor's edict to remain vigilant outside. Should you require anything, simply call out. Qin Muyang forced a smile in response. The moon hung bright in the sparse sky. In the Wang Fu of Chen Wang, within the Wanyu Pavilion, Qin Shiyue lay restlessly upon the soft couch. Dong Ji, hearing the commotion, lifted the curtain. Wang Fei, are you unable to sleep again? Qin Shiyue pondered for a moment. Where is Wang Yi? She then playfully chided. You are becoming increasingly infuriating. Dong Ji brought a basin of warm water. Wang Fei, do try to rest. Wang Yi is likely to return in the latter half of the night. Rising from her bed, Qin Shiyue donned her garments and prepared to step outside. Wang Fei, it is late and the dew is heavy. You must take care of your health. I cannot sleep. I shall take a breath of fresh air. Wang Fei, the night is chilly. Dong Ji hurried after her, draping a cloak around Qin Shiyue to shield her from the cold. As she stepped into the courtyard, a sudden gust of wind rushed past her. Volume 1, Chapter 74. What had he understood now? Before Dong Ji could utter a warning of assassin, she saw Qin Shiyue already standing before them. Having arrived with the wind, Qin Shiyue was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Dong Ji and couldn't help but laugh. Wang Yi, your appearance has frightened my personal maid. Qin Shiyue remained unfazed. I trust that the maidservants by Wang Fei's side are bold and perceptive. Feeling embarrassed, Dong Ji sought an excuse to withdraw. Indeed, a troublesome individual. Even in his own residence, he must play dress-up as an assassin to frighten timid maids. Qin Shiyue snorted coldly. Wang Fei, feel free to express whatever is on your mind. There is no need for concealment. Your Highness, you flatter me. I merely fear that should I speak, it may be too much for you to bear, and the poison may resurface. Qin Shiyue was choked by his own words. In the dead of night, does the princess not retire, but instead waits in the courtyard to mock me? Qin Shiyue waved her hand dismissively. Your Highness, you overthink. So, what brings you to seek me? After a long day, I imagine you are weary. I have arranged a late-night meal for you in the study. Do remember to partake. A full stomach leads to restful slumber, preventing restlessness that might disturb others. As she regained her composure, she felt a sudden tightening at her waist, stumbling 2 steps to stand before Qin Shiyue. This king finds solitude dull. Would you not keep me company? Qin Shiyue was taken aback. It is quite rare to see you awaiting a late-night meal after our marriage. Qin Shiyue brewed a pot of tea. I was merely contemplating matters concerning the Qin residence. Linwan has been compelled to shave her head and take vows. And I suspect she harbors resentment. Qin Shiyue spoke directly. Currently, both the Lin and Wei family's affairs are being overseen by you. It is imperative that you take a comprehensive approach. Qin Shiyue confided in Qin Shiyue. Tonight, the royal steward will be stationed outside the Qin residence, diligently preventing Lin Wan's escape. Foolishness. Lin Wan is merely a minor character. Given the present circumstances, Wei Yang and Lin Yu cannot stir any significant trouble. The only ones left to cause a ruckus are Wei Yanhua and Qin Yue. Qin Shiyue cleared his throat. What do you intend to do, princess? The first step, of course, is to sever the third prince's aspirations for the false daughter. One should focus on what is in front of them, while keeping an eye on what is in the pot. This pretentious young lady certainly possesses some skills. Qin Shiyue chuckled inexplicably. I comprehend the essence of the princess's words. Qin Shiyue, puzzled, mused, I said nothing. How could he possibly understand? Is he merely toying with me? Does the princess have any further thoughts?
Yun Qi inquired.
Qin Shiyue yawned. It is nearly the latter half of the night. May I retire to rest? Without further ado, Qin Shiyue averted his gaze and summoned Dongji and Xiaoman, instructing, take good care of the princess. Ensure she does not exhaust herself. The two complied, but Dongji's thoughts wandered. The princess and the prince's interactions were far too rigid, devoid of ease. The princess truly bore a heavy burden. As they hesitated to rouse their mistress, they beheld the prince already lifting her effortlessly and carrying her into the chamber. They followed closely behind. Upon nearing the door, they were halted by Xia Ying, who commanded, You may not enter. On what grounds are we barred entry? We must attend to the princess personally. Dongji protested, hands on hips. Little girl, do not meddle in the affairs of your betters. Xia Ying remained resolute at the threshold. You are utterly unreasonable. Dongji stamped her foot in frustration. Inside the Wanyue pavilion, Qin Shiyue gently placed Qin Shiyue upon the soft couch. You, woman, have not yet received the tranquilizing incense from me, yet you have already succumbed to slumber. Because I truly have nothing to say to you, she replied. What if I inadvertently utter something inappropriate, and your temperament shifts once more? Qin Shiyue rolled over.
Yun Qi,
Amused yet vexed, remarked, "So, in your eyes, I am such a person?" The following morning, Qin Shiyue slowly opened her eyes, only to discover she was clad in night attire, lying in bed.
Dongji.
As the winter solstice approached, the curtains were hastily drawn aside. The princess had awakened, and her maidservants were at her service, ready to assist her with her grooming and attire. What had transpired last night?
Goodness.
Why had she fallen asleep? Your Highness? Qin Shiyue spoke with a serious demeanor. I simply find it rather inappropriate to be carried to bed without any awareness. Gazing into the bronze mirror, Qin Shiyue quickly added, "Do not let your imaginations run wild." Indeed. Your Highness is quite right. We maidservants would never dare to speculate on matters concerning you and the prince. Qin Shiyue dismissed them with a wave. This household is quite dull. Come accompany me for a stroll in the market later. Her desire to venture forth was not a mere whim. After enduring such tedium at the Qin residence, how could Qin Yuyao remain silent? As expected, near the Swallow Tower, Qin Yuyao made her appearance. Qin Shiyue exchanged a knowing glance with Xinli, who promptly followed her lead. In a private box on the second floor of the Swallow Tower, Qin Yuyao was already conversing with a man clad in white. They whispered together for quite some time, likely discussing matters pertaining to the Qin family. Throughout their dialogue, the man in white mentioned the third prince repeatedly. At present, your only chance to assist me lies in your unwavering attachment to the third prince. Yet, the emperor has already disapproved of my union with his highness. If the emperor disapproves of your union with the third prince, does that imply he will consent to ours? Qin Yuyao clenched her teeth. You are an astute individual. I trust you know what must be done. I understand. Qin Yuyao gritted her teeth. The only way to extricate herself from her predicament was to cling to the third prince, who already harbored dissatisfaction toward Qin Shiyue. If one could utilize him to deal with Qin Shiyue, it would certainly not be an unwise strategy. I understand now. After Qin Yuyue finished speaking, she hurriedly departed from the Swallow Tower. Shortly thereafter, the man in white also left. Your Highness, it seems that the second young lady intends to bring harm to you. Oui. Qin Shiyue observed the bustling streets and replied, You need only keep a close watch on the second young lady. I shall handle the rest. Xinli and Xinqi acknowledged her command and withdrew. In recent days, the second sister has been frequently associating with the third prince. Qin Shiyue was unfazed. Xinli tentatively inquired, Your Highness, what shall we do next? Qin Shiyue replied with a semblance of a smile, There is no need to rush. Let them cultivate their relationship. When the time is ripe, I shall ensure that the third prince clearly perceives Qin Yuyue's true nature. Xinli was puzzled. The identity of the man in white remained uncertain, so how could the third prince be made aware? The following day, Wei Yong was found guilty of personal gain under the guise of public duty, with irrefutable evidence against him.
Consequently,
Wei Yong and his accomplices were sentenced to execution by the Emperor of Northern Zhou. Volume 1, Chapter 75. Witness the fall of the scoundrel's minions. Wei Yong could hardly believe that some trivial matters, nearly forgotten by him, were now being wielded as grounds for his condemnation. He and the other implicated individuals, along with the troublemakers led by Lin Xiang, were shackled and escorted from the dungeons. Except for Lin Yu, all other relatives of the Wei family were exiled to the northern deserts as soldiers. In an instant, cries for mercy echoed through the air. Lin Yu was terrified. As she watched her beloved being taken away to face death, she wept uncontrollably, gasping for breath. As she regained her composure, she stood up and shouted at the prison door, I want to see Qin Muyang. I demand to see Qin Muyang. The guard, filled with disdain, retorted, What are you making such a racket for? Do you wish to join him on his journey? I want to see Qin Muyang. Lin Yu's voice cracked with desperation. Her earlier bravado diminished. Old Master Qin? He is barely able to manage his own affairs. How could he possibly have the time to meet with a convicted woman? I advise you to behave and await your judgment. After delivering his impatient words, the guard departed. Lin Yu clung to the prison bars, weeping uncontrollably. She could not comprehend how mere rumors could lead to such a dire fate. A man was facing execution, her sister was forced into a life as a nun, and she herself remained burdened with unresolved guilt. Her two sons, who once had promising futures through connections, had now also been exiled. How had their once peaceful lives descended into such chaos? If only she had known what folly it was to spread rumors. The more she pondered, the deeper her sorrow grew, and she collapsed to the ground, sobbing quietly. Had she foreseen this, would she have acted differently? Another guard, momentarily softened by pity, remarked, "At least you still have your life." As Wei Yang and Lin Xiang's convoy made its way to the execution ground, it stirred quite a commotion. The townsfolk were held back by soldiers, craning their necks to witness the spectacle. This person looks familiar. Who could it be? Ah, it is Wei Yang, isn't it? Just the other day, he was so full of himself. How has he found himself in this predicament today? One woman pointed at Lin Xiang, exclaiming, "I recognize that one. Just days ago, he stole my husband's silver." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. In a fit of rage, she resorted to hurling rotten vegetable leaves and stones at Lin Xiang. Witnessing her lead, others joined in, picking up stones to throw as well. Unable to evade them, Lin Xiang was struck on the forehead, drawing blood. A gaggle of ignorant fools. Lin Xiang struggled against his restraints. Even at death's door, he remained defiant, scolded the soldiers tasked with his escort. The commotion from the streets faintly reached the Qin residence. Qin Muyang was contemplating his future path, when the noise outside grew more pronounced. What is the disturbance? He summoned housekeeper Hu. Master, today marks the day of Wei's execution, and there is also the matter of the Northern Eagle military camp. Qin Muyang's expression tightened, and he immediately inquired, "Is there any other news from the dungeon?"
I did not ask that.
Qin Muyang impatiently interrupted. Housekeeper Hu was bewildered. If not that, what else is there to discuss? Could it be that you still harbor hopes of Lin Wan returning to the secular world? When Wei Yang was interrogated, did he mention my name? Qin Muyang was troubled by the thought that when Wei Yang confessed his crimes, he might implicate him. Considering it was he who had recommended Wei Yang to the Ministry of War years ago, Qin Muyang let out a deep sigh of relief. That is good. That is good. However, his momentary ease was quickly replaced by concern. Lin Yu is causing a ruckus in the prison, demanding to see you. As if the world needs more chaos. Qin Muyang exclaimed in frustration, seeking a way to send a message to Lin Yu, urging her to consider her brother Lin Mao's situation carefully and to remember what should and should not be said. Housekeeper Hu nodded in agreement. On the other side, the execution ground was surrounded by a throng of commoners, impeding any passage. Qin Shiyue stood unobtrusively at the alley's entrance, observing from a moderate distance. Xiaoman accompanied her, expressing concern, "Your Highness, the execution ground exudes a chilling atmosphere. Why do you choose to come here in person?" Wei Yang is doomed, and Qin Muyang's concubine, Lin Wan, has been ordered to take vows, while her sister, Lin Yu, is also unable to escape culpability. Although Lin Mao remains unscathed, he has been demoted and reassigned. It is only a matter of time before the underlying matters are uncovered. She felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, you seem rather discontented. Qin Shiyue appeared beside her, prompting Xiaoman to instinctively step back a couple of paces.
Qi sighed deeply,
his expression void of any ease. "I have come to ascertain whether Wei Yang is truly fated to perish." Qin Shiyue furrowed her brow. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" "No matter. I merely harbor concerns that he might make a sudden escape, causing further turmoil." At that moment, a shadow flitted past. In the tranquil alley, it stood out starkly. The two nearly simultaneously turned their gazes towards Xia Ying and Shunli. Understanding the situation, Xia Ying and Shunli immediately pursued the figure. Atop the execution platform, the executioner gripped the great blade tightly, raising it before bringing it down. Wei Yang, Lin Xiang, and others met their demise, their heads severed, blood splattering. The onlookers gasped and retreated a couple of steps. "Let us go. Await them by the carriage," Qin Shiyue said, patting Qin Shiyue's shoulder.
Meanwhile,
Xia Ying and Shunli had chased the figure into another alley. A concealed weapon glinted ominously as it sliced through the air before them. It was not aimed at them, but rather embedded directly into the wall. Xia Ying cautiously retrieved it. The gleaming silver hidden weapon, in a shape and design unlike anything they had encountered before, was handed to Qin Shiyue the next moment. Sitting nearby, Qin Shiyue inadvertently cast a glance. Upon the weapon entering her field of vision, her brows knitted tightly. Chapter 76. Being sold, yet still counting money. Is this not a modern surgical scalpel? Qin Shiyue picked it up with familiarity, confirming once more. Cautioning against cutting herself, she was uncertain whether it bore poison. Jun Xia intervened briefly. It is not poisoned. After observing, Qin Shiyue turned to Xia Ying and inquired, this hidden weapon, can we be certain it was left by that figure? Xia Ying pondered for a moment. Confirmed, but he fled swiftly. I was unable to pursue. Shun Li also remarked that the individual's agility was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Jun Xia scrutinized Qin Shiyue's expression. Do you recognize this hidden weapon? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Qin Shiyue replied calmly, I do not recognize it. I merely find this weapon rather peculiar. With a soft sigh, she added, this certainly pales in comparison to ancient hidden weapons. In modern times, it is merely a scalpel, a tool for healing. However, what perplexes me is why the mysterious individual hastily abandoned this weapon to flee. Is this not leaving behind a potential clue? Jun Xia delicately traced the blade. Perhaps it is someone familiar with the prince, attempting to convey a message? Qin Shiyue mused. Whether they aim to hint at something, I do not know, but I suspect it is directed at me. To the Swallow Tower, Jun Xia commanded as Xia Ying leapt onto the carriage. Qin Shiyue queried, Your Highness, what purpose do we have at the Swallow Tower? The Swallow Tower is a renowned establishment in the capital. What do you propose we do there? Jun Xia's expression bore a hint of amusement. Do you not have obligations at the training grounds today? Must you not attend to the Ministry of War? I have grown weary of the rumors. I wish to avoid further scandal. Qin Shiyue was intent on ushering Jun Xia away. The carriage commenced its journey, smoothly navigating through the bustling streets. Do you intend to evade me like this? Jun Xia remarked with displeasure. Since our marriage, our interactions have been less intimate than those of strangers. Your Highness must not misinterpret the situation. We agreed upon a contractual marriage. Qin Shiyue averted his piercing gaze. Adhering to her own principles, abiding by the agreement necessitates sustenance as well. Jun Xia dismissed her concerns, stating otherwise, how could one possess the strength to uphold the rules? Qin Shiyue found herself at a loss for words. Very well, if it pleases your Highness. Should I refuse you, it would be said I lack discernment. Rules are rules. We merely have a contractual marriage. I am not sold to you. So where do all these rules come from? Jun Xia's smile was enigmatic. The carriage sped along, and soon they arrived at the Swallow Tower. Jun Xia requested a private room. A treasure duck, spicy white crab soup, fresh mushroom and vegetable hearts. Exquisite shrimp balls, tomato tofu. Jun Xia expertly selected the dishes. Your Highness frequented this establishment for meals in the past? Qin Shiyue poured herself some tea to savor. Jun Xia returned the menu to the waiter. I cannot say I am a regular, but I am somewhat acquainted with the signature dishes. Ordering so many dishes may lead to waste. Should the censorate discover this, it would be said that your Highness is extravagant. Qin Shiyue kindly cautioned him. She truly possesses a kind heart. In her past readings of novels, she often felt that the nobles within those fictional realms led burdensome lives. Even an outing for a meal could attract the scrutiny of the censors if one were not careful. Qin Shiyue even opined that the authors of such tales were excessively conservative, pondering whether the ancients truly lived in such a manner. Is it not absurd that even dining requires oversight? Must one's every action be reported? Jun Xia raised an eyebrow, attentively listening to Qin Shiyue's musings. The waiter soon presented the dishes, elegantly arranged on fine china, showcasing the tantalizing colors and aromas of the cuisine. The spicy white crab soup from Swallow Tower is quite delightful. Do sample it. Jun Xia remarked, ladling a bowl and offering it to Qin Shiyue. Proud of her ability to handle spice, she confidently accepted the bowl of white crab soup. However, upon tasting, she was taken aback by its intensity and excruciating heat that rivaled the most extreme levels of spiciness. Qin Shiyue choked slightly, coughing several times, her face flushed. Struggling to swallow a spoonful, she hastily poured tea to alleviate the heat. Cannot withstand it? Jun Xia could not conceal his amusement. Not at all. I merely did not anticipate such a fiery dish and was momentarily caught off guard, Qin Shiyue replied, inhaling repeatedly to soothe the burning sensation on her tongue. Qin Shiyue then served her a bowl of chilled plum soup. Take it slowly. After consuming the refreshing plum soup, Qin Shiyue felt an immediate sense of relief. Your Highness, what are your thoughts on the origin of that hidden weapon? She inquired, regaining her composure as she picked up a piece of 8 treasure duck. I have fought on the battlefield for many years and have never encountered such a contraption, Qin Shiyue mused, savoring a bite of shrimp and mincemeat custard.
Yet.
It does not appear to be of Central Plains origin. Qin Shiyue paused slightly, pondering the presence of the assassin, or rather, the individual who had left such an item behind. What message might this person wish to convey? She believed it was of utmost importance to ascertain the origin of this object. The taste of the lotus leaf rice pleased her. Indeed, your Highness speaks with wisdom. How curious it is that this object has so unexpectedly appeared. Who could that person be? Was it a deliberate act, or merely a coincidence? Qin Shiyue raised his gaze, scrutinizing the subtle shifts in Qin Shiyue's expression. However, she revealed no emotion. Next time, I shall take you to Mingxiang Pavilion to savor the local delicacies of the capital. As Qin Shiyue sipped her soup, she coughed lightly at his words. Your Highness, what has come over you? This does not seem to align with your usual demeanor. This is unexpected. Is Qin Shiyue not typically indifferent to leisurely pursuits, particularly when it comes to food? What? Am I being kind to the princess, now a sign of a change in my character? At least, that is my belief. Qin Shiyue dabbed at the corner of her mouth. Currently, there are matters of greater significance demanding my attention. I have no time for idle feasting. Qin Shiyue nearly choked on his water, caught off guard. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyue remained preoccupied with the enigma surrounding the surgical knife. Such a formidable instrument had appeared before her in broad daylight, and she sensed it boded ill. Perhaps the one who cast the knife hailed from the same origins as she did. He was aware of her existence. This realization unsettled her deeply. Your Highness, I recall that it was the National Master who divined that I am a fortunate star, auspicious for the fate of the realm.
Yun Qi nodded slightly.
What do you wish to convey? Might I have the opportunity to meet the National Master? Qin Shiyue furrowed his brow. Why do you desire to see him? I have been plagued by nightmares of late, seeking a remedy, but to no avail. Thus, I wish to request the National Master's assistance. Qin Shiyue remembered from her readings that the National Master often calculated fortunes for nobles and court ladies. Her visit would not breach decorum. If the princess wishes to meet, I can indeed make an introduction. Qin Shiyue mused, savoring his tea. During the summer banquet in the palace, we may pay our visit. Qin Shiyue smiled. I am grateful to your Highness. After dining, as they exited Yanzi Tower, Qin Shiyue inadvertently noticed that Qin Yue had an appointment with the third prince. The two parties brushed past one another, seemingly oblivious to each other's presence. Qin Yue was quite adept. Having just met with another man, she swiftly reconnected with Jun Yi. Despite the emperor's explicit disapproval, Jun Yi still met her without hesitation. Foolish sycophant, likely sold by others yet still counting their coins. It is indeed remarkable that the royal family can raise such innocent individuals. Qin Shiyue choked slightly, coughing a couple of times. He noted down all the places Qin Yue had recently visited. Upon closer inspection, Qin Shiyue discovered that the place Qin Yue frequented the most was an oracle stall in the eastern part of the city. When did she develop an interest in divination? Qin Shiyue pondered over this for a long while. In an instant, Qin Yue's intentions became clear. Chapter 77 of Volume 1. Unmasking the Schemes of the Green Tea Sister. Qin Yue intended to curse herself through the art of divination, creating chaos during the summer banquet to tarnish her own reputation. Qin Shiyue felt a slight headache. Shen Qi expressed concern. Your Highness, is it possible to take leave from the summer banquet? Qin Shiyue chuckled in exasperation. I thought you would refrain from asking such a foolish question. Shen Qi bowed his head. I spoke out of turn. Shall I send someone to discreetly apprehend the second miss? Qin Shiyue raised her gaze, sternly regarding him. Under what pretext would you seize her? Is an affinity for divination a crime now? What then of the National Master, or even the Emperor? Shen Qi knelt on one knee. I did not mean to imply that. Qin Shiyue sighed lightly, assisting him to his feet. Keep a close watch on the fortune-teller at the eastern part of the city. But do not alert him. After Qin Yue makes contact with him before the summer banquet, we shall take control of the situation. Shen Qi clasped his hands. I shall attend to this matter at once. Subsequently, Qin Shiyue summoned Xinli. You shall exert yourself these days to help me find someone. As Qin Shiyue spoke, she lowered her voice. Xinli listened with curiosity, but remained silent, promptly accepting the task. Qin Shiyue retrieved a bunch of chilled grapes from the ice basin. It was unbearably hot. The meager ice in the basin was hardly sufficient. Reclining on the rocking chair, she popped a grape into her mouth, exclaiming, I desire air conditioning, and I crave ice cream. As I was about to indulge in another piece, I discovered that the majority of the frozen grapes had vanished. Your Highness, you must refrain from excessive consumption of cold foods, Xiaoman whispered. You are currently in your gui water phase, and even a slight indulgence could lead to abdominal pain and a chill in your body. Xiaoman, she lowered her head. I am aware that I have overstepped, and I accept whatever punishment you deem fit, as long as your health remains intact. Qin Shiyue understood the restrictions during her gui water phase, yet the sweltering summer heat, without the comfort of air conditioning, was unbearable. She sat up, adopting a serious demeanor. In light of your sincere concern for my well-being, I shall forego any punishment. Xiaoman smiled gently. Just then, Dongji entered, cradling a pot of butterfly orchids. A new batch of potted flowers has arrived at the residence, and I chose the butterfly orchids to beautify your chambers. The violet orchids were indeed a feast for the eyes. When their fragrance became rich, they would attract butterflies, captivating all who beheld them. Qin Shiyue gazed at the butterfly orchids, their allure undeniable. As dusk approached and the lights began to twinkle, a voice interrupted. What kind of young lady runs about every day? Yin Shi remarked disapprovingly. Qin Shiyue had been nurtured as the legitimate daughter of the Qin family, and Yin Shi held high hopes for her, anticipating a prosperous marriage that would benefit the family. However, after the revelation of her illegitimate background, instead of devising a solution, Qin Shiyue spent her days outside, socializing with men other than the third prince. Yin Shi's disappointment in her only deepened. Grandmother, I venture out to assist our Qin family in resolving our issues, Qin Shiyue said as she took her seat to dine. Your constant absences present quite an unseemly image to others. Qin Muyang harbored resentment over the lack of ambition in others. Father, the individuals I have encountered are all beneficial to our Qin family. Qin Shiyue served a bowl of shredded chicken porridge to Qin Muyang, assuring him that she had not acted indiscreetly. Yin Shi quietly consumed her meal, refraining from further comments. Qin Muyang sighed heavily, lamenting, At present, our Qin household can only rely on you and Wei Yanhua. Upon hearing her father's words, Qin Shiyue felt a surge of emotion within her heart. Rest assured, Father, I shall not disappoint you. After dinner, Qin Muyang sat alone in the study, the teacups on the table being replaced one after another. Steward who observed him with concern, saying, Sir, please take care of your health. As long as you are here, there is still hope for the Qin family. Qin Muyang forced himself to sip a cup of freshly brewed tea, lamenting, How foolish I was to underestimate Shiyue in the past. Steward who immediately grasped the implication of his master's words, realizing his regret. Regret for having sent the eldest daughter to the countryside, and even more so, for not having treated Shenshi properly. Qin Muyang was troubled by these thoughts, pondering, I fear she no longer wishes to acknowledge me as her father. Steward who offered words of encouragement, that is unlikely. The eldest daughter grew up in the countryside and must long for the bond of father and daughter. Qin Muyang shook his head, recalling that when he sought out Qin Shiyue recently, her attitude had spoken volumes. Steward who, feeling compelled to speak candidly, said, Sir, please allow an old servant to be frank. Qin Muyang regarded him and gestured for him to continue, his brow furrowing in concern. Huguanjia continued to advise, My lord, regardless of your inner thoughts, you must at least maintain appearances. Otherwise, how can you expect the young lady to cherish the bond of father and child? Even if you are reluctant at heart, you must publicly convey your care and affection for her. Qin Muyang pondered silently for a long time, reflecting on his past impulsiveness. He realized that certain individuals and circumstances are subject to change. As the moon reached its zenith, the two were unaware that Qin Shiyue had been eavesdropping from a distance, feeling even more resentment. Her status had shifted, and the days of her former splendor had vanished. The devoted maid, Fendai, attended to Qin Shiyue's grooming, but the young lady was not in the mood. Am I truly so inferior to Qin Shiyue? Fun Dai trembled in response. No, my lady, you are beautiful. Even the third prince is smitten with you. Since being assigned to serve Qin Shiyue, Fun Dai had to attend to her mistress's moods daily. The matron of the household had once said that as long as one flattered the second miss, she would bestow numerous rewards. The following morning, Qin Shiyue rose early. Second miss, the master has instructed the kitchen to prepare black-bone chicken noodles for you to taste. Clearly, it was a sign of disfavor. Qin Shiyue remained vigilant and decided to arrive in the inner hall half an hour early, preparing bowls and chopsticks alongside the maids in charge of the meals. The second girl must be waking up late again. Before Yin's words could finish, she noticed Qin Shiyue already waiting there. Grandmother, your reprimands from last night linger in my heart. After much reflection, I have resolved to earnestly amend my flaws and strive to secure a livelihood for the Qin family. This revelation from Qin Shiyue took the Yin family by surprise. In an instant, any lingering resentment dissipated. It is commendable that you can think this way. Your grandmother still cares for you. Upon hearing this, a mysterious smile graced the corners of Qin Shiyue's lips. Volume 1, Chapter 78. The National Master. The following morning, Qin Shiyue donned her attire, preparing to venture out. The princess had been quite occupied lately. Qin Shiyue also dressed in court robes, ready to attend the morning assembly. Qin Shiyue feigned a cough. Your Highness, you are busier with morning court every day. Qin Shiyue snorted dismissively. What does a woman know? Qin Shiyue retorted. If you cannot outsmart me, resorting to gender is a feeble argument, revealing your own lack of eloquence. Xie Ying, trailing behind, struggled to suppress his laughter. He suddenly realized he must learn from this experience. Otherwise, he would inevitably be tormented by these two masters. What are you laughing at? Qin Shiyue and Qin Shiyue queried in unison. Xie Ying, slightly taken aback, replied, Is it any wonder you two are destined to marry? You are indeed cut from the same cloth. Regaining his composure, Xie Ying swiftly racked his brain for an appropriate excuse. Your Highness, I shall go prepare the carriage. With that, he hastily made his exit. Qin Shiyue chuckled. Your Highness, look what you've done. You've frightened him away. Qin Shiyue cleared his throat. Xie Ying has always been overly dramatic in the palace. His reaction is quite normal. Qin Shiyue nodded gently, acknowledging, Indeed, the prince speaks true. Regardless, I cannot out-argue you. I shall acquiesce to your words. Qin Shiyue's brows furrowed in distress. A faint smile graced Qin Shiyue's lips. Your laughter seems rather forced. Should I not comply? I wonder what titles you might bestow upon me. Qin Shiyue's eyes twitched, a sign of his mounting irritation. Shortly thereafter, he departed the royal residence in haste. Once he had left, Dongji suddenly approached, remarking, Princess, it appears the prince is displeased. The housekeeper of the inner courtyard, Granny Feng, couldn't help but comment. In the past, the prince never stormed off in such a manner. Her lingering presence caught Qin Shiyue's attention. Why was her business so pervasive? It struck her as rather peculiar. Did Granny Feng have further matters to attend to? Qin Shiyue cast a glance, perhaps contemplating whether she had become idle. Granny Feng shook her head vigorously. Qin Shiyue, with his serious demeanor, instructed, Today, Granny Feng, please compile a list of the personnel serving in the main courtyard and present it to me. I wish to review it before evening. Granny Feng protested, Princess, I do not possess such ample time. Qin Shiyue silently observed her. It seems hardly excessive to occasionally invoke Qin Shiyue's name, does it? Outside the gates of the royal residence, Qin Shiyue felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He reasoned that he must be unwell. Having left before her, he still lingered at the entrance, yearning to hear her thoughts. Your Highness? Xie Ying tentatively called out as Qin Shiyue exited, making her way to the fortune-telling booth frequently visited by Qin Shiyue. In the guise of an ordinary citizen, one sought the counsel of a fortune-teller. The soothsayer, clad in a flowing robe and sporting a goat-esque beard, emanated an air of enigma. Qin Shiyue presented her birth date and inscribed the character Xia in a ledger for divination. The fortune-teller, shrouding his craft in mystery, ultimately proclaimed, All matters shall proceed smoothly, and one shall enjoy longevity. Qin Shiyue smiled enigmatically, inquiring, Is the result of your divination truly as you say? The soothsayer, stroking his beard with pride, replied, having practiced for many years and gained renown, how could I possibly err? Pleased with himself, he penned a fortune document and discreetly collected an extra tael of silver. Upon leaving the fortune-telling booth, Dongji expressed her discontent. Your Highness, that man is clearly a charlatan. Why do you choose to trust him? Qin Shiyue responded with a knowing smile, because Qin Shiyue believes.
Ah,
Dongji was puzzled. Why must your faith be mirrored by the princess? Xiaoman chuckled. The princess has already walked away. Are you not to follow? With the summer banquet approaching, the palace attendants busily prepared, and Jun Yi was notably invested. Although many tasks were beyond his purview, he immersed himself in the preparations with fervor, even surpassing the diligence of the regular attendants. The captain of the imperial guards, Guan He, could not help but wonder what has come over the third prince. Previously, he was known for his debauchery and indifference, solely indulging in leisure. Now, he shows such concern for the palace banquet?
ah,
It is simply in pursuit of winning the hand of the second miss of the Qin family, striving to curry favor with the emperor. Upon hearing the remarks of the palace servants, Guan He immediately reprimanded, Are you seeking punishment by gossiping about your master behind their back? At his words, the servants scattered like startled birds. As was customary, Jun Xia entered the palace, tasked with guarding the imperial banquet. Ninth uncle, what brings you here? Jun Yi attempted to sidestep, only to inadvertently collide with him. Recently, due to matters concerning Qin Shiyue, Jun Yi had been rather preoccupied. He found himself unavoidably attentive to anyone associated with Qin Shiyue. Jun Xia, with a half-smile, inquired, I have come to discuss affairs with my elder brother. Does the third prince have something to convey? Nothing of consequence. I have merely intruded upon you, ninth uncle. Please, carry on, Jun Yi replied, awkwardly, stepping aside to create a passage. Jun Xia walked alongside him, then paused, deliberately reminding, what is yours cannot be discarded, and what is not yours cannot be forcibly claimed. With that, he strode away. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Yi finally grasped the meaning of those words, feeling a surge of indignation. Indeed, the ninth uncle was biased towards Qin Shiyue. What fault could there be in Qin Shiyue that made her unattainable? He had been told that the person he was to find had already been located. Qin Shiyue was busy brewing tea. That is excellent. Ensure this individual is kept under watch in the secondary residence. We shall make a decision once Qin Shiyue begins to take action. Shunli nodded in agreement. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the day of the summer banquet. That morning, Qin Shiyue deliberately donned a long purple embroidered dress, her hair adorned with a red-gold tassel hairpin, and entered the palace alongside Jun Xia. The banquet commenced in the late afternoon. As the hour was still early, many young lords of noble families took the opportunity to enjoy themselves at the racetrack, while the noble ladies ventured out to admire the blossoms. Only Qin Shiyue, as per their prior arrangement, under the introduction of Jun Xia, proceeded to the observatory hall to pay respects to the national master. The observatory hall resides in the most tranquil corner of the royal palace, spacious and uniquely constructed, adorned primarily with instruments of calculation. The national master, known as Wu Mingxiang, is clad in a dark robe and wears a hair crown, appearing to be barely in his 30s. Today, I have come to seek his wisdom regarding the persistent nightmares that have troubled my beloved consort. Jun Xia introduced me. Qin Shiyue pays her respects. As she slightly raises her gaze, her eyes meet Wu Mingxiang's, and she is momentarily taken aback. Volume 1, Chapter 79. Beware of Rebound. How can it be him? Qin Shiyue wonders if her eyes are deceiving her. She meets Wu Mingxiang's gaze once more to confirm. Jun Xia clears his throat. What is this? Do you two know each other? Wu Mingxiang, unfazed by Qin Shiyue's reaction, responds, Princess Consort Chen, it has been a long time. Qin Shiyue grits her teeth in silence. The expression on the Princess Consort's face is less than favorable, likely due to the prolonged torment of her nightmares, which has consequently drained her vitality. Observing her complexion, Wu Mingxiang remarks with utmost seriousness. Qin Shiyue, with a smirk that is neither genuine nor mocking, replies, Your skills are indeed profound, master. To discern my depleted energy merely by my countenance. Wu Mingxiang remains unperturbed by Qin Shiyue's demeanor. My lord, my lady, please take a seat. I still need to perform a thorough calculation for the princess consort. The two comply and sit down as Wu Mingxiang's assistant brings forth hot tea. Princess, may I trouble you to extend your right hand? Qin Shiyue complies. You are so earnest, I wonder what you could possibly deduce? Qin Shiyue glances between Qin Shiyue and Wu Mingxiang, his expression inscrutable. Switch hands, Wu Mingxiang instructs. Do you think this is traditional Chinese medicine? Shall we switch hands? Qin Shiyue pondered, yet she obediently extended her left hand. The princess's lifeline was lengthy, albeit somewhat convoluted. It was determined that celestial influences had clouded her consciousness, resulting in frequent nightmares. Recently, due to numerous changes in her surroundings, these nightmares had intensified. After a moment of calculation, Wu Mingxiang spoke up. Is there a way to break the cycle? Qin Shiyue inquired, his gaze revealing skepticism. However, he quickly rose to his feet, saying, This is fortuitous. I must personally attend to the guards around Heian Palace. After you finish your conversation with the national master, you may come directly to find me there. Qin Shiyue nodded in acknowledgement. I appreciate your guidance, Your Highness. Qin Shiyue said nothing further, and turned to leave the observatory, leaving Xie Ying outside for protection. The observatory fell silent. Wu Mingxiang erected a spatial barrier, ensuring no one outside could hear the discourse within. A glint of cold light appeared out of thin air, prompting Wu Mingxiang to sidestep. A scalpel swiftly sliced through the air and plunged into the nearby soil. What are you dodging for? Do you think I would harm you? Qin Shiyue fixed her gaze upon Wu Mingxiang's eyes, her tone low and firm. National Master. It has been a while, yet you remain such a playful spirit. Wu Mingxiang retrieved the scalpel from the earth, remarking, however, a scalpel is a tool for healing, not for your amusement. Qin Shiyue lowered her voice further. Do not bring your authoritative demeanor from the hospital into this space. Moreover, I have never been your subordinate. Originally, Wu Mingxiang and Qin Shiyue actually hail from the 22nd century. Qin Shiyue is a physician specializing in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine, while Wu Mingxiang serves as the head of a medical laboratory research team. In the past, when they were at the hospital, Wu Mingxiang had mentioned that he bore a visage of fortune. She had dismissed it, believing him to be merely indulging in fanciful notions. As Qin Shiyue sat down, she unabashedly consumed cup after cup of tea.
Do tell.
How did you arrive here? I, like Qin Shiyue, was originally a character from a book, Wu Mingxiang replied. Qin Shiyue furrowed her brow slightly. No wonder Wu Mingxiang fainted inexplicably at the hospital. Upon waking, he seemed like a completely different person.
So,
my presence here is connected to you? Is it to alter the original conclusion of the story? One might say so, Wu Mingxiang nodded. I have set a protective talisman for you. Should you encounter any mishap, it will instantly transport you into this narrative. Should I then express my gratitude to you for prolonging my existence? Qin Shiyue's expression was less than favorable. Being struck by a vehicle in the 22nd century, given the circumstances, must not bode well. The pendant, crafted from bronze, emitted a faint, ethereal glow. After contemplating for a while, Qin Shiyue adorned her neck with it. This peace talisman, can it spare me from the tribulations of fate? The tribulations of fate are most detrimental to one's vitality. This talisman can stabilize your essence and soul. This is the solution.
Thank you.
Qin Shiyue gazed intently at Wu Mingxiang. Indeed, the master of Wu from the northern Zhou dynasty lives up to his reputation. I am truly in awe. With that, Qin Shiyue rose and departed. After taking a few steps, she paused once more. Master Wu, who valued his reputation above all, would undoubtedly not let it slide if a charlatan were to steal his name before the court's esteemed officials and noble lords. With this thought, she turned and left the Hall of Celestial Observations. Wu Mingxiang watched her retreating figure, pondering for a long while. Qin Shiyue, upon exiting the hall, did not head directly to the Hall of Harmony, but rather intended to visit the stables to seek out Shen Yaozhu. It was said that during every palace banquet, Shen Yaozhu would first ride at the stables. During the last flower banquet, Qin Shiyue had promised her cousin that she would certainly learn to ride the next time an opportunity arose. Unexpectedly, on her way to the stables, she encountered Qin Muyang, who had intentionally awaited her arrival. Qin Shiyue greeted him with indifference. Father, is there something you wish to discuss? I have a few words to share with you. I hope I shan't delay you, he replied. With a cold smile, Qin Shiyue retorted, "You need not feign concern. Simply state your business." She smiled knowingly and approached Qin Muyang. "If you were to delay my meeting with my cousin, that could be excused. However, if you were to hinder my attendance at the banquet, in the past, it was your father who neglected you, causing you to endure grievances." As she spoke, her expression feigned mirth. Not far away, Qin Yue could not hear their conversation, but could only observe the seemingly jovial exchange between Qin Shiyue and her father. She clenched a splinter of wood tightly, causing her fingertip to bleed slightly, a sting of pain accompanying her frustration. With gritted teeth, Qin Yue's eyes glimmered with malice. "Qin Shiyue, just wait. Today at the palace banquet, I shall ensure your disgrace." With that, she turned away in fury. As Qin Shiyue beheld Qin Yue departing, the smile on her face swiftly evaporated. For a fleeting moment, Qin Muyang thought he had misperceived the situation. When had Qin Shiyue mastered the art of changing her demeanor? The next instant, he heard her frigid voice. "If father has no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." Qin Muyang barely had time to intervene before he saw Qin Shiyue had already distanced herself. As they neared the horse racing grounds, news from Shenqi arrived, indicating that Qin Yue had already taken action. This was all anticipated by Qin Shiyue. "How splendid! May your curse of disgrace rebound upon you." Volume 1, Chapter 80, The Contest. "Why have you only just arrived? I have been waiting for you for quite some time," Shen Yaozhu exclaimed upon spotting Qin Shiyue. Immediately rushing over to express her grievances, Qin Shiyue offered an apologetic smile, saying, "I was delayed by other matters." Shen Yaozhu refrained from further comment. Within the racing grounds, numerous scions of nobility naturally divided into two groups, one for horse racing and the other for archery. The expansive arena was filled with the sound of the wind, and those partaking in the competitions were spirited and exuberant, their cheers resonating throughout. "Let us partake in archery," Shen Yaozhu suggested, as the horse she favored had been borrowed, and she found no appeal in the remaining mounts. Thus, she opted for the archery contest, which was less crowded. Qin Shiyue tugged at Shen Yaozhu's sleeve, saying, "Sister, did you not promise to teach me horseback riding today?" "It is simply not feasible," Shen Yaozhu replied. "The remaining horses are far too wild, and I fear you might fall. Come, archery is quite simple. You are clever enough to master quickly. I shall teach you." With that, Qin Shiyue was pulled toward the archery range by Shen Yaozhu. The venue hosts a total of 6 targets, divided into 3 groups for competition, with a best-of-3 format. The arrival of the crown princess raises concerns. Should any injury befall her, it would surely displease the 9th prince. Qin Shiyue turned her gaze towards the source of the voice, only to discover it was Jun Qiming. However, had he not departed the capital? Shen Yaozhu, perceiving Qin Shiyue's unease, quickly shielded her behind herself. In terms of martial prowess, apart from the crown prince, who could rival the esteemed Prince Qin Shiyue gently patted Shen Yaozhu, signaling her to step aside. It would be rather unreasonable for Prince Qin to exploit his own strengths to target the weaknesses of others. Would it not? Jun Qiming's brow furrowed sharply. The onlookers exchanged glances, some sweating on behalf of Qin Shiyue, while others chided her for being ungrateful and provoking Prince Qin, thus burdening the crown prince. With such a sharp tongue, one could only imagine the crown princess displaying her prowess on the archery range as well. Shen Yaozhu regretted her earlier decision. How foolish of me to lend my horse. Had I chosen to ride, I would not have encountered Prince Qin. Perhaps the crown princess should challenge Prince Qin to a match. If not, she might as well concede. Among the spectators, some began to jeer. Qin Shiyue retorted with a cold smile. To compete with Prince Qin would be the greatest disrespect to him. She stood firm, asserting that regardless of the outcome, Prince Jin's reputation would invariably be affected. Jiang Yuan, the grand historian of Jianzhou, affiliated with Jun Qiming's faction, remarked, "Surely the crown princess dares not compete?" It seems that a young noble's audacity to confront authority may well stem from the teachings of grand historian Jiang. Jiang Yuan's expression shifted noticeably. Qin Shiyue, undaunted, remarked, "Today, for the sake of Prince Qin, General Jiang has come to demean the residence of Prince Chen. I wonder, when Prince Chen holds someone accountable in the future, Will the responsibility fall upon the Jin prince's residence or the office of the Jin prefect? Jiang Yuan was at a loss for words, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Qin Shiyue then turned to the crowd that had previously joined in the ruckus. Why not? You all take the responsibility for General Jiang? The onlookers exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further. With a smile, Qin Shiyue approached the vacant table, effortlessly knocking an arrow onto her bowstring, poised for action. Can the princess of Qin truly draw a bow? An astonished voice emerged from the crowd. Shen Yaozhu, bewildered, hurried over. Have you lost your senses? Archery is no trifling matter. Be cautious, lest you injure yourself. Jun Qiming maintained a serious expression, anticipating how Qin Shiyue would perform. This is sheer folly, he thought. Enough chatter. Have you not yet grasped the prowess of the princess of Qin? Qin Shiyue firmly gripped the bow, aimed at the target, and released. The arrow soared through the air, striking the bullseye with precision. The gathered spectators stood agape. The princess of Qin could indeed shoot. Hitting the target was a rare skill even among seasoned warriors. No wonder Prince Chun had taken such an interest in her. She possessed undeniable talent. Henceforth, they would think twice before jesting with the princess of Qin. Otherwise, she might just shoot through them as well. I truly should not have joined in the ruckus earlier, murmured the onlookers, buzzing with conversation. Xin Yaozhu, after a moment of astonishment, exclaimed, Cousin Shi, you are remarkable. Qin Shiyue nodded, recalling the days spent in Li village, when hunting on the mountains was a common affair. Thus, she possessed a modicum of skill with furs. Much to the amusement of His Highness, Lord Jin, Jun Qiming wore an unflattering expression. The atmosphere here was quite lively. Jun Qie strode over with great confidence. Having not seen Qin Shiyue in a while, he surmised that she had come to visit the archery range. Just as he flaunts his prowess, he arrives. He must be here to undermine me. The crowd offered their respects. Qin Shiyue appropriately moved to stand beside Jun Qie. Your Highness has arrived at just the right moment. Jun Qiming continued to wear a face as if he had been wronged of a fortune. Just now, ninth brother was absent, and the princess consort made quite the spectacle. It was all thanks to sixth brother's initiative. Jun Qie, unabashed, retorted, otherwise, the princess consort would not have been compelled to behave thus. Since marrying the princess consort, ninth brother had transformed remarkably. Sixth brother too was not the same as before. Previously, he would never have taken the lead in seeking excitement. Qin Shiyue felt a lump in her throat. Are these two about to quarrel? Heavens forbid. Should word reach the emperor, it would surely not bode well. If a contest is desired, there will be ample opportunities in the future. The sun shone brilliantly, and the air was still. The others present could not help but wipe the sweat from their brows. They suddenly felt that perhaps today was not the day to visit the archery range. The arrival of Hixing shattered the tense atmosphere. Seeing this, the others began to disperse. Between the palace walls, the narrow confines evoked an unspoken sense of pressure. It is indeed a fortuitous occasion for His Highness to visit today, Qin Shiyue remarked after a prolonged silence. Jun Qie let out a soft grunt, questioning, weren't we supposed to head directly to Heian Hall? Why are we at the archery range instead? I had an appointment with Shen Yaozhu to practice archery, yet, as fate would have it, we coincidentally encountered Prince Jin. That Prince Jin is indeed quite troublesome. During my last visit to the palace, he did not spare me from his barbs. Jun Qie listened patiently as she spoke. Soon, the two arrived at Heian Hall, where the guests in attendance took their seats. As customary, the Emperor of Northern Zhou initiated the summer banquet with a few auspicious words. Following this, the opening dance commenced. Qin Shiyue anticipated the performance would be the traditional summer bounty. However, as the music began, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. The opening was not the customary summer bounty dance, but rather an exceptionally novel choreography. The lead dancer, graceful and enchanting, adorned with bells, produced a crisp sound with each elegant movement. The accompanying dancers, wielding jade wind chimes resembling ritualistic instruments, appeared to be enacting a grand blessing ceremony. What is on your mind? Jun Qie offered her a grape. Qin Shiyue smiled lightly. This year's opening dance for the summer banquet is truly distinctive. It is said that this year, the third prince, along with his royal brother, proposed a change in the opening dance format. Aiming to dispel all misfortunes and bless the prosperity of the northern Zhou kingdom, Qin Shiyue explained naturally. Dispelling all misfortunes? Qin Shiyue toyed with her teacup. Realizing this was likely yet another suggestion from my beloved sister, who has captured the third prince's affection. With this thought in mind, Qin Shiyue's gaze drifted towards Qin Muyang. Qin Yuyue was seated nearby, savoring the performances, yet her gaze seemed to wander, fixating on no particular individual. Her younger sister, with her lively eyes, appeared to have scrutinized every nobleman present. Jun Qi paused momentarily, holding his teacup. What did you say?
What more could be said?
Just that Jun Yi is quite the sycophant.
Yun Qi coughed slightly.
The term sycophant had echoed in Jun Shiyue's mind more than once. I mean, my sister is quite adventurous, kind-hearted, and generous. Many are eager to befriend her. Her status as an illegitimate daughter is hardly her fault. Jun Qi nearly choked on his tea. Next time, he resolved, he must refrain from listening to Qin Shiyue while indulging in food and drink. As the performance concluded, the court musicians, having finished their dance, bowed in unison to offer blessings for prosperity, safety, and joy. Qin Shiyue, upon hearing this, set down her delicacies and rose alongside the other guests. She extended her wishes for the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Crown Prince to enjoy peace and success, hoping for the flourishing of the Northern Zhou dynasty. The Northern Zhou Emperor, visibly pleased, gestured for everyone to be seated. Today's dance is uniquely exceptional. Father. The idea for this summer banquet's opening dance was conceived by third brother, remarked the fifth prince, Jun Shao, seemingly without intent. Curiosity arose among those present. How could the third prince have come up with such an idea? If it were proposed by the musicians, it would be understandable. Yet the third prince, the crown prince, Jun Muze, interjected. No wonder in recent days I saw third brother leaving the music hall. It seems he aimed to surprise grandmother, father, and mother. Jun Yi felt as though all eyes were fixed upon him, and he promptly bowed to Emperor of Northern Zhou, saying, Father, the idea for the opening dance was, in truth, not conceived by me.
Oh?
Then, whose idea was it? Jun Yi cast a glance at Qin Yuyu. Stepping forward, Qin Yuyu deeply bowed before the emperor, stating, Your Majesty, it was conceived by me. The emperor's gaze was inscrutable, and he waved his hand, gesturing for her to rise. You have my gratitude. Qin Yuyu thanked him and stood upright. Your second sister is exceptionally talented, beautiful, and ever more respectful. It is no wonder that the third prince is infatuated, Qin Shiyue suddenly interjected. Qin Yuyu was taken aback, not expecting such a comment from Qin Shiyue. Qin Muyang also appeared somewhat bewildered. Although Qin Yuyu struggled to comprehend, with both the Empress Dowager and the Empress present, she refrained from displaying any displeasure. Instead, she nodded towards Qin Shiyue, saying, Sister, you flatter me. The Emperor of Northern Zhou, with a half-smile, remarked, reflecting upon your engagement with the third prince. I find myself in a rather difficult position. After all, the selection of a royal consort is contingent upon one's lineage. If you are inclined, I could permit you to enter the third prince's residence as a favored concubine. As the emperor's words settled in, a profound silence enveloped the room. The fifth prince, Jun Shao, chose to remain uninvolved in the shock, leisurely sipping his tea. Qin Yuyu was rendered speechless, a surge of indignation swelling within her.
Yet I,
raised by the Qin family as their legitimate daughter, and to become a concubine in the third prince's household. The emperor interrupted, This is the best solution I could devise. Should you find it unacceptable, I shall not insist. You may each pursue your own paths.
Yun Yi harbored a profound affection for Qin Yuyu.
An admiration that resonated deep within his very being. Regardless of her past actions, as long as they did not violate fundamental principles, he would accept them. After all, who among mortals is infallible? Qin Shiyue sat quietly to the side, patiently awaiting the unfolding drama. The second miss of the Qin family harbored feelings for the third prince. Even if she could only assume the role of a favored concubine, she would likely acquiesce. Qin Yuyu inadvertently overheard this remark and felt the weight of numerous gazes directed at her. I, Qin Yuyu, express my gratitude to His Majesty, she said, bowing gracefully. Yet, beneath the scrutiny of the crowd, her heart brimmed with reluctance. The Emperor of Northern Zhou smiled knowingly, gesturing for her to take her seat. Around her, voices of congratulations for Jun Yi's newfound joy echoed, which Qin Yu perceived as mockery aimed at her. Qin Muyang also received accolades from those nearby, his expression darkening. After all the efforts he had invested in nurturing her as his legitimate daughter, how had it come to this, where she could only be a concubine? He responded awkwardly, while Qin Shiyue observed him, secretly ridiculing him. In your past life, you sold me to the countryside, and later arranged for me to serve as a concubine in the third prince's residence. Did you not feel any embarrassment then? But fret not. Did not the emperor himself say? If Qin Yu is unwilling, he would not force her. Stepping outside for some fresh air, Jun Yi delegated certain matters to his subordinates before following her out. He sensed that Yuer was undoubtedly displeased. Qin Shiyue summoned Xiao Man and Xin Li, instructing them in a hushed tone, "You are to handle a task." With that, the two obeyed and promptly exited the Heian Hall. What matter could possibly elude my knowledge? Jun Xie observed Qin Shiyue avoiding his gaze, whispering to the other person, which left him feeling quite uneasy. Qin Shiyue's expression was inscrutable. It was not a significant matter, provided that Qin Yue behaved herself today. Jun Xie snorted coldly. What did you and the national master discuss when I departed earlier? Qin Shiyue presented him with a protective talisman given by Wu Mingxiang. It is a talisman for stabilizing the soul, which will aid me in dispelling nightmares and ensuring mental clarity. Jun Xie regarded the uniquely crafted pendant. Is that all? He refrained from pressing further. Qin Shiyue leaned closer to his ear. Later, should Qin Yue engage in any outrageous behavior, I implore you, my lord, not to be taken aback.
Yun Qi's fool.
I shall step out for a moment. Qin Yue has been absent for quite some time, and I am genuinely concerned. I shall accompany you. Qin Shiyue interjected. There is no need for your trouble, my lord. I can manage on my own. Such matters are not particularly suitable for your involvement. Meanwhile, beneath the pines and cypress in the imperial garden, Qin Shiyue discovered Qin Yue meeting with Wei Yanhua. Concealed behind a nearby rockery, she listened intently. You seem rather discontent, despite the impending joyous occasion. I am but a concubine. What is there to be joyful about? Qin Yue lamented. Thus, she subtly led Jun Yi to the vicinity where Qin Yue was conversing with Wei Yanhua. Jun Yi's position afforded him a clear view of Qin Yue's silhouette. A concubine is not without merit. Considering Jun Yi's infatuation with you, it is reasonable to assume you would not be ill-treated. Jun Yi intended to seek out Qin Yue, but he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a man's voice from a nearby direction. Was it Wei Yanhua? Jun Yi continued to listen intently. I would rather marry him as a favored concubine. At least we share mutual affection. The third prince is merely a debauched youth, idling away his days. Upon hearing these words from Qin Yue, a wave of despair washed over Jun Yi. Chapter 82. Do not forget to take the medicine. He lost interest in the ensuing conversation between the two, feeling a chill envelop him, his vision fading to white. As they continued their murmurs, fury ignited within him, and he stepped forward to confront them. Indeed, it was Wei Yanhua. Your Highness? Qin Yu gasped in surprise, not expecting Jun Yi to find this place. His expression was stormy, his eyes ablaze with anger. Your Highness, what troubles you? You frighten this humble servant. Qin Yu feigned innocence. In the next moment, her wrist was seized with force. What you just said, were those your true feelings? Jun Yi's eyes glowed crimson with rage.
Speak.
Is it true? I did not mean it. I do not wish to be a favored concubine. In my haste, I spoke wrongly, Qin Yu pleaded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she felt the painful grip. Please release me. Who is he? Jun Yi pressed on, relentless in his questioning. Who is the he you wish to marry? Qin Yu averted her gaze, tightly sealing her lips. Wei Yanhua attempted to interject. Your Highness, this is stay out of this. Leave. Wei Yanhua sighed, stepping away. Tell me who he is. Jun Yi demanded, his emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. Release me. Qin Yue exclaimed, exerting force to bite through Jun Yi's grasp. A conspicuous deep red mark marred her fair wrist. No one. The third prince must have misheard. Noticing an attendant approaching from a distance, Qin Yue swiftly fled. Jun Yi seemed drained of all strength, leaning against a cypress, lost in thought. The latter half of the imperial banquet was about to commence. "Mother summoned me to find you," Jun Muse remarked as he approached quietly. "Brother, have I been too reckless in the past? Did I frequently cause father and mother distress?" After a prolonged silence, Jun Yi finally spoke.
Indeed.
"You are the most reckless among us brothers." Jun Yi was taken aback. He had anticipated his brother would offer him some comfort, perhaps denying the assertion.
Yet.
It was stated so plainly. "But you're also the one I envy the most," Jun Muse said softly. Jun Yi was perplexed. "Envy? You have always been cherished by father and mother, permitted to indulge and cause mischief. As long as it wasn't excessively outrageous, they couldn't bear to reprimand you. Even in marriage, the best was chosen for you." "The best? Qin Shiyue? But she hails from the countryside. How could she possibly compare to those who have always been by your side?" The mere thought of Qin Shiyue pricked Jun Yi's heart like a needle. The national master divined that the ninth princess was a harbinger of fortune, capable of bringing prosperity to her husband and auspiciousness to the nation. Having such a person as your legitimate wife signifies an expectation for you to become a man of great fortune. Jun Muse paused momentarily and said, "Certainly. It is only natural for you to find it difficult to accept the situation, given your long-standing acquaintance with Miss Qin. However, one cannot simply place the blame on the ninth prince's consort every time Miss Qin encounters a misfortune. What would that mean for the dignity of both our emperor and the ninth prince?" Jun Yi pondered over these words. Why did he harbor such disdain for Qin Shiyue? Was it because Qin Shiyue had cried before him, lamenting her grievances? Suddenly, he recalled that every time Qin Shiyue had sought him out to express her woes, her words were invariably centered around Qin Shiyue. Could it be? As the two brothers conversed, they arrived at Heian Hall and took their seats.
Qin Shiyue,
lost in thought, absent-mindedly nibbled on her pastries while occasionally rubbing her reddened wrist, displaying a look of grievance. She had grown accustomed to glancing up at Jun Yi, only to find him engaged in conversation with other princes, offering her merely a profile view. After stepping out, the relationship between the third prince and the false daughter seemed rather delicate. The expression on Jun Yi's face upon entering had indeed been rather unpleasant. Was this the scenario that the princess consort wished to witness? Jun Shiyue sipped his tea with an indifferent demeanor. How would the prince know? Jun Shiyue remained silent, awaiting Qin Shiyue to continue speaking. Jun Yi, that overly devoted admirer, will never awaken from his delusions without a severe jolt. Jun Shiyue felt fortunate that he had refrained from drinking tea while lost in thought. What you say holds substantial truth. How could I allow Qin Shiyue to continue manipulating the third prince? Are you suggesting that Qin Shiyue is exploiting the third prince? Jun Shiyue was filled with skepticism, pondering what qualities the third prince possessed that warranted her exploitation. Qin Shiyue was momentarily choked by a morsel of dessert, leading her to cough lightly. What is there to be valued? This is clearly a mockery directed at Jun Yi. However, apart from the lavish expenditures Jun Yi has incurred on Qin Shiyue over the years, there truly is little of worth to be utilized. Jun Shiyue let out a soft sigh. Yet, Jun Yi is backed by the crown prince. No matter his circumstances, he remains the brother of the crown prince. Sharing the same mother, those who harbor intentions against the crown prince, naturally, have vested interests at play. Jun Shiyue instinctively cast a glance at the several princes present. The eldest prince, Jun Ming, had come of age and was conferred a title, stationed in Changzhou. The second prince was the crown prince, Jun Muse. The third prince, Jun Yi, and the fourth prince, Jun Xiang, was content to live as a leisurely royal. The fifth prince, Jun Shao, was indifferent to worldly affairs, while the sixth prince was still quite young and likely devoid of such ambitions. Observing Jun Shiyue lost in thought, Qin Shiyue gently patted him. "My lord, do not let your imagination run wild. You claim not to be lost in thought after surveying the princes? Do you think this is a roll call? TSK, 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 a deity on the battlefield may not be a deity in the court. Having looked around, you still cannot discern who bears a grudge against the crown prince. The more one appears nonchalant, the more intricate their internal musings tend to be." Jun Shiyue furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards Jun Shao, then swiftly shifting it to Jun Xiang.
Oh.
Is this a moment of enlightenment? Qin Shiyue felt a sharp pinch on her arm. Why does this king of hell keep pinching me? Is this domestic violence? Have you not also indulged in fanciful thoughts? The banquet continued. Qin Shiyue inquired of Fundai, "Are the medicines prepared?" Fundai nodded in affirmation. "When we toast with the auspicious wine later, do not forget to use the medicine." Volume 1, Chapter 83, The False Daughter's Malicious Deeds Boomerang. Qin Shiyue observed every subtle movement of Qin Shiyue. Using medicine? How clever of you to conceive that. Jun Xie cast a suspicious glance at Qin Shiyue. Was someone intending to poison? Qin Shiyue nodded and meaningfully gazed in the direction of Qin Shiyue. Your skills are far too shallow. Qin Shiyue nodded, watching Jun Xie depart. Seizing the opportunity presented by the toast, Qin Shiyue approached Qin Shiyue. Xiaoman immediately adopted a defensive stance. Second Mississippi Qin Shiyue patted her, signaling her to relax. It is rare to see you take the initiative to seek me out. Indeed, you have come concealing medicine at your waist, have you not? Qin Shiyue lowered her eyes. Sister, many past grievances were my fault. Would you forgive me? Qin Shiyue's expression shifted slightly. Is it that you refuse to forgive me? Qin Shiyue smiled ambiguously. It depends on your performance. Hatred surged within Qin Shiyue, and she tightened her grip on the hem of her garment, preparing to unleash the medicine. When we drink this round of wine, I shall see if you can still revel in your triumph. Qin Shiyue struggled to suppress her emotions, raising her wine cup toward Qin Shiyue. Hey. A toast? How could you not include me? That is rather inconsiderate, don't you think? Shen Yuxing darted over from the other side. Qin Shiyue quickly retracted her motion. My uncle, having found the previous table unsatisfactory, has come to seek refuge here. Qin Shiyue remarked with a smile. Shen Yuxing, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, replied, How can you say that? Is it possible for your uncle to be so lacking in dignity? You are indeed the most distinguished, commanding an army of 5,000, holding steadfast for 7 days despite insufficient provisions, she retorted playfully. Shen Yuxing raised an eyebrow. Am I not also quite impressive? Qin Shiyue nodded. Your uncle speaks the truth. The men of the Shen family are all valiant. Uncle, Qin Yu called out, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. Qin Shiyue, discerning her anxious thoughts, teased. Do you think that just because I am here, you have an opportunity to act? It seemed Shen Yuxing had only just noticed Qin Yu's presence. Oh, I see you are here as well. I shall not intrude any further. Even my uncle is unwilling to exchange a word with me? Qin Yu pouted. In the past, Shen Yuxing found her demeanor endearing. Now, however, it struck him as repulsive. Qin Shiyue cleared her throat, reminding him, Someone is watching you. Look over there. She gestured toward Shen Yaozhu. Shen Yuxing shook his head. Tsk, so it is my dear niece. Her temperament is rather volatile. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt his ear being tugged. Who dares to seize my ear? He exclaimed. Before whom do you refer to yourself as young master? Shen Yaozhu's somewhat somber voice reached his ears. With an involuntary lift of his head, Shen Yuxing protested, I am your uncle. How can you be so disrespectful? Is there no one to reprimand you? In the moonlit ambience of the banquet, Qin Shiyue remarked gently, All right, cousin, this is a royal feast. Please temper your demeanor. Observing the harmonious atmosphere around her, Qin Shiyue gritted her teeth in frustration. Do refrain from whining. You might nauseate the others, she chided, her forthright nature shaped by years of martial training and horsemanship, unable to tolerate Qin Shiyue's pretentiousness. With a slight furrow in her brow, Qin Shiyue concealed her disdain. Look at your pitiful state. What happened to the fervor you exhibited while arguing with the third prince in public? Exclaimed Shen Yaozhu, stamping her foot in exasperation. Qin Shiyue placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, saying, Be patient. You know cousin Ah Yao's straightforward nature. Why present yourself as a victim? After the two departed, Qin Shiyue, with a radiant smile, raised her wine cup in a gesture of cheer. Seizing the moment, Qin Shiyue attempted to poison her drink, only for Qin Shiyue to deftly evade it, resulting in the concoction landing upon herself instead. Feeling a flush of warmth and a slight burning sensation, Qin Shiyue attributed it to the wine. As Qin Shiyue settled down, she instructed, Make sure to take care of the second miss, pink powder. Have you been drinking? Inquired Jun Xie, noticing that Qin Shiyue's cup was half empty. It is of no consequence. Qin Shiyue offered a toast, and it would be rude to refuse. She replied nonchalantly. Are you still fully aware? Qin Shiye's brow furrowed with concern. Qin Shiyue, puzzled, responded, why does the prince inquire so? Could he be aware of Qin Shiyue's schemes? Yet, how could I fall into her trap? I have returned her actions in kind. Qin Shiyue exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, if Qin Shiyue seeks you out, it surely bodes no good. The imperial banquet continued, transitioning into a segment-themed summer, showcasing talents. Participants engaged in riddles, recitations, and the melodious strains of the qin and flute, or composing couplets from classical poetry. The Emperor of Northern Zhou chose the delightful activity of composing couplets, adding a touch of leisure to the gathering. Naturally, the Emperor initiated the poetic exchange, followed by Crown Prince Jun Muse, who took the first turn. The noble ladies and matriarchs, led by the Empress, eagerly joined in the poetic duel, reveling in the rounds that ensued. As the rounds approached her turn, Qin Shiyue began to feel the weight of the moment. If I falter, it would surely be a source of embarrassment, she thought anxiously. What to do? What to do? Prince Jun Shiyue discreetly passed her a note. Recite diligently. There is still time. Qin Shiyue glanced at the note. Your Highness, you prepared this? I am merely concerned about preserving the dignity of the Qin Wangfu, he replied, clearing his throat. You have half a tea's time. Qin Shiyue recited the lines, relieved to find they were merely a 7-character quatrain, requiring little time. The poetic exchange proceeded in an orderly fashion, following the seating arrangement. After reciting her poem themed on summer, she glanced at Qin Shiyue, who appeared slightly flushed, supporting herself on the table as if enduring some inner turmoil. Miss Qin, it is your turn, kindly reminded a lady from the adjacent table. Ayao, Qin Muyang called out lightly. Under the gaze of many, Qin Shiyue suddenly stood up, leading some to believe she was poised to unveil a masterpiece of poetry to captivate the audience. Suddenly, in the midst of the imperial banquet, Qin Shiyue began to perform an exorcism dance, leaving the audience utterly astonished. Qin Shiyue appeared unfazed, reflecting, indeed, the effects of the powder have manifested. Those who sought to harm me with this powder will ultimately face retribution.
Impudent,
Bellowed the Emperor of Northern Zhou, prompting everyone present to rise. Qin Muyang admonished, Qin Shiyue, what on earth are you doing? Will you not cease this madness? With a wave of his hand, the Emperor commanded the imperial guards to subdue her, forcing her to kneel. Yet, Qin Shiyue remained uncontrollable, her body writhing involuntarily, her eyes red and filled with fury. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Look at the second Miss Qin's expression. Could she be possessed? The Empress bowed respectfully to the Emperor, stating, Your Majesty, given the second Miss Qin's condition, she must be in a state of confusion. Would it not be prudent to escort her away for examination by the royal physician or the national master? There is no need to take her away. I must ascertain what affliction has befallen Qin Shiyue. The Emperor's expression darkened as he promptly summoned the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau, Zhao, and the national master, Wu Ming. He then gestured for everyone to take their seats. Qin Muyang felt exceedingly embarrassed, caught in a dilemma of whether to stand or sit, as Qin Yu's antics had thoroughly disgraced him. Despite this, Qin Shiyue continued her incantations, her words incomprehensible to those around her. Qin Shiyue sighed inwardly. Realizing the potency of the drug, if Qin Shiyue succeeded, it would be her own reputation that suffered today, potentially implicating the Xin family and the Prince of Chen's residence as well. Jun Xia lowered his voice. What astonishes me is this matter. Qin Shiyue acquiesced. The director Zhao arrived first. After exchanging pleasantries, he immediately proceeded to examine Qin Shiyue. As he delved deeper into the pulse diagnosis, Zhao's brow furrowed increasingly. What is it?
Get to the point.
The Emperor of Northern Zhou was in no mood for his ramblings. Miss Qin is indeed afflicted by malevolent energy, resulting in sudden bouts of agitation. In its initial stages, it may lead to erratic behavior. In essence, it is an intermittent psychiatric condition. Qin Shiyue touched the protective charm pendant given to her by Wu Mingxiang. Zhao produced silver needles and inserted them into Qin Yuyao's Tianmen and Rinzhong acupoints. The acupuncture began to take effect, and Qin Shiyue regained a semblance of consciousness. What has transpired? How dare you even ask? Qin Muyang reprimanded in a hushed tone. You have been possessed, exhibiting erratic behavior. I have not been possessed, it was not me. The national master Wu Mingxiang arrived. The emperor of northern Zhou gestured for him to forego formalities and directly attend to Qin Shiyue. I have not been tainted by malevolence. The harmonious aura of the Heian Hall enveloped the others in brightness and cheer, yet a cloud of gloom loomed over your forehead. The emperor of northern Zhou's expression turned grave and piercing. I was unaware that Qin Shiyue possessed such formidable abilities, capable of repeatedly disrupting the tranquility.
With that,
He struck the table with a heavy hand. The assembly rose in unison, kneeling before the emperor of northern Zhou. Qin Shiyue dared not retort further. Qin Muyang bowed deeply, addressing the emperor. Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty as a father in teaching my daughter, and I have offended your Majesty. Offended? The emperor of northern Zhou interjected coldly. Has this girl not offended me on numerous occasions before? Qin Muyang lowered his head. Qin Shiyue, after a moment of confusion, finally realized that her recent actions were indeed the result of the drug. However, wasn't the powder intended for Qin Shiyue's cup? How could it have affected her instead? With this thought, Qin Shiyue fixed her resentful gaze upon Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue, did you scheme against me? Qin Shiyue, remaining still and unflinching, felt the weight of Qin Yu's venomous glare, as if the air around them thickened with unspoken tension. Those who commit wrongful acts shall inevitably meet their demise. The consequences you face now are but what you deserve. Qin Yu winced as the imperial guards pressed her arms, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. You must speak respectfully. This was neither the time for defiance nor for arguments. Survival was paramount. With a softened tone, Qin Yu implored, Your Majesty, I was ignorant. My long-hidden ailment has resurfaced, leading to my erratic behavior. I was not in my right mind, and I acknowledge my mistakes. The emperor of northern Zhou replied sternly, If it is indeed an ailment, what fault lies with you? Despite his words, the others present, including Qin Muyang, understood the implications. It was not a comforting sentiment. If the second daughter of the Qin family was unwell, she ought to seek a tranquil place to recuperate. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then you may go to the Shanyuan Hall atop fucking mountain. It is a place of serenity, conducive to your healing and personal cultivation. Qin Yu stood there, bewildered. Shanyuan Tang is not a commendable place. The overseers there show no regard for the identity of those sent to them, treating everyone with equal indifference. Daily labor consists of arduous tasks, chopping wood, washing clothes, farming, and cleaning. Others can only sigh in sympathy. Few who enter that place manage to descend the mountain alive. Miss Qin Heir's life is likely ruined. Qin Muyang pleaded, Your Majesty, my daughter is frail and truly unable to endure the harsh life on the mountain. I implore Your Majesty to show mercy. The emperor of northern Zhou's expression darkened. Qin Muyang, do you believe I have nothing better to do than revolve my days around your family? Qin Muyang's heart sank. I dare not presume. Qin Yu cast a desperate glance towards Junyi. In the past, no matter the circumstances, Junyi's intercession always brought about a change in fate. The other noble youths also expected Junyi to plead, for it was well known that he harbored affection for Qin Yu. Again and again, she felt as though her heart was being pricked by needles. Father. Junyi straightened slightly. Upon hearing his voice, Qin Yu felt a glimmer of hope. Qin Shiyue silently cursed this obsequious fool. Surely, isn't he softened again? Father, Ayu has been pampered by Lord Qin since childhood, and is of delicate constitution. She is ill-suited for strenuous labor. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's spirits lifted. He was still infatuated with her. What had just transpired was of little consequence. However, Junyi's next words extinguished her hope entirely. I request, Father, that you perhaps speak to the overseer of Shanyuan Tang to arrange lighter duties for Ayu. Volume 1, Chapter 85. The false daughter is discharged. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yue was rendered speechless. The others were equally perplexed. Wasn't the third prince particularly fond of Qin Yue? Should he not be pleading with the emperor to allow her to remain? Emperor Beizhou sighed. Very well, Qin Yue shall go to the Shanyuan Hall, primarily to recuperate and restore her health. Thank you, Father. She expressed her gratitude, and after this acknowledgement, Junyi ceased to speak. Disappointment washed over Qin Yue as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Junyi's eyes were reddened with emotion. Were it not for the current circumstances, he would have eagerly bowed and implored his father for mercy to permit her to stay. His affection for Qin Shiyue ran deep. He cherished her wholeheartedly and could scarcely bear to witness her sorrow. Yet, this very person he held so dear had manipulated his sincerity to mock him. As a frivolous prince, he could dismiss ridicule from any source, but this matter was an exception. With Qin Shiyue's commotion, the atmosphere of the royal banquet had significantly diminished. The emperor found himself beleaguered upon seeing Qin Muyang. For today, Qin Shiyue would remain in the palace under the supervision of the matron, and early tomorrow, she would be escorted by palace attendants to Shanyuan Hall, allowing Lord Qin to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Qin Shiyue paused slightly in surprise. This offered a glimmer of hope. If all else failed, she could simply flee. She then turned to plead with Qin Muyang. Father. Today, Qin Muyang had faced considerable humiliation and dared not defy the emperor further on behalf of Qin Shiyue. Her matters would have to wait until the storm had passed. With this thought, Qin Muyang resolutely turned his head away, choosing not to look at her again. Seeing her father and the third prince display such attitudes, Qin Shiyue felt a wave of grievance wash over her, and tears began to fall. The emperor of northern Zhou, already irked by her delicate, tear-streaked visage, barked. What are you all staring at? Drag her out. At his command, the palace guards seized the weeping and pleading Qin Shiyue and escorted her away. Though she departed, the unpleasant atmosphere lingering from her performance of the exorcism dance had yet to dissipate. The emperor rubbed his temples and then waved his hand, signaling everyone to take their seats. A collective sigh of relief escaped the attendees. The banquet, disrupted by Qin Shiyue's commotion, concluded hastily. As dusk approached and a gentle breeze began to stir, Jun Qi observed, "You appear rather discontent." His expression was inscrutable. "If you are unwilling to speak, why should I compel you?" After saying this, Jun Qi gazed deeply at Qin Shiyue, contemplating silently. "Although I have gleaned the essence of the matter through your unspoken thoughts, I still wish for you to share your story with me." "No," he continued, "I merely found myself lost in other thoughts. Had you been aware of my presence from that time?"
Consider it a passing glance.
The carriage traversed a slope, veering into an alley, narrowly avoiding a child darting across the street, causing a jolt. Qin Shiyue lost her balance and fell against Jun Qi. As her cheek brushed against his chest, she instantly sat upright. "What's the matter?" Jun Qi had yet to assist her when she composed herself. Qin Shiyue shook her head. "How can you ask what is wrong? If I had delayed any longer, you would surely accuse me of throwing myself into your arms." Jun Qi could not suppress a fit of coughing. How could this woman hold such a grudge? Upon returning to the prince's residence, the stewardess, Granny Foam, immediately approached him. After speaking, she cast a slightly puzzled glance at Qin Shiyue. The brightly lit main hall made her expression quite evident. A flicker of alarm passed through Granny Feng's eyes. What does the princess mean by this? Qin Shiyue said nothing further and proceeded directly towards Wanyue Pavilion. "Though I am uncertain of your true allegiance, it is clear you are no virtuous person." Granny Foam, sensing the prince's suspicion towards her, hastily explained, "Your Highness, I do not fully comprehend the princess's words." Jun Qi waved his hand to interrupt her. "Granny Foam, simply attend to your duties." With that, he turned and headed towards the study. Granny Foam remained rooted in place for a long while, the candlelight casting a warm, orange glow.
Jun Qi's Kontenance darkened.
After a moment, he summoned his secret guard, Qing Feng, investigate Granny Feng's background. Although Qing Feng was puzzled, he always accepted and executed his master's commands. "Remember, do not let a third party become aware." Jun Qi toyed with the lid of his cup. "Rest assured, Your Highness." At this moment, after refreshing herself, Qin Shiyue was engrossed in reading in her chamber. Just then, Shen Qi approached to inquire, "Princess, how should we deal with the fortune-teller at the stall?" Qin Shiyue set aside her book. This individual had been peddling in the capital for quite some time and had likely swindled a considerable amount of money. They would maintain control over him, and when the time was ripe, he would be delivered to the Dali Temple for judgment. Shen Qi did not understand, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The princess dictated his every action, and with a bow, Shen Qi departed. In the past, He had read about fortune-tellers peddling their craft, mere charlatans who would flee under the cover of night when their deceit was unveiled, never to be heard from again. What is the author doing? So much ink devoted to the description of these fortune-tellers, yet the conclusion merely states they escaped, surely a mention of their fate, whether captured or perished, is warranted. Qin Shiyue felt fatigued and sank into the soft couch, slipping into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the Qin residence was shrouded in sleeplessness. After Qin Yue was dismissed, Qin Muyang was restless. Although the emperor had not explicitly threatened him, he could sense that the omen was far from favorable. His only course of action was self-preservation. He still had a son, and if all else failed, there was still Qin Shiyue. The following day, thin clouds veiled the sun, and a gentle breeze arose, alleviating the oppressive heat. After the morning court session, Jun-yi prepared to leave the palace as usual. However, just as he approached the palace gates, a figure rushed towards him in a frenzy. "Third prince, save me. Third prince, my health is frail. I cannot venture to Faching Mountain. Will you take me away? I shall become your concubine." Qin Yue, with tear-streaked cheeks, resembled a weeping pear blossom. The matron of discipline and palace attendants hastily pulled her aside, exclaiming, "How dare you disturb the third prince? Have you no regard for your life?" Even as she was restrained, Qin Yue continued to sob, her tear-stained visage evoking deep sympathy. In that moment, Jun-yi's heart softened. "Do not weep. Just live well." Qin Yue wept incessantly. "Your Highness, if you could take me to the residence of the third prince, I assure you, I shall no longer cause any trouble and will live harmoniously with you. The emperor's decree has been issued, and we cannot defy it." Jun-yi replied in a tone that was devoid of warmth. "Your Highness, we have been childhood friends, and I have cherished you for many years. Must I be treated so harshly for a moment's slip of the tongue?" The matron in charge immediately reprimanded. "How dare you speak to His Highness in such a manner?" As she raised her hand to strike, Jun-yi interjected, "Wait." He then discreetly offered 2 taels of silver to the matron, who stepped back. Bending down, Jun-yi assisted Qin Yue in standing upright and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Why do you put yourself through this? Your Highness, my previous words were spoken from the heart. Yesterday's misunderstandings. Would you kindly forgive me?" Jun-yi hesitated. "You are not the Yue I once knew. It was my ignorance in the past, Your Highness." With a heavy sigh, Jun-yi continued. "The Yue I knew was bold in love and hate, intelligent and talented, possessing the delicate fragility and dependence of a young girl." Qin Yue felt profoundly moved by his words, momentarily believing that he had changed his mind. However, he added, "But recently, you have transformed. You have become envious, competitive, and overly prideful, even resorting to extreme measures to satisfy your emotions." Upon hearing this, Qin Yue was taken aback. Jun-yi's heart ached as he spoke. "Yue, perhaps Fuqingshan is a suitable place for your self-cultivation. Take care of yourself, and I shall frequently send someone to check on you. After all, we have loved each other. I do not wish to sever ties completely." Upon hearing these words, Qin Yue's emotions shattered completely. "So you never truly cared for me. Your kindness was merely a consequence of my father's status." Jun-yi, feeling a headache coming on, did not wish to argue with her. "You are not in your right mind. It is best for you to recuperate at Shanyuan Hall." Straightening his posture, he instructed the matron to take good care of her. "Your Highness." Qin Yue clung to Jun-yi's garment, refusing to let go. With a heavy heart, he broke free from her grasp and summoned the matron again. "Take her up the mountain and ensure her well-being." The matron nodded, assuring him, "Your Highness, rest assured." The matrons, having received some silver, remarked, "With money, matters become much easier." Seeing that pleading was futile, Qin Yue fell into despair. "Your Highness, you have never sincerely cared for me. Why do you concern yourself with my sincerity?" Jun-yi chose not to look at her any longer. Regardless of how Qin Yue cried and protested, the matrons swiftly bound her, silencing her, and dragged her out of the palace to the carriage, escorted by palace attendants, heading towards Fuqingshan. As the carriage made its way through the bustling streets, Qin Yue struggled with all her might, yet her efforts proved fruitless. Jun-yi watched as the carriage grew increasingly distant, his expression inscrutable. "Your Highness, this morning, The second young lady was sent to the mountain by the palace's matron, reported Xiaoman, standing in Wanyue Pavilion, updating on Qin Shiyue's situation. As Qin Shiyue diligently inscribed characters, Xiaoman stood beside her, grinding ink. Xiaoman relayed various pieces of intelligence she had gathered, recounting them to Qin Shiyue in detail. Qin Shiyue, however, was not taken aback. She merely sensed that matters concerning Qin Shiyue would not reach a swift resolution. At that moment, Butler Wu from the Wang residence arrived to announce the arrival of old Master Qin. Qin Muyang furrowed his brow, remarking that his father was rather prompt, suggesting he would not cease his endeavors until he achieved his aims. Xiaoman gently called out, "Your Highness?" Inside the main hall of the Wang residence, the sun shone brightly, and the aroma of tea wafted through the air. "If you have something to say, please speak plainly," Qin Shiyue stated coolly. Qin Muyang had brought gifts, which he piled to one side, and Qin Shiyue cast a fleeting glance at them. "Today, father has come to see you," he began. "Your sister has been ordered to the mountains for training, and having lost face before the emperor, I came to ascertain whether my daughter might be of assistance." Before Qin Muyang could finish, Qin Shiyue coldly interjected, "There is no need for pretense, father." He looked momentarily taken aback. "Must we really converse in such a manner, Shiyue?" he asked. Qin Shiyue replied with a sardonic smile, "What alternative do we have? Shall we perform the charade of filial piety and harmonious relations?" Qin Muyang was momentarily stunned. Qin Shiyue fixed her gaze upon him, enunciating each word, "I am no actress. I cannot evoke such sentiments." His expression darkened. "Your demeanor shifts like the turning of a page. Only days prior, your attitude before the emperor was not as it is now." "Times have changed," Qin Shiyue replied, sipping her tea. "Father, I would prefer you not to force my hand in this matter." Upon hearing those words, Qin Muyang's countenance turned ashen, his expression a blend of anger and discomfort. He felt that remaining any longer would be unbearable. However, given the current state of the Qin residence, he was reluctant to escalate matters further. He forced himself to soften his demeanor, saying, "Shiyue, why must you be this way? After all, we are father and daughter. Our blood ties are undeniable." Qin Shiyue interjected, "Father, you are correct. We do share a blood bond." Qin Muyang believed she had been swayed by his words and heaved a slight sigh of relief. Yet, she continued, "But this is something I once longed for.
Now,
It matters not. Matters not." Qin Muyang was taken aback. How could Qin Shiyue dismiss their father-daughter relationship so nonchalantly? "Shiyue, how can you think this way? If it were not for your own interests, would you speak to me so civilly?" Qin Shiyue showed no inclination to indulge him. Qin Muyang felt his face flush with indignation. While he had gained favor in the eyes of the emperor on multiple occasions, his daughter could not share in such accolades. Qin Shiyue replied coolly, "I have matters to attend to. Please excuse yourself, father." With that, she rose from her seat and glanced at the items Qin Muyang had brought. "The Qin household is experiencing hard times. You need not spend unnecessary money. Save it for essential needs. Xiaoman, see Lord Qin out." "Must you insist on this, Shiyue?" Qin Muyang, now exasperated, called after her. Qin Shiyue paused briefly, then stated firmly, "Father, I hope this will be your last visit." Xiaoman approached Qin Muyang, gesturing politely, "Lord Qin, please." Qin Muyang lingered for a moment, filled with resentment before departing. The swift actions of the dark guard, Qing Feng, soon revealed the background of the inner court steward, Granny Feng, within the Wang residence.
indeed,
Granny Feng harbored secrets. In the first volume, Chapter 87, the false heiress is disciplined at the Shanyuan Hall. Granny Feng was once a palace maid in charge of the construction bureau, having dealings with various princesses and several princes due to her official duties. Eventually, she was reassigned to the residence of the Prince of Chun as the steward of the inner court. At the time of her transfer, Qin Shiyue was engaged in warfare, and since he was not particularly concerned with the affairs of the inner court, he did not pay much attention, allowing steward Wu to manage the arrangements. However, upon investigation by Qing Feng, certain irregularities came to light. Recently, Granny Feng had interactions with the Eastern Palace, as well as the residences of the third and fourth princes, and she owned 2 properties. As the steward of the inner court, her associations with them were inappropriate. both officially and privately, violating established protocols. Qing Feng inquired, "My lord, shall I discreetly apprehend Granny Feng for interrogation?" The Prince of Chun possessed a secret dungeon, overseen by the Dark Guards. Apart from her connections with these individuals, has she committed any substantial offenses?
Yun Qi counseled.
After a moment of contemplation, Qing Feng shook his head. "I shall pursue the investigation at once." After Qing Feng departed, Jun Qiyi summoned Granny Feng. Although it was midday, the Wang residence's Chaoxiang Hall was shrouded in shade. Jun Qiyi sat in the main seat, leisurely sipping tea. The more he contemplated, the more chaotic his thoughts became, ultimately leading him to nervously fidget with the hem of his garment. "What troubles you? Are you feeling guilty?" Jun Qiyi set down the teacup. Addressing the matter with gravity, "Lady Feng has served in the prince's residence for many years. Considering your capabilities, I have refrained from being overly critical of your occasional transgressions. However, the princess is now the rightful mistress of the household, and I expect you to correct your attitude and understand your position." The final words of Jun Qiyi were delivered with profound intensity, causing Lady Feng to shudder involuntarily. "This old servant shall heed the prince's counsel," she replied, before taking her leave. As Qin Shiyue entered, she encountered Jun Qiyi dismissing Lady Feng. Upon seeing her, Lady Feng respectfully bowed in greeting before departing. Although her actions were courteous, her gaze betrayed a hint of something amiss. "You arrived just in time. Come with me to the study." This marked the second occasion the prince had used her as a pretext. Once inside the study, Qin Shiyue seated herself without hesitation. Jun Qiyi poured a cup of tea and offered it to her. "With your talents, you should not struggle against a mere servant." Qin Shiyue regarded him intently. "After all these years, it is remarkable that you have not discerned her issues. You possess quite the acumen." Jun Qiyi presented her with the investigative findings regarding Lady Feng conducted by Qing Feng. "Your Highness, I must clarify that this is not what I wish to see. Regardless, it is prudent to clarify beforehand to avoid any future accusations of breaching agreements," she added. Jun Qiyi met her gaze, pondering her words. Did she truly think he would allow himself to be so easily manipulated? Lady Feng's background was indeed convoluted, having interacted with numerous princes. However, it was not surprising that she had familiarity with them, given her previous role as a matron in the construction bureau. "How do you know this?" Qin Shiyue remarked. "Isn't it simple? It was merely a fleeting mention in the book." Jun Qiyi gazed at her intently and stated, "I overheard my mother mention it inadvertently." This reasoning seemed infallible. He would not trouble his mother over such trivial matters, especially considering their unfamiliarity. Suddenly he pondered, "Since our marriage, it appears I have yet to formally pay my respects to the Xin family, particularly not having exchanged a few words with my mother-in-law, which is indeed quite impolite." Qin Shiyue smirked slightly, regarding Granny Feng. "Why does your Highness evade the topic?" "Evade?" Jun Qiyi raised an eyebrow, questioning the application of such a term. Indifferently, Qin Shiyue replied, "I beg your pardon for any amusement I may have caused. I lack education. Is that so?" Jun Qiyi cleared his throat. "Starting tomorrow, I shall teach my princess how to read." Qin Shiyue felt overwhelmed. "Teach me to read? Is this king too idle? Unable to slay indiscriminately in the capital, he now seeks to occupy himself with my education? Why not establish a school?" Jun Qiyi chose to remain silent, merely lifting his teacup and sipping nonchalantly. With a serious expression, Qin Shiyue stated, "Your Highness is quite busy with state affairs. There is truly no need to expend so much effort on me." "Not to worry. For my princess, I can certainly carve out some time," he replied. 1,000 expletives surged within Qin Shiyue's mind. Is this man impervious to both soft and hard approaches? A meaningful smile played on Jun Qiyi's lips. The thoughts of Qin Shiyue drifted once again to Granny Feng. Why did the author not clarify this? Had they forgotten about Granny Feng? No matter who it is, none could be the crown prince. The fate of the crown prince was hardly better than that of the king of hell. Jun Qiyi made an effort to swallow the tea, angrily setting down the cup. How infuriating! Forgotten once again. Qin Shiyue spoke with solemnity. "Since your Highness has official duties to attend to, I shall not disturb you."
With that,
she turned to leave the study. Other matters were still under investigation. Qin Shiyue nodded. Shun Qi shook his head. Not yet. Sensing that Qin Yuyao would not obediently ascend the mountain, He had dispatched spies to monitor her early on. Qin Shiyue's suspicion was not unfounded. On the way to Fuyin Mountain, Qin Yuyao struggled incessantly. Her legs ached, her body felt numb, and her head throbbed. Discomfort plagued her. Anger boiled within her. Anger at Qin Shiyue's schemes, anger at Jun Yi's merciless abandonment. Her mission was not yet complete. She could not simply perish on Fuyin Mountain. Even if she entered Shanyuan Hall, she could still find a way to escape. As darkness loomed, the biting mountain wind seeped into her collar, sending a shiver down her spine. By noon, the group arrived at Shanyuan Hall. The hall was constructed similarly to a nunnery, designated for women to cultivate their character. The managing nun, codenamed Qingyuan, was robust in stature and possessed a stern visage. She would only show a hint of warmth when receiving visitors from the palace. Another arrival from the palace? The nun inquired. The palace matron nodded. The second young lady of a Qin family suffers from a chronic illness. By the decree of His Majesty, she is sent here to recuperate. I ask for your kind attention, dear nun. Qingyuan Guzi responded faintly. After sending away the old woman, her expression darkened upon seeing Qin Yuyao.
Come in, she said.
As Qin Yuyao entered the room, a musty, damp odor assaulted her senses. The room was modest, containing only a table, a chair, and a bed. There was even a lack of a wardrobe for clothing. Is this where I am to reside?
She questioned.
This space accommodates 6 people. Had it not been for the orders from above, how could you expect to occupy a room alone and make such demands?
Qin Yuyao,
feeling wronged, burst into tears. Go ahead and cry, Qingyuan Guzi replied coolly. If the laundry in the courtyard remains undone, you may as well skip dinner, as there is nothing prepared for you. With that, Qingyuan Guzi turned and left. Qin Yuyao, sobbing, sat at the edge of the bed. After she had wept enough, she stifled her discomfort and arranged the damp dark blue bedding. Suddenly, a large black rat darted out from beneath the bed.
Ah!
Qin Yuyao screamed. What are you shouting for? Hurry up and do the laundry. Qin Yuyao had been settled on the mountain, under the care of the ants from Shanyuan Hall. She felt that something was amiss. Meanwhile, a confidential letter arrived at the 5th prince's residence, in the hands of Jun Xiao. Chapter 88. The princes visit Old Zhong. The steward of the 5th prince's residence awaited instructions quietly. Jun Xiao cast a cursory glance and remarked, There is truly no need for such letters to reach my hands in the future. And what of the second young lady of the Qin family? Old Zhong inquired cautiously. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. Her destiny will be dictated by her own actions, Jun Xiao replied, as he stood by the lotus pond, scattering fish food. Thus, she leisurely waved her fan. It turned out that the person Qin Yue was thinking of was none other than the 5th prince, Jun Xiao. Outside the 5th prince's residence, Xiaoman had been lurking in the shadows for quite some time. Qin Shiyue instructed her to keep a watchful eye on the 5th prince's estate. But aside from the butler's comings and goings, there had been no other activity. She began to ponder the meaning behind the princess's request to monitor this place. In the evening, Xiaoman reported her observations from the 5th prince's residence to Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue said nothing, aside from the old steward. Had no one else entered or exited the estate? Xiaoman shook her head. No, my lady. Are you being overly cautious? Qin Shiyue contemplated deeply. Could it be that she remembered incorrectly? Yet, the true master behind Qin Yue was indeed the 5th prince, Jun Xiao. After all, he was a prominent figure in the original narrative. Given the significant upheaval in Qin Yue's life, how could he remain silent? At that moment, Dong Zhi entered with tea. Glancing outside every so often, Qin Shiyue inquired curiously, What's the matter? Dong Zhi placed the refreshments on the table. My lady, that Granny Feng has been behaving strangely. Lingering outside the Wanyu pavilion, Qin Shiyue mused inwardly. Granny Feng is indeed quite intriguing. Half an hour later, Qin Shiyue summoned Granny Feng to the study in Wanyu pavilion. Having received Jun Qi's warning, Granny Feng had tempered her demeanor somewhat. My lady, you summoned this old servant for some matter? Qin Shiyue leisurely sipped her tea. Granny Feng, have you completed the task I assigned to you earlier? Granny Feng was momentarily taken aback. What task? Qin Shiyue reminded, the roster of the servants and maids in the Wangfu, along with their backgrounds. With a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, she declared, "I require results within a day." Although Granny Feng was perplexed, she refrained from further inquiries, replying, "This old servant shall do her utmost." Yet it was not merely an effort, it was a certainty. Qin Shiyue leisurely sipped her tea, asserting that if no news arrived within a day, it would signify Granny Feng's dereliction of duty. Granny Feng's expression darkened, yet she assured, "Rest assured, Wang Fei." Once Granny Feng departed, Xiaoman cautiously inquired, "Wang Fei, what is your intention?" "The Wangya has stirred the grass, causing the snakes to flee. I shall merely act as a catalyst to discern which estate Granny Feng is in contact with." Dongji, listening from the side, remained somewhat bewildered, yet trusted Wang Fei's judgment implicitly. Qin Shiyue chuckled softly, "Look at this girl, so earnestly serious." Xiaoman stifled a laugh, while Dongji's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, retorting, "Wang Fei, you are jesting with this servant again. I might just become truly upset." Qin Shiyue's smile widened. "Come now, express your anger more vigorously. Let me witness it." Xiaoman struggled to suppress her amusement.
Dongji,
Now blushing fiercely, turned her back in a huff. Xiaoman whispered, "Wang Fei, see? Dongji has truly taken your words to heart." Qin Shiyue's face radiated joy. Meanwhile, Qin Muyang was preoccupied with contemplating the future of the Qin residence. It had been 2 days since Qin Shiyue had rejected him, and during this time, he had remained brooding within the estate. "Master." Butlers who entered hurriedly, brandishing a name card. Qin Muyang, troubled and feverish in thought, asked, "What is it?" In the next moment, upon seeing the invitation, a hint of perplexity washed over him. The card read, inviting him to a gathering at the Swallow Tower. Signed by the esteemed Prince Jin. Prince Jin? The more Qin Muyang pondered, the more bewildered he became. The Qin family had never had any dealings with Prince Jin. So what game was he playing? Noticing the master lost in thought, Steward, who gently called out, "Master?" Even if Prince Jin intended to amuse himself at his expense, it mattered little. Given the current state of affairs, there was no outcome worse than what they were already facing. 2 days later, in a private room on the 2nd floor of the Swallow Tower, Qin Muyang encountered Prince Jin Jun Qiming. The room was spacious and bright, filled with the fragrant aroma of tea. "The esteemed Master Qin has arrived." Qin Muyang offered his respects. "I pay my respects to Prince Jin." Jun Qiming waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities, Master Qin. Please take a seat." Qin Muyang complied, yet felt a sense of discomfort. He had no prior acquaintance with Jun Qiming and was uncertain of the purpose behind today's invitation. Jun Qiming poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. "There's no need to feel uneasy. This prince merely wishes to engage in casual conversation." Casual conversation?
Qin Muyang felt puzzled.
Jun Qiming was a man who seldom acted without ulterior motives. Master Qin is a wise man. "It is time to contemplate the future of the Qin family," Jun Qiming remarked. Qin Muyang mulled over his words. Was the prince implying? Jun Qiming did not hide his intentions. "Currently, I have an opportunity that could assist the Qin family in restoring its reputation. I wonder, does Master Qin have any interest?" "What opportunity?" "In Jiangnan, the water disaster has caused great suffering among the people, leaving the emperor in a state of distress. If Lord Qin is willing, he may recommend himself." Qin Muyang understood. "Are you suggesting that I volunteer to manage the flood relief efforts?" Jun Qiming nodded in tacit agreement. He was never adept at flood control and was puzzled as to why Jun Qiming would propose such a notion. Moreover, his station was not located in Jiangnan. What could be his true intention behind this? With this in mind, Qin Muyang set down his teacup. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for speaking candidly, but this matter is not within my expertise, and I require further consideration." Jun Qiming made no further remarks and allowed him to depart. After Qin Muyang had left the private room for some time, Jun Qiming let out a heavy sigh. He took a sip of tea. "If he chooses not to go, others will. If they succeed, it benefits me. If they fail, it bears no consequence to me." At that moment, Qin Shiyue happened to be out on the street and unintentionally passed by. Witnessing Qin Muyang and Jun Qiming exiting, Yanzi Lu in succession. The figures of Jun Qiming and Qin Muyang were somewhat conspicuous in front of the establishment. Their simultaneous exit was no mere coincidence. Originally, Qin Muyang had climbed the ranks through Qin Shiyue, first associating with the third prince and then the fifth prince.
Now,
Was he attempting to align himself with the cautious prince as well? Or was Jun Qiming extending a timely assistance, seeking to cultivate an alliance with Qin Muyang? Princess, you have been standing here for quite some time. What is it that you are observing? Dongji inquired, following Qin Shiyue's gaze. But apart from the bustling crowd, he saw nothing of note. Nothing much. I merely believe the dishes at Yanzi Lu are exorbitantly priced. On the winter solstice, a light-hearted smile graced the lips of Qin Shiyue as she remarked, "The prince is concerned for you and wishes to provide you with the very best." With a playful poke at her nose, she added, "At such a tender age, your words are as sweet as honey." The princess chided her maid once more. However, Granny Feng had not fulfilled her promise to deliver the required items within a single day. This matter had lingered for a month, despite Qin Shiyue's numerous reminders. Yet, Granny Feng remained obstinate. Growing weary of fruitless discussions, Qin Shiyue sought out Steward Wu directly. In 1 hour, summon all 32 managers and their assistants from the various quarters of the prince's residence to Wanyue Pavilion. I have matters to discuss. At that moment, Granny Feng passed by and overheard Qin Shiyue's instructions to Steward Wu. As the head of the inner court, she believed it was her prerogative to organize such gatherings. Why had the task been handed directly to Steward Wu? Feeling perturbed, she approached Qin Shiyue. "Your Highness, the tasks you assigned to this old servant yesterday morning are already in progress." Qin Shiyue glanced at her, a smile dancing on her lips, and replied, "Granny Feng, being of advanced years, may find such responsibilities burdensome. From this moment forth, you may rest within the palace, delegating your current duties to my personal maid, Xiao Man." Granny Feng was taken aback. Qin Shiyue then fixed her with a serious gaze. "As for the subsequent matters, the prince will personally make the arrangements." Granny Feng was bewildered. "Your Highness, what do you mean by this? I have served in the prince's residence for many years, dedicating myself wholeheartedly. How can you so casually remove me from my position? The royal residence does not accommodate idlers. Both the prince and I have afforded you opportunities, yet you have squandered them, failing to appreciate their worth." Steward Wu acted swiftly, and after a little over half an hour, he reported that everyone had been summoned and was awaiting instructions in the Wanyue Pavilion. "This matter has lingered for a month due to your procrastination. If you no longer wish to engage, then by all means, take your rest." As noon approached, the sun reached its zenith. Qin Shiyue instructed Steward Hu to arrange for the assembly to convene in the main hall for discussion. "The purpose of gathering you today is primarily to glean some information." 32 individuals were grouped and stood before her in an orderly manner. Perhaps due to their previous encounters with the princess's manner of handling affairs, the majority present dared not act too casually. "This conversation should have commenced the day following my wedding with the prince, but various reasons have caused delays. And thus we find ourselves here today. I hope you will not take offense." The attendees exchanged glances. The princess remained courteous, believing that as long as the task was accomplished, no significant issues would arise. "Please, feel free to express your concerns," the princess encouraged. Qin Shiyue exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Man, who proceeded to distribute the neatly wrapped silver coins to each individual. "This is your reward, and also serves as a token of our first meeting. Should you fulfill your duties well, additional rewards shall follow." The assembly expressed their joy, for the silver presented by the princess amounted to 2 months' salary. "Thank you, Your Highness," they said, bowing in gratitude. Only one maid, Xiangya, standing in the front row, pouted in disdain. What could a mere 30 taels of silver accomplish? Her dissatisfaction did not escape Qin Shiyue's keen observation. "Your Highness, I am but a simple servant, lacking in education and struggling with penmanship. Fear not, for those who cannot write may seek the assistance of Xiao Man for their correspondence. It suffices to present it by this time tomorrow." Others expressed no objections, bowing in agreement. "However, Your Highness, I am often overwhelmed with my tasks and doubt I shall find the time for such trivial matters." Xiang Yi cast a disdainful glance. Qin Shiyue offered a gentle smile but remained silent. Xiang He, standing beside Xiang Yi, seizing the opportunity, exclaimed, "Your Highness, I too find myself pressed for time, and my subordinates do not heed my instructions." I recall that every individual in the royal household has a designated quota of tasks to complete from dawn until dusk. If you cannot accomplish even this, does it not reflect your own laziness? Qin Shiyue replied sternly. If your subordinates do not obey, does that not imply your own incompetence in managing the affairs of the household? Both Xiang Yi and Xiang He were rendered speechless. Steward Wu, upon hearing his name called, promptly understood. Your Highness, they are Xiang Yi and Xiang He, responsible for the kitchen and procurement, yet they have indeed displayed a degree of negligence, perhaps due to their familiarity with Madame Feng. Since you are unable to fulfill your duties, you shall, like Madame Feng, be reassigned to the labor quarters. It is no wonder that Lord Qin disapproves. How dare you speak in such a manner? Steward Wu reprimanded. Yet, Qin Shiyue remained unperturbed. Steward Wu, please revoke their contracts and expel them from the royal residence. The two stood in shock, utterly speechless. Having severed the bonds of servitude, one becomes devoid of identity, subjected to scorn wherever one goes, unable to lead a dignified life. Your Highness, you cannot nullify the contracts of the servants. Such an act is against the established order.
Oh.
So you wish for me to adhere to protocol? Very well. Qin Shiyue commanded. These two have spoken impertinently, defying authority. Take them away and administer 20 strokes of the cane, sentencing them to a life of servitude on the outskirts of the capital, never to leave. In the original text, these two, much like the matron Feng, were treacherous and disloyal. Steward Wu waved his hand, summoning the household guards to drag the offenders away for punishment. Your Highness, we recognize our transgressions. Please spare us. We shall never dare to offend again. But before the plea could be completed, their mouths were silenced, and soon thereafter, the dull thuds of the canes striking flesh echoed from outside. Steward Wu, convey this message. Should there be any further acts of defiance or treachery within the household, let them be judged equally. Yes. As dusk descended, Qin Shiyue reclined in the rocking chair within the courtyard, savoring the evening glow. The sky was ablaze with vibrant hues, a vast expanse of crimson, as a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing comfort and serenity. Feeling a heaviness in her eyelids and recognizing the pleasantness of the evening temperature, she gradually succumbed to slumber. When she next opened her eyes, a visage of sorrow suddenly loomed before her. Help me avenge. In the first volume, Chapter 90, The Remnants of a Father's Thoughts. Qin Shiyue noted that this face mirrored her own perfectly, as if gazing into a mirror. Her breath caught in her throat. Is it the original owner? Tears streamed down the woman's face as she lamented. I despise every member of the Qin family. Help me seek revenge. Wang Fei? Qin Shiyue suddenly opened her eyes, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Wang Fei, did you have a nightmare? Dongji inquired with concern, noting her struggle moments before. Qin Shiyue shook her head and mentioned that Wei Yanhua had visited the Qin residence. Today, Jun Qiming approached my worthless father, undoubtedly leaving him perplexed. It is indeed time to consult someone thoroughly. Why are you lingering in the courtyard at such a late hour? Jun Qie appeared unexpectedly. Startled, Qin Shiyue exclaimed, Your Highness, you move without a sound. This prince often comes and goes silently. You shall grow accustomed to it, Wang Fei. That is my habit. May your Highness also grow accustomed to it. Jun Qie sighed and followed her. Did Foam Mama not report anything to me today? Qin Shiyue sipped a cup of cool tea, relishing its refreshing comfort against the summer heat. Report what? I have dismissed her from her position as the head of the inner courtyard. She likely harbors resentment towards me. After finishing her tea, she fanned herself gently. Wang Fei, do as you wish. There is no need to report every matter to this prince. Qin Shiyue was taken aback. Am I reporting to you? You are rather full of yourself, aren't you?
Yun Qi disregarded her sentiments.
However, I reprimanded her yesterday. She should not dare to report again. He then picked up a scroll to peruse. Just because she does not report to you does not mean she will not report to others. Jun Qi furrowed his brows. If it were Qin Muyang, he would certainly not mismanage the situation. Jun Qiming has become a benefactor in times of need. This time, the fifth prince must not be allowed to go, and certainly not that wretched father. His fingers rhythmically tapped against the scroll. The Qin residence is no longer prosperous. Lord Qin has taken the initiative to seek reconciliation, yet he has repeatedly faced your rejection. It is only natural for him to seek other avenues. Qin Shiyue fell into deep contemplation. The following morning, as was customary, Qin Shiyue attended the morning court. Upon entering the door, he was greeted by his mother, who welcomed him with warmth. Of course, come in and sit. I have prepared your favorite horsehoof pastry and mung bean cake, she said with a smile, pulling Qin Shiyue inside. The main hall was bright, filled with the enticing aroma of sweet delicacies. Qin Shiyue picked up a piece of mung bean cake, only to have it snatched away by Qin Yuxing. Do not act foolishly,
Shen Ruyu scolded.
sister. I was merely teasing my niece, he replied. Qin Shiyue, unfazed, chose to ignore him. Qin Yuxing, unaccustomed to Qin Shiyue's silence, asked, What is it? Are you not happy to see me? Qin Shiyue retorted, I fear I cannot withstand Uncle's exuberance. Uncle is just uncle. Why must you add the word little before it? It sounds as if I am very small, he protested. Qin Shiyue shook her head. Are you very large? Am I not? Qin Yuxing's eye twitched in exasperation. You are utterly lacking in decorum. Just then, Shen Qingyan strode in confidently from outside. Grandfather. Qin Shiyue stepped forward to greet him. Upon encountering his father, Shen Yuxing immediately lost his playful demeanor and contemplated a discreet escape, yet his efforts proved futile. Shen Yuxing, feeling aggrieved, protested, I was not being arrogant, merely seeking a bit of fun. Ah, grandfather, your morning court duties must have been taxing. Please sit down and share a few words with us. After exchanging pleasantries, the group settled down to converse. Their dialogue inevitably drifted towards the recent floods in Jiangnan. During the morning court session, Qin Muyang indeed broached the subject of traveling to Jiangnan to provide disaster relief for the court's sake. However, the Emperor of Northern Zhou exhibited skepticism towards Qin Muyang's proposal, asserting that it required further contemplation. Qin Shiyue silently criticized. Next, it seems that the scoundrel father will implore Jun Qiming for assistance. Abruptly returning to the present, she noticed her grandfather's gaze fixed upon her. Unfazed, Qin Shiyue resumed savoring her pastries. The emperor is likely awaiting a sound strategy for disaster relief. A well-conceived plan executed promptly yields the best results. Shen Qingyan pondered briefly, finding merit in Qin Shiyue's thoughts. The Shen family had been engaged in warfare for many years. During their respite, it was only fitting that they contributed in other realms. That old fellow is quite astute. Shen Yuxing choked on his tea, coughing a few times. Just as Qin Muyang was about to approach Jun Qiming for counsel, Jun Qiming received news that Shen Yuanyang's eldest son, Shen Jiazong, had voluntarily stepped forward to assist with disaster relief in Jiangnan, presenting the emperor with a viable strategy for alleviating the crisis. Even the fifth prince, Jun Shao, was caught off guard by this turn of events. The emperor promptly decided to dispatch Shen Jiazong to Jiangnan, bestowing upon him the authority to act as he deemed fit. Qin Muyang felt thoroughly humiliated. While Jun Qiming remained unfazed, such an outcome was something old Qin should have anticipated long ago. Qin Muyang felt a surge of frustration, acknowledging that ultimately, it was the myriad issues arising from the official court that had disappointed the emperor. As for you, Lord Qin, do not let disappointment consume you. Although this opportunity has slipped away, there shall be others. As he pondered this, a sudden realization struck him. Could this be yet another scheme devised by Qin Shiyue? Indeed, what was it that she could not accomplish? His vexation deepened. Had he known this, he would have treated her with greater kindness.
Meanwhile,
in the Wanyu pavilion of the prince's mansion, Qin Shiyue inexplicably sneezed several times. Rubbing her nose, she mused, Is it my despicable father nagging me again? Shaking her head, she gulped down a large pot of cool tea to invigorate her senses. At that moment, news arrived from the Shan Yuan Hall. Qin Yuyu had escaped. In the first volume, Chapter 91, the narrative continues. Qin Shiyue drank deeply of the cool tea. It was no small feat for Qin Yuyu to have fled from Shan Yuan Hall. What could have prompted such an escape? She massaged her temples, her thoughts lingering on Qin Yuyu. The young son of General Shen had accompanied her as well. Shen Yuxing? Shen Qi nodded affirmatively. His presence was reassuring. For someone with the capability to lead troops against foes would undoubtedly contribute to disaster relief efforts. The news of Qin Yuyu's escape also reached the Qin residence.
Inchiting Kin Mu Yang S Ire.
This wretched girl will not allow our household a moment's peace. With this escape, the situation had escalated. Gritting his teeth, Qin Muyang resolved to visit the palace and seek an audience with the emperor before a reprimand could be delivered. The emperor of the northern Zhou set aside his documents, remarking, "Ah, Lord Qin, have you returned to inform me of your failures in education once more?" The emperor of the northern Zhou furrowed his brows slightly, gazing intently at Qin Muyang for a considerable moment. "In that case, I shall entrust this matter to you. I shall obey your command, your majesty,"
replied Qin Muyang.
Subsequently, he assumed the title of a fifth-rank investigator and set out into the streets with his entourage in search of individuals. Qin Muyang intended to focus his efforts around the vicinity of Fuqing Mountain. As Qin Shiyue emerged from the palace after paying her respects to the Empress Dowager, she fortuitously encountered Qin Muyang departing as well. "Is father troubled by the search for my second sister?" she pondered. As Qin Muyang stepped aside, she called out to him. He paused slightly. "You are aware?" "I can only speculate. There are 3 possible hiding places for my second sister. The Qin family villa, the residence of the 3rd prince, and that of the 5th prince," she replied with a subtle implication. "Of course, I merely offer a suggestion. The final decision rests with you, father," she concluded, turning to depart in her carriage. "My lady, why would you disclose this to the master, considering how he has treated you?" questioned Dongji, aggrieved on her behalf. "Father is concerned with his reputation. Thus, I must lend a hand. Regardless of whether he locates Qin Yu, he will not benefit from it," she stated.
"Ah?
"I am confused again," Dongji remarked. "What is the meaning of your words, my lady? I find it increasingly difficult to comprehend." Nevertheless, despite her confusion, Dongji nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my lady speaks wisely."
Xiao Man smiled gently.
As they proceeded into the inner warehouse, suddenly, someone pulled at them. Junie was caught off guard, stumbling 2 steps and nearly falling. The individual who grasped him was thin, clad in tattered garments, with a soiled face and somewhat disheveled hair. Initially, Junie believed that the famished commoner had entered in search of food. Just as he was about to inquire, a faint sound of weeping reached his ears. "Yue? Why have you descended the mountain?" Upon closer inspection, he realized that the person was none other than Qin Yu. After more than half a month apart, the once delicate young lady now appeared in a state of disarray. "Third prince, please save me. I can no longer endure this. I truly cannot bear it. The Good Fortune Hall is no place for a human to remain."
Qin Yu clutched Junie's sleeve, sobbing.
"His Majesty commanded your presence. Who would dare to defy him?" Junie furrowed his brows. "Why have you come here? If you are caught, what will become of you?" "You." Qin Yu hastily wiped her tears, filled with resentment and indignation. "Ultimately, you are still worried that I may implicate you. Very well. Now that I am here, go ahead and report me, summon someone to seize me, and seek your rewards." Observing her distress, Junie felt a deep ache in his heart. It dawned on him that all his previous defiance against the emperor and empress for her sake had been in vain. With a heavy sigh, he replied, "For the time being, this storeroom will remain undisturbed. Stay here and recuperate for a couple of days. I shall prepare some food for you." Having said that, Junie exited the storeroom. Qin Yu sat in the corner, hugging her knees, silently shedding tears. As Junie approached the storeroom with clothes and food, the house steward, Old Fong, arrived to report that Master Qin had brought people along. Junie's brows knitted in concern. "Has he come to ascertain if his daughter is with me, Your Highness?" Old Fong called softly and handed the items to his close attendant, Xiaoyu. "I pay my respects to the 3rd prince." As Junie entered the inner chamber, he found Qin Muyang waiting patiently. "Master Qin, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Please, have a seat and let us converse." Junie gestured lightly. However, Qin Muyang did not take a seat. "Your Highness, I have come today to inquire whether my daughter has quietly visited your estate."
Junie's gaze flickered momentarily.
"Are you referring to Yue? Is she not engaged in solitary cultivation on Fuqing Mountain? How could she possibly be in my residence? My daughter has eloped." "Eloped? So, Master Qin harbors suspicions that I have concealed her? Your Highness, you misunderstand. I am merely concerned that my daughter, in her impudence, may cause you some trouble." Junie turned the lid of his teacup thoughtfully. It is you who are mistaken, Master Qin. My father has decreed that she recuperate on the mountain. How could I possibly take her in without permission? With that, he closed the lid and signaled for the steward to escort Qin Muyang out. Your Highness, I am here on official business. On official business to search the third prince's estate? Qin Muyang hesitated slightly. Your Highness, you exaggerate. That is not the case. See Master Qin out, Junyi reiterated. Please do take your leave. Unable to assert himself further, Qin Muyang departed. After sending Qin Muyang away, Junyi stealthily made his way to the storeroom, only to discover that Qin Yuyu had already left.
Junyi sighed softly. You.
Take care of yourself. Upon leaving the third prince's estate, Qin Muyang lingered for a long while at the gate. Master, our men have been dispatched. Aside from the third and fifth prince's residences, we should have results by this evening at the latest. At that moment, Qin Yuyu darted past him in a flash. Qian Feng, momentarily taken aback, immediately gave chase. At this moment, the bustling market in the capital was alive with activity. Qin Yue wove through the crowd, evading the pursuit of Qian Feng. As she fled, she muttered complaints under her breath. Why was her father also against her now? Just as Qian Feng was closing in, Qin Yue pushed past pedestrians and darted into an alley. She ran desperately, yet the footsteps behind her grew ever closer. Exhausted, her legs grew weak, and in a moment of carelessness, she stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Suppressing her tears and enduring the pain coursing through her body, Qin Yue managed to rise and exit the alley. However, after only a few steps, someone covered her mouth and dragged her away. Volume 1. Chapter 92. Willing to be her concubine. As Qian Feng entered the alley, he found no trace of her. Qin Muyang, upon hearing the report, suddenly felt a pang of realization. He knew that Qin Yue's stamina was insufficient for her to vanish right under Qian Feng's nose, unless someone was aiding her. Could it be the fifth prince? Master, should we? Qin Muyang hesitated. Having faced humiliation at the third prince's residence, was he truly willing to seek discomfort at the fifth prince's? Meanwhile, within the fifth prince's manor, Qin Yue was dragged into an inconspicuous room. Jun Xiaoping dismissed his close attendants and shut the door firmly. Your Highness! Upon seeing him, Qin Yue could not help but burst into tears. This prince does not appreciate your tears in my presence. You are aware of this, Jun Xiao said in a rather detached tone. Qin Yue fought to hold back her tears. Your escape from Fuqingshan speaks to your capabilities. However, do not delude yourself into thinking you hold any favor before Junyi. I merely seek sympathy, yet I continue to serve your Highness. Jun Xiao smiled faintly, saying, should I call you naive or foolish? Yet, I am still young and unwilling to spend my life languishing in the good fate hall. It is no place for a person. As she spoke, tears threatened to spill once more. Jun Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Qin Yuyu quickly composed herself, exclaiming, Your Highness, take me in. Allow me to serve as your concubine. Even an unnamed and unacknowledged concubine is preferable to life in the good fate hall. Moreover, as a concubine without title or registration, I could adopt any name and identity at will. If I cannot become the third brother's concubine, must I then humbly come to serve as yours? When Jun Xiao regarded Qin Yuyu, his gaze was rather indifferent. Do you truly believe this is realistic? Do you think entering the prince's residence is that simple? Jun Xiao raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that I seek vengeance for you against the ninth princess? Qin Yuyu vigorously shook her head, indicating that was not her intention.
Jun Xiao graspede her Qin, compelling her to lift her gaze.
Observing her tear-streaked eyes, he felt little compassion. You no longer resemble the Qin Yuyu I once knew. Qin Yuyu implored, I beseech your Highness for guidance. Jun Xiao, with a semblance of amusement, replied, The path lies beneath your own feet. I trust you do not require my instruction on what to do. With that, he released her. Qin Yuyu collapsed to the ground. Your Highness! The butler, old Zhong, called from outside. What is it? The Qin patriarch has arrived. Qin Yuyu furrowed her brow. She watched as Jun Xiao departed, weeping for quite some time thereafter. Since no one cares for her life or death, she feels no obligation to consider anyone else's safety. With this thought, Qin Yuyue's eyes turned red, and her disdain for the anger she felt was unmistakable. Qin Shiyue, I shall make you pay for this. Meanwhile, Jun Xiao was in a meeting with Qin Muyang, who recounted the events at the third prince's residence. Jun Xiao, displaying a keen understanding, remarked, "I comprehend Lord Qin's sentiments. However, the matter concerning Qin Shiyue is of great significance, and it would be unwise for me to defy the emperor's will for the sake of a single woman." Qin Muyang nodded in agreement. "Your Highness speaks the truth. Yet the occurrence within my family leaves me uneasy." He continued, "Rather than remain in confusion, it would be prudent to let things unfold naturally. I believe the emperor is not devoid of reason." Qin Muyang, upon realizing this, rose and bowed, saying, "Your Highness's words shall be etched in my heart." With that, he sought an excuse to depart. Jun Xiao silently observed the old steward escorting Qin Muyang away and pondered deeply for a considerable time. Qin Muyang's inability to locate Qin Shiyue left him feeling as though a heavy stone obstructed his heart. He was baffled as to how matters had escalated so dramatically. Upon hearing this, Qin Muyang pushed the teacup to the floor, suddenly realizing he had been deceived. Qin Shiyue, the third prince, the fifth prince. It seemed that everyone was conspiring against him. With this thought, Qin Muyang sprang to his feet. Steward, who promptly stepped forward, inquiring, "Master, what is your intention?" Qin Muyang's arrival had been anticipated by Qin Shiyue. "Father, speak plainly. Did you already know the whereabouts of your daughter?" Qin Muyang spoke directly to the point. Qin Shiyue chuckled. "Is my father truly confused? No matter how capable I am, how could I possibly control my sister's actions? Father holds me in too high regard. Are you truly unaware?" Qin Shiyue's expression turned enigmatic. "If you do not believe me, why come to the Prince of Chen's residence to inquire?" In the afternoon, the thin clouds obscured the sunlight, tempering the heat, and the light in the hall appeared somewhat dim. Qin Muyang rose to his feet, addressing Your Highness. "I apologize for my intrusion. There is no need for such grandiloquent rhetoric. If you have come regarding Qin Shiyue, I believe it is entirely unnecessary." Jun Qiyue stated nonchalantly, taking a seat beside Qin Shiyue. Qin Muyang felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I am overwhelmed with concern for my daughter. If I have offended in any way, Father's words are rather exaggerated. It was you who took the initiative regarding my sister's affairs. It is indeed inappropriate to approach the Prince of Chen's residence," Qin Shiyue interjected. Upon hearing this, Qin Muyang felt like a fool. Perhaps he should not have come at all. Yet, the promise he made before the emperor loomed over him, threatening to become a source of ridicule. He choked on his words and, after a brief exchange, took his leave. As fate would have it, not long after Qin Muyang departed, news arrived from Xinqi, relaying the details of Qin Muyang's visits to the third and fifth prince's residences. Next moment, "Qin Shiyue shall surely come seeking vengeance against me," the princess remarked with a sense of ease. Jun Qiyue, appearing unfazed, casually commented, "Your Highness, your intentions seem to possess a deeper significance, do they not?" Qin Shiyue suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Jun Qiyue gazed at her quietly, awaiting her continuation. Qin Shiyue smiled enigmatically, "My lord, tomorrow we shall visit the Fuan temple to offer our prayers." As her words settled, a shadow flickered outside the door. Volume 1, Chapter 93. Some words, once uttered, may sound unpleasant. Jun Qiyue followed her gaze and replied, "There is an early court session tomorrow. Let us postpone until the day after. I shall accompany you." The shadow outside the windows vanished in an instant. A knowing smile graced Qin Shiyue's lips. Jun Qiyue understood well. It was indeed time to leave. To pray is to wish for longevity, after all, to avoid a sudden demise from poison. Jun Qiyue's expression darkened. "Could you not utter something kind about me?"
Ah.
"When the day comes that you pass, I shall stand by your grave and speak a multitude of good words." Jun Qiyue coughed for a while. Qin Shiyue waved her hand. "On the winter solstice, bring the medicine for the Lord to drink. My lord, if you feel unwell, do take your medicine. Do not force yourself." As she observed Jun Qiyue consuming the medicinal concoction, she guided him into the room and gently pressed him onto the bed. As she reached to loosen his garments, he grasped her wrist. "Are you attempting to force me?" The room was brightly lit, filled with a faint scent of herbs. Qin Shiyue leaned down, her demeanor calm. "If you are not afraid of becoming paralyzed by my needles, then continue to hold my wrist." Releasing his grip, Qin Shiyue allowed her to proceed with the removal of his clothing. Yet, an odd sensation washed over him. This was the first time a woman had taken such initiative. Qin Shiyue worked swiftly, soon covering his back with a flurry of silver needles. The flickering candlelight revealed the fine beads of sweat on Qin Shiyue's forehead. Your Highness, after this treatment, I intend to undertake a significant procedure on you. Qin Shiyue furrowed his brow. A significant procedure? Indeed. I shall use a needle to incise your flesh and insert a detoxification tube to release your toxic and purulent blood. It may cause a bit of pain. Qin Shiyue spoke lightly. You are being outrageous. Qin Shiyue admonished, having never encountered such an absurd method of detoxification. Your Highness, cooperation requires mutual understanding. Since you have chosen me as your healer, you must adhere to my guidance entirely. Qin Shiyue regarded the prickly Qin Shiyue and continued. I mention this to prepare you mentally. Is it absolutely necessary to resort to surgery? It is not mandatory. After tidying her medicine box, Qin Shiyue settled into a rocking chair to rest. However, previous treatments have yielded no results, and 3 years from now, Your Highness may succumb to the poison. Thus, whether the prince wishes to live or die ultimately rests upon his own will. Qin Shiyue had been awaiting other methods from Qin Shiyue when he heard the statement, nearly choking on his breath. Observing his discomfort, Qin Shiyue felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Your Highness, please do not become agitated. Be cautious of your temper. Qin Shiyue took a calming breath, a capricious woman. The room fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, Qin Shiyue found himself feeling somewhat bored. Why have you ceased speaking? Qin Shiyue was resting with her eyes closed. I fear that should I speak too much, it may provoke another admonition of outrageous from your Highness. You are unlike other women.
Yun Qi suddenly remarked.
Qin Shiyue's eyelids tightened slightly. I hail from the countryside, and thus, I am certainly not akin to the noble ladies of the capital who are acquainted with the prince. After all, I grew up in the countryside just like the original owner of this body, so my words hold a semblance of truth. You lack the straightforwardness and simplicity of rural women, the traditional virtues of common folks' daughters, and the gentle grace of noble women. Qin Shiyue opened her eyes and continued. Qin Shiyue, as a prince, you may believe you have witnessed the entirety of the world. However, you remain unwittingly ensnared by the shackles of traditional perceptions, indulging in a narrow view of reality. Qin Shiyue pondered her words intently. It is akin to our encounter at the Mingjin apothecary, where I was inadvertently tripped by clutter and stumbled into your embrace, and yet you insisted on framing it as an act of affection. Qin Shiyue gazed at him. You choose to perceive only what you wish, while dismissing the perspectives of others. Qin Shiyue restrained himself from uttering the word presumptuous. Why did he suddenly find her words strikingly accurate? This feeling was most unsettling. How stubborn can one be to acknowledge that I am right? Is it truly so difficult? You are correct. This prince has indeed been overly rigid in certain aspects of understanding. I misjudged you at the Mingjin apothecary. Qin Shiyue was caught off guard, coughing lightly as she processed his unexpected admission. Could it be that this man was actually softening his tone toward her? Am I ill? Surely, I must be unwell. Or perhaps my ears are deceiving me. You never considered that this prince would speak softly to you, which is yet another indication of being bound by your own traditional beliefs, is it not? Learning and applying in real time, are we? The flickering candlelight cast a gentle glow, enveloping the surroundings in a soft halo. A brief half-hour swiftly passed, during which Qin Shiyue removed the silver needles from her back. In the ensuing fortnight, I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare nourishing meals for you, ensuring your health is restored in anticipation of the forthcoming bloodletting and detoxification therapy. As the moon ascended the branches, a gentle breeze swayed. When Xia Ying arrived, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Was not the prince known for his disdain towards moon-gazing? Yet today, had he been stirred by some unforeseen impulse? Could it be that he had once again been teased by the princess? But that seemed implausible. The princess had been a part of their lives for some time now. The prince should have grown accustomed to her presence by now.
Xia Ying.
What kind of woman is the princess, truly? Xia Ying was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his breath. His astonishment mirrored that of the time when the prince declared his intention to marry the princess. The princess was dignified, gracious, and virtuous. Xia Ying rummaged through his mind for every exquisite descriptor of feminine beauty. It could never hurt to extol her virtues. However, the response he received was a cold scoff from his master. Asking you is futile. Xia Ying blinked in surprise, watching as his master strode away in a huff.
Indeed.
Every time he faced the princess's teasing, his temper flared dramatically. How can you expect me to understand matters you have yet to comprehend after marrying the princess?
He muttered.
2 mornings later, Qin Shiyue, accompanied by Qin Shiyue, ascended the mountain to offer incense at the Fuan Temple. Inside the temple, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air as devotees entered and exited, their expressions reverent. Qin Shiyue accepted the incense from the attendant and knelt upon the meditation mat before the Buddha, praying earnestly. With utmost reverence, I beseech the Buddha to bestow blessings upon my mother and grandfather, granting them health and well-being, and may all affairs of the Qin family flourish in peace and harmony. Qin Shiyue stood silently beside her, absorbing her heartfelt supplication. May I also be granted the fortune to successfully neutralize the poison and enjoy a long life, she continued. And may I accomplish my tasks without incurring the wrath of fate, lest my soul be scattered. A wave of unease washed over Qin Shiyue as Qin Shiyue completed her prayers, noticing his serious demeanor. What wish did the prince make? She inquired. Qin Shiyue replied with a grunt. Some wishes are best kept within the heart, much like certain words that lose their beauty once spoken. Qin Shiyue, perplexed, wondered, have you taken the wrong medicine? I believe I did not err in my prescriptions 2 days ago. Together, Qin Shiyue and Qin Shiyue departed the temple and ventured to the rear mountain. There, jagged rocks and towering trees formed a distinctive landscape, where the gentle breeze caressed their faces and the fragrant aroma of grass and earth filled the air. As they descended the winding path, a figure suddenly lunged forth, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Qin Shiyue. Watch out, princess! Before Qin Shiyue could react, Qin Shiyue swiftly evaded the attack and deftly twisted the assailant's wrist. A cry of pain echoed as the dagger slipped from the attacker's grasp and clattered to the ground. To her astonishment, the would-be assassin was none other than Qin Shiyue. Release me, let me go, she shouted, struggling fiercely. Just as Qin Shiyue secured her hold on Qin Shiyue, the sound of rushing wind filled the air once more. Qin Shiyue swiftly launched a flying knife, striking down a cloaked assailant who tumbled from the dense foliage above. With a sudden gasp, blood gushed forth as the assassin collapsed to the ground. Qin Shiyue tossed Qin Shiyue to Xiaoman and Xunli for safekeeping, while she herself raised her hand, delivering a powerful strike to the assassin who had attacked from the side. The blow landed squarely on the assassin's chest, sending him crashing to the ground, where he expelled a copious amount of blood, his breaths becoming increasingly shallow. Xia Ying, now free to act, stood in stunned disbelief. The princess could draw a bow, and she could fight as well? The assassin he had been holding attempted to resist but was swiftly subdued. Behave yourself. Qin Shiyue was firmly restrained as well. To kill me, you would resort to bribing assassins? Indeed. I loathe you. I wish I could eliminate you. Had it not been for you, I would still be the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, not reduced to this state of disgrace. Only your death could quell the hatred that festers within me. Qin Shiyue had no desire to engage in further dialogue. You spent over half a month in Fakingshan. Where did you procure the funds to hire assassins? Qin Yue's eyes glimmered with malice. I stole it from my father. All of this is what you owe me. Qin Shiyue gritted her teeth. Incurable. Qin Yue's attempt on the life of Princess Zhenwang resulted in her immediate incarceration in the dungeons. The other assassins, en route, chose to end their own lives by poison. Wretched girl indeed. A failure in every endeavor. Qin Muyang smashed the teacup in his hand onto the ground with great force. The cup shattered into fragments, and tea spilled freely across the floor. The servants in the hall remained silent, fearful of uttering a sound. I have long declared her useless. It was you who insisted she had potential. But what now? The Qin family was already in dire straits, and with Qin Yue's reckless actions, Qin Muyang regretted ever permitting such a foolish daughter to remain by his side. Qin Yue's actions rendered Qin Muyang's assurances before the Emperor of Northern Zhou a mere jest. Qin Muyang, I do not expect you to be as capable as your father. the esteemed northern marquis, but at the very least, refrain from constantly causing me distress." In response to Qin Muyang's repeated apologies, the emperor's ire was kindled, and he flung the petition against Qin Muyang at him. Before Qin Muyang could fully comprehend the document, he heard the emperor's decree from above. Qin Shiyue, lacking in self-reflection, has committed an act of treason by attempting to assassinate the princess consort. She is to be imprisoned in the dungeons and, on a chosen day, brought forth to the execution ground for decapitation to serve as a public spectacle. Qin Muyang was momentarily taken aback. "Your Majesty, should you dare to plead for her again, I shall invoke the principle of collective punishment and seize the entire Qin estate." The emperor's warning sent a chill down Qin Muyang's spine. There was no hope for Qin Shiyue's salvation. Upon exiting the imperial study, he felt utterly numb. "Master?" Butler, who tentatively called out, noticing Qin Muyang's distraction. "In a few days, summon the guard, Chow, to come to the manor and see the old madam." Butler, who nodded, with no hope from his daughter. He still had a son. Let me out, let me out. I am the legitimate daughter of the Qin family. I cannot die." In the dark, damp dungeon, Qin Shiyue heard the news and repeatedly pounded on the cell door, crying out, "What is all this noise? Keep it up, and I shall sew your mouth shut." The jailer impatiently reprimanded her. "Mother?" Following the sound, Qin Shiyue saw her mother arrive. Shun Ryu handed a silver coin to the jailer, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." "Madam, you are too kind," the jailer replied, accepting the coin and gesturing for the other jailers. "You all go with me to patrol elsewhere." "Mother, please save me. I do not wish to perish." After the guards had departed, Qin Shiyue clutched the prison bars, weeping bitterly. Shun Ryu observed Qin Shiyue's gradual descent into despair and sighed softly. The thought that she would soon ascend the guillotine twisted her heart in anguish. After all, she had been raised by her side since childhood. To claim there were no feelings would be disingenuous. Yet, she could not disregard the events of her past life, where Ashur met a tragic end due to Qin Shiyue's actions. Had it not been for Ashur's cleverness, she too might have been driven to her demise by Qin Shiyue. Shun Ryu lifted the food container, presenting each dish within. "I have prepared some of your favorite foods. Please eat." "Mother has not come to rescue me," Qin Shiyue replied, wiping her tears. "It does not matter. After all, I am not your biological child. What does it matter that I was raised by you? Ultimately, I cannot compare to the bond of blood with my sister." Shun Ryu's eyes glistened with tears. The flickering light on the wall cast shadows in the dimness. "Mother, if it were sister confined in this prison today, would you not risk everything to save her?" Suddenly, Qin Shiyue burst into laughter, tears mingling with her mirth. "If that is the case, why then do you feign compassion, like a cat weeping for a mouse?" Shun Ryu gazed at her, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Why are you crying? I am the one who should weep. It is you who have driven me to this state. Do you not feel remorse? Had you not tarnished your sister's reputation time and again? Had you refrained from acts of assassination and tended to your life on the mountain, would you have fallen into such dire straits?" Shun Ryu let out a heavy sigh, urging, "Please, partake in your meal, fill your belly, and take care of yourself." After uttering these words, she turned and walked away. "Mother, mother, do not go. Do not leave." Qin Shiyue clutched the bars of her cell, gradually collapsing onto the ground, weeping into her arms. The sky had darkened, and the evening breeze wafted in, bringing a chill. Shun Ryu shivered slightly and draped a cloak around her shoulders. Chapter 95. Your daughter is not your daughter, mother. Qin Shiyue glanced in the direction of the prison, concerned for her mother's health during her recovery. Shun Ryu grasped Qin Shiyue's hand, expressing her sorrow. "Ashur, my heart aches. I failed to notice Yao's feelings in time." Qin Shiyue shook her head, replying, "It is father's excessive indulgence." As the mother and daughter conversed, they beheld Qin Muyang approaching. Under the cold moonlight, his silhouette stretched long, appearing somewhat desolate. "Are you satisfied with the fate that has befallen Yao today?" Qin Muyang had stood outside the prison for quite some time. Despite his pleas and offers of money, the guards had steadfastly refused him entry. Yet now, Shun Ryu could enter with ease. "Yao has been raised by my side since childhood. Do you think I do not feel pain at her current state? Do you believe I possess a heart as cold as yours?" Qin Muyang suppressed his voice, stating, "Your words are mere flattery. It is you who are twisting the truth. You are mistaken, and have been from the very beginning." Qin Shiyue shielded her mother behind her and stepped closer to Qin Muyang, whispering in his ear, "Ever since you sold me to Li Village and adopted another man's daughter, your path has been irrevocably misguided." Another man's daughter? Qin Muyang was left utterly bewildered. No matter the circumstances, Qin Shiyue was still his own flesh and blood. Furrowing his brow, Qin Muyang demanded, "What on earth are you talking about?" After speaking, Qin Shiyue took a step back, silently observing the bewildering changes in her father's expression. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Muyang's face darkened significantly. "If you wish to discern the truth, why not pay a visit to Fuan Temple and inquire with Lin Wan?" Qin Shiyue's gaze was complex, tinged with both scorn and sympathy. The one he held dear had betrayed him, and for 17 years he had nurtured another's child, forsaking his own flesh and blood. "You!" Qin Muyang, dizzy with fury, pointed an accusing finger at Qin Shiyue, shouting, "Your sister is on the brink of death. And you still dare to tarnish her reputation?" With tears in her eyes, Qin Shiyue retorted, "So you are aware of how vital a daughter-as virtue is? In your previous life, when Qin Yue slandered the original's purity, you were indifferent. Yet now, when the knife has turned against Qin Yue, you suddenly feel remorse?" Shun Ryu stood to the side, silently observing with an inscrutable expression. Qin Muyang's face turned a deep shade of gray, rendering him speechless with rage. Supporting her mother, Qin Shiyue boarded the carriage and departed. Qin Muyang inhaled deeply several times, only to find his legs growing weak, staggering back a couple of steps. After returning to the Qin residence, the more he pondered, the angrier he became, with Qin Shiyue's words incessantly echoing in his mind. Each phrase seemed to pierce his heart like a needle. Qin Muyang lay restlessly on his bed, tossing and turning. Just as he managed to close his eyes, the visage of Qin Shiyue intruded upon his thoughts. He stared blankly at the curtains, enduring until dawn broke. Resolving to heed Qin Shiyue's counsel, he decided to personally visit Fuan Temple and seek clarity from Lin Wan. Since she had repeatedly turned him away, he would confront her directly. With this determination, Qin Muyang changed his attire and instructed Steward who to prepare the carriage for their journey to Fuan Temple. Steward, who was perplexed by his master's intentions. Could it be that he still harbored feelings for Lin Wan? Little did Qin Muyang anticipate that Qin Shiyue had arrived at Fuan Temple before him, locating the place where Lin Wan was in seclusion. Within half an hour, Qin Muyang also reached Fuan Temple and found Lin Wan sweeping the courtyard. Lin Wan, having lost her focus on her spiritual practice, yearned for the day she could return to the secular world. Upon hearing of Qin Muyang's arrival, her eyes sparkled with hope. He had finally come to take her away. After washing her face, Lin Wan arranged to meet Qin Muyang in a secluded woodshed. Just as she was about to express her longing, she noticed the dark cloud that loomed over his expression. "Master, you look unwell. Are you ill?" she inquired, raising her hand to touch his forehead, only to be stopped by Qin Muyang. "I have come today to confirm something with you," he stated firmly. Lin Wan was taken aback. "What is it?" "Our daughter, Ayu. When exactly was she born?" 17 years ago, in early summer of June. "What of it? Have you truly contemplated it? Was it early summer in June or early autumn in September?" Qin Muyang pressed on. Lin Wan's complexion shifted slightly. "It was undoubtedly early summer in June." "Qin Muyang, what do you mean by this? Do you suspect me of deceit?" "The daughter within me is merely small due to insufficient nourishment." A flicker of panic crossed Lin Wan's eyes. "What do you mean by that, Qin Muyang? After all the toil I endured to bear your children, to find myself in this predicament, and yet you dare to question my integrity." Upon seeing Qin Muyang's wavering belief, Lin Wan elevated her voice, attempting to mask her own insecurity. This tactic proved effective. Qin Muyang found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Have I truly misjudged her?
Curse it!
How could I have so readily believed the malicious words of Qin Shiyue? A silver needle, shrouded in mist, silently pierced Lin Wan's body. Before long, she felt an overwhelming heat surging within her, as if a fire were smoldering in her chest. Qin Muyang, however, assumed she remained angry. Regardless of Lin Wan's demeanor, she had indeed borne children for the Qin family. How could he harbor such doubts? Moreover, given their daughter's precarious fate. How could he even bring himself to inquire about this? Do not be upset. I was merely asking casually. Casually asking?
Qin Shiyue.
You are nothing but a spineless wretch. You cannot even handle Shinryu, yet you expect me to remain chaste for you? Before Qin Muyang could finish a sentence, Lin Wan's words pierced through. He paused, taken aback. What did you just say? You are correct. Yue is not your daughter. During your absence of 1 year, I bore a child with another man, who knows far better how to cherish a person. Qin Muyang's face turned ashen. Alas, he has passed away. Otherwise, with my beauty, why would I endlessly await you, Qin Muyang?
Qin Shiyue.
Consumed by anger, swung his hand fiercely and struck Lin Wan. Taken by surprise, she fell to the ground, her cheek burning with pain. After receiving the slap, Lin Wan seemed to regain some clarity. What had she said? What had transpired? You have finally spoken the truth. How foolish I was to have treated you with such kindness. It seems I, Qin Muyang, have been blind all along. No, please listen to me. Lin Wan grasped his collar in an attempt to explain. You have misunderstood. I have children who rely on the Qin estate. However, Qin Muyang chose to disregard her pleas. He halted and remarked, in the future, when you visit the Fuan temple to offer incense, remember to have your daughter transcribe scriptures for blessings. Lin Wan was momentarily taken aback. To transcribe scriptures for her own daughter? Before she could inquire further, she noticed that Qin Muyang had already distanced himself. Volume 1, Chapter 96. It is I who intends to capture you. Do you have any objections? Qin Muyang felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Sir, young Master Wei awaits you in the inner hall, reminded Butler Hu. Furrowing his brow and suppressing a headache, Qin Muyang proceeded to meet Wei Yanhua. Uncle! Wei Yanhua exclaimed, rising hastily upon Qin Muyang's entrance. Given their still unspoken relationship, he could only refer to Qin Muyang as uncle. The utterance of that term struck Qin Muyang like a thunderclap. Moments prior, when Lin Wan had declared that Qin Shiyue was not his daughter, a knot had formed in his chest. He had forgotten to ask whether Wei Yanhua was indeed his son. Perhaps he was not? The more he pondered, the heavier the weight upon his heart became. Qin Muyang tightened his grip on the teacup. Wei Yanhua, perplexed, inquired, Uncle, what troubles you? Oh, I intended to inquire about the matter concerning cousin Au. Is there truly no remedy for her predicament? After all, she is still quite young. Wei Yanhua recalled Qin Shiyue and found his eyes growing misty. They are, after all, siblings, and the thought of her facing the guillotine weighed heavily on his heart. He sought to leverage connections to secure a glimmer of hope for Qin Shiyue. However, his clandestine efforts bore no fruit, and he felt it unwise to persist. To outsiders, it seemed rather peculiar for a cousin to be so fervently occupied with his cousin's affairs. Thus, he awaited news from Qin Muyang, as it would be more natural for a father to be concerned for his daughter. Yet today, Qin Muyang remained silent. Qin Muyang, burdened by his own anguish, lamented the reality that his beloved daughter, whom he had cherished for over a decade, was not of his own blood. He scrutinized Wei Yanhua's countenance and suddenly perceived a disquieting resemblance. He no longer felt the connection. Uncle? Wei Yanhua called out. Perhaps it would be prudent to beseech Prince Jin? Wei Yanhua pondered. He had witnessed Prince Jin, Jun Qiming, and Qin Muyang emerge from Yanzi Tower on 2 occasions. Qin Muyang regarded him with suspicion. How could he possibly know of his past dealings with Prince Jin? Had he been secretly observing him? What could be his motive? Wei Yanhua discerned the turmoil within Qin Muyang's heart. He cleared his throat and ventured, with Prince Chun and the Princess of Qin no longer to be relied upon. Prince Jin is the only one who can speak on our behalf before the Emperor. Qin Muyang's expression soured. Even if he can speak, I have no expectation from him. Who is Prince Jin? Why would he heed my request? It would be better to avoid being an inconvenience to him altogether. As he spoke, he gazed at Wei Yanhua's visage, increasingly feeling a sense of estrangement. At Fuan Temple, he should have sought clarity from Lin Wan.
Now,
I find myself unwilling to see Lin Wan again. Perhaps no matter what Lin Wan says, I would no longer believe her. Wei Yanhua cast a puzzled glance at Qin Muyang. What is amiss today? The emotions seem rather unsettling. The impression Qin Muyang gleaned from Wei Yanhua was that he appeared to be concerned for a Yao, yet in reality, he sought to extract information from me. Thus, the two of them concluded their conversation amidst suspicion. Wei Yanhua departed from the Qin residence and boarded the carriage. His attendant, Wei Lin, also found it peculiar. Young master. Today, Master Qin's demeanor is quite strange. The carriage set off steadily, and Wei Yanhua opened the window, watching as the Qin residence receded further away from him. It was only when it vanished from sight that he finally closed the window. Wei Lin, please assist me in visiting the Fuan temple to burn incense tomorrow. The moon hung high in the sky, and the evening breeze rustled through the trees. A soft creak echoed as a small door opened, leaving behind a faint trace on the ground. Granny Feng, carrying a bundle, stealthily exited the Wang residence. In the dead of night, where could Granny Feng be heading? Suddenly, the surroundings brightened, and Granny Feng instinctively shielded her eyes. The princess? Recovering her senses, she realized that the figure before her was none other than Qin Shiyue. Accompanied by Butler Wu and guards from the Shin family, Granny Feng's choice to venture out in the dead of night must indicate an urgent matter. Subsequently, Granny Feng fell into a trap. Naturally, she would not voluntarily admit a letter arrived from home unexpectedly, stating there was an urgent matter. In my anxiety, I set out overnight. Qin Shiyue, with a half-smirk, responded, "Is that so?" Madame Feng raised her neck defiantly. Of course, I would not dare deceive the princess. Qin Shiyue noted the fleeting hint of panic on Madame Feng's face. Seize her. As the command fell, Xin Qi and Shunli moved swiftly to restrain her. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Madame Feng struggled. I summoned you to speak to the prince directly and request a leave of absence. In the next moment, Madame Feng was forced to kneel before Qin Shiyue. The bright hall was ablaze with light, which Qin Shiyue found blinding, prompting her to instruct Steward Wu to extinguish one of the lamps. Your Highness, I am in a hurry due to urgent matters at home and did not formally request leave. Yet the princess treats me as a thief, bringing me here unjustly. It was I who asked the princess to detain you. Do you have any objections? Madame Feng's eyes darted rapidly, but she feigned calmness. Your Highness, I am unaware of any wrongdoing. You have been disloyal within the palace, betraying my and the princess's whereabouts. Do you truly believe I am unaware? Your Highness, I am solely devoted to my duties. How could I betray you? Qin Shiyue scoffed. You have spread rumors within the palace, claiming that I have not consummated my marriage with the princess. Who has instigated you? Madame Feng paused slightly, taken aback. Qin Shiyue cast a glance at Qin Shiyue, thinking, some things need not be articulated. Simply stating the rumor suffices. Qin Shiyue cleared his throat twice. On the eve of the summer banquet, you disseminated the news of the princess's nightmares, allowing Qin Shiyue to prepare a scheme to harm her. Had I not sensed something amiss beforehand, I might well have found myself cultivating on Mount Fucking, bringing disgrace upon both the Qinwang mansion and the Shin family of the general's residence. Qin Shiyue interjected. Do you not agree, Granny Feng? A smile danced upon her lips, enigmatic yet teasing. Granny Feng's gaze flickered, her lips sealed tight. Qin Shiyue continued, furthermore, your contribution to our ambush at the Fuan temple cannot be overlooked, can it? Granny Feng's heart raced. Such baseless accusations. How can the princess slander an old servant? Qin Shiyue shook her head. Granny Feng, we have already discovered the silk handkerchief you used to convey messages the other night. It was not a silk handkerchief. Granny Feng protested hastily. I distinctly used ordinary paper. Volume 1, Chapter 97. I do not wish to let you go. Only after speaking did Granny Feng realize her folly and fell silent. How much benefit had Qin Shiyue given you to make you so steadfast? Qin Shiyue pondered. But that doesn't seem right. How could Qin Shiyue have such influence as to reach into the Qinwang mansion? Granny Feng's eyes glimmered, and then she steeled her resolve. It was indeed the second young lady of the Qin family who bribed me. Do not let your imagination run wild, princess. Since Granny Feng refused to speak the truth, let me take a guess. Qin Shiyue waved his hand, signaling everyone to step outside and wait. Qin Shiyue twirled the jade bracelet on her wrist, contemplating for a long while. Could it be the fifth prince? After all, the true mastermind behind Qin Shiyue is none other than the fifth prince, Jun Shao. Jun Qia's eyes narrowed in surprise. What nonsensical words were the princess uttering? Previously, Miss Qin Shiyue had maintained a close relationship with the third prince. If there were to be a hidden orchestrator, it should be the third prince, so how could it possibly be linked to the fifth prince? Qin Shiyue covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Oh, I was merely speaking casually, and you fell for it again?" Granny Feng's gaze was filled with resentment. "I have said nothing. It is all the princess's imagination. If it were merely the princess's imagination, then why did you react so emotionally?" Jun Qiyue threw the teacup in his hand onto the table. Granny Feng trembled, bound tightly. She wished to struggle, but it was futile. Jun Qiyue summoned his shadow guards, spread the news of what just transpired to both the fifth prince's and the third prince's residences. Qin Shiyue was dubious. Could he still be suspicious of Jun Yi? Jun Yi couldn't even resolve the matter concerning Qin Shiyue, and he expected him to think of infiltrating other residences? Jun Qiyue cast a strange glance at Qin Shiyue, then changed his tune. Disseminate the news widely. Do not limit it to the third and fifth prince's households. The shadow guards received their orders and withdrew. Wait. Jun Qiyue stood and took a couple of steps after them. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Does the princess have anything to convey to me?" "No." Qin Shiyue pondered for a moment, then added, "If I must say something, it would be my wish for the prince to live a long and prosperous life." Jun Qiyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Qin Shiyue found herself perplexed. What on earth does he want me to say to him? The Riddler, will you speak plainly? Do not bring the convolutions of the court before me. Regarding the agreements made prior to the grand wedding, I now regret one of them. Jun Qiyue spoke directly. Qin Shiyue awaited his continuation. What is this man up to? Is he wavering? After all, this union was bestowed upon us by the imperial elder brother. Should we part ways shortly, it would not bode well, and our mother would surely be heartbroken.
So?
Qin Shiyue inquired with an air of indifference. Jun Qiyue was momentarily taken aback. Are you feigning ignorance? Thus, regardless of what the future holds, I have no intention of letting you go. Suddenly, Qin Shiyue burst into laughter. Jun Qiyue, puzzled, asked, What are you laughing at? I merely did not expect that the illustrious Prince of Chun would possess the capacity to waver. Having said that, Qin Shiyue turned and began to walk away. How childish. Before he could offer his respects, she had already hastened away. He cast a tentative glance at his master. My lord, have you quarreled with the princess? Jun Qiyue shot an irate glance at Xiang. What concern is it of yours?
Get out.
Xiang held his breath, retreating quietly. Xiang, what troubles you? Dongji, having finished his duties, passed by and noticed Xia Ying's furrowed brow. Xia Ying lamented, on the verge of tears. Why does the princess incessantly tease the prince? Dongji looked on, bewildered. Has she lost her senses? Meanwhile, in Wanyue Pavilion, Qin Shiyue lay restlessly upon a soft couch. Xiaoman stood vigil at the side, lifting the curtains. Is the princess unable to sleep again? Qin Shiyue sat up and mused. Xiaoman, do you think all men in this world are prone to inconsistency? Xiaoman paused for a moment, then smiled. Have the princess and the prince quarreled? Not at all. I merely find him capricious. Qin Shiyue reclined back, her hands folded beneath her head. The prearranged agreement of their marriage was not something he could easily dismiss. Princess? Xiaoman noticed her mistress's eyes darting about and called her softly. Qin Shiyue turned to the side. The room is too bright. Extinguish the lamps. Xiaoman complied, snuffing out all the lights. The room was suddenly enveloped in darkness. Jun Qiyue stood silently in the courtyard of Wanyue Pavilion, lost in thought for a long while. The following morning, news of the arrest of Granny Feng from the Chen Wangfu for treachery spread like wildfire. After the morning court session, Jun Qiyue was summoned by the Emperor of Beizhou to brew tea. Lately, his time spent with the Emperor had been filled with either chess or tea, which had become rather tedious. Jun Qiyue took a seat opposite the Emperor without hesitation. Hearing this, He Sheng held his breath. How about I teach you to paint instead? The Emperor jested. Jun Qiyue's expression darkened. My painting skills are rudimentary. I fear I would offend your Majesty's eyes. The Emperor, amused, replied, Then be obedient and brew tea for me. Jun Qiyue earnestly set about preparing the tea. He Sheng, who had just held his breath, finally relaxed. Recently, I see that your health has improved greatly. It must be that the princess has brought joy to the household. Qin Shiyue raised an eyebrow, seemingly intent on sidestepping the topic. The princess is indeed an intriguing individual. The assault on Fuan Temple startled both you and the princess. As for me, I am unperturbed. However, it is the princess who has been in low spirits of late. Qin Shiyue lifted the teapot and tilted it slightly over the teacup before the emperor of Northern Zhou. The tea flowed forth, creating ripples in the cup. Its hue was just right, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. My younger brother's tea-brewing skills have become increasingly exquisite. The emperor savored it thoughtfully, contemplating that the princess was in for a delightful treat. Pausing momentarily, Qin Shiyue cleared his throat. Given the princess's melancholy, my younger brother must provide her with some solace. The emperor advised. Qin Shiyue nodded, acknowledging his brother's intent. As twilight descended and the lanterns dimmed, a figure clad in black intruded into the dungeons of the prince's residence, swiftly incapacitating one of the guards to gain entrance. He deftly made his way to the cell, where Granny Foam was held, with her back turned to the door. She lay upon a straw mat. A pouch of poison was quietly scattered into the cell, aiming directly at her mouth and nose. Granny Foam began to convulse, and soon, she fell silent. The assassin departed, satisfied with his work. However, as he retreated a mere step, the surroundings were suddenly illuminated. Chapter 98. No wall is without its cracks. The assassin paused for a considerable moment before lowering his head once more, letting out a soft sigh. The eliminated Granny Foam was, in fact, an impersonation by the palace guards. Such a grand scheme to eliminate her. Qin Shiyue emerged from among the guards, tauntingly remarking. The assassin was firmly pinned to the ground, unable to move, eyes ablaze with fury. Qin Shiyue regarded him with curiosity. Who sent you? The assassin gritted his teeth. Qin Shiyue, quick-witted and agile, promptly removed the poison pouch concealed within the assailant's jaw. His movements were swift, yet sadly, this tactic was not novel to us. Bound by his jaw, the assailant struggled valiantly, exclaiming, "If you possess the courage, then kill me." Qin Shiyue, however, declined the challenge, asserting, "I must at least grant you an opportunity to explain yourself, mustn't I?" Subsequently, he cast a glance at the guard restraining the captive, instructing, "Take good care of him, and listen attentively to his tales." The guard acknowledged the command. By the time Qin Shiyue exited the dungeon, the night had progressed into its latter half. He intended to visit the Wanyu Pavilion, only to discover its doors firmly shut. With a sigh, he prepared to depart. Yet, as he turned, the door creaked open. Surely, the prince would not be so brazen as to enter directly, would he? Qin Shiyue stood at the threshold, clad in a delicate azure gown.
Qin Shiyue got it here.
His expression inscrutable. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" he inquired. Qin Shiyue replied with a faint smile. "Isn't the prince also awake? Could it be that he has become so enthralled with capturing assassins that he is too excited to sleep?" Qin Shiyue was momentarily choked by his own words. Coughing repeatedly. "You cannot expect me to stand here and converse with you, can you?" Qin Shiyue gracefully stepped aside to allow passage. Qin Shiyue presented the collected powder to her. Cautiously, she inhaled its scent. It is refreshing at first, yet prolonged exposure will result in headaches, dizziness, and ultimately lead to a profound slumber from which one may never awaken.
Qin Shiyue's powerful.
Qin Shiyue carefully wrapped the powder, stating, "Ancient texts describe this toxin as thousand-year drunkenness, originating from the western regions." In the western regions, Qin Shiyue fell into deep contemplation. The most vexatious matter concerning the western regions was undoubtedly the Eastern Wu Kingdom. 3 years prior, following a grand conflict, the Eastern Wu Kingdom suffered defeat and submitted a letter of surrender, resulting in a tranquility at the borders that has endured until now. Yet, presently, the elusive thousand-year drunkenness. To delve deeper, this thousand-year drunkenness may very well have originated from the Eastern Wu Kingdom. The prince had waged war against the Eastern Wu for many years. Had he ever heard of it? This prince is only aware of the 100-flower poison and the purple leaf poison from Eastern Wu, never having heard of thousand-year drunkenness, at least, not before leaving the battlefield. Indeed, had he been afflicted by the thousand-year drunkenness back then, it is unlikely he would have been fortunate enough to survive until now. He raised the teacup to his lips, only to set it down once more. Qin Shiyue felt a sense of relief at not having rushed to drink. "Your Highness," One must remain cautious of such powder toxins, Qin Shiyue cautioned, having dealt with the thousand-year drunkenness with great care.
Why?
The toxins within your body have yet to be completely purged. It is unwise to expose yourself to further contamination, even from ordinary fragrances. Otherwise, you shall not live to a ripe old age, and all my previous efforts will be in vain. The corners of Jun Qia's eyes twitched. The inner thoughts of Qin Shiyue continued to flow in. However, speaking of the Eastern Wu Kingdom, according to the timeline, they will insidiously come to pay their respects around the time of the emperor's birthday next spring. When the emperor celebrates his birthday, should the Eastern Wu come bearing the thousand-year drunkenness, how shall this prince defend against it? Jun Qia twirled the lid of the teacup, feigning a question. Even if they were to bring it, it would be of no consequence. He would ensure a staunch defense, striking first before they could enact their schemes. The ruler of the Eastern Wu, Mo Hanjia, was remarkably astute. How could they possibly bring their own products to the Central Plains to harm others? They initially provoked with the 9 rings and the Luban lock, followed by a series of covert taunts. Subsequently, the venerable officials in the court united against him, and ultimately, another general from Eastern Wu met his demise, framed for treachery. The 5th prince took the helm to manage the situation. Who was the elder statesman that led the counterattack? Qin Shiyue searched her memory, cursing herself for not paying closer attention while reading.
I understand now, she thought.
But what exactly had she grasped? The hour was late. The princess should retire early. Jun Qia stood, making his way out of the room. Today, he is quite self-aware, no need for me to urge him. As the night breeze met him, Jun Qia could not suppress a couple of coughs. Just as he exited the moon-embraced pavilion, the guard in blue from the dungeon approached with news. My lord, the assassin has confessed. Jun Qia's brow furrowed. What did he say? The guard hesitated, opening his mouth to speak, but faltering. Only when Jun Qia cast a dispassionate gaze upon him did he cautiously reveal he claims to be from the 3rd prince's residence.
Yun Qies as Nero Chopli.
From Jun Yi? A knowing smile crept onto his lips as he proceeded towards the dungeon. The air in the dungeon was stifling and damp, with a metallic scent of blood permeating the atmosphere. The assassin was bound to a rack, his body marred with whip marks, unconscious. Jun Qia gestured with a wave of his hand, and with a resounding splash, cold water cascaded down upon him. The icy water pierced his wounds, rousing the assassin from his stupor. His mouth opened and closed, blood frothing from his lips. I am a member of the 3rd prince's residence. You cannot kill me. Jun Qia scoffed. To kill Grandma Foam, you truly have gone to great lengths to act. Whatever you think, cough, cough, cough. Jun Qia disregarded him and turned to leave. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. By the next morning, the news had already reached the 3rd prince's residence. Initially, he was troubled by the matter concerning Qin Shiyue, and now with this incident added, he was instantly alarmed. How outrageous! The slander has fallen upon me. It is an affront to heaven. After saying this, he hurriedly went out. His personal attendant, Xiao Anzi, quickly followed. Your Highness, where are you going? To the Chen Wang's residence, to clarify matters with the 9th prince. Upon arriving at the Chen Wang's residence, Jun Qia was not present. Qin Shiyue looked at him indifferently. The 3rd prince has arrived to step